When I arrived at the practical training room, closed the door, I was the only one left in the huge room. Han Xiao took a deep breath, moved his shoulders, and opened the attribute panel. The negative state of 40% experience punishment that had been hung in the status bar for more than 10 months was only lasting a few minutes. Staring at the passing of the duration of the second, Han Xiao's mood fluctuated slightly, and he couldn't help but feel moved by the pain. It's not easy, 16 months of experience punishment. Han Xiao sighed. 16 months ago, I finally reached the level of the highest power and became a freshman super A-level student. Those who have just entered this circle will always be more coveted and hostile. In just 1.5 years, the storm was surging. First, he fought with Cisco to save the evolution block. Then Heber's appointment, went to the Red Empire's mother star to report, and was provoked by the Empire's allies to measure his strength, and fought with the alien gods along the way. Not long ago, he encountered the biggest crisis so far, and was almost killed by the Zuling sect. It has only been about 1.5 years since I became a super A-level player and experienced so many crises. Looking back, it seems like a different life. Han Xiao was still a little palpitations and scared at this time, and he let out a sigh of secretly. Fortunately, brother, I solved these dangers with my clever brain and handsome appearance. Han Xiao shamelessly gave himself a thumbs up. Crisis is also an opportunity, and I have established my position as a result, and now I have finally gotten rid of the negative state of empirical punishment. Get better, get better. Han Xiao rubbed his palms, his face full of happiness. I'm level 260 now. This is an urgent upgrade when dealing with a group of crooked jujubes and cracks of the Zuling sect. It took me 40% more experience. Based on the experience I have restocked during this period. Han Xiao looked at the experience slot and his eyes lit up. It should be able to rise to 280. At this level, the upgrade experience required at each level is astonishing, and it is a completely desperate number. Han Xiao roughly calculated that if he ignores advancement and transfer without experience punishment, his experience of upgrading to level 1 is probably enough to make a level 1 player rise to about level 160, which may not be enough. Moreover, as the level increases, the upgrade fee is also multiplied by a certain coefficient, increasing all the way. If there is no long-term, stable experience channel brought by players, simply using the current mission reward level, you can only level 280 if you do the mission in the year of the monkey and horse month. The experience accumulated during this period is enough to be level 280, which is still a benefit from the political assets. The increase in the experience efficiency of those few points of political assets is similar to a constant double experience card, and any way to obtain experience will increase. It's so scary. After sighing for a while, the duration of experience punishment finally reached the last second. The icon faded and disappeared on the status bar. The side effects of the evolutionary block are finally gone. Han Xiao raised a smile on his face, rubbed the muscles on his body, and sensed the activity of cells in his body. The actual manifestation of this side effect is that the cells slowly adapt to the rapid evolution of genes. The stronger the individual, the more energy the cells carry, the longer the transformation process. At this moment, the vague discomfort of the cells in the body finally dissipated and the changes were completely completed. The effect of the evolution block is really powerful, and I have only used it once. According to the mechanism displayed on the panel, every level of strength is improved. You should be able to obtain a new level of evolution. Han Xiao nodded secretly. The last time he was anxious to use the evolution block was to reach the Super A level. The side effects were not the time. He did not plan to use the evolution block only once, but he had to choose the time next time. After spending all the hoarding experience during the version update, it is the best time to use the evolution block. But it was still early. Han Xiao's attention returned to the attribute panel, calmed down his breathing, and let the experience slot start to burn, and chose to upgrade. Master Mechanic upgraded to LV2, Strength plus 360, Strength plus 5, Agility plus 5, Endurance plus 12, Intelligence plus 15, you'll get 12 free attribute points and 1 potential point. Drug Mechanic, upgraded to LV20, Strength plus 360, Strength plus 5, Agility plus 5, Endurance plus 12, Intelligence plus 15. You'll get 12 free attribute points and 1 potential point. A stream of heat surged in the body, and the energy level gradually rose. As the experience slot slowly bottomed out, the level of the main profession soared and finally stopped at level 20. The advanced threshold every 20 levels arrives as scheduled, and the panel pops up corresponding prompts. You reach level 280. You trigger the advanced task, Legend. Obtain 1 cosmic legend. Only the strong can write their own legend. As soon as this advanced task pops up, it appears as a completed golden state. After glanced at him, Han Xiao was immediately happy. The cosmic legend is the highest level of legend. The deeds you have done must sensation the entire universe. Players need to complete very difficult tasks or do extremely extraordinary things to get the chance. This advanced task is already at the super late stage. Only in the version of the World Tree Civilization Invasion, the cosmic legend has a relatively stable channel for obtaining it. Even with Han Xiao's current status, it is not easy to obtain the cosmic legend. However, Han Xiao happened to have a cosmic legend, and the one who is so desperate is the Emperor of the Void Spirit. This is really... Han Xiao's lips twitched. It's a blessing in disguise. He has been living in so many years, and he has only had this cosmic legend, which shows how rare this thing is. Now he doesn't have a task settlement card. He originally thought he would temporarily get stuck in the 280 level advanced task, but he didn't expect. We were lucky. Han Xiao grinned and felt happy. Hee. Thanks to Lao Tai of Zuling Sect for sending the legendary gift. By the way, I have to thank Fording. When Han Xiao thought of Fording, he felt a little itchy and got used to it. This was a surprise that fell from the sky. Han Xiao did not hesitate and directly chose to advance. You have met the task requirements. 280 level advanced mission has been completed. Stop strength bonus plus 55. 1 stamina plus 410 health equals 420 physical strength. Your energy level has exceeded honor. You have obtained the expertise multiple resistance enhancement. You gain expertise, energy application optimization. You gain expertise, high vitality. You understand the skill, high pressure. All your virtual technology skills have the effect increased by 40%. Cracking, lightning flashed in Han Xiao's eyes, and it took him a long time to exhale a misty blue aura. There was no species sublimation this time, and the degree of evolutionary pain was very low. He looked down and found that his appearance had not changed much. He had raised his height a little, and his muscles looked more beautiful. His chest muscles were like 2 iron plates covering his chest, and his abdominal muscles were clearly angular. It was a little itchy on my head, so I raised my hand and scratched it a lot of handfuls of hair. Hair loss. Han Xiao was shocked and hurriedly summoned out of the mirror. He only breathed a sigh of relief after seeing it clearly. Advanced catalyzing metabolism and improving the cell tissues throughout the body. The original hair fell off and new hair grew. The shedding hair was pinched into the hair. No wonder it was itchy. It's good that my black and thick hair is still there. Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. He almost thought that he had embarked on the evil path of sacrificing his hair for strength. The more bald he became stronger, and finally became strong. The upper limit of the career of the dominant mechanic is level 40, and it takes level 300 to change jobs. The next species sublimation is level 300, and level 280 is the ordinary advancement in the middle. However, energy level seems to be an implicit boundary. Super A levels have both strength and weakness. Not everyone reaches the energy level. These abilities given are like the basic abilities that they have when they reach a new level. After obtaining endless materials and virtual creator, the energy level has increased by a wave and approached. Now it has been level 20 and advanced, which is enough to break this boundary. Han Xiao's eyes moved, and he glanced at his new ability, which confirmed his guess. Although there is no species evolution, Every advancement is a sublimation of the life level, breaking through the energy level and entering a new realm of life. These are all passive abilities brought by high-level lives. After reaching this level, basically everyone has it. Multiple resistance strengthening. The effect is to improve various resistances, which is a sum bonus like perfect mechanism with a coefficient of 1.25x. Energy application optimization reduces the energy and physical energy consumption of each skill with an amplitude of 27% and has stronger battery life. High life vitality increases the health limit and recovery speed with the health limit plus 17% and the basic recovery speed plus 120%. These three are all expertise to enhance basic skills, mainly to improve the quality of fighting and fighting. No matter what profession, they will have stronger vitality. The only skill, high pressure, is a switchable aura ability. The life level itself has the effect of oppression above and below, but now it is skilled. The pressure can cover a range area, and individuals in the area will receive an impact and obtain a negative state of reducing attributes, but can only be effective for individuals with smart biological levels below their own level. Some individuals who are not affected by the spirit are immune to this effect, such as mechanical life, which is ineffective in combat at the same level. Isn't Jie a domineering person? Han Xiao scratched his head. After thinking about it, this ability seems to have no effect except to abuse the vegetables. If he abuses the vegetables, he, a mechanic, does not need any halo, and the group fight is over. The three specialties are still more reliable. Although they're just an ordinary upgrade, the improvement is very considerable. In a later stage, every upgrade is not for nothing. Your basic endurance bonus is 1 endurance equals 410 health. The increase brought by other abilities is Advanced Strong Life plus 60, Eternal Body plus 140 plus 1% per 2 level, S-level bonus plus 50, and Extraordinary Physical upper limit of health plus 10%, high life vitality, upper limit of life plus 17%, and high training plus 100 health points. In terms of mechanical force, there are also various expertise and skills that transform intellectual attributes into mechanical affinity. He threw the free attribute point into intelligence and carefully looked at the changes in the attribute panel. He was satisfied. Total level 280, main occupation, mechanical system, race, Black Star attribute, strength 3347, agility 4080, endurance 6129, intelligence 9029, mystery 2950, charm 1163, lucky 1, free attribute point, 0, potential point, 21, happiness, 5,137,427, physical strength value, 4,417,950, physical strength, 817. LV17 total strength bonus, strength plus 1,206, agility plus 1,488, endurance plus 1890, intelligence plus 2,345, mystery plus 1,123, physical upper limit plus, mechanical affinity plus, 1632%. Energy level standard, S plus, super, A, S level bonus. Extra 50 for endurance bonus, all resistance plus 25%, maximum attribute plus 25%, other attributes plus 15%, additional 750 free attribute points, 50 potential points. The future of super A level is a fog. Everyone is on the road of exploration, and they will encounter thresholds in the process of evolution. Congratulations on crossing the first threshold. This note is so formal. Han Xiao rubbed his chest muscles, not teasing his fleshiness, but instead felt a little uncomfortable. When a level reaches S+, the level that goes upward is stronger, but it is still collectively called Super A. In terms of destructive power, there is no breakthrough qualitative change like the natural disaster level to Super A. Since there is no clear reference between Super A combat power, the internal levels of Super A are also figured out. The division method is like a small realm, which belongs to the category of quantitative change. Just as people in the early days of the exploration history believed that the natural disaster level was the upper limit of great power, people now also believe that Super A level was the limit of personal great power. What the alien god wants is to follow the original one, break the limit, and innovate the power system upwards to a great realm, and produce fundamental changes. If you don't look at the alien god's character, just this pursuit is still very great. After advancement, the upgrade fee soared again. After a glance, Han Xiao knew that the short-term memory was not enough to be experienced to level 300. After all, he used a faction store to earn players' experience. Even if he earned quickly, it would take time to accumulate. Moreover, players have learned a lot of knowledge, and the efficiency of providing experience fluctuates. He was not going to continue waiting. He had been in seclusion for several months. The earlier the hidden danger of the alien god, the better. The longer the night, the more dreams it will be. During this period, he has created a lot of targeted equipment. As long as the Empire is willing to provide assistance, he dare not say that he will definitely kill the strange god, but at least he is sure. I haven't contacted the Empire during this period, and I don't know how they are doing with the Zuling sect. If a consensus is reached, I should be able to take out my hands to deal with the strange gods. Han Xiao took out the communicator and prepared to contact the Imperial personnel to ask about the situation. Just then, Philip suddenly bubbling. Master, someone sent me an encrypted message just now. Send an encrypted message in front of me? Sneaking, decipher it and see who sent it. I alone can't decipher it, so I came to find your buzz. Philip felt aggrieved. Han Xiao paused and narrowed his eyes. Philip is now his powerful virtual technology assistant. Philip cannot decipher it alone, proving that the opponent's background is not simple. At least he is a force at the level of Star Cluster or above. If you contact him secretly, you will definitely have some plans. What was said in the encrypted message? They said that they are the survivors of the Ice Clan in time and space and want to have an interview with you. Han Xiao was stunned. His face slightly changed. When he was looking for space-time amber information, he remembered the current situation of the space-time ice pack. So, is this Guangwei Federation looking for me? A special group of ice clans of time and space came over, which is a hint that they already know the origin of space and space amber. Han Xiao felt a little vigilant in his heart, speculating on the meaning of the glorious Federation. Thinking about it, and instructed Philip, replied to him, I agree to meet. I went out in the afternoon, I finished writing a little late, and I was promoted to the great god's appointment today. I am very happy. Thank you for your kindness. Asterisk, asterisk. Philip sent a message and received a reply a few seconds later. Master, they want to go with you in private, and the location and time are up to you. That's it, Han Xiao pondered. The glorious Federation came to us, and this matter was a bit sensitive, but the Super A-level allies are not subordinates of cosmic civilizations. There is still freedom and right. Even if the Empire knows that the two sides meet, it is not a big problem. Han Xiao thought for a few seconds and said, reply to the other party, I don't accept meeting in private. I don't want to have any common secrets with them for the time being. I invite them to visit the Black Star Army for me. If they are willing to accept it, come over and don't meet if they don't. Others came to him on their own initiative, but he didn't do anything bad. It would be bad to hide it. So I just invited them to meet in his territory openly. Otherwise, it would be as if he and the Guanghui Federation were plotting a shameful plan, which would easily arouse suspicion. The second ring mission of the Amber Soul Connection of Time and Space requires him to contact the survivors of the Ice Clan. Because the glorious Federation protects this clan, Han Xiao has not had time to complete it. However, he is now taking the initiative to come to him. Although his intention is unpredictable, it is a small surprise for Han Xiao and saves him a lot of energy. But you should not be too impatient. You should not meet when you say you meet. After all, you took the initiative to come here, so you have to follow my rules. After sending the invitation, the Guangwei Federation did not reply immediately and seemed to be considering it. Han Xiao was not in a hurry, took out the communicator, and turned to contact Terekhov. Terekhov's projection appeared, and said with a smile, "Black Star, have you contacted me when you have time?" "Haha, Commander-in-Chief. How are you doing recently?" "Hey, it's still the same, eating dirt in the shining world. When will you come back and continue exploring?" "A little while. So soon, in a few years, the first phase of development may end. Then the construction stage will enter the construction stage. After digesting the territory of the 3-star clusters, the second phase of development will be started." Han Xiao exchanged a few words with the other party, then got to the point with a smile on his face and said seriously, "I haven't contacted the outside world during this period. The negotiations have been going on for several months. Has the Empire and Su Ling discussed a solution?" "It's basically no problem." Terakov nodded. The two sides condemn each other on the surface, and several agreements have been reached in private. The remaining problems are all in detail. The Zuling sect has paid a lot of price to redeem people. The specific amount must be kept confidential. I can't tell you. I can only say that the other party has made concessions in politics, military and economic terms, and has also opened up some technical information. In short, the Empire promised the Zuling sect to redeem 3 super A levels, namely Diluin, Mechas, and Taylord. Only Sageman was left in our hands and continued to act as a bargaining chip. Han Xiao nodded. The foundation of civilization is always ethnic groups, and the struggles between them are all for status and resources. Compared with the long civilization, each super A-level meteor is just a meteor that has passed through a certain period of history. It is a transaction that the Empire hopes for to exchange 3 super A-level prisoners for various resources that are conducive to its own development. The 3 major civilizations compete with each other, but have the same front and have frictions with each other, but no one can destroy the absolute. In addition to the struggle, what is more important is to suppress the civilizations below, maintain order, and consolidate the hegemony of the unity of the 3. By the way, how do they deal with space-time amber? Han Xiao asked. As the Zuling sect studied amber, the name of space-time amber spread in the universe. Now all major forces know that the 2 cosmic treasures in Black Star's hand are evolutionary blocks and space-time amber. So he has a special status in Super A level. The Zuling sect cannot be cracked. I want to ask the Empire to help lift the seal, but the Empire has been dragging it and has not contacted you, so you don't know yet. Is the Empire going to agree to them? Well, the Zuling sect is willing to pay more ransom. The Empire is ready to ask you to lift the seal of one of the prisoners. In addition, I will ask you to go to the Central Star Sea in the future. Yes. Han Xiao nodded. Now the Legion players have 2 major events. Guliel Civilization War Higher and Shining World, and they have fun. There is no need to interfere more before the end of version 3.0, and he is free. And he is also preparing to go to the Central Star Sea to find some helpers to deal with the strange gods. I want to ask, has the Empire discovered the whereabouts of the alien god now? There are some clues. According to the feedback from the intelligence network, there was a witness report from the Fallen Ark fleet on the old galaxy. The wormhole group in the center of the Broken Star Ring should teleport them there. It's good to have whereabouts. Han Xiao subconsciously pinched his fingers. The Zuling sect has surrendered, and the Empire can free up his hands to deal with the alien god, accomplice. Terakov observed Han Xiao's face and suddenly said, I always feel that you have a very firm murderous intent toward the alien god. Yes, it's not a day or two that he coveted the evolution block, and he almost killed me. How can I not hate him? Han Xiao shrugged. It's different. Terakov shook his head and did not continue. Not only the reason for the evolutionary block, he always felt that Han Xiao's hostility towards the strange god seemed to have a hidden sense of anxiety, as if the strange god was particularly threatening to Han Xiao. In short, the senior management has sent troops to fight the Fallen Ark in the desolate universe of the Central Star Sea. The strange god is not in the base camp. The Empire intends to send people to intercept and kill him. You're also on the list of dispatches. Even if you don't ask, the senior management will come to you later. I know, I will go. This time I go to the Central Star Sea and participate in this operation. After chatting for a few more words, Han Xiao hung up the communicator and breathed out. As the ultimate boss of the chaotic and evil camp, the alien god has never been killed among the three civilizations. The three major civilizations have targeted him many times but failed to really kill the strange god. The Empire may have regarded dealing with the strange god as a routine. I'm afraid that the only one is he who has a firm murderous intent towards the alien god. I hope I won't repeat the same mistake this time. Han Xiao said intimately, if the alien god can be killed this time, it can eliminate the hidden danger of the early invasion of the World Tree. It's not that Han Xiao had no confidence in the three major civilizations, and the war in the previous life of the World Tree was also a tragic victory. The three major civilizations at this stage may not be able to win the World Tree. Some later versions of the Fierce Men have not grown up yet, especially for players. Fight. At this moment, Philip received a reply from Guanghui Federation, and the other party expressed his acceptance of Han Xiao's invitation. On the other side, the Glorious Federation is stationed in the Broken Star Ring stronghold, and Mona puts down the communicator. He was the messenger who came into contact with Han Xiao this time, and was also the survivor of the frozen people in time and space. His skin was icy blue and crystal grains like diamonds were growing on it. Black Star has agreed to meet. Mona reported to the top leaders. Well, remember your mission this time. First, test the attitude of Black Star, and second, find out the origin of space-time amber. If the test result is not ideal, don't propose a deal, and don't take any unnecessary actions. Mona nodded seriously. The Glorious Federation wants to break the seal of the Scepter of Gods, but Black Star is an ally of the Empire, and the chance of agreeing to their request is slim. If there is no sufficient benefit, Black Star will not risk offending the Empire to help them unseal them. As for most resources, Black Star can get from the Red Empire, and there is no need to trade with them, so the Glorious Federation can only test whether Black Star has special needs. Although the hope is slim, the Glorious Federation still wants to give a try. Videl is really unwilling to defend the Scepter of Gods, but cannot use it. The Zuling sect has offended all the offenses, and we can't get anything. I won't do anything randomly, but Mr. Manison. As he said that, Mona turned his head and looked aside, with a mechanical shell standing straight there. This is the carrier of the arrival of Manison's master. It has not been activated yet. Manison's consciousness is not attached to it. It is controlled by remote intelligence at this time. Upon hearing this, Manison revealed a projection through the remote link and said, "Don't worry about me. I will visit Black Star as a personal identity and will not interfere with your affairs." Upon hearing this, Mona had to nod, and at his level, he was not qualified to care about Manison. Manison shook his head, looking subtle. He is about to meet Han Xiao. Manison has been a magical friend for him for a long time. In fact, he will pay attention to every mechanic who reaches the A-level level. During this period, the name of Black Star has resounded throughout the super A-level circle of the three major civilizations. He plans to personally try Black Star's level. This way you can determine what price you should pay for space-time amber. I wrote 2 versions, but it was not very good, so I deleted it. I will be less today. Let me think about it and plan the overall progress of the plot. After putting on his clothes and tidying up his appearance, Han Xiao pushed open the door of the actual training room and walked out. Outside is a silver-white alloy corridor. The inlaid light tubes on the ceiling are lit with white light. The corridor is circular, and there are practical training rooms on the left and right. The alloy doors are engraved with their respective room numbers in black fonts. The floating virtual screen shows the identity of the user. This area is a training place for cadres. The satellite at the headquarters of the Legion is huge in size, and the surface is divided into multiple bases. The place where Han Xiao stays is the core main base. Han Xiao touched his stomach. He had just completed the advancement and was full of energy, but he felt mentally exhausted. He thought about it and planned to go to the dining area to rub a meal to reward himself. He swallowed nutritional cream all day. He was afraid that his taste buds would be numb sooner or later. The dining area is a living facility. Due to the different tastes of various ethnic groups, the chefs have a variety of races. The base is large, and transportation tools are spherical vehicles with anti-gravity suspension, which are all products of the logistics department. At his own home, Han Xiao would not run idle and found a floating ball for transportation and flew slowly towards the dining area. From a distance, the dining area is crowded with people. The distance is closer and the noise continues to amplify. At any time, the flow of people in the dining area is the most dense. Han Xiao was at the docking platform in the dining area and stopped the floating ball for transportation and walked in. The army soldiers who were full of food and chatting at the door noticed Han Xiao's figure, and their body lazily leaned against the wall and suddenly stood up straight. "Hello, the commander of the army." "Oh, you're good. You've eaten." Han Xiao nodded and greeted casually. When he meets a subordinate who is in the headquarters, he will basically reply, saying that he is showing off his airs to outsiders, and he has always been very easygoing to his own people. Entering the spacious canteen lobby, many people noticed Han Xiao, and their eyes gathered, and the atmosphere suddenly calmed for a moment. Then many people stood up and saluted and said hello one after another. Some people sat in their seats and continued to eat, but looked up at Han Xiao with curious eyes. As the scale of the Black Star Legion continues to expand, many new members have not seen Han Xiao with their own eyes. Han Xiao does not usually appear in public areas, so even within the Legion, the image of Han Xiao, the boss, has always maintained a certain sense of mystery. Moreover, the incident of the Void enemy added a layer of halo to Han Xiaoping, and his reputation was increasing day by day, and his image in the minds of the Legion members became taller. Major forces generally have internal conflicts, and the same is true for the Black Star Legion. At its current scale, internal factional problems are more obvious. Warriors of different departments, races, and origins spontaneously form small circles. Only Han Xiao can completely suppress everyone. As long as he is there, the Legion is a solid piece. "Don't look at me, eat yours." Han Xiao waved his hand helplessly. This is why he doesn't like to show up. "Every time I wander around the base, I feel lonely like a leader's inspection." "Teacher, here's here." At this time, Han Xiao heard a familiar voice and turned to look. He saw that Suiya was also having dinner here, waving her hand to call her, and Araxia was sitting next to her. Han Xiao walked to the opposite side of her and sat down. He picked up a caramel brown meat leg from the dining plate and took a bite. The meat was tender and juicy. He slid lightly on his tongue, sucking the right grease and secret sauce on his taste buds. He chewed 2 bites to release a stronger fragrance. "The taste is good. The chefs here need a raise." Han Xiao finished chewing one, smacked his lips, but he was still unsatisfied, so he picked up other dishes. Remember to allocate funds to the cafeteria department to study the new flavor of nutritional cream. "I understand. You really love the nutritional cream." Suiya muttered as she cut the vegetables. "It takes 10 minutes to eat a meal, and it only takes seconds to drink a tube of nutritional cream. I like efficient methods, learn from my sister." Han Xiao joked. "I am in charge of the chores. You are much more idle than me all day long, and you need to save time." Sivia rolled her eyes and ate. Han Xiao looked at Erosia beside him. "How are you doing recently?" Erosia didn't look up, concentrating on the food in front of her. With an expressionless face, her cheeks moved quickly like a squirrel, and the number of dishes in front of her was more than 10 times more than that of Sivia. She and Suiya have known each other for a long time, and they have always had a good relationship. Araxia's strength can no longer keep up with Han Xiao's pace, and gradually cannot follow Han Xiao. However, she has a special status within the Legion. Because she is very old and looks so beautiful, she is the crush of countless Legion members. By the way, she has attracted a wave of player fans to stimulate domestic demand. Because of the restart mission, Han Xiao has always been a little reluctant to see Erosia and Resta. He has reached his current level because this little thing is really not worth it to get into evil with a military country. Resta has been pestering him, but Han Xiao has no idea to help them stand out, and he does not have such ability at this stage. "By the way, since I saw it here, I don't need to send you a message," Han Xiao said. "After a while, the Guangwei Federation will send someone to meet me. You can arrange it at that time." Xiao was shocked and looked up and said, "Teacher, you are an ally of the Empire. Isn't it good to turn to see the Guanghui Federation? Others take the initiative to see me. At least they have to listen to what they say." Han Xiao was speaking, and a voice suddenly sounded behind him, interrupting him. "Blackstar, I have something to give to you." Han Xiao turned around and saw a male player with an ID on his forehead, standing behind him with a black thing in his hand. Another person who gives gifts to show off his favor. Players regard him as an NP and think that giving the right gift can increase his favorability, and Han Xiao was also helpless. Once he shows up at the base, there will always be someone who will make such an attempt, and he is already used to it. I took the gift and looked at it. This was a slightly rarer or material. To be honest, Han Xiao didn't understand why anyone would give him more. Is this a thought he couldn't afford it? Looking at the other party's old face full of expectations, Han Xiao twitched, resisting the urge to reduce his favorable feelings, and reluctantly said, "Thank you." The male player waited for a while, and found that there was no prompt to increase his favorable feelings. He scratched his head and stared at the rare materials in Han Xiao's hand, with a little reluctant expression. Then, "Can I get the gift back?" Han Xiao's face turned dark. "Brother, you're too real." "No. Oh, I lost it." The male player didn't give up. "Then do you have anything to let me do?" "No, get out." "Of course, this is just a thought in my heart, and you should not be so rude to players. I have nothing to do now. If you are very idle, you either go to the Gyulul civilization to participate in the war, or go to the Shining World to participate in the exploration. There will always be a job that suits you." Han Xiao revealed the P in his smile. "Okay." The male player turned his head and left with a pity. In order to avoid being surrounded by players who rushed over after hearing the news, Han Xiao quickly finished the meal and seemed to leave the dining area and turned to the logistics department, intending to check Nilo's studies. Perfect mechanism. The template is his long-planned expertise, and he has always paid attention to Nilo's progress. When he arrived at the logistics department, Han Xiao walked into Renard's office and saw Nilo lying on the table, doing homework at a glance. After drinking the dragon blood potion, he refreshed his mind, was full of vitality and refreshed. Nilo's face was flushed and very healthy, but his expression was extremely bitter. He seemed to have swallowed a pile of Coptis chinensis, and his facial features seemed to be wrinkled into a ball. The force of writing was penetrated through the back of the paper, as if he wanted to use a pen to cut the thick homework book into pieces. "Little Nilo, my godfather is coming to see you." Han Xiao walked up with a smile. Nero didn't even look at Han Xiao, and turned his head and looked resentful. Han Xiao turned to look at Renard. "How has he learned?" "Dragon blood potion works very well, saving extra sleep time. Learning progress has accelerated a lot, and you will soon learn introductory theory. I plan to add some practical mechanical assembly courses to his next stage of study plan." Renard spoke seriously. Nilo's hand shook, and his pen dropped on the table with a slight squeak, and his whole body became petrified. Han Xiao pulled the corner of his mouth. "You're such a devil." At this time, the door opened again, and Fording, wearing a loose blue robe, walked in. When he saw Han Xiao, he was stunned for a moment, and raised a warm smile like spring. "Hey Xing, you are here too. What are you here to do?" Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "I'll take a look at Nilo." Fording smiled. "Play with him, by the way." Nello hurriedly got up and threw himself into Fording's arms. His expression seemed to have seen a savior, and he turned around and made a face at Han Xiao. "Ahem. Fording sometimes comes to him to play cards. This is his time to play," Renard explained. Han Xiao's eyes were surprised, and the expression on his face seemed to be asking, "Will you give him time to entertain?" Once every half a month." "Oh, I'm disturbing." After finally being able to play, Nero couldn't wait to take out the Veen card, pulling Fordine's sleeve to urge him to start quickly. Fordine smiled, took out the deck slowly, and started playing with Nero. Seeing this, Han Xiao's brows moved. He always felt that Fording was very doting on Nero. Could it be that Fording and Morningstar could not have a child? Although Han Xiao doesn't like playing cards, he still understands the rules. He took a look at him, and Han Xiao took a breath. This is the war between the emperors? He seemed to see the goddess of luck practicing fighting with each other. Looking at Nilo's skillful technique, Han Xiao felt a little hurt. My baby, you were eventually contaminated by mechas and Hardaway. I have to correct it. Han Xiao held back a smile, threw a lucky curse at Nero, shook his head, and quietly left the crime scene. After waiting at the headquarters for a while, familiar with his own skyrocketing strength, and handling some backlogs of chores, the messenger of the Glorious Federation arrived as promised. The spacecraft landed at the headquarters of the Black Star Corps. Mona took his group off the spacecraft and headed to the reception room under the guidance of the reception robot. Han Xiao waited in the reception room for a while, and the door automatically slid open. The team of messengers from the Guanghui Federation walked in, greeted him, and sat down one after another. Glorious Federation's senior, superpowered, non-commissioned officer, Mona. Mona introduced himself. Han Xiao sensed the energy in the other party's body and found that the other party was a natural disaster level. Then he opened the panel and took a look. Sure enough, he personally contacted the inheritance race of the space-time frozen master, and the prompt popped up for the space-time amber mission. The legacy of the original The Frozen Time and Space. The second ring has been completed. Space and Space Amber. Soul connection +1. Current number of layers. 2/5. Space and Space Amber begins to get close to you. Your buff feedback of Space and Space Amber. The effect has been refreshed. Feedback of Space and Space Amber. Second level. Your power limit +15. Your strength, agility, endurance +120. Your intelligence +240. Your mystery and charm +50. Your basic space tolerance +70, your basic spiritual resistance +0. All the skills related to space you master have received. The actual effect is 18-2 bonus, buff duration. Constant. Han Xiao was delighted. His face was unchanged, and his soul connection deepened. He developed a sense of affinity for space and Space Amber. In his senses, Space and Space Amber seemed to have become an old object that he had been scrambling for a long time. The increase in soul connectivity will also improve the efficiency of making amber balls. But now we are meeting people, so there is no way to test it for the time being. Han Xiao took a look at the third ring mission. The third ring mission requirement. Go to the ancestral land of the Frozen Man inherited race, and take his body to visit his hometown. Okay, there's no way to take a chance. Han Xiao muttered secretly. The ancestral land of the Frozen Time and Space Clan is in the territory of the Glorious Federation. If you want to complete the third ring, you can only go there yourself. After all, it is impossible for them to implement the Wandering Planet plan and transport the ancestral planet to him. After closing the panel, Han Xiao said straight to the point, I have not had much intersection with the Guanghui Federation. What is your purpose for me? Mona said seriously. That's right, the clear people don't say secret words. Our Guanghui Federation is very curious about space-time amber. After checking the information, we found that space-time amber seems to be related to a super A level that we once had in history. Oh, is there such a thing? Han Xiao pretended to be confused, but his heart was jumped. The Guanghui Federation has the confidential information of the ice crowder of the time and space, and his guess is really accurate. As for the Guanghui Federation's open and upright statement that they were interested in space-time amber, Han Xiao was not surprised at all. After the Battle of the Lighthouse Star, basically every interstellar force was curious about his two cosmic treasures, and he must have done research in private, so there was nothing to hide in this regard. Do you know the Iceman of time and space? Mona asked. Let me check it. Han Xiao acted carefully, waited for a while before nodding. His face did not change. And he said, well, now I know. What you mean is that space-time amber is related to the space-time ice creamer. Mona kept observing Han Xiao's face and could not see anything. Hearing this, we can't confirm. This is just a guess. I am a tribe member passed down by the space-time ice creamer. So I asked the Guanghui Federation to send me to contact you, hoping to understand the origin of space-time amber. Why do I care about the origin of space-time amber? What are the benefits of this? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, but he knew it in his heart. The reason why the Glorious Federation did this was that he thought that he had just been lucky enough to pick up space-time amber and did not know the origin behind this universe treasure. So he linked space-time amber with the ancestors of the Mona clan to contact himself using this as a reason. Mona wanted to find traces of his ancestors and did not involve interests. This request seemed reasonable, but the Guanghui Federation naturally knew that it would not allow outsiders to contact space-time amber for this reason. So it was just a reason to approach himself. Don't worry, because it is related to the ancestors of our clan. The Glorious Federation just wants to help us investigate, supplement information for this newly born cosmic treasure, enter the public database, and have no other ideas about your time in space amber. Mona explained. I believe it. Han Xiao was serious, really. Reading on the mobile version of Fonya Novel Reading Network, please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. Mona heard Han Xiao's sarcasm, blushed a little, and said with a thorn in his mouth, Anyway, we hope you can allow us to investigate the space-time amber, and the Glorious Federation will thank you. I refuse. Han Xiao waved his hand. I have no obligation to cooperate with the investigation. Then, can I take a look at the space-time amber with my own eyes? This is my private request. No. The atmosphere was a little stiff for a while, but Mona had expected it, and it was not surprising that Black Star would not easily let outsiders touch the treasures of the universe. He pretended to take a sip of the drink, put down the cup, glanced left and right, and suddenly lowered his voice and changed his tone. His Excellency Haisheng, I don't know what you think of the Glorious Federation. Finally, he further tested my attitude. Han Zhao's face did not change. What do you think? I should ask you. You helped the Zuling sect in the Battle of Lighthouse Star, and then turned to help the Empire. I have always been unsure whether you should treat you as enemies or friends. What do you think? Mona thought for a while and said in a deep voice, Although the camps are different, we are very willing to be friends with Lord Haisheng. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Let's do this. Why not let us be more direct? We are destined to be opponents in the camp, but we could do business friends. You don't object. Of course there is no problem. This was one of the conditions instructed by the senior management before departure, and Mona did not hesitate. The three major civilizations compete with each other, and trade frequently with each other, and cooperate in many industries. In this era of interstellar society integration, as long as a war breaks out between civilizations, the cooperation between people's livelihood and the economy will not be cut off. The three major civilizations are even more accustomed to this practice. Interstellar integration itself is also a link in maintaining the ruling chain, amplifying the cost of being isolated. So in terms of commercial trade, cosmic civilization will not prevent super A-level allies from expanding their businesses and making money from other civilizations. But if the interests of civilization are sold through the name of business, cosmic civilization will not be let go. However, super A-level allies generally do not easily allow outsiders to divide their resource share. If you want to develop business in other camps, you will inevitably be excluded and overwhelmed by the forces in the camp. Without engaging in official relationships, it will be difficult to conduct business in other people's territory. You're also clear about our style. Among the three cosmic civilizations, our Glorious Federation is the most inclusive. We welcome consortiums and powerful organizations from all over the universe to come to us for development. Moreover, the Broken Star Ring is also an area under the jurisdiction of the Glorious Federation. It can be said that we have been working together. Mona said. Han Xiao nodded. This is true. The three cosmic civilizations have their own characteristics. The imperial style is iron-blooded, and the empty spiritual religious atmosphere is strong. The Glorious Federation is the most open and rich, with blooming in many fields and extremely prosperous. Since you want to make friends, you have to show some sincerity. Talking about relationships will cost money. Han Xiao smiled. We are always available to help the Black Star Army grow its business in the Glorious Federation if you want, Mona said. Han Xiao's eyes rolled. He roughly understood the meaning of the expression of Guanghui Federation. He first talked about space-time amber, and then proposed an invitation to trade cooperation. The situation was very clear. The ultimate goal of Guanghui Federation is to study or borrow space-time amber and ask for it. Because of the past events, the relationship between the two sides was not good, so they came to make requests directly, and the success rate can be imagined. Therefore, Guanghui Federation has several plans, and the safer one is to use commercial cooperation to break the ice first, ease the relationship between the two parties, and then discuss subsequent cooperation later. From this point of view, Guanghui Federation does not intend to achieve it overnight, but maintain long-term relationships and prepare for a request to a certain day in the future. As the party being asked, Han Xiao takes the initiative and does not need to reply immediately. Well, let's talk about it. I don't have such an idea for the time being. Understand, if you have any other requests, we will consider it at your discretion. In any case, the Glorious Federation looks forward to working with you. Mona's tone was sincere. The Glorious Federation was not impatient. In order to remove the seal of the Scepter of the Gods, they could wait. Other requests. Han Xiao's eyes moved. He thought for a while and smiled inexplicably. I personally would like to make friends with the Guanghui Federation, but you have helped Su Ling deal with me before. I think you should also express your apology in addition to sincerity. He was talking about the Galway Apocalypse teleporter. At the beginning, the Guanghui Federation did not expect that it had requests from Han Xiao. It could be said that he had dug a pit for himself. But if he didn't do this, he might not get the Scepter of the Gods, which had both advantages and disadvantages. Mona's eyes lit up. He was not afraid of Han Xiao's accountability, but was afraid that Han Xiao would not ask for it. What do you think? This way, if you can do me a favor, I will forgive you. Only by resolving the past holidays can our relationship start over. What do we need to do? Mona cheered up. The alien god also participated in the Lighthouse Star operation. The Red Empire was busy dealing with the Zuling sect some time ago, and now it is ready to turn around to deal with this accomplice. There's a lot of grudges between me and the alien god. You can help me and the Empire encircle the alien god. As long as we kill him, our previous problems will be eliminated. What do you think? Han Xiao's tone became stronger. Mona was stunned, a little surprised. He thought Han Xiao wanted something special. Unexpectedly, he asked them to encircle the strange gods together. The hatred between the Black Star and the strange gods was so great. I can't make the decision in this regard. I have to report to the top leaders. Mona said the truth, but in my experience, the top leaders have a high chance of agreeing to you. If it is something else, the Glorious Federation may still have to hesitate, but dealing with the alien god has always been the political correctness of the three major civilizations. If it can beat the alien god to death, it will also be beneficial to the Glorious Federation. At this time, a guy wrapped in armor behind Mona took a few steps forward, took off his helmet, exposed the head of the mechanical body inside, spoke, and made an indifferent synthetic electronic sound. I can do this for you. Han Xiao turned his head and looked at the material of the mechanical body. He was in a panic. With his current vision, he could see that the robot had a high technological content, which seemed to be a super-level special machine, very much like the carrier that dominated the arrival of the master. You are. Mechanical country, Manison, the ancient Papachi. Han Xiao's eyes changed slightly, showing a hint of surprise and vigilance. This mechanical body was not dominated, so there was no super-8 energy fluctuation. Before the machinery kingdom opened his mouth, he thought that this was just a normal mechanical guard. In terms of secrets, mechanical warriors had special advantages. Manison took the initiative to come to the door, which was beyond Han Xiao's expectations. The shadow of the tree of a man, the status of the mechanical kingdom in the universe is transcended, almost recognized as the peak of a mechanic. He once had more or less indirect intersections with the other party. Han Xiao was very sensitive to the name of Mechanical Kingdom and was wary. Mona coughed and explained, "Your Excellency Manison learned that we were going to see you, so he asked to act together. Black Star, actually, I have always wanted to visit you, and I happened to come here with this opportunity." Manison glanced at Han Xiao's frowning, and his tone couldn't hear his emotions. "What? Don't you welcome me?" Han Xiao's thoughts flickered, his eyebrows stretched, and he smiled again and said slowly, Of course not, but I just thought it was a coincidence. I have long been famous for you, and I have always wanted to visit you. But there is no suitable opportunity. At this time, Mona stood up. This is my communicator number. Your Excellency Blackstar. I will report your meeting to the senior management and will reply to you soon. Then I won't disturb the communication between the two. Mr. Manison, I will go back to the spaceship to wait for you first. Manson nodded in his mechanical body. Monaster left the room and followed Philip's guidance to the dockport. Only Han Xiao and Manison were left in the room, staring at electronic eyes. Mr. Blackstar, this is our first time meeting. Manison seemed to be smiling, but the synthetic electronic sound did not show any smile, which sounded a little creepy. With the other party's technology, it is impossible to not be able to create anthropomorphic voice system. Using this sound is obviously intentional. To be precise, we are not considered meeting. You have seen my face, but I haven't seen you yet. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and said a playful word, while secretly wondering about Manison's purpose in his heart. It is normal for mechanics to visit each other, but he feels that Manison has more than that purpose. If you have a chance in the future. The mechanical body raised his hand and pointed to his chest. Do you mind if my consciousness comes? Han Xiao thought for a while, shook his head, and said he didn't mind. Bang! The next moment, the surging energy descended along the quantum infinite transmission channel. The mechanical body shook all over, and a dazzling golden light burst out, making a sound. The energy level soared, and Manison, the Lord arrives. The movement of the mechanical body became much more natural in an instant. Manison twisted his neck and said lightly, it's much more comfortable. Remote communication is like video chat, and the arrival of the master is immersive and has different feelings. Han Xiao smiled, but didn't say anything but felt awe-inspiring in his heart. When the arrival of Manison, the mechanical force fluctuations released by the mechanical carrier were extremely powerful and even made Han Xiao feel oppressive. It could make another super A-level feel the pressure on the aura, and the strength of the mechanical country was unfathomable. Among the super A-level he has seen, only the aura of the alien god is comparable to that of the military power. This is just the carrier of the arrival of the master, not the original body of Manison. I don't know how high this guy is than me. Han Xiao thought about it and nodded to the door. Hisser Manison, let's talk in another place? Okay. Can you take me to visit the Black Star Legion? Manison nodded. Yes. The two stood up and left the room together, chatting while wandering around the army headquarters. As soon as we met, both of them tacitly agreed and did not talk about sensitive things. The topic started from the Legion headquarters, commented on the technology used by the headquarters, and exchanged technology with each other. Han Xiao always maintains the field of view of quantum networks and allows Philip to maintain the self-examination of the system. Although the possibility is not high, he is still guarding against Manison's secret virtual invasion. After all, the name of the Machine Kingdom is equivalent to the existence of the old king next door. No matter where he goes, the owner will suspect that he has been green. Existence is a deterrent. However, Manison didn't have this idea. He just focused on chatting about mechanical knowledge, as if he was really just a visiting technology for peers. Just looking at technical exchanges, the machinery country is indeed very powerful. Manson has accumulated many years and has collected all the professional knowledge. He has been at the forefront of technological innovation. I don't know how many types of mechanical drawings have been developed. Only compared to the main profession level, I am indeed far behind the other party, and I have not lived for so many years in vain. When he was dealing with the military country for the first time, Han Xiao smiled on his face and never let down his vigilance. In addition to his preconceived concept, he also had factors that were concerned about the other party's identity. By the way, you just said, are you going to help me deal with the alien god? The alien god is currently in the old galaxy, which is my base camp. If the Glorious Federation agrees to your request, it should be my move. Manison turned to look at Han Xiao's face. Of course, I have my own purpose too. What is it? Han Xiao was curious. First, I have warned the strange god before not to come to my territory. Second, I hope to get something from you. Manison did not hide his intentions. Want to get something from me? Han Xiao's eyes flashed slightly. What the Machine Kingdom wants naturally would not be his machinery. The most likely thing is the treasure of a universe. Is it an evolutionary square or amber in time and space? However, Manison did not continue talking at this time and turned to look to the side. At this time, the two were in a circular corridor with practical training rooms on one side of the corridor. They walked around and came to the training area of the base. Since we are here, let's have a chance to play. Manison couldn't hear his emotions. Here, Han Xiao shook his head. With our strength, I'm afraid my headquarters will be overturned. Don't worry, I don't bring other mechanical troops, only this mechanical body. Manison spread his hands. You can control a body, just click it so that the movement is small, and it won't hurt the harmony. This is okay. Han Xiao pondered for a while and nodded. Okay, without the need for body combat. Just break the body and repair it. This is very safe. He estimated that Manison wanted to measure his strength level by his mechanical strength. The energy level limit he broke through. The strength of the mechanical force at this level will not be easily abused by others, and Han Xiao has the confidence to compete. Moreover, the carrier of the Lord Arrival will share most of the ontology's abilities, and he is also trying to take a look at the Manison's attribute panel through the battle information. P.Y. Zhangte recommend a book called Human Immortal Martial Emperor. The author of Magic Qianma is a beautiful young lady. Introduction. The two immortals in the world are precious, and the two immortals of gods and ghosts are misty. In this life, I only seek martial arts to suppress the heavens and be the supreme of my life. The two of them randomly chose a practical training room. Han Xiao scanned the permission to let the door open automatically and walked in. The actual training room also has different configurations, and only the high configuration practical training room can withstand stronger combat aftermath. The low configuration training room is open to ordinary Legion members and Legion players for free and can only afford B-level power at most. If you want to use the high configuration practical training room, you have to pay the rent. Depending on the member's identity level in the Legion, the rent will be different. Generally, players use the training room to make their skills and experience. The cadre training area of the core base of the headquarters uses the highest configuration, which is more than enough to fight at the natural disaster level, but it is very difficult to withstand the aftermath of the A level. However, the two of them simply use a carrier to compete. As long as they control the power of the attack and converge a little power, there will be no problem in a short period of time. The Top Fit training room has a large space. The ground and walls are pure white, showing a grid-like appearance. The material is a synthetic form of tough alloys, polymer materials, and plastic nanomaterials. It has a self-healing function and is covered with a virtual reality coating, which can be used for virtual environments. At the same time, the walls and floors are movable, changing the shape of the room, and combining with the virtual sensory misleading in the simulated environment, it can create a battlefield environment far beyond the real area of the room. The premise is to relax your mind and accept sensory misleading, otherwise it will be difficult to take effect. Of course, there are some things that are not suitable for children in the actual training room. In the Legion's code of use of training rooms, Han Xiao explicitly prohibits the Legion members, players, from occupying the training room to watch immersive movies. People want to make sandbags, but these people are better. They hold the sandbag and don't let go, and occupy the pit and don't shit. How can they do that? Han Xiao asked Philip to choose the environment randomly. The appearance of the ground and walls changed rapidly, turning into a lush blue-green forest. The distance was an endless sea of forests and a distant mountain shrouded in the mist. The training room simulated a realistic wind, carrying the coolness after the morning rain, rolling the fog through the forest. The swaying trees swayed and rustling, and you could smell the fresh, humid air and a faint smell of earth on your nose, as if you were there. When you are with a machine all day, you see heavy colors, and sometimes you even forget the appearance of nature. Manison looked around and sighed to himself. Han Xiao opened the secondary dimension and lifted out a mechanical body. The streamlined human body and the silver, black, and yellow shell were interspersed with 3 colors. This was the mammoth mechanical body, which was updated to the RX-002 generation, and the performance was slightly different from the RX-001 generation. The RX-001 generation mammoth is a standard model, with comprehensive capabilities and relatively balanced aspects. The RX-002 generation reduces the volume of the skeleton and nanotendons, sacrifices part of the effort, amplifies flexibility, and is equipped with more mechanical weapons to better adapt to combat. The effect of director arrival will change according to the basic configuration of the carrier. Different carriers have different abilities and attributes to sharing when director arrival, so it is necessary to create various types of mechanical shells. Han Xiao directly activated. The Lord arrival, and the blue and gold mechanical lightning shot out, hitting the mechanical body, bursting out with dazzling lightning. Sitsi. Consciousness is divided into 2. One stays in the body, and the other controls the mechanical body. Han Xiao's body flew high, not participating in the battle, and controlled the carrier to stand several hundred meters opposite Mansun. This distance was no different from being close to them. Han Xiao looked at the panel of the carrier. Because of the first generation of Black Star alloy, the carrier shared several meat shield specialties, which were quite resistant. In terms of attributes, it had its own 64% strength bonus, about 81% agility bonus, and 73% endurance bonus. Han Xiao controlled the mammoth mechanical body and twisted his neck, adapted for a while, and then the armor on his back cracked, releasing miniature floating discs to form a suspended defense array. The shoulders, chest, and abdomen were exposed to the muzzle of phantom rays. The left hand bent his arm to lift it up to form a shield-holding posture, maintaining a phantom shield, and a metal handle popped up on the right wrist, forming a high-level mechanical weapon that looked like a long knife. The blade was wrapped around energy and was held in the hand. Seeing this, Manison's carrier also entered a combat posture, turned on the floating array, activated the phantom shield, took out a long-handled melee mechanical weapon, like a cane, and leaned on the ground. Using the Lord arrival to compete is equivalent to remote control of the clone to fight. No matter how fierce the mechanical body is, both sides will be decent. Without saying too much, looking at each other for 2 seconds, the 2 figures suddenly became empty, moved suddenly, and collided fiercely. Bang! The huge impact force caused a wave of air, and the trees around them broke and fell under the influence of the realistic destructive effect, and Han Xiao in the sky was also blown away. The next moment, the 2 mechanical bodies turned into vague afterimages entangled together, shuttled through the woods at an extremely fast speed. The long sword and the crutch collided thousands of times in a short time, and Mars, light chips, and arc sputtered. Dung 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 dung. The sound of wind and rain sounds of iron, and the sound of sounds enters my ears. The mechanical force was competing head-on, and a dazzling electric arc burst between the 2, leaving huge pits where they stay, breaking through trees, igniting wildfires, and burning the forest. Both of them used melee combat tacitly, restraining their combat power, and did not use high-power long-range weapons. Otherwise, they would have been shot and exploded in the training room. The 2 sides just had a chance to compete without using the trump card and had no intention of distinguishing the difference. After all, the real combat power of a mechanic is the use of the mechanical legion. Both of them held the idea of testing each other, trying to understand their opponents in the battle. Whoever gained more information would really make a profit. While fighting fiercely, Manison felt Han Xiao's mechanical strength. At his level, just by feeling it, you can roughly know Han Xiao's current strength level, and his mechanical strength is naturally far inferior to him. However, Han Xiao's combat power is still quite different from what he imagined, and even surprised Manison. He had heard of Han Xiao's record of capturing Di Luan at a speed. According to his guess, Black Star should have the best mechanical talent like him. But in actual combat, Madison found that the strength of Black Star's mechanical power was not as strong as he predicted, and it seemed that he did not have the top mechanical ability. However, Han Xiao's life level was higher than he imagined. Madison naturally knew the first limit of energy level. Just crossing this limit would not be enough in front of him, so it would not cause him to surprise. However, compared with the time when Black Star became Super A level, the reason why Madison was surprised. It only took about a year and a half for Black Star to reach the A-level level. In such a short time, did it cross the first limit. The transformation of life level that exceeds a level is usually based on 10 years. This is the first time that Madison has seen this incredible growth rate after living for so long. Such potential and talent. Madison pondered secretly. Such an incredible growth rate made Black Star's current combat power lose most of its reference value. However, when he learned that Black Star had broken through the first limit of Super A level, Madison felt that the purpose of the test had been achieved, and he thought that he must have made a profit in this wave of tests. He knew Black Star's exact strength level, while Black Star only knew that he was very strong, but he didn't know how strong it was. Thinking of this, he fought again. The high-frequency oscillation function of the weapon bounced away both sides. Madison put away the weapon and said, "Just go here, otherwise this room will be destroyed." Han Xiao also stopped, looked at the bumpy training room, and put away the weapon. The body landed, lifted the director arrival, threw the mechanical body back to the secondary dimensional barracks, and showed a smile. "It is worthy of being an army country. It is indeed very strong. I have to say that your strength is beyond my imagination." Madison nodded. Han Xiao smiled but didn't answer. He changed his mind and said, "I have visited the headquarters. Come to my office and continue to talk about the strange gods." Okay. The two left the training area and walked on the road. Han Xiao chatted casually while secretly opening the panel and repeatedly flipped through the battle information just now. Madison's level is a question mark, and the gap is obviously not small. So most attributes and skills are also question marks, but some of them are shown, even the abilities that the Machine Kingdom has not used just now. The mechanic skills are well known, and some of them overlap with him and can be ignored. Among the unique abilities exposed by the Mechanism Kingdom, Han Xiao sought two template expertise. The first is Perfect Mechanic, which was expected by Han Xiao. As the peak of mechanics, Madison must have the best talent. The other is Virtual Technology Innovation Madison, with the suffix of name, which means that this is the exclusive template specialty created by Madison. The effect is to strengthen virtual technology capabilities, with an enhancement coefficient of 1.75x. It seems that it is not as good as the 2.5x enhancement of Virtual Master, but the meanings of the two are completely different. As long as the mechanic learns the ultimate knowledge, Virtual Creator, he can get this expertise. Virtual Technology Innovation, Minson, is a completely exclusive ability, which belongs to the additional bonus, giving Manson a huge advantage in virtual technology and a template expertise. Moreover, the introduction of this expertise also states that there is special effects after the innovation of virtual technology, which is probably the core expertise of Madison's Ace Legion, Immortal Armored Country. Of course, Madison has more than two template expertise, but the panel currently shows only so much. However, based on the combat information and comparing Madison's performance in his previous life, Han Xiao had a certain judgment on Madison's combat power in his heart. The main profession is at least one stage higher than me. I have at least 4 mechanical template specialties, and the Mechanical Legion that is hundreds or thousands of times larger than me. It's really terrible. If you can, don't mess with it. Don't mess with it. Overall, Han Xiao was quite satisfied with this test, and he made a profit in terms of intelligence gains. The battle information on the panel exposed some abilities that the Armed Kingdom did not show, while Madison did not have the panel, and he did not show the abilities that he showed. Naturally, the Armed Kingdom naturally had no way to know. At most, it exposed its own level of life. But this was Han Xiao's intention, showing a certain degree of hard power, so that the Armed Kingdom would not underestimate him. Because of the existence of the character card, Han Xiao's combat power was misleading. For example, perfect mechanism was not shown. The information obtained by Manison was biased, and he could not see through him. Therefore, I not only did not lose money in this wave of intelligence exchange, but also made a lot of money. The military country has chosen the wrong opponent. Han Xiao's mouth raised a curve. The two of them came to the office with their own thoughts. After sitting down, Manison re-talked about his purpose. I'm here to visit you this time, and the other purpose is to trade with you. Please say, I'm very interested in your space-time amber. As far as I know, this cosmic treasure can be made by products. I hope I can buy some from you for research. It turns out that I want to buy an amber ball. Han Xiao pondered for a while and shook his head. Sorry, I don't plan to sell it to the outside world. Space-time amber is one of his trump cards. The gift of Austin Amber Ball was because he owed favors. Han Xiao was not going to use this to make a profit, nor did he need to use it to PY other people. This thing is different from the evolutionary block. He doesn't want the amber ball to be circulated in the universe and be used by others. He didn't even provide the Red Empire, so he naturally wouldn't sell it to the Armed Kingdom. Manison has a transcendent status and gives face to him. On such a critical issue, no matter how big the face is, it is useless. That's a pity, but I understand. Manison shook his head, unable to see the expression of the mechanical body, nor could he hear the change in tone. If you change your mind one day, you can come to me again. That question of the strange god. Han Xiao asked tentatively. Haha, don't worry. I'll listen to the glorious Federation in this regard. Manison underestimated this topic and seemed to have no intention of Han Xiao rejecting him, nor did he want to get up and leave. At this time, his words suddenly changed. I have a subordinate in Broken Star Ring named Sidem. He once submitted a very interesting report to me, saying that you once snatched his mechanical army and captured him alive for a while. This is indeed the case, and the situation was forced to do so. Han Xiao felt vigilant again. Don't worry, since you didn't kill me, there was no problem between us. We just felt that we were destined to be together, and we had already had an intersection. Manison seemed to have no intention of provoking a gang. However, his next sentence made Han Xiao's scalp tense instantly. When it comes to the earliest intersection, this reminds me of something. Can you please give me those two lost little guys back? Manison's synthetic electronic tone had no fluctuations. Although he was smiling, he could not hear any smile. The mechanical kingdom actually knows about Erosia? Han Xiao's scalp exploded, and he hurriedly tightened his face, endured the turbulence in his heart, and his tone was slightly dark. What do you mean? A long time ago, two lucky AI lives invaded my base. One stole one of my spare spacecraft, and the other used my equipment to transform himself into immortal weapons. They tried to liberate their fellow tribes and were finally discovered by the base's defense mechanism, chased by the automation troops, lucky to fall into the wormhole, and finally fell into your organization. Speaking of this, Manison paused. You wouldn't think that two AI lives can invade my base by themselves. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. In fact, he had the same doubts about Resta's one-sided words, but Resta's answers were always the same, and he couldn't verify them. Manison crossed his hands and said slowly, Those two little guys alone cannot break through the virtual firewall of my base. Behind this is another super A-level mechanic who covets my immortal weapon country and wants to dismantle my ace force. So while I was not at the base, I secretly guided the two little guys who knew nothing and secretly helped them open the virtual data channel. Unfortunately, I discovered the little move. His conspiracy ended in failure. I actually always knew that the little guy who transformed himself into an immortal weapon soldier was staying on Long Tamfu Island. She borrowed my energy transmission channel to steal my recombinant material. Of course I could track her back, but I didn't recycle because I didn't care about these two little guys who were wandering outside, and because of Aesop and my old friendship, I didn't want to contact the Dragon Emmers. But since I'm here today, that's right, you can return the person to me. Han Xiao rubbed his temples and felt helpless. When he recruited Eroxia 20 years ago, he was just a B-level superpower. At that time, he was just an ordinary member of the universe, so he naturally would not be taken seriously by bigwigs like the Machine Kingdom. Later, after discovering Oroshia's true origin, he also worried about whether he would be followed by Manison. But because Oroshia had never been captured by the Armed Kingdom, he thought that Manison did not know Oroshia's location. After reaching the A level, Han Xiao's virtual technology became more and more sophisticated, and he also doubted this. But because of his preconceived concept and no problems in the past 20 years, he also agreed that it was okay. It turned out that Manison knew everything well. Han Xiao's brain was running rapidly. Obviously, with Manison's status, he didn't care about Oroshia and Resta, who were running away. After all, he had an entire AI civilization as a legion, and one or two people who escaped were nothing in Manison's eyes, and perhaps he had a different mind. Then Manison now took the initiative to propose that it was not just to get back to Oroshia and the others, but to respond to his refusal to trade space-time amber, deliberately hitting himself. This old guy doesn't know how many cards he holds in his hand and doesn't play it. Han Xiao frowned, paused, and said in a deep voice, "Araxia is my old partner for more than 20 years. She has free will and is not someone's slave. I cannot hand over the veterans who originally established the Black Star Legion with me. Otherwise, what do my other cadres think?" The weapon that the military country wanted to return was reasonable, so Han Xiao changed the nature of the matter, emphasizing Araxia's position as a veteran in the Legion, and his attitude of rejection was very firm. "Your high star is very tough." Manison was still very calm and sighed. Since the two sides met, Han Xiao has been treating each other with courtesy, but on the exact issue, he did not let go, and a needle was hidden in the cotton. "Want amber? Don't sell it. VIP? Not given." Han Xiao was afraid of Manison's strength, but he was not afraid of the other party. If he had no background, it would be fine. However, the Black Star Army was backed by the Empire, and the military countries stood brightly. Everyone was with backgrounds. Respect is respect, and fear did not exist. He dug up the amber of time and space by himself, and the Empire would not force him to hand over the universe treasures he discovered alone. As long as it is in the hands of his ally, it is equivalent to the power of the Empire. But if the transaction with the Armored Kingdom will allow the products of space-time amber to be flowed into the hands of the allies of the Glorious Federation on a large scale, it will cross the bottom line of the Empire. At that time, the one who is unlucky will be himself, even if the Armored Kingdom guarantees his own private research. Han Xiao did not make a deal with the Machine Kingdom, not only to maintain the deterrence of space-time amber, but also to the factional position. Even if he would offend the other party, he could only refuse, and even if he turned against him, he would not hesitate to do so. The atmosphere was a little silent for a moment. Han Xiao stared at Manison without saying anything. Manison also looked at Han Xiao silently, and his mechanical body could not see his emotions. After a while of quiet, Manison spoke again. "Okay, it seems that my request was a little too much." He did not insist on returning to Araxia and the others. Maybe he didn't want to turn against Han Xiao because of this kind of thing, but Han Xiao couldn't guess the other party's true thoughts. "Thank you, Your Excellency Jigua, for your understanding." Han Xiao's tone softened a little. Since the other party gave him face, he had to respond. "But," Manison changed his subject again, "although I don't care that they have their own lives, there's one thing I need to remind you. Please say, these two little guys, I have always wanted to liberate their tribe. I hope you won't be bewitched by them. The super A-level mechanic who once helped them has become my collection. I don't want to be an enemy of you. Otherwise, the scene might be very bad." Manison's tone was calm. Han Xiao's eyes narrowed, and Manison's tone made him feel uncomfortable, which was a pure warning. At this time, Manison stood up, and after pounding, he expressed his intention to leave. "No matter what, being able to contact Mr. Blackstar is worth this trip. I'm very happy to meet you today." Han Xiao stood up and reached out to shake him. The two exchanged communication numbers, walked out of the room, and came all the way to the dock, and Han Xiao watched Manison board the spacecraft of the Glorious Federation. Before the hatch closed, Manison looked back at Han Xiao on the dock. Since you go to the old galaxy to deal with the strange gods, if you have time, go to my place to visit. Okay, I'll try my best. Han Xiao nodded without changing his face. Click. The hatch door is closed. The spacecraft thruster is ignited, injecting a tail flame and sailing into the universe along the port track. Watching the spacecraft turn into a stream of light and gradually disappear into sight, Han Xiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, "Old fox." It was really not a pleasant thing to deal with Madison. The technician Han was not sure about Madison's true thoughts about him. His attitude was ambiguous, and his every move was tentative. This guy is not a simple stakeholder, and his ideas are hard to guess. Even with the story of Madison's previous life as a comparison, Han Xiao could not understand the character of this old fox. When encircling and suppressing the strange gods, the battlefield was located in the old galaxy, and we had to go to the territory of the mechanical kingdom to fight. Judging from the current situation, I rejected him. Madison was dissatisfied with me, but based on all factors, he should not plan to be an enemy of me for the time being. Han Xiao shook his head. Because of the conflict of interest, this contact ended unhappily. Didi. At this time, the communicator sounded and Mona sent a message saying that the Glorious Federation had agreed to the request to encircle and suppress the strange gods, and they would negotiate with the Empire. No matter what, I have a little more confidence in dealing with the strange god. Han Xiao cheered up. Let's talk about the military country in the future. The most urgent task is to sink the strange god. He is just an ally and cannot privately lead the cooperation between the Empire and the Glorious Federation. Otherwise, it will be a transcendence. Therefore, he will also notify the Empire later. So he will also show the Empire his firm murderous intent to the alien gods. Regardless of whether the Empire is willing to cooperate, the Guanghui Federation will be dispatched. The difference is nothing more than encirclement and suppression together or individually. At the same time, on the spaceship of the Glorious Federation, Mona came to Madison and said seriously, "The senior management has decided to accept the request of Black Star to encircle and suppress the strange gods. Master Jiagua, because the battlefield is in the old galaxy, we hope to ask for your help." "Well, I understand." Madison waved his hand, controlled the mechanical body, and came to the porthole, looking at the headquarters of the Black Star Army quickly moving away in sight, and starlight reflected on the surface of the mechanical body. No wonder Sorgen suffered a loss at Black Star. He is such a tough guy. Madison nodded secretly. He is one of the shareholders of the Infinite Consortium, providing a large amount of mechanical products to the Infinite Consortium every year, and is an old acquaintance with Sorokin. The armed forces Sorokin trained in the Broken Star Ring are not a secret here in Madison. His intelligence network is extremely powerful. Even a disaster-level companion next to Ruther, a super-level seed, was actually a double-faced spy loyal to Madison. So Madison knew the secret of Sorokin's test of the Black Star Legion and eventually defeating the Gyul civilization. Sorokin was interested in the undead force, and Madison himself was also curious. In his opinion, the undead force of Black Star was quite similar to his immortal armored kingdom, but he had his own huge army, so he was not as passionate as Sorokin. His main focus is also the byproduct of space-time amber. As for evolutionary blocks, he was not very interested. The principle of evolutionary blocks is unknown, and the direction of gene optimization cannot be adjusted by itself. He is different from the alien god. Madison does not like uncontrollable things. Zodiac Corridor, Red Empire Mother Star, Red Ring Star, Head of State Office. Ulan Riel put down the report in his hand, looked at the remote projection of Terakov opposite him, and asked expressionlessly, "You mean Black Star took the initiative to contact you, saying that he had contacted the Guanghui Federation, and the other party wanted to reconcile with him, and was persuaded by him, and was ready to encircle and suppress the strange gods together?" "Yes." Terakov nodded. Not long ago, Han Xiao contacted him again and roughly explained the process. After the communication was finished, he immediately asked head of Ulan Riel to report and convey Han Xiao's meaning. "Well," Ulan Riel leaned back against the chair, knocked his fingers on the table, and turned to look at the captain of the personal guards beside her, her confidant Claudia. What do you think? Haixing did not ask the Empire in advance, and helped us find a partner privately. He crossed the line. If he made some contributions, he would not know his identity. Claudia's tone was indifferent. He could not talk about his likes and dislikes of Han Xiao, and he said something directly. It's not as serious as he said. This is a good thing, and he reported it as soon as possible. This small problem does not need to be investigated. Ulan Riel waved his hand. I found that he was more eager to kill the strange god than anyone else. Maybe because he was worried that the strange god would covet evolutionary blocks and make a comeback. She pondered for a while and made a decision. Since the Glorious Federation is going to join, we will also bring the Zuling sect and act together in the three parties. Because the alien gods rebelled against the water, the Su Ling suffered huge losses, so their hostility towards the alien gods was stronger than that of the Empire. Because the Lighthouse Star battle and the alien gods cooperated with each other, it caused a certain negative public opinion in the interstellar society. The Su Ling sect urgently needed to attack the alien gods to express their opinions. In this regard, the alien gods were like chamber pots. They were taken out and used when needed. If they were used up, they would kick them back to the corner. On the one hand, Ulan Rier's approach was to pull the Su Ling into the water, share the pressure of the Empire, and fight together. Everyone worked hard, and no one should watch on the shore. On the other hand, it was to try to fulfill the wishes of the Black Star. If it could really wipe out the alien gods, it would be good for everyone. The old galaxy, a desolate universe belt. The fleet that the alien gods escaped from the Broken Star Ring was sailing, moving along the desolate universe belt towards the edge of the star domain. In the main ship hall, Huckizin came to the throne of the strange god and awakened the sleeping strange god. The black fog-like face turned into ugly facial features again. The strange god opened his eyes, looked at his assistant Huckizin, and asked lightly, "What's the matter?" "It's the problem of the base camp. Our troops in the central Shanghai were surrounded by the Red Empire and the Zuling sect, and were seriously injured." "Oh, is there anything else?" The strange god nodded, not caring about it. Huckizin paused and hissed, "We have annoyed the Zuling sect this time. They may join forces with the Empire to send a Super A-level to deal with you. Are you not worried at all?" "They should be worried about, not me." The strange god closed his eyes again, his tone like a dream. "Just experiment with the evolutionary power." Seeing the strange god sleeping again, Huckizin left the hall and closed the door, covering the hideous arc raised on the corner of his mouth. Anger, secret joy, success, giving up, all kinds of complex emotions flashed by. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. 2 days later, Han Xiao called a group of cadres into the office and said that he was about to leave for a business trip to central Shanghai. Sivia, dressed as a capable official, nodded when she heard this, and the ponytail shook. "How long will you go this time?" "It depends on the arrangements of the Empire. They have gathered all their manpower before they can take action." "I understand. I'm watching the affairs of the Legion, so you don't have to worry," Sawia said seriously. Next to him, Hyla raised her hand and brushed the long, red, curly hair that covered one of her eyes, and her red lips slightly opened. "I have something to pack up. When will I go?" Han Xiao shook his head and waved his hand at her. "You don't have to go. I won't take the guards team this time." Hyla paused. "Why?" "Because you want to fight against the strange gods? You can't help. Just sit in the Broken Star Ring." Han Xiao smiled at her. "The guards officers are the elite natural disaster-level combat power of the Legion. Their duty is to deal with opponents that are not worthy of his personal attack. It is useless to deal with the strange gods. It is also a burden to take them." Han Xiao decided to go alone this time. "I understand." Hyla snorted dissatisfiedly, turned her head to leave the room, leaving everyone with a tall back. It seemed to stimulate her strong heart again. Han Xiao smiled in his heart. This is a good thing. Hela is different from the madman in his previous life. It is better to give her motivation appropriately. Sister is going to conduct devil training again. Aurora withdrew her gaze and stared at Han Xiao's angular face with big eyes, worried. "Is it dangerous for you to go alone?" I just didn't take the guards team, and I didn't say I would go alone. As he said that, Han Xiao looked at Renard with a smile. Huh? Me? Renard pointed at himself in surprise. That's right. It's you, don't point it. But I still have to be in charge of the logistics department. Renard was puzzled and didn't understand what Han Xiao took him to do. After spending every day in the logistics department, don't you feel bored? Come out with me for a walk. By the way, who is the deputy director of the logistics department? A natural disaster level mechanic who joined a few years ago. This is his resume. Sivia immediately transferred out the information. In recent years, the Legion has developed leap forward. Han Xiao has become a strong man, full of talents, and more newcomers. The number of natural disaster level people who serve him has long exceeded the normal scale of galaxy-level civilization. In addition to the guards team that became famous in the Broken Star Ring, other natural disaster levels are scattered in various departments, with a respectable status, and have their own names in the universe. The organizational structure of the Legion is also constantly refined and clarifying the division of labor. Most of the natural disaster levels that foreigners defect to, such as Hardaway and Lockheed, while the Legion itself trained fewer natural disaster levels, such as Melos, Sivia, and Renard. Han Xiao looked around casually and asked casually, does he have any records of cutting corners, taking kickbacks, taking bribes, and privately selling Legion drawings? No, if there were any, I would have reported it to you. Sawia was sweating. You are a super A-level virtual mechanic. I'm afraid you even know the size of my underwear. Why don't you hide at home from you? The logistics department's chores are temporarily left to him for management. Han Xiao put away the information, turned to look at Renard, and smiled. Nilo is still a child. If you are bored with your studies every day, it will cause a psychological shadow on him. Take him with him this time, and take him to Chuangsing for a trip. Of course, travel is traveling, and study cannot be stopped. Renard suddenly realized, okay, Lord Haishing mainly took Nilo out for a trip, and he didn't want his godson to have a complete holiday, so he brought him the teacher. Sivia became sore in an instant. I'm also a student of His Excellency Blackstar and the First Disciple. Why is the teacher biased, Renard? I can be a teacher for Nello. I also want to travel on vacation and have fun. Don't worry, when I go out to fight the alien god, you will stay in the Red Ring Star. Don't act with me. There is no danger. Han Xiao looked at Fording again. You go with me too? Just take care of Nero. Okay. Fording smiled. Nilo should be very happy. I don't know whether he is happy, but I'm very happy anyway. Han Xiao smiled in his heart. Taking Ferdin and Nello mainly means believing in a wave of metaphysics. After all, it is very difficult to deal with the alien gods. Taking two advanced protagonists to take advantage of the European energy may increase the success rate of action. The blessing of two high-level lucky halos is better than that of him, an unlucky person, to act alone. Han Xiao made an appointment to set off after 2 hours and immediately announced the end of the meeting. Everyone dispersed. When Hardaway went out, he slipped Rakiti, who was dozing off, and dragged him out of the room, as if he threw a bag of garbage. After the meeting, Renard immediately returned to the logistics department to hand over the work with the deputy minister, and then returned to the office and opened the door of the compartment. In the compartment was Nilo, who was doing homework mechanically, pecking his little head. He drank the dragon blood potion to refresh himself and had no sleepiness at all. It seemed that he was simulating the way he used to doze off in class at Hylon Star, trying to awaken the long-sleeping sleepiness. After checking Nilo's homework, Renard couldn't help but feel a hint of satisfaction on his meticulous face. Although he only taught Nilo according to Han Xiao's order at the beginning, during the teaching process, he liked the student more and saw his own shadow in Nilo. Although Nilo doesn't like mechanics as enthusiastically as he is also hardworking. Nilo has one advantage. That is, he never is lazy. Even if the amount of homework is desperate, Nilo will finish it seriously and never be perfunctory. Renard likes such a student very much. After all, the mechanical and magic are different from other professions. Knowledge is power. The stronger the foundation is, the smoother the growth will be. Renard is optimistic about Nilo's future. Thinking of this in his heart, with Renard's introverted personality, he obviously would not say it. He coughed. Don't do it. Pack up. The Legion commander will take you to Central Star C for a trip. Nilo's mute eyes suddenly came to life, and a light of excitement and surprise burst out. Godfather is going to take me out for fun. Huh, I finally don't have to do my homework. Nero threw down his pen and was so excited that he almost burst into tears. His godfather still spoiled me. The slight resentment in Nilo's heart suddenly disappeared, and he was cheering and almost wanted to open his arms and praise Black Star. Oh no, praise Godfather. Check things quickly. We'll set off in a while, and we'll get to the dock together. Nilo stopped and turned his head like a mechanical one. Wait, the Legion commander asked me to go together and urge you to learn on the way. Renard had an expressionless face. Nilo's happy expression froze on his face. Han Xiao waited at the private pier for a while, and Fording arrived first. The two chatted for a while, and Renard and Nello were late. Nilo was carrying a small school bag, listless and looked desperate. All people are here, then let's go. Han Xiao took everyone on the ship, debugged it, and asked Philip to take over and enter the autonomous driving mode. The spacecraft took off in orbit and entered space, set its destination as the Red Empire at the military Stargate station of the Broken Star Ring, and then quickly switched to the transition mode and started rushing. I went to Central Shanghai once last year, and this time I was familiar with the journey. After flying for a while, the group successfully arrived at the military Stargate station and directly crossed several star domains through the Stargate to the Red Ring Galaxy in the Constellation Corridor. Under the guidance of the reception troops, they passed through the Psycho-Energy Band Ring and arrived at the Red Ring Star, the mother star of the Empire. The journey was calm, and the journey was smooth. This is the capital of the Red Empire. Renard looked at the orbital traction satellites around the Red Ring Star, large space fortresses, orbital life stations in a fascinating manner, and admired the mechanical structure above. So magnificent. Nilo looked at the Red Ring Star outside the porthole. This was much more spectacular than the Sea Blue Star in his hometown. The group landed slowly, and there had been an Empire reception envoy guarding the dock, saluting respectfully to Han Xiao, and leading everyone into the core political area, Tyren Hamel Palace, and settled in the official guest house. This is the capital of the legendary cosmic civilization. Nero is curious about everything, and his eyes are very open. If he had no godfather, he might not have been here in his life. The reception staff smiled and said, His Excellency Haixing, I am responsible for the life affairs of your group. You can come to me if you have anything. Well, then you can take them around. The mother star of the Empire is very big. Take them a play with any fun places. Han Xiao said, Godfather, aren't you with us? I have something to do. I have to go and meet the head of the Empire. Han Xiao waved his hand and told the few people not to run around, then went straight to the core government building where Ulan Ruer was. He had already informed him before, and Ulan Ruer was waiting to meet him. I swiped my face all the way, and I quickly came to the door of the head of state's office. The secretary knocked on the door, and Ulan Ruer's voice came from inside. Please come in. The door opened, and Han Xiao walked in. This is the second time I have met the head of state. Just like the first time, there's still only Ulan, Riel, and Claudia in the room. Haixing, you are here. Please sit down. Ulan Ruer nodded. Han Xiao nodded and just sat down. Ulan Ruer spoke again. You have made great contributions to the Lighthouse Star Battle and done a good job. They were praised in remote communication before, and this time they met. Ulan Ruer praised it in person. I just did a little bit of work. Han Xiao suddenly realized that this sentence was really useful. I'm humble. The Empire has always rewarded merits. Maybe you already know that we will add new resource support and give you preferential treatment in the division of the Shining World. Ulan Riel paused and said slowly, I can give you a clear idea. After the first phase of development is completed, we will build various infrastructure in the 3-star clusters. At that time, we will first divide some territories to some allies and operate the transit station, colonial stars, trade stars, and civil stargates. You can make requests on the issue of territorial division, and I will focus on your opinions. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. This is what allows me to choose the first territories myself. It is not only because of the credit, but also the olive branch thrown out by the head of state. The development of a new star domain is a long-term plan. The empire is not in a hurry. After the land is opened, it is to build roads. First, the explored area is built, and then slowly explore other star clusters. More star clusters will be unlocked in the future, and the various allies will naturally obtain more than one territory. This is a good thing for Han Xiao. After the first phase is completed, you will be able to obtain territory. At that time, you will be able to officially start developing the civilization of mechanical life and move the Black Spirit clan over. I am much freer in my own territory than in the Broken Star Ring. That is the real territory of my own. I don't need to share areas with other galaxy-level civilizations and have absolute voice. I'm looking forward to it. Han Xiao smiled. Well, let's talk about the main thing. The Empire recruited you mainly for two things this time. You know both. The first is that the Empire agreed to certain conditions of the Zuling sect to unlock one of the super ill-level space-time amber seals for them. So it needs your help. Han Xiao nodded to express his clarity. The second thing is to encircle and suppress the strange gods, which is also related to the first thing. Only when a seal is lifted will the Zuling sect agree to join the operation. Han Xiao was slightly surprised when he heard this. The Zuling sect also wants to go into the sea. Cough, start. He had not received this news before, and was a little surprised to learn it for the first time. Isn't it just the glorious Federation? The Zuling sect is. This is what I mean. You drag the glorious Federation into the water, and I called the Zuling sect, by the way. They are willing to join us to encircle and suppress the strange gods. Han Xiao was immediately surprised. This was an unexpected surprise. The Zuling sect also joined forces. The three civilizations joined forces to kill the strange gods. He pretended to be pondered for a while and smiled. Originally, we were the only ones who took action. Now, the three major civilizations have jointly acted, saving us a lot of energy. It's not just this reason, it's because of you. Me? Well, the Empire has felt your murderous intent towards the alien gods. This is also to satisfy your wishes. Han Xiao was a little flattered. This means my suggestion does influence the decisions of the Red Empire? You are an important ally of the Empire, so we certainly attach importance to your ideas. Ulan Rayer paused for a moment and continued. Let's end the conversation. I still have some matters to deal with. The teams sealed by the Zuling sect have not arrived yet, and the encirclement teams of the three parties have not been assembled. You can stay in Shuangxing for a while first, and you will be notified during the specific action. Okay. Han Xiao heard the meaning of seeing off the guests and curled his lips secretly. It seems that the head of the Empire is really busy, and Li Wanji is about to be Japanese again. She stood up and said goodbye and left the head of state's office. The door closed behind him, and Han Xiao then breathed a sigh of relief and was very excited. Originally, the Red Empire was just a formality to deal with the alien gods, and it was itself that it promoted the joint action of the three cosmic civilizations. With his own support, the current situation was formed, and the situation was even better than he expected. The three major civilizations encircled and suppressed each other, and the formation was huge. His will to resolutely eradicate the alien gods was valued by the Empire, which definitely had the role of political assets, thus changing the decisions of the head of state. The influence accumulated over the years has played a role. It's finally my turn to greet you, strange god. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Leaving the head of state affairs building, on the way to the guest house, Han Xiao's communicator suddenly rang out and took it a look. It was Milizhao's call. Black Star, have you arrived at Red Ring Star? Milizhao smiled. Yes, are you here too? I don't seem to see you. It's not here yet. We are having a remote party. You go online. Okay. Han Xiao entered the field of vision of the quantum network, found an encrypted channel, and placed a remote projection. The next moment, my eyes flashed, and I was in a huge room with a round table in front of me, surrounded by more than a dozen thrones. My remote projection was sitting in one of the seats. At this time, most of the thrones had projections, and only 4 positions were absent. Han Xiao looked around and said that all the other projections were all Imperial allies, equivalent to a group chat with the Red Empire's Super A level. Usually no one organizes it, and no one goes online. The group chat is deserted. Now most empires are Super A level online, and many of them are acquaintances. Dragon King Milizao's, Burning Bioni, Ship King Maxwell, Arcane Fox Ravenlord, Star Killing Vuru, and Xiao Baba are also online, while Dark Emperor Claudi and another empire's 3 pillars are not online. Ah, Black Star is here. Bioni was the most enthusiastic, his whole body was full of fire, and he looked very happy. Everyone nodded to Han Xiao and greeted him one after another. The 2 brothers who fought side by side in the Lighthouse Star battle spoke closest tones. Maxwell was also friendly. Ravenlord and Heber were both neither salty nor light, and the others were equal in attitude, but they all had some respect. After the Battle of Lighthouse Star, Han Xiao achieved the record of capturing Super A level alive, which not only established his position in the outside world, but also increased his voice in the circle of the Empire's Super A level allies. Although Han Xiao is a newcomer who has just entered the Imperial Super A level circle, he has been respected by his colleagues, has been officially accepted into the circle, and has been in a relatively middle-level position, which is more in position than some ordinary Super A-level circles. No one will deliberately provoke and test it like the first time they meet. After all, the strong are respected, and Super A-level values strength more. Faced with the kindness released by his colleagues, Han Xiao responded one by one. After the greetings, Milizao's, the organizer of the party, spoke. If the other 4 guys don't come, don't think about them. Let's discuss it. Everyone knows that the Empire decided to send at least 3 Super A-level encirclement and suppress the alien gods and prepared several lists. But first of all, we have to ask our own wishes. Needless to say, Black Star, he is determined to kill the alien gods, and I plan to help. Who are you still interested? The command of the cosmic civilization is not a simple command tone. As long as it is not a key action, most of the time, the Super A-level allies will consider the wishes of the Super A-level itself and do not force their allies. Therefore, the Super A-level allies of the 3 major civilizations have private meetings to exchange opinions. Everyone was pondering, looking at Han Xiao from time to time. Han Xiao looked around and noticed Milizao's throwing a look at him. After a little thought, he understood it. Milizao's learned from the Empire that Han Xiao had a firm murderous intent towards the alien gods, and specially gathered most empires over the A-level. In fact, it was deliberately giving Han Xiao a chance to find helpers and select teammates. Lao Long is still very interesting. Han Xiao sighed. At this time, Bioni shrugged. Last time we fought with the alien god, Black Star, you were also present. It's not that I don't want to help you, but I am a superpower. The alien god restrains me. It's better to let other systems go, so I won't take the quota. Han Xiao nodded. Indeed, the alien god has superpowers to be silent and restrains most superpowers. Bioni is right. Letting him go is just a so-called soybean. However, no matter how understanding is, you still have to despise it. Haha, brother. One word dish. Seeing that everyone did not express their opinions, Han Xiao said, "The head of state has revealed some information to me just now. This time, it is not the Empire's action alone. The Guangwei Federation and the Zuling sect will also join the ranks of encirclement and suppression. The 3 parties act together. This is not a formality, but an excellent opportunity to eradicate the alien gods. Personally, I will not let this opportunity go. If anyone is willing to help me, I will thank him after the matter is completed." Hearing this, many people's eyes lit up. Hearing this, He Xing said that if he helped him solve the alien gods, there would definitely be a share in the evolution block. "I'll participate." Ravenlower spoke first. His yearning for evolutionary blocks has not been a day or 2. "Okay, who else?" Milizao's said lightly. As both ancients, he and Ravenlord are not very good. Although the relationship is not good, he also recognizes Ravenlord's strength. Ordinary super A-level can't become an ancient. After all, this is an action that Black Star values. Milizhao's hopes to help him choose some more powerful teammates. As for the other two empires, there is no need to consider it. Claudia is guarding Ulan Riel's side, and the other brother is also guarding a star field, which is difficult to move. Herbert was also a little moved, but he couldn't help but remain nervous and didn't say anything. Some people refused, some were not interested, some accepted, and in the end, more than half of the super A-level allies present decided to participate in the operation, and there were 7 people, including Han Xiao. Milizhao's, Maxerul, Ravenlaud, Viru, Cole, and Swordman Fu, these 6 teammates participated in the extermination of the gods. Among them, Cole is a martial arts master, and Swordman Fu is a female mind master. After counting it, there is no superpower system in the team. Will there be too many 7 people? Can Empire agree? Raven Lauder questioned. The Empire does not agree, so we will help in our private capacity. Can Empire control it? Swordsman Fu's tone was cold. The Red Empire originally expected the number of people to be 3 to 5, but because of Han Xiao's evolutionary block reward, the team reached 7, exceeding the Empire's expectations. However, the Empire had no objection to this, and it was hard to stop its allies from asking friends for help in private, and it was not a bad thing. Han Xiao turned his head to look at this female mind master. He had long, soft white hair, striped blue-purple skin color, and his facial features were slightly similar to humans. He was also very beautiful from the aesthetics of the interstellar human race. His whole person exuded a dreamy atmosphere and had a unique beauty. Swordman Fu is her name, not her nickname. Swordman is the surname, and Fu is the name. She comes from a unique race called the Renus. This race is genderless before the age of 15. When she is 15, her body will undergo unique changes and can transform into males or females on its own. According to the customs of the Renus, it is called characteristic ritual. Once the gender is determined, it cannot be changed in the future. Therefore, social thoughts attach great importance to division of labor and cooperation, but characterization rituals determine the fate of a lifetime. There are too many people who choose to transform into males every year. Even if the status and welfare of females are constantly elevated in society, the fertility rate will still decrease year by year. Therefore, the Renus clan clearly stipulated the number of people that must become females every year to ensure the continuation of race. Swordman F is a Renus tribe who was unfortunately drawn by a lottery when he was a child and forced to become females. Therefore, although the Renus clan produced a super A-level powerhouse, he did not receive any protection. The swordman Fu managed his own power independently of civilization and publicly stated that the Renus clan had nothing to do with her very early. Another teammate, Coral, who completely defected to the Empire, was a former super A-level player who had no power and had a purebred big muscle bully. He was not as strong as Herbert, but at least he was a super A-level player. Then I'll ask you all at that time. Han Xiao suppressed the fluctuations in his mood and nodded to thank him. After talking for a while, the party was announced to the end. Milizhao's went to inform the Empire, and remote projections were taken off the line. Han Xiao withdrew from the quantum network vision and breathed out, feeling excited. The teammates have been decided. The Empire has released 7 people, plus the other 2, and will exceed 10 of them, which may reach the scale of the Lighthouse Star Battle. Moreover, with so many people only dealing with the alien god, the situation of the alien god is much worse than that of the Lighthouse Star Battle Empire. Han Xiao clenched his fists excitedly, and the situation of preparation before the battle was great. I went to apply for a certificate in the afternoon, and I delayed a lot of typing time. Today I have fewer words. A few days ago, I booked tonight's ticket to watch Purple Potato Monster 2, How to Lose When Riding the Face of the Flying Dragon, and be a little genius who is immune to spoilers, and collect the feel by the way. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. The Empire's team was established. The 7 super-level teams were an extremely powerful force, with more people than Han Xiao himself and the Empire expected. The Empire finally agreed to the team's list and began to assemble the fleet to prepare for the operation. Before dealing with the alien god, you need to perform the virtual spirit transaction first. The Zuling sect escorted the Super A-level team on the way. During this period, Han Xiao was on standby at Chihuan Star and happened to accompany Nilo and others to visit the Empire's mother star. The Red Ring Star is a large area and has many floating orbit cities, with a large population and a very prosperous place. It has many landmark buildings in the universe. The Red Ring Star is also the birthplace of the Red Empire civilization. There are many ruins preserved from the ancient times. It has a strong historical atmosphere and great value for archaeology and tourism. Under the guidance of a guide, Han Xiao and his party visited many attractions during this period. In his previous life, Han Xiao belonged to the Imperial camp, so he naturally visited the Empire's mother star carefully and was quite familiar with the situation here, so he was not curious. He mainly strolled with Nilo and his group so that Nilo could open his eyes and improve his experience. Red Ring Star has rich mission resources, but for Han Xiao, it is not of high value, and his identities are different now. Every move of the Super A-level move of the Mother Star is stared at by the people of the Empire. It is impossible for the citizens to run errands for no reason. Most importantly, this period is different from previous lives, and many people who release familiar tasks have not appeared yet. On this day, everyone came to visit the Imperial Palace Museum. This museum is the largest and most authoritative ancient museum of the Red Empire. It preserves almost all the remains and cultural relics of every historical stage passed down from ancient times. It is known as the three official civilization museums, together with the Star Museum of the Glorious Federation and the God Gift Hall of the Void Sect. It is one of the landmark buildings of the Red Ring Star. The Holy Palace Museum is a large and active park covering an area, containing dozens of exhibition halls, with different architectural styles, representing different periods of the Empire and very grand. With a guide who is an Imperial official by his side, one advantage is that he does not have to queue up or buy tickets. Han Xiao led Fording, Renard and Nello to cross the long queue and enter the museum through the privileged passage. The privileged behavior is eye-catching, and tourists queuing up all look at each other and whisper. I've seen the Black Star, who seems to be a broken star ring, on the news. I actually saw such a big man. Good luck. Hurry, take a photo. These tourists were a little excited and took out their equipment to take photos. Super A-level is a big man who has completely grasped the authority of the universe. His status is completely different from that of ordinary interstellar citizens. When I meet Han Xiao by chance, it feels like meeting a celebrity on the road. These tourists have different races and come from different civilizations. The psychological band belt protects the safety of the mother planet, but does not completely enclose the mother planet. At least this will not be done in the interstellar era. It is just that visitors need to undergo strict scrutiny, and the visa time limit is very short. Every year, a large number of tourists come to Chihuan Star to stimulate the local tourism industry. The Empire values not this little money, but to use tourism to increase the influence of imperial culture. Han Xiao and his group walked into the museum and entered the main exhibition hall under the guidance. Unlike the noise outside, the interior of the exhibition hall is very quiet. The atmosphere is solemn and dignified. The dome is towering, and when you look up, the murals are like sky curtains. The main exhibition hall is a place that tells the overall development of the Red Empire. Everyone listens to the guide's explanation and visits cultural relics. These cultural relics contain daily necessities, artistic relics, and ancient tools from various periods. The virtual screen next to them shows the source of the items and their historical experiences. Nilo was full of curiosity about the history of the Empire. After carefully reading the introduction of each cultural relic, Fording followed Nilo and was quite interested. He was influenced by imperial culture. Renard's attention was mainly focused on various ancient machinery. These technologies were extremely backward from the current perspective, but Renard's interest in mechanical cultural relics was greater than other cultural relics. Han Xiao walked the fastest and came under 10 huge black stone tablets. The height of these 10 stone tablets almost touched the dome of the exhibition hall, which recorded the historical process of the Red Empire from its origin to the present, and the development of the Red Empire was not smooth sailing. Basically, all civilizations started in the end, from primitive to interstellar, and the Red Empire also had weak periods. The development of the empire in history has experienced many eras, and has also experienced various crises brought about by technological progress, social transformation, internal and external wars, and reform of thoughts. The biochemical mutation crisis brought about by the progress of genetic technology, the intelligent machinery crisis brought about by the advancement of mechanical industry and intelligent technology, the drastic changes in the home star environment brought about by the era of heavy industry machinery. With the advancement of technology, civilization has encountered countless forks. There are also those ancient cosmic disasters comparable to the main lines of each version, such as the world-destroying insect tide, the cosmic organic extinction virus, the void riot, the exploration war, etc., countless crises of all sizes, and the civilization process of many disasters and difficulties, which eventually developed the iron-blooded style of the Red Empire. From a weak civilization to one of the cosmic overlords today, there were too many magnificent waves during this period. Standing under these 10 stone tablets, feeling the foundation of civilization that has stood for countless years, the sense of time and heaviness of history seem to be coming to my face. Individuals appear extremely small in the face of the entire history of civilization. Han Xiao was looking up at the stone tablet in a daze, and an old voice suddenly sounded around him. I will be shocked whenever I see these stone tablets. Han Xiao turned his head and looked at him. An old man wearing the clothes of a museum staff stood beside him. He looked kind-hearted with a straight back and a straight posture, as if he had the style of a soldier. Yes, every civilization that reaches the cosmic level has its foundation that can be respected. Han Xiao echoed. The old man nodded, turned to face Han Xiao, and smiled. Introduce yourself. I am the Deputy Director of the Holy Palace Museum, Carl Flule Wyshandy. Hello, Lord Blackstar. Hello. Han Xiao also nodded friendly, but muttered in his heart. Carl Flule Visani? This name seems a bit familiar. Generally speaking, the names of people familiar with him are basically people with names in their previous lives. Han Xiao did not neglect either. While searching in the memory palace, he chatted with the deputy director. Carl is a very talkative old man. He doesn't care much about Han Xiao's identity and communicates with an equal attitude. I have always been interested in imperial history and have been guarding the museum for many years. I like to maintain the cultural relics here, and I always have different feelings. Carl stroked the stone tablet and sighed. Han Xiao glanced at the please don't touch sign standing under the stone tablet and decided to selectively ignore the deputy director's illegal operations. Deputy Director Carl, were you a soldier before? Yes, when I was young, I served in the 7th Reconnaissance Corps of the Empire. I personally participated in 23 battles and later became the Chief of Staff of Remote Command and finally became a civilian job. I served in the Army for most of my life. I applied for retirement and came to the Holy Palace Museum to be the Deputy Director. Carl told the truth. Rather than explaining his origin to Han Xiao, he was talking to himself and falling into memories. Hearing this, Han Xiao flashed a spirit and finally found the corresponding identity in the memory palace and took a secret breath. He remembered who this guy was. To be precise, the retired officer in front of him is not a famous NPC, but his descendants are famous throughout the universe. Carl's last name is Fleur Weishan Emperor, and in Han Xiao's memory, the future head of the Red Empire is also this surname. The future head of the empire is likely to be the descendant of this old man. This really hit a big fish. Han Xiao turned his head silently, glanced in the direction of Ferdine and Nero, and then withdrew his gaze. It's so scary. The goddess of luck is not just lifting her skirt. Isn't she even taking off her underwear? Of course, based on time, the future head of empire has not been born yet, but when he meets his ancestors, he also has the value of getting to know him. And the value may be higher. As soon as his thoughts changed, Han Xiao smiled slightly and said, I have joined the Empire not long ago, and I am very curious about the history of the Empire. I wonder if you are not interested in introducing it to me. It is really my honor to explain the history of the Empire to super ill-level allies. Carl laughed, quite cheerful. As an older generation retired soldier, he was happy to tell others about the history of the Red Empire, which was also something he loved. The next day, Carl snatched the job of the guide and accompanied Han Xiao and his party to visit some exhibition halls, and had a great time. Han Xiao made friends with him consciously and used his PY talk. The two sides had a great time talking and agreed to continue tomorrow when they left. In the next 2 days, Han Xiao followed Carl to visit the Holy Palace Museum. On the next night, he finally visited all the exhibition halls, and the two became much more familiar with each other. Han Xiao took the initiative to invite Carl's family to have dinner outside, but Carl did not agree. Instead, he invited Han Xiao to their house as a guest, saying that he would show his cooking skills and entertain Han Xiao and his group without having to go to the restaurant outside. On the agreed day, Han Xiao and his party set out for Carl's residence. As a retired senior officer, Carl received preferential treatment from the government and lived in the living area of retired officials. He had a small villa in the Imperial Parent Star, which was worth every inch of land. It was not far from Tyrannhamel Palace, so it was very convenient to walk over. After passing through the guard post, Han Xiao and others came to the villa door. Nilo stood on tiptoe and knocked on the door, and a rustling sound came from the room. Everyone waited for a while before a middle-aged man pushed open the door from inside. Hello, Mr. Haixing, please come in quickly. The middle-aged man looked excited and respectful and hurriedly invited several people into it. This man is Carl's eldest son, working in the Red Empire, a civilian official. With his father's support, his career is quite smooth, and now he has climbed to the middle level, but it is obviously not enough to see in front of Han Xiao. When the eldest son was excited to learn that his father had joined the high-ranking Super A-level allies, he did a lot of homework for tonight's party. Walking into the hall, Carl poked his head out of the kitchen and said cheerfully, Hello, Haixing, you sit first, and the meals will be cooked for a while. It's okay, take your time, we have time. Han Xiao waved his hand. Several people sat down on the sofa in the hall, with their eldest son accompanying them, and there were 2 people next to them. One was the second daughter, and the other was the younger son. The former was an entrepreneur and ran an interstellar tourism agency, and the latter was a sculpture artist. It was a very common configuration for high-ranking officials' families. While these 2 were respectful, they also had some trembling emotions. After glanced at the decoration of the room, Han Xiao saw the photo of the woman hanging on the wall. It should be Carl's deceased wife. Carl has 3 children. Han Xiao recalled it and couldn't remember which descendant of the future head of the empire was. It's not that I can't remember it, but that this is too detailed and I didn't pay attention to in my previous life. However, according to the professions of the 3, 80% of them are descendants of the eldest son. The eldest son intends to make friends, and his words are filled with obscure congratulations. The other 2 occasionally talk, but they dare not speak. Han Xiao did not reject the enthusiasm of his eldest son and chatted with them for a while. Carl finally walked out of the kitchen with the food, placed it on the table, and then invited everyone to serve. The dishes are all home-cooked dishes from the Red Empire. They have good cooking skills and are full of colors, fragrance, and taste. Nilo enjoys eating. The eldest son stole Forden's job and enthusiastically picked up food for Nilo and licked them with skill. The children on the dining table are the best tool. After drinking and eating, the second daughter and the youngest son took the initiative to clean up, and the others returned to the living room and sat on the sofa and chatted. It can be seen that Carl was very happy today and laughed a lot. Your high star is still worthy of your face. These 3 bastards say they are busy every day and don't have time to come back to see me. But when you come, they all ran back happily, especially the boy next to them, who is more enthusiastic than my father. Carl smiled. Ahem. The eldest son was a little embarrassed and drank a glass of water to shock him. Han Xiao smiled and turned to look at his eldest son. What position do you have in the Red Empire? The eldest son's eyes lit up and he hurriedly talked about his position. Well, it's already good to sit in this position. Han Xiao pinched his chin. If you need any help in the future, you can ask me for help and give me your message number. That's great. Thank you, Mr. Haishing. The eldest son was overjoyed and looked grateful. He was so enthusiastic just to get the protection of Black Star. As an official, he had a good sense of politics. Black Star itself has a high status and was valued by the head of state and the young and strong military factions in the empire, which was enough to have a great positive impact on his career. Moreover, at the age of Black Star, he can protect the Red Empire for many years, and his status will definitely become higher and higher. If you get on this line, you will have a bright future. Carl didn't like his eldest son's behavior and felt that his relationship with Black Star's friend had become a little complicated, but he would not stop his eldest son from his chances, so he simply sighed and ignored it. By the way, there's one more thing. I brought you a gift. Han Xiao said with a smile. Hey, there's no need for a gift. Carl waved his hand. That won't work. What's the point of coming to the door with empty hands? Han Xiao snapped his fingers, and 10 compressed balls flew out and landed on the table. These are 10 mechanical guards I made by myself. They have been modified and configured with the signal transmitter that notifies me. When you encounter danger, press the button. I will know that you will release your mechanical force to travel through the void, remotely activate the mechanical guards, and protect your personal safety. The mechanical guards supported by my long-range mechanical force should be able to deal with natural disaster-level dangers. Will this be too expensive? Carl hesitated. Hearing this, Han Xiao laughed and said to himself, Haha, I'm a mechanic. Okay, thank you for your kindness. Carl didn't feel embarrassed and put away the 10 compression balls. He is old and doesn't care about his own safety, but the safety of his descendants must be considered. The mechanical guards given by the super A-level powerhouse are too valuable. Black Star has a long lifespan. As long as he is alive, these 10 compressed balls can be passed on as heirlooms. After giving the gift, the relationship between the two parties became much closer. After chatting for a while, Han Xiao and his group said goodbye and left. After leaving Carl's villa, Han Xiao's mouth curled up. It would be interesting to make friends with the ancestors of the future head of the empire in advance and bring the relationship closer. Investments with small costs have the opportunity to get big returns, and there is no reason not to do such a transaction. As he thought about it, Han Xiao's big hand touched Nilo's head. Nilo enjoyed the feeling of being touched. His head leaned back and looked up at Han Xiao behind him. You are really my little lucky star. Han Xiao smiled. Nilo blinked. Although he didn't understand what Han Xiao meant, he could also tell that Han Xiao was in a good mood. He turned his eyes and took the opportunity to ask, Can that reduce my homework? Yes, in the dream. Nilo shook his head hard, shook Han Xiao's hand away, and put his school bag on his head, not touching Han Xiao's head. Han Xiao took Nilo and others to travel while watching the favor of the Carl family. After a while, the Empire finally gave formal instructions. The escort team of the Zuling sect is about to arrive at the trading location and can set off by themselves. Han Xiao left Nilo and others in the Empire's mother planet, followed the Empire fleet to leave the mother planet, and went to meet with the Zuling escort team to perform the transaction of lifting a super A-level seal. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. Border Sector Number 1749C. A border area bordering the Constellation Corridor and the bright silver spiral arm. The Red Empire and the Void Spirit sect have arranged heavy troops here all year round. Han Xiao took advantage of the Imperial base camp's well-connected Stargate passage and arrived at this border area in less than a few days. This is the trading location agreed by the Empire and Su Ling. The warship hovered next to the outpost, and Han Xiao's spacecraft received a communication from the outpost commander. His Excellency Black Star, the escort team of the Zuling sect, has arrived and is waiting for handover with us. The official handover is a deserted planet in the strategic depth between the two sides' borders. His Excellency Milizhao's and the outpost troops will escort you to your destination. Milizhao's is also here. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. As soon as he finished speaking, the voice of Lao Long sounded from the channel. I have been here for a long time and have been waiting for you. The Empire asked me to come here just to prevent unexpected accidents. Although the probability is very small, the possibility of the other party snatching the amber of time and space cannot be ruled out. Well, I know. Han Xiao nodded. Commander, let's go now. Heavy Imperial warships flew out from the outpost, escorting Han Xiao's fleet. Mila Zhao's huge body soared in the starry sky, following the main ship that Han Xiao was riding. The two were the same size. The fleet did not use the jump, but moved forward in the conventional propulsion mode. After driving for a while, a desolate planet appeared in the field of vision and gradually magnified in everyone's eyes. The fleet of the Su Ling sect and the Red Empire had already arrived on this planet, and the two sides were confronting in outer space. At the corresponding surface location of the confrontation, there was an escort team of the Su Ling sect. Di Luan, sealed in the amber of time and space, stood on the ground, and Yin Yi, who was frightened and angry on her face, was still so vivid. The Super A level that the Empire promised to unblock is Di Luan. The best ones can often get preferential treatment from their opponents. Han Xiao first scanned the situation on this planet and confirmed that there were no traps. However, Lighthouse Star was caught off guard by Galway's Apocalypse teleporter in the battle, and he did not let go of his vigilance when he saw this. We're here, Lord Blackstar, let's go. The emissary sent by the Empire sent respectfully to invite Han Xiao to set off together. Han Xiao nodded, followed the special envoy to the reserve cabin, walked into a flight vehicle in the atmosphere, drove the vehicle away from the main ship, and landed slowly. In sight, the red Earth was getting closer and closer. Bang! The rectangular vehicle landed on the ground. The hatch doors slid open, and Han Xiao stepped onto the red sand-like ground. Walking to the Su Ling escort team, he glanced at him, then turned his eyes to Amber, looking at Di Luan and Amber. The Imperial envoy stepped forward to negotiate with the Imperial envoy. After a while, the Imperial envoy retreated and nodded to Han Xiao. Hello, Haixing, please unseal. Hearing this, Han Xiao walked forward, stood in front of Di Luan, and suddenly turned his head to look at the Su Ling escort team, and saw everyone staring at him. Technician Han raised his eyebrows, raised his foot, and stepped on the ground lightly, and the lightning flashed. The next moment, the ground that was stepping on turned into nanometal material, and the silver color spread rapidly, covering the area with a diameter of 5 meters, turning it into a metal surface. Then an annular metal wall rose at the edge of the area, gathering above the head, covering this area and isolating everyone's sight. Obviously, Blackstar was not going to let others see how he broke the seal, and everyone was a little disappointed and had to wait quietly. It took 10 minutes for the nanometal barrier to fold and retracted it from Han Xiao's hand. Di Luan's seal had disappeared. He sat on the ground, looking horrified and frightened. Mr. Di Luan, are you okay? Su Ling's escort team hurried up to help him. I'm fine. Di Luan quickly came to his senses, refused to support him, stood up, staring at Han Xiao in front of him, his eyes revealing all kinds of emotions such as anger, hostility, fear, and fear, mainly because he was still lingering fear. How are you doing these months? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and smiled. Di Luan immediately shivered, and the fear in his eyes became stronger. He subconsciously took a step back and did not dare to approach Han Xiao. His body was frozen in space and time, but his mind was always running. He could clearly feel his body, but he could not control it. This feeling was extremely tormented, just like a ghost pressing on a bed. During this period of time, he was trapped. Di Luan was almost autistic. If it weren't for the super A-level mental strength and tenacious will, he felt that he might have been driven crazy. Although the imprisonment in just a few months is not enough to erase a super A-level consciousness, he has already noticed the tendency of soul weakness. If he is trapped, his soul may eventually be destroyed. This possibility made Di Luan couldn't help but be shocked. Not only can he imprison individuals, but he can also erase the prisoner's consciousness. He can't even resist the super A-level. The horror of space-time amber makes him frightened. He never wants to experience this feeling again in his life. Han Xiao glanced around and suddenly said, the seal was lifted. Where's your ambush? You can kill you. He always felt that the Zuling sect would place the troops in a nearby area. Once the transaction was completed, he would throw the cup as a sign and jump out to kill 300 swords and axe players. We didn't have ambush. The corner of the Void Spirit Messenger's mouth twitched. Is that right? I thought you'd try to deal with me. This time, you can not only snatch the evolution block, but also get the time and space amber. I didn't expect there was really no ambush. Han Xiao shook his head and smiled. It seems that you were really beaten and cowardly. The emissary of a void spirit was suffocated, and a burst of shame surged in his heart. Black Star has proved itself with its record. For the sake of other sealed allies, the Zuling sect really has no intention of taking risks. What's more, this is the border between the two sides. The Empire is vigilant, and they cannot launch a sneak attack. Of course, these reasons are actually cowardly. It was precisely because he was right that he hit the pain of the emissary of the Void Spirit and stabbed his little heart. The Zuling envoy could not refute, and gritted his teeth and said, "Since the transaction is completed, we will leave first, and hope that we can make similar transactions in the future." Han Xiao touched his chin. "Will you leave like this?" "Diluan, we won't know each other without fighting, and we won't stay to talk to me about the past." The Zuling envoy immediately became alert. "Hello, He Xing. What are you going to do?" The handover was in the middle of the border. It was precisely because both sides had some concerns that the Empire was afraid that Zuling would attack again, and Zuling was afraid that the Empire would go back on its word. So each of them had fears, so the people of the Zuling sect easily misunderstood Han Xiao's words, although he did it on purpose. "What are you doing so nervous? Are you afraid that we will steal people?" Han Xiao curled his lips. The Void Messenger pursed his lips and refused to speak. Diluan's face was tense and replied, "If I have the chance in the future, I will visit the Black Star Army in person. Then I hope you will come with kindness." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "Otherwise, the experience of these few months will be repeated in you." Hearing this, Diluan, who was already quite tough, remembered the feeling of being sealed again, shrank slightly, stopped talking, and slowly retreated in front of Han Xiao, pulling a distance far enough away. Brush! Several traction beams shot on Diluan and his group, sucking them back to the battleship. Han Xiao watched Diluan ascend to heaven in place, and then the fleet of the Zuling sect in outer space quickly turned and left the planet. "The transaction is completed. Go back." Han Xiao patted the special envoy's shoulder, turned around, and walked towards the flight vehicle, and a playful look flashed across his face. The Zuling sect will definitely ask about the feelings when sealing, and Diluan will not fail to cooperate. Then the Zuling sect will learn that the sealed super A-level and thinking activities are also there, and if sealed for a long time, it may cause the death of consciousness. The Zuling sect did not know the possibility of amber in the time and space, and after receiving Diluan's report, he would definitely fall into anxiety and had to break the seal of others as soon as possible. In this way, they became even weaker in negotiations with the Empire. In order to hurry up, they might compromise with more excessive conditions. They were so sad that they could not express their suffering. One word, it's so miserable. "Hey, I've cheated these geniuses again." Han Xiao smiled in his heart. A person's happiness is often based on the pain of others, and Lu Sun is sincere but does not deceive me. The transaction between the two sides went smoothly. Han Xiao followed the troops back to the border outpost of the Empire and happened to receive news from the senior officials of the Empire. The senior officials said that the Zuling sect would send super A-level combat forces to participate in the encirclement and suppression of strange gods as promised. Several Imperial allies who were confirmed to participate in the encirclement and suppression have set off and traveled from all over the place to the reserved assembly location, gathered together and set out together to set foot in the old galaxy. After resting at the outpost for a while, Milizao's came over. "Hey Xing, I'm going to go directly to the assembly site. Do you have anything else to do?" "I'm the same, nothing else." "Okay, let's go together." The trauma of the scepter of the gods has not been completely healed. Do you still have that? Give me a few hundred shots. Well, I do have that kind of recovery potion, but you know the equivalent exchange. Tell me, how much dragon blood is needed? Do you want me? Ahem, let's talk about it on the road, and let's talk about it on the road. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. Sure enough, as long as a person breaks through the bottom line, there will be a second time when he has the first time. Milazau's originally refused to provide his dragon blood, but when he saw Han Xiao collecting a lot, he seemed to give up on himself. Anyway, he had it, so it would be no big deal to give it some. It sounded a bit strange and exciting. The two of them did not delay at the border and set off together. The public security in the Empire was good. Except for Milazau's, the two of them encountered no other problems along the way. They arrived at the assembly site at the earliest to wait for other allies to arrive. At the same time, the old galaxy was a desolate universe belt. The fallen Ark fleet hovered over a star, with energy shields isolated from powerful radiant energy. In a large command room of the main ship, Huckizin stood in front of the porthole, observing a certain position on the surface through the zoom function, which was the direction of the alien god landing. The star energy formed a huge whirlpool storm with a trajectory visible to the naked eye, and the alien god was the central point. The accumulated star energy is too dazzling. Even with natural disaster-level sensory qualities, it is difficult to see the figure of the alien god clearly. The chaotic flow of particles interferes with the detection radar, and the target area is even covered with some hidden power of the alien god. No one can see what the alien god does on the star. Your Excellency Yi Shun asked us to stop here for 2 days. What's he doing on it? One crew member was a little impatient. I don't know. Huckizin gently pulled his tongue, which was his habit when he was hesitating. 2 days ago, the alien god asked them to stand by in the outer space of this star, and they landed on the star, absorbing energy like a bottomless pit, forming an expanding energy vortex on the surface of the star. At this time, the strange god was spreading his arms on the surface of the star, and a steady stream of stellar energy poured into his body. He has the ability to absorb external energy, called power black hole, and he showed this ability when he fought with Han Xiao. As energy continued to pour in, black mist-like figures peeled off from the alien god and turned into black crystal ball-like objects, floating beside the alien god, with a dark red light lit up in the center of the sphere. These black spheres are all clones created by the alien gods who are crazily absorbing energy. The stronger the person uses the evolution block, the greater the improvement. The strength of the alien god has increased significantly, but he can feel that his body has not been completely transformed, and a considerable part of the evolutionary energy has been deposited in the cells, like a treasure sealed in the box, and the transformation of the life level is the key to opening the box. The alien god has no panel, so I don't know that this is the first time that the strong man has obtained an additional racial sublimation opportunity with the evolution block, and only advancement will trigger. If he completes a new advancement in the future, he will undergo a complete transformation. However, the evolution block does not have the functions of upgrading or upgrading, so the alien gods have not yet obtained this part of the enhancement. However, although evolutionary energy cannot allow the alien god to break through the level, it liberates some ability limitations in disguise. For example, gene chain load. Due to the conflict between the superpowered gene chains, the original god cannot have too many abilities at the same time. The clone can make up for this, and the superpowers assigned to the clone cannot be used. However, this method has an obvious flaw. The alien god is not without burdens to create a clone, because the ability to maintain the clone's existence is an ability that needs to be activated all the time. Assuming that the god's ontology is a computer, each ability is a program, and the upper load limit of the ontology gene chain is memory. Then maintaining the clone is equivalent to opening the program all the time and occupying its own memory. The stronger the clone and the more clones there exist at the same time, the more memory the program will occupy. Only when memory is free can space be left to use other superpowers. Therefore, when the strange gods fight head-on, they do not use their clones much, which is largely the reason The clones will weaken the combat ability of the original body to a certain extent. However, evolutionary blocks improve this, targeting his gene chains based on his own characteristics. Simply put, it expands its memory and optimizes its programs. The upper load limit of the gene chain increases, and the load of each ability decreases, which means that the ability to use at the same time has increased. For the alien god, this is a fundamental enhancement. The clone's superpower has undergone a transformation. The current upper limit of the gene chain load is enough to support the alien god to divide more clones with super A-level combat power, far exceeding the previous limit, and the main body's memory can still leave room for extra memory. Quantitative change has achieved qualitative change. It can be said that the optimization brought by the evolutionary blocks has even changed the fighting style of the alien gods to a certain extent. The alien god absorbs star energy here to create a large number of clones to prepare for the enemy's revenge, having annoyed the Su Ling sect and the Red Empire. The strange god knew that the two families would encircle him for the 9th time sooner or later. Now, these two families are ready to move, and he will not do anything without preparation and wait for others to come to him. The strange god cherishes life because only by living can one fulfill his wish, but he is not afraid of crisis because fighting is the road to stronger. The two qualities of cherishing life and benevolence exist in him at the same time. The encirclement of cosmic civilizations has always been an excellent opportunity to test his strength in his eyes. Only by fighting with super A level can you accurately know your strength. And this encirclement that came at some time was also an opportunity in his eyes, and it was of extraordinary significance. This is the first time I took a super A level attack after evolution. The strange god's heart was full of expectations. Only by trying out can you know how strong the evolution block makes you become. PY recommends a book, The Capital is the Earth, author White Rice introduction. Take off your crotch pants at the age of 3, don't wet the bed at the age of 5, and urinate 3 feet in the wind at the age of 10. I'm addicted to my beauty all day long, and Lin Ming never thought he would become a soldier. However, put on military uniform and picked up the gun. The entire starry sky became his battlefield. The assembly location of the Imperial Encirclement and Suppression Squad is a military area, which is a key trans-star teleportation node. The military star gate station, guarded by the army here, directly connects to the old galaxy. The military star gate network of the 3 cosmic civilizations is well connected, centered on the central star C, and the Stargate network connects all star domains, which is one of the bases for maintaining dominance. After waiting for a while, several other Imperial allies who participated in the operation arrived one after another. After the 7 people arrived, all members boarded the main ship of the Imperial fleet. In the bridge command room, 7 people gathered together to greet each other. Everyone has different relationships, but since it is a cooperative action, it is necessary to get familiar with teammates. During Han Xiao's first trip to the mother planet of the Empire, Kerr was also present. The two had met before, and Swordsman Fu was the Imperial ally who had first met. Old Black Star. Swordman Fu nodded slightly, her long white hair tied into a long braid, and her expression was cold and indifferent. "Hello, this is our first time meeting." Han Xiao also politely said and stretched out his hand at her. Swordmaster Fu's eyes drooped slightly, glanced at Han Xiao's palm, hesitated for a moment, stood there without the intention of shaking hands, and shook his head. "I don't like anyone touching my body, sorry." "Understand." Han Xiao didn't care and withdrew his hand. Many super A-level people have different living habits, and he respected the other party's wishes. At this time, Milizau's magical incarnation leaned over and patted Han Xiao on the shoulder. "This encirclement and suppression operation, Lord Fu, is our main offensive point. Her mental power is very unique and has strong spiritual penetration. Not that exaggerated." Swordman Fu shook his head. His tone was calm. The alien god also has the spiritual ability to protect the soul. At least compared with other aspects, soul is one of the few shortcomings of the alien god. Hearing this, Han Xiao nodded and agreed. Including the clone, he had fought with the alien god 3 times. Adding to the information from his previous life, he had quite understood the ability of the alien god. The most terrifying advantage of the strange god is that it collects superpowers from all aspects in a targeted manner, so that it has almost no shortcomings. He has the ability to have high maneuverability, such as dimensional cracks and television, and also has the ability to ensure physical safety, such as strong self-healing and black holes. He also has various powerful attacks, controls, defenses, transformations, and mental abilities. Compared with his material entities, the soul of the alien god is not too exaggerated, so launching attacks from the soul level is a more efficient way. After chatting for a while, the commander of the fleet walked in. He saluted the 7 super A-level bosses and said in a deep voice, "The fleet is ready. If you have no other problems, we will officially go to the old galaxy." Milazau's, as one of the 3 pillars of the Empire, has the highest status in the squad. He turned around and saw that everyone had no objections. He looked at Han Xiao and nodded. "Let's go." "Okay." The commander came to the operation table and issued instructions on the entire fleet channel with a serious face and said in a deep voice, "The alien god encirclement and suppression operation has officially begun, and the entire army has set off." The Imperial fleet took action, and warships sprayed out propulsion tail flames and drove into the Stargate one after another. At this time, Han Xiao's face changed slightly. Just as the commander announced that the operation had officially begun, a mission prompt popped up in his panel, and it was 2. The first task triggered is Imperial Battle, Fallen Arc, Repeatable, which is a series of camp tasks that can be repeatedly brushed out. Han Xiao wants it at once. The small goal in the mission is to kill different numbers and types of Fallen Arc members, while the mission goal with the most rewards is the series of dealing with alien gods. If you kill a certain amount of blood of the alien god, you could get a huge amount of experience and Imperial contribution. If you destroy an alien god clone, you will be rewarded with an alien god arrival card. Han Xiao's alien god character card is obtained from this mission. The second mission is called 3 Violent Enemies of Civilizations. 3 Dead Enemies of Civilization. Task Introduction. Chaos give birth to order, and order incubates chaos, both transforming each other and opposing each other. The rule of the 3 civilizations has explored the universe and is the embodiment of the established order. The strange god is the spokesperson of chaos and tyranny. He pursues strength by any means and is given the titles of slaughter of the living beings and guide to the crazy believers. The murderers from all over the universe gathered under his command, spreading fear in the universe. The 3 civilizations want to eradicate the cancer of this universe at all times. For this goal, today they united again, and you participated in this glorious action. Task requirements. Follow the 3 civilizations to deal with the strange gods. Reward. According to the damage caused to the alien god, both the body or clone, calculated as percentage health, different degrees of rewards are given. If the damage caused to the alien god is both possible, both body or clone, calculated as percentage health, you can get 1 random reward when you reach 20%, and you can get 1 People Advent card, Alien God, when you reach 75%. If the accumulated blood volume of the alien god exceeds 100%, it is only calculated as 100%. Extra mission requirements. Successfully capture or kill the alien god with 3 major civilizations. Extra reward. Randomly draw 3 abilities of the alien god. Each time, you can specify the type as skills or feats. You could draw 3 times, or you can draw at 1 time, shipment. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. Sure enough, the 3 major civilizations jointly encircled and suppressed the strange gods, and it is impossible for a major event of this level to be without a task. He had done the first routine task before, and he looked away after taking a look. The second task was the focus, which seemed to be triggered by the joint action. The joint action of the 3 major civilizations was largely promoted by himself, so it means that he created this task in disguise. The strange god is a treasure, and his ability is randomly drawn, and the reward is extremely generous. Moreover, the mechanism of random drawing this time is different from the previous tasks. The draw mechanism used to be unable to specify the type, and expertise and skills would be drawn together, but this time it was more targeted. There was also a breakthrough in quantity, reaching 3 times, and unlike the previous one-time draw, this can be divided into 3 draws. That is, the maximum random option has changed from 5 to 15, and there are more possibilities. However, the more rewards, the more difficult it is. It is unknown how strong the evolutionary god has reached. Han Xiao was also quite worried about the success rate of this action. Han Xiao glanced at everyone. The other allies of the Empire looked calm. Although he knew to set out to deal with the alien god, he did not show any urgentness. Among everyone, only he knew in his heart what it meant to be able to do the alien god. This may be a battle that has been explored in the direction of the fate of the universe. It also affects whether you can develop steadily. In order to eliminate the hidden dangers of the world tree, even if there is no reward, he will still fight the god of changes. Thinking of this, Han Xiao calmed down. The Empire has created enough favorable conditions, and the rest depends on actual operation. The old galaxy was a huge star field with a vast area, larger than the broken star ring. It is divided into 31 star clusters, controlled by 4 superstar cluster-level civilizations. Its prosperity is comparable to the Sea of Stars. It is located in the second echelon of the universe, and the first echelon is the Central Star Sea. Because the 3 major civilizations strictly control the Central Star Sea, the second-tier star field like the Old Star River is entrenched with countless forces, and various people are more active here. For example, the nominal headquarters of the Ancient Man is located in the Old Star River. The old galaxy has also been glorious in history. During the Exploration War, this was a base camp of a quasi-cosmic civilization. This civilization was a powerful competitor of the 3 major civilizations at that time. Unfortunately, it was impossible to survive the cruel Exploration War in the end and disappeared. At that time, many local star cluster-level and galaxy-level civilizations were also destroyed in the war, leaving behind a large number of relics. In terms of the number of relics, the old galaxy river was second only to the ancient star desert. It also had a large number of desolate universe belts and was relatively densely distributed, and it was a natural hiding place. Because of the mission, the Imperial fleet arrived at the agreed meeting place without delay. A few days later, the teams of the Glorious Federation and the Void Spirit clan finally arrived and joined the Imperial fleet. Han Xiao also saw the men sent by the other 2 families. 3 people from the Zuling sect, Glorious Federation alone. Add to the Empire, there are 11 Super A levels. The Lighthouse Star battle is almost like this. Somewhere in the old galaxy, a fleet sent by the Red Empire, the Glorious Federation, and the Void Spirit sect gathered together. An 11 superclass participating in the operation gathered in the tactical conference room of the main ship of the Empire fleet to discuss the tactics this time. According to information, the alien god is currently in this position. A virtual screen shows the star map of the old galaxy. A red dot is lit in the area of a certain desolate universe belt, representing the alien god's position. The commander of the Imperial fleet stood next to the virtual screen, explaining the situation to everyone present with a serious look on his face. The role of the 3-party fleet is to deal with the millions of warships brought by the alien gods, and the commander's mission is to fully cooperate with the actions of super-level allies. Well, that's an ancient battlefield. Many planets were destroyed by the Exploration War. That area was filled with a large number of stray meteorite belts. Manison nodded. He was a local boss of the Old Star River and was familiar with the situation in the star field. The only Super A-level sent by the Guanghui Federation was Manison. He did not come in person. He was a mechanical body carrying 3 mechanical planets' fortresses, which contained a large number of mechanical troops. Although there is only 1 person, the armed forces brought by Manison alone are no less than the fleet of any side and can almost be regarded as a self-contained one. A Super A-level Su Ling sect knocked on the table and raise questions. We had only had the sighting report of the alien gods before. Where did this precise positioning intelligence come from? Is it credible? This is the intelligence provided by the local superstar cluster-level civilization of the old galaxy. They deployed a comprehensive monitoring system in the old galaxy. After obtaining the sighting report, they tracked the alien gods' troops. According to the direction they provided, we used star maps to draw telescope instruments for verification. The results were correct, and the accuracy of the intelligence could be guaranteed. The Imperial commander replied solemnly. 4 supercluster-level civilizations control the old galaxy and have arranged a large number of eyeliners in this star field. The appearance of the alien god is enough to attract their attention. At the request of the Empire, they share the tracking and positioning of the alien gods and cooperate with the action, but they do not know the details of the 3-party joint action. Once the position is locked, you can rush to the front through the Stargate transportation network to block the strange gods. Han Xiao turned his head and glanced at the 3 super A-levels sent by the Zuling sect. This time were all people who had not participated in the Lighthouse Star Battle. They were equipped with mind power systems, magicians, and guns and cannon masters. In this way, there was no 11 people among the 11 people. What is worth paying attention to is the gunman, nicknamed Sun Hunter, who is a member of the Ancient Man and the strongest among the 3 members of the Zuling sect this time. He has acquaintances with Mechanism, Milizaus, and Ravenlord. This guy is very small in size, only the size of a palm, but his body density is extremely high. He is a nearly extinct cosmic race with certain insect characteristics on his body. He is wearing a miniature mecha and sitting cross-legged on the table. His body is small, but his weapons are mechanical guns and cannons that are thousands of times larger than him, with a very large contrast. Han Xiao remembered that Aesop once reminded him that some ancient people secretly inquire about him, and that this Sun Hunter was one of them. At first he thought that the gunman was looking for him to create weapons, but after thinking about it, he ruled out this possibility. The ancients did not need to ask a new super A-level mechanic to help him build weapons. During the meeting, Han Xiao was observing the teammates sent by the other 2 families. There was no need to talk about the mechanical body. There was no need to observe anything from the mechanical body. However, the Zuling sect seemed to have bad attitudes towards the Imperial allies and the mechanical country. Han Xiao didn't know that the scepter of the gods was snatched away by the Glorious Federation. The Zuling sect's most annoying thing is the Glorious Federation, the air woozy who took advantage of the situation and robbed. Niga disappeared. The Super A-level allies under Zuling's command naturally would not have any good face to the mechanical country. If it weren't for the common enemy of the alien god, I'd probably have to be squatted on the spot. Since we have mastered the position of the alien god, the initiative in the battle is in our hands, and we need a tactic. Milizaus said, "You are right. Although the alien god is a warlike madman, he is not a reckless man. When he sees 11 of us, there is no reason not to run. As long as he abandons the fleet and uses teleportation to escape, we cannot catch up with it, just like the result of countless encirclements." The Sun Hunter responded. Although his body was small, the volume was not small at all, like a ball of thunder in his chest, with a buzzing echo, which made the room tremble slightly. Han Xiao calmed down, knocked on the table, and said seriously, "So many Super A-level combat forces participated in the operation. This time, it is obviously not a routine thing, but really to eradicate the alien god. If you want to succeed, 2 problems must be solved. First, you cannot let the alien god run away when you meet. Second, reduce the alien god's mobility and make him lose the advantage of fighting if you want to fight and running if you want to escape." Everyone nodded. Although the 3 major civilizations have failed to encircle and suppress the strange gods many times in history, there are only a handful of joint operations of this scale. Some of the Super A-level allies here only accepted the mission and did not care about the life and death of the strange gods. However, if so many people take action together, it will be a shame for them. So everyone here wants to complete this mission and truly eradicate the mortal enemy of the 3 major civilizations. Super A-level Tough Heart. Many failures in history will not make everyone have inertial thinking that will also fail this time. The first problem is easy to solve. Manison said lightly, "The alien god will not be stupid and fight against 11 super A-level head-on. Then we only need to divide it into 2 batches to enter the market. The first batch will fight head-on with the alien gods, find a way to hold the alien gods, and the others will lie in ambush and wait for an opportunity to move." Han Xiao nodded in agreement. The strange god is not an iron-headed baby, and he will not try to fight 11 super A-level. Although he has a lot of combat power, he definitely cannot appear in a swarm. Otherwise, when the strange god saw that there were so many people, he would even fart. So he used teleportation to throw the fleet away, leaving 11 people to stare at him. You are right. The first batch of people fighting head-on must meet the strength of the encirclement and suppression, and do not scare away the alien gods. Lavenlot interrupted. So I think 4 or 5 super A-levels are better solutions. It is better to be 5. The alien gods have evolved, and their strength has increased. I definitely want to test their strength. 5 people should meet his psychological expectations. Han Xiao said, when you usually encircle and suppress the strange gods, the combat power level sent is generally about equal to 3 ordinary super A levels. The original combat power of the strange gods is not a problem to deal with 3 ordinary super A levels. You can escape by fighting 4 or 5. As for higher level super A levels, it is necessary to calculate it differently, but as long as he wants to run away, basically no one can keep him. The words of the 5 people can not only put pressure on the alien gods and induce the passion for fighting, but also make the alien gods feel that the risk is not high and there is no need to escape. The first batch of people fighting head-on will be set at 5, 3 in the Empire and 2 in the Vile Spirit. Don't let the alien gods discover that the Glory Federation also intervene. Everyone quickly finalized the plan. At this time, Milizao spoke again. However, if the teleportation of the alien god is not restricted, it is meaningless for others to ambush. Even if they suddenly attack, the alien god can escape at any time, so limiting his mobility is more important, otherwise the action will definitely fail. Hearing this, the magician of the Zuling sect spoke. That's right, the 5 people fighting head-on to hold on to the alien god, and the work of limiting the mobility of the alien god must be handed over to the ambushers to complete. This requires the use of space magic to wrap the battlefield area, divide the multidimensional and subspace channels in the area, and temporarily strip this area to cut off the dimensional gap between the alien gods, and to make time and space more stable, invalidate any teleportation and transition capabilities, and turn the battlefield into a space-time locking area. This is a big project. Everyone nodded. This is an effective way to trap the alien gods, which has been proven in history, but it is becoming increasingly difficult to achieve. First of all, this takes a lot of time. The larger the battlefield area, the more work it takes to transform with space magic, and even a super-level magician cannot complete it quickly. Secondly, the strange gods are not low in vigilance, and generally escape before the time and space-locked area is formed. Even if the alien god falls into a trap, he is not left to escape. He can also break through in the conventional way, or use some superpowers to slowly drill out a gap in time and space to escape from the locked area of time and space. And in this limited period of time, it is basically impossible to capture the strange god or kill the strange god. He is not a crispy man, and his powerful self-healing and defensive superpowers are enough to delay for a long time. Manison said slowly, I have a space stabilization device that can reduce the ability to intercept the gaps and teleportation of the dimensions of the alien god to a certain extent. It should be able to temporarily block the alien gods and create an opportunity for ambush troops to enter the field. He could beat the alien gods alone, but the alien gods were too slippery, and it was difficult for him to catch others. All kinds of mechanical devices that lock space in his hands require guidance time. With that skill, the alien gods would have run away long ago. Besides, Han Xiao refused his deal, and Manison was unwilling to work hard. The request of Guangwei Federation was not too binding on him, so he planned to cooperate with his teammates and just finish it. To simply describe this time, Manison positioned himself as a control or auxiliary and did not want to carry. Mila Zhao's said slowly, "If we want to create a space-time locked area, first of all, the 5 people fighting head-only should drag the god in one area, and they cannot let him run around. There are 3 magicians on our side, all hidden in the dark. 2 people use space magic to transform the battlefield, and 1 person blocks the flow trajectory of magic energy, reducing the chance of the god discovery. People who fight head-on should also cooperate to let the god focus on the battle, and also need the Mind Master to attack his spirit and confuse his perception. We have enough manpower, so it is not difficult to do this, but this is far from success." Ravenlaw hesitated for a moment and said the truth. "If the god falls into a trap, we need to solve him before he gets out of trouble. Otherwise, all previous efforts will be wasted. With the ability of the god, it is difficult to do it." As soon as he finished speaking, the room quieted down. Everyone frowned. Although this is the largest number of people encircled and suppressed the strange gods, if this key problem cannot be solved, it is just a copy of historical deeds and a new failure. The pre-war discussions alone had already felt the tricky and were a little helpless. The alien gods are hard to deal with, and everyone knows that they need some variables. Just as everyone was thinking about how to solve this problem, Han Xiao took a deep breath. He has 2 variables in his hand. Space-time amber and super energy are silent. Both of these abilities can have a decisive impact on the situation and are also the differences between this action and the failures in history. Han Xiao pondered for a while, stood up, and attracted everyone's gaze to him. Looking around, he slowly spoke, "I have an idea." More than 10 days later, the old galaxy was a desolate universe belt. After staying near a star for a few days, the fleet of alien gods reloaded and moved along the scheduled route. The weather was sailing peacefully for a while, and on this day, the fleet's radar detected an abnormal situation. An Imperial fleet appeared directly in front of him. When the fallen ARC troops discovered the other side, the 2 sides were already very close. The Imperial fleet approached quietly in the hidden mode, and the camouflage was exposed until it got too close. The fallen ARC troops did not turn to escape, but met at Huckison's order. The 2 sides soon appeared in each other's long-distance observation field, and stopped at the same time, confronting each other from afar. Woo 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 woo. The alarm sounded and spread throughout all the fallen ARC battleships. In a main ship hall, the strange god woke up from his sleep. He opened his eyes and seemed to be able to penetrate the bulkheads. A trace of expectation flashed across his face, and he slowly stood up from the throne. "I'm finally here. I hope I can enjoy it. I recommend another book titled The Second Kingdom of God, author Rimbai. Introduction. A certain son of God Training Center. 99 years of compulsory education have taught you how to become an excellent god. Now you will enter the true second kingdom of God. Use your strength to defeat all the evil spirits and compete with the chosen ones for believers. Just like in the simulation game, come on, the son of gods. The trial of 100 gods has begun." Zhang Fan, who was thinking about how to sleep and get back to bed, was confused. P.S. There seem to be more people looking for me to PY recently, so I'll try less in the future Sigma. Winky face. In the dark universe, 2 fleets confronted each other from afar. The figure of the strange god flashed, disappeared from the throne, teleported to appear in the command room, standing next to Huckison. The other side is an Imperial armed fleet, with a scale of 5 million warships. The performance of the warship exceeds our fleet. They can intercept us in front, which means they have accurately grasped our coordinates. My advice is not to fight and retreat immediately. Huckison analyzed the situation in a calm tone when he saw the strange god. However, he Shinli ignored him and let go of energy sensing. In his perception, there were 3 star-like energy sources in the array of the Empire fleet, all of which were super A-level powerhouses. Aware of the number of opponents, the alien god showed a slight disappointment. Only 3 people? At this time, the radar sounded an alarm again, and a fleet of Void Spirit sect appeared in the rear, surrounding the troops of the alien gods one by one with the Imperial fleet. Only after sensing the super A-level energy sources of the Void Spirit sect appeared, the strange god's brows stretched out. 5 people, this is worth fighting. The Red Empire and the Void Spirit sect have indeed joined forces. It seems that they have been ambushing here for a long time. The fleet size is more than 3 times that of ours. They plan to annihilate us. Lord Ishan, I suggest breaking through and retreating immediately. Huckizin said slowly. The strange god didn't look at him and said lightly, notify the whole ship to prepare for battle. Hold them up. Don't let the fleet disturb my battle. I understand. Huckizin's tone was indeed such a meaning. He knew that the strange god didn't care about their lives and death at all, but just treated his subordinates as tools. In front of the strange god, Huckizin issued combat orders, and the fallen Ark fleet transformed into a formation, facing the periphery at the same time, forming a defensive formation. The strange god nodded, and the next moment his figure flashed and teleported to the universe outside the battleship. Immediately afterwards, a wave of mind exploded with the alien god as the center. The warships of the Empire and the Void Spirit were equipped with a soul-shielding device, which could resist the superpowers of mind to a certain extent. However, the 5 super A-level people received the spiritual fluctuations of the alien god and built a spiritual channel for communication. Han Xiao was also among them. As soon as he answered the mental call, he heard the calm voice of the strange god. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hearing this, Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He looked at each other's meaning and understood each other's meaning from his eyes. If the strange god teleported and ran away from the beginning, they could not stop them at all. However, the strange god's words were obviously preparing to stay and fight, so the first step of the divine god action would be considered successful. Looking at each other, Han Xiao and the other 2 left the Imperial warship and entered the universe. The 2 people in the distance, including the Void Spirit, also flew out of the fleet, and the 2 sides surrounded the strange god from afar, and the atmosphere was tense. Milizaus and 3 other magicians hid in the dark to arrange the space-time locking area. The fact that Manison hid the intervention of the Glorious Federation also lies in ambush, but he just lent the space stabilization device in his hand to others for use. After discussion, the 5 people who fought with the strange god's head on were Han Xiao, Wilu, Sword Master Fu from the Empire series, as well as Sun Hunter from the Void Spirit series, and a Mind Master. 2 of the Mind Masters mainly assumed the position of the mental attack output player, while Weilu is a half-meat shield warrior, and the Sun Hunter is ADC, and Han Xiao is amazing. This time he is the ontology, and he is doing his best, taking into account the various responsibilities of main tank, control, physical output, restraint, etc., and is the main force in frontal combat. Black Star, it's you again. The strange god glanced at everyone, and finally locked in Han Xiao. Since you attacked me, then this day will come sooner or later. You won't be unclear. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Oh, fate is so interesting. I obviously don't plan to deal with you anymore, but you pester me. This is taking the initiative to seek death. Or, in other words, you are all seeking death. The strange god shook his head. Hearing this, the Sun Hunter couldn't help but interrupt and said coldly, I don't know if you still remember how many times you have been knocked back by 3 Super A levels. Facing the 5 of us, do you think you still have a chance of winning? Haha, that's me in the past. Speaking of which, I also have to thank Black Star for its evolutionary block. Empire and Su Ling will regret sending you out to deal with me. As soon as the voice of the strange myth, the Sun Hunter, took the lead and unfolded a modified version of the psychic annihilation particle cannon beside him. His tiny body burst out with dazzling mechanical power and electric light. The mechanical power flowed over the giant cannon, just like his extended limbs, manipulating the giant cannon to shoot out a series of psychic particle rays that seemed to pierce the universe. The alien god teleported away. These annihilation cannons, after various amplifications by the gunmen, easily penetrated the shields of the fallen Ark warships, one after another. The strong high-intensity alloy armor quickly twisted and shattered like paper, and the light column penetrated through the hull. In an instant, the entire ship collapsed towards the light column, as if it was absorbed and swallowed, leaving no residue left, and the warship was completely annihilated from the atomic level. The first shot fired, the Empire and the Void Fleet suddenly opened fire, the fallen Ark fleet fought back, and the fleets on both sides bombed, and the dark universe was instantly illuminated by the crisscrossing particle cannons. The battle broke out. Han Xiao and the other two also launched an offensive. The Apostle weapon, led by Yozu, led the mechanical army to launch a siege. Wei Lu held the weapon and killed the strange god. The swordsman Fu and another spiritual master directly launched wave after wave of mental attacks on them. The Sun Hunter seemed to have become a never-ending turret and output frantically. The scene became chaotic in an instant, and the battle began to heat up. The fighting method of the strange god is to flexibly use various abilities according to different environments. When facing 5 super A-level sieges, he will not force head-on. He has the ability to teleport, and the pressure brought by the 5-man siege was greatly reduced by him. Instead, he can pass through the Mechanical Legion's siege and intercept it easily. Strong mobility is equivalent to controlling the initiative, almost invincible, and he can't stand in his mind. Therefore, the strange god did not mean to escape for the time being, but regarded the 5 people as useful opponents and tested their strength. However, no one can do this in this universe by defeating the 5 super A-level teams alone. This is not a simple comparison of combat power. The attack density of the 5 super A-level teams is enough to allow ordinary opponents to be able to defend and unable to counterattack. At this time, the strange gods had the advantage of mobility and were elusive, but Han Xiao and the other two took care of each other, and he could not defeat them one by one. The situation became stalemate for a moment. Han Xiao was always alert to the strange gods, worried that the strange gods would be improved leap after their evolution. But after the actual battle, the big stone in his heart fell to the ground. During the Battle of Lighthouse Star, Han Xiao fought with the strange god and was quite familiar with the combat power of the strange god. At this time, the combat power of the strange god did increase, but it was far from reaching the level of transformation. It seems that the enhancement of the evolutionary blocks on him is not enough to make his hard power change dramatically, and it still belongs to the category of super A-level. Han Xiao and breathed a sigh of relief. If the alien god really breaks through the limit of super A-level and reaches the so-called new level, then there may be a gap like a gap in combat power, just like the gap between natural disaster level and super A-level. Fortunately, although the evolutionary block is easy to use, it does not have the ability to break through the level. When he made the plan, he tried to overestimate the strength of the alien god, but the strength displayed by the alien god at this time did not meet his expectations, so he had a greater grasp of his actions. The other 4 people basically thought so. If the strength of the alien god did not exceed their expectations, then they would not have any pressure to hold the alien god. However, the next moment, a sudden change occurred. The strange god teleported again, avoided a wave of fire concentration, then suddenly opened his arms and sent a spiritual message to everyone. The warm-up is over. As soon as he finished speaking, black spheres bounced out of the strange god's body. These were all clones that had been created long ago and were activated one by one, returning to a human body like a black fog, containing surging energy. Each clone has obtained different abilities given by the alien god, and has quasi-super-level combat power, and the number of clones is dozens. How come he has so many clones? The Sun Hunter's face changed drastically. The information about the strange god has long been no secret. Everyone knows that his clone ability has an obvious upper limit, and using so many super-level clones at one time has exceeded the record. Seeing this, Han Xiao felt astern and instantly understood. The evolution block did not allow the alien god to break through to a new level, but expanded his combat power at the same level and did not increase the depth, but increased the breadth. Compared with other systems, mechanics have the deepest feelings about quantitative change. Mechanics rely on expanding the scale of the mechanical legion to continuously improve their combat effectiveness and finally form qualitative change. The evolutionary version of the strange god has similarities. The hard power of the alien god itself has not improved through breakthroughs, but it has obtained stronger clone abilities. There are dozens of super A-level clones, each of which can be regarded as half a super A-level clone. Even if the clones are relatively fragile, the superpowers they share are different, and they're also extremely powerful troops. It is equivalent to the super A-level individuals that Han Xiao and the other 5 have to deal with, from 1 to dozens. The threat level skyrocketed exponentially. Originally, the many encirclements and suppressions against strange gods in history have not sent out 5 or more people to super A levels. Even if the strange gods cannot win, they can still escape unscathed. But this time, the alien god already has the ability to face 5 or more super A-level players head-on. He is not satisfied with escaping. If he repels or even kills the 5 super A-level players sent by the cosmic civilization this time, it will break his own record, can shock the cosmic civilization, and can also get the most satisfactory combat power test results. The strange god didn't know that there were more than 5 opponents, and there were still 6 people squatting in the grass to prepare to underestimate him. As soon as dozens of clones appeared, they took action separately, and most of them rushed over to fight Han Xiao and the other 5. The scene changed from 5 besieging the strange gods to 5 besieging the strange gods. The remaining clones intervened in the fleet battlefield. With the super A-level combat power, the Fallen Ark fleet, which was originally at a disadvantage, gradually brought the situation back. The pressure of Han Xiao and the other 4 people increased sharply, which was equivalent to facing the offensive of dozens of super-level superpowers with different abilities. If it weren't for the help of the Mechanical Legion, the other 4 people would not be able to withstand it. Through the clone, the alien god showed all the abilities he had accumulated without reservation. His body retained powerful cell self-healing and power black hole, while the abilities of other clones are strange. During the melee, Han Xiao looked at the body of the alien god who did not join the siege with a solemn look. Only then did the performance really fit this guy's nickname, God of Supernatural Powers. The 5 people were in danger, but Han Xiao was fine. His body was strong enough, but the Mechanical Legion quickly lost under multiple super A-level attacks, and the apostle weapons were also in a tough battle. Han Xiao originally wanted to see if he could save the character card of Perfect Mechanical Sense. Seeing this, he knew that he would not be able to do it anymore, so he immediately activated the Perfect Mechanical Sense. The mechanical force bulged and swelled, becoming thicker and more dazzling. While the mechanical affinity soared, Han Xiao gritted his teeth and let the mechanical army gather together to shoot the alien god clone. Each ability can only be used by 1 clone at the same time. So most of the alien god clones do not have resistance abilities, have super A-level destructive power, but do not have the corresponding flesh level, and are basically very crisp. Therefore, the bombing of the Mechanical Legion quickly achieved results. A bunch of dark blue light hit the black fog figure, and the ghost cannon quickly destroyed 1/4 of the alien god clones. But the next scene made everyone's heart that had just been relieved hang up again. The original body of the alien god not only did not dodge, but instead took the initiative to attack, absorbing energy frantically, and then continuously split out new clones to supplement the loss of the troops. This scene fell into everyone's eyes, and everyone's heart was filled with solemnity. It's so troublesome now. It's troublesome. On the other hand, the 6 super A-level people hiding in the secretly arranged traps also learned the abilities of the strange gods in the front battlefield through the consciousness communication network built by the Mind Master, and their hearts sank. Ravenlaud's face was solemn. The clone ability of the alien god has been strengthened. Even if we successfully arrange the space-time locking area, he can use a large number of clones to delay time for him. This plan will not work. Their plan is to use space-time locking area to trap the alien god, and before he escapes, he will control the alien god according to Han Xiao's plan. However, the power displayed by the alien god was unexpectedly strong. Even if they temporarily trapped the alien god, they could not control the alien god before it escaped. We have to give it a try. Don't stop and continue to make arrangements. Mila Zhao's was not sure, but they could only continue to implement the established plan at the moment, and there was no other better choice. I don't know how long they can last. Menacin said lightly. Before the trap is completed, they cannot intervene and help. The delay of the work of the strange god can only be handed over to the 5 people fighting head-on. Han Xiao and others are now under tremendous pressure. The 6 people who were lying in ambush dared not be sure that Han Xiao and his group could hold on until they completed the trap. The sharp martial arts aura slashed out like a beam of light, turning into a sharp sword light, cutting open the body of a strange god clone, stirring it into a dissipating black mist. Wei Lu was full of aura, like a meteor walking through the battlefield, accurately killing the clones of the strange gods under the cover of the Mechanical Legion, carrying many wounds on her body, and was in a very bad condition. This guy has too many clones and can't finish it. He can also create new clones. No matter how many we kill, it will be useless. On the contrary, if we neglect, we will be severely injured. It's too passive. Wei Lu said in a serious tone, raised the weapon in his hand, gritted his teeth to block the dark matter spray of another strange god clone. On the other hand, the Sun Hunter controlled a fortress-like joint turret, fired thousands of cannons to smash a strange god clone with energy deflection defensibility, but his face was quite ugly. He responded to the consciousness communication network. This kind of high-intensity battle consumes too much power. I don't quickly recover energy like the strange god and the Black Star. The actual combat power of the strange god clone is uneven, mainly depending on the ability assigned. Moreover, due to factors such as poor endurance and low flesh level, the strange god clone is definitely not a real Super A-level opponent when fighting alone. When the strange god attacked the Star Pupil God Clan, Zisco easily solved the 2 strange god clones with 1 against 2. However, the current situation is different. The pressure brought by dozens of alien god clones is completely different. It is equivalent to facing dozens of individuals with super-level destructive power at the same time, and they cannot kill them all, which is very troublesome. Under the siege, new injuries were constantly added to everyone's body. Except for Han Xiao, the other 4 people had limited recovery ability. Moreover, this dangerous battle greatly consumed the spirit and strength. The 4 people other than Han Xiao inevitably slowly declined. Han Xiao frowned and controlled the Mechanical Legion to block most of the strange god clones. The pressure was huge. The Mechanical Legion's formation was divided into pieces by dozens of Super A clones. A large number of mechanical warriors were smashed into pieces by numerous Super A attacks, flying all over the sky, and were reassembled and put into the battlefield by Han Xiao using the advanced version of the Abandon modification. The mechanical warriors were fearless, and their dense phantom cannons counterattacked, exploding clones, and their efficiency in killing clones was far higher than that of the other 4. Fortunately, the Mechanical Legion, which has been strengthened many times, has a stronger performance and reduced the lost speed. With the help of 4 teammates, at least they can fight against the alien gods back and forth. However, in terms of battery life, the evolutionary god is even more terrifying. As long as he is given a certain amount of time, he will be able to polish the Mechanical Legion sooner or later. Han Xiao has to admit that he has a very slim chance of winning against God alone. But now it is not a one-on-one challenge. He doesn't need to defeat the strange god alone. His mission is to hold the strange god together with 4 teammates, limit him to this battlefield, and the 6 people who were ambushing set up a trap for space-time locking. Han Xiao knew very well that if the 5 of them could not withstand the attack of the alien god, the ambush person would have to run out to save people in advance. The alien god would probably turn around and run away. At that time, The trap was not completed and could not stop the alien god, so the action would naturally fail. As his thoughts flew, Han Xiao turned his head and looked at the body of the strange god sitting cross-legged in the void in the distance. He kept peeling off his new clones and throwing into the battlefield. After using the clone tactic, the alien god retreated aside and did not participate in the battle in person. He only fought hard with his clone with great interest. Without taking action in person, the clone alone can make the 5 super A-level players feel embarrassed, and the strange god enjoys this overwhelming power. Sun Hunter and Wei Lu tried to protrude their faces, but the teleportation of the strange god eliminated the possibility of being approached. Even Han Xiao could not hit his body, and he could not use many methods and could not do anything about it. Only when the alien god's teleportation is suppressed by the trap will you have the chance to play your trump card. However, with his current strength, even if he does not use the character card, Han Xiao's own combat power is enough to support him for a long time. His specialties after crossing the first limit have supported his health to about 500,000, which is very fleshy. Only Sword Master Fu and another Mind Master restrained the alien god slightly. The faint light flashed in his eyes and kept sending invisible spiritual impacts, piercing into the alien god's brain like a sharp sword, bombarding his spiritual barrier. No matter how many clones of the strange gods are, he only has one soul, and the spiritual attacks of the two take effect on his body. But the strange god also has the ability to protect the soul and can also repair the damage to his own soul. Although it will be mentally damaged, it will not be easily restrained by the 2 Mind Masters. Because the Mind Master poses a certain threat to himself, the main targets of the alien god are not Han Xiao, Riz, or Wei Lu, but 2 Mind Masters. Han Xiao asked the Apostle Weapon to lead the mechanical troops to protect the two. The battle situation there is the most intense. Yozu's spear pierced the core of the strange god clone. The crazy Sky Hunter bit the clone's head in the flash, and the silver flashed and bombarded the target clone. The giant Vajra used a huge body covered with the giant god battle armor to protect the Minli Master and other Apostle Weapons. The Apostle Weapons also have quasi-super level combat power and were wrapped in mechanical lightning. They used different weapons to fight with more alien god clones and fell into a hard battle. Some of the alien god clones rushed into the Empire and the Void Spirit fleet and destroyed warships. A strange god clone crashed into the shield of a warship like a meteor and penetrated the hull from beginning to end. The warship exploded into a dazzling light behind him. At this time, countless shipborne dark energy annihilation cannons shot from all directions, blowing any substance in this area into nothingness. The clone of this strange god was destroyed by the surrounding warships. The fleet's casualties are increasing. If we are disturbed by these alien god clones, we cannot annihilate the fleet of the fallen Arkansas. It is not good for us to drag it down. In the main ship, the Imperial commander looked serious. If the 5 super A-level people cannot stop the alien gods, the fleet will be attacked by super A-level people. One by one, the alien gods will shuttle through the fleet, causing constant trouble, seriously interfering with the fleet's operations, resulting in the troops led by Hutchison barely maintaining an even-match situation and not being destroyed by the Empire and the Void Spirit fleet. The fallen Ark fleet was surrounded in the center, forming a defensive formation, and withstood attacks from all directions against a huge shield. Huckizin commanded the fleet while paying attention to the battle situation of the alien gods. The power of the Lord Yi Shun is getting more and more terrifying. Huckizin shook his tone with rare entanglement and hesitation. Yes, it's so easy to deal with 5 super A-level people. It's worthy of being a strange god. An adjutant next to him looked fanatical. Huckizin licked his dry lips, his tone of inexplicable expression. The 5 super A-levels cannot beat the alien gods, and this is not even the limit of his excellency, E-gods. There are too few people from the 3 major civilized sects, so I underestimated him, TSK. As he said that, Huckizin called another cadre. You are now to command the fleet. What do you want to do? I have something else to do. This is a secret mission assigned to me by Lord Ishan. Huckizin turned his head, left the command room, and headed to the cabin where the spare spacecraft was stored. He knew that the strange god had already doubted him, and when the strange god resolved the crisis, he might have to settle him. The strange god never needed evidence to deal with his subordinates. Moreover, regardless of whether the alien god can survive this encirclement or not, Huckizin did not intend to stay with the alien god. After a long battle, for people outside Han Xiao were covered in bruises and wounds, and the loss of the mechanical legion gradually expanded, and their condition declined severely. The strange god looked at the embarrassed people, and was very satisfied and sent a spiritual message. Hey Xing, have you seen it? This is the power you gave me. What do you think? Han Xiaojing used the amber ball array to block the long-range energy shot from a clone, and snorted after hearing this. Not very well. The strange god didn't care and said to himself, although I haven't broken through the limit of Super A level, my current combat power should be the peak of the universe's personal power. You five have no ability to fight back in front of me. When the Sun Hunter heard this, he shot the strange god without saying a word, and the energy cannon like the sky of the long rainbow, shooting at the strange god. This time, the alien god did not teleport and did not move. He used his body to take the attack, activated the superpower black hole, and absorbed a lot of energy, replenished a wave of energy, and then divided some clones. The remaining power of this shot still made him tear apart his flesh and blood, and his whole body seemed to have become a severe burn patient, completely disfigured. But the next moment, granulation quickly grew in the wound, and the injury recovered quickly. The unrecognizable alien god returned to his original appearance, almost as if he had never been injured at all, and his recovery speed was no less than Han Xiao. Futile attack. The strange god glanced at the Sun Hunter and turned his eyes back to Han Xiao. Black Star, it's not only you who have an immortal body. Han Xiao had no expression on his face. The self-healing ability could naturally exert a level of Super A in the hands of the strange god. He said lightly, every time you repair your body, it will consume cell activity. When your cell division reaches the upper limit, your lifespan will come to an end. This is the disadvantage of self-healing ability. That's right, I'm old, and every time I fight, I burn my lifespan. The strange god was calm, but your evolutionary block has added a lot of lifespan to me, which is enough for me to squander. At least you don't have any chance in this battle. The strange god's power now comes from evolutionary energy, and was obtained from Han Xiao. So he treated Han Xiao differently. Do you think you're sure to win? The Sun Hunter interrupted and said coldly, oh, if you have any trump cards that are useless, it's best to give me a surprise as soon as possible. Otherwise, in a while, you will not even have the strength to escape. The strange myth contains strong confidence. Kill you a few here. The Red Empire and the Zuling sect will be furious. I'm not interested in attracting the next wave of enemies for the time being. Letting you escape is the best choice. But if you don't escape, I will not be stingy to kill you. Through this battle, the strange god tested his combat power. Repelling this wave of pursuers is enough to demonstrate his strength. As long as these pursuers are not killed, the three major civilizations will not pursue them in the short term. He also wanted to keep a low profile for a while and become familiar with the evolutionary power, so he did not plan to kill Han Xiao and his group. Otherwise, the cosmic civilization would not give up if it suffered such a great loss, and it would not meet the current needs of the alien god. He hoped that Han Xiao and his party would retreat if they saw the difficulties. Han Xiao turned his head and looked at him. All his companions were injured and in poor condition. It is indeed as the strange god said, the five of them alone cannot do anything to the strange god. If you continue to fight, you will only fall deeper and deeper, and eventually your life will be in danger. At this moment, Han Xiao suddenly smiled. Ishan, do you know that I know your threat more than anyone else? My threat? Ishan raised his eyebrows. My deeds are circulating in the universe. Do you still need to emphasize this? No. What I said is not the same thing. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. The strange god tilted his head. I don't understand what you mean. Han Xiao smiled, not planning to explain in detail. The strange god deliberately revealed the data of the wormhole to Han Xiao, with the goal of luring other forces to study together, but he concealed the information about the World Tree Civilization. The strange god believed that he was the only one who knew the existence of the World Tree Civilization. In fact, the alien god's idea is fine. If it weren't for Han Xiao, another person wouldn't know this secret, and would only fall into his plan and help him study this set of wormhole data. What the alien god wants is nothing more than opening up this channel and finally reaping the benefits of the fishermen. However, the strange god would not have thought that Han Xiao also knew the existence of the World Tree Civilization. They were the only two people in the universe who knew this secret, and the strange god was still in the dark about it. It is precisely because of the ambiguous information that the strange god did not know how determined Han Xiao was to his murderous intention. Based on his previous experience of being surrounded and suppressed, the Super A-Level one this time should be between 4 and 6 people, and 5 people were within his expected range. Therefore, he did not guess that under Han Xiao's operation, the number of people who came to encircle him this time was far more than 5 Super A-Level people. Just as Han Xiao finished speaking, some changes suddenly happened. The strange god's face suddenly changed. He clearly felt that a layer of spiritual film of space magic suddenly spread, quickly wrapping up this area. The multidimensional channel was cut off, the time and space coefficient was locked, and the space was stable and indestructible, without any gaps. At the same time, Han Xiao also activated the fast space stabilization device lent to him by the Mechanic Kingdom, covering the alien gods to prevent him from teleporting while taking advantage of the gap in the trap formation. If you lose teleportation, you will lose the ability to master active mobility. In the perception of the alien god, 6 super-level energy sources suddenly appeared far away from the battlefield and approached quickly. Milizhao's and 6 others appeared on the edge of the battlefield and surrounded them from afar. Seeing this, the strange god's face suddenly became gloomy and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. Why are there 6 people? The space-time locking area is treated equally, and the mechanic cannot open the secondary dimension channel, and the dimension gaps and teleportation of the alien gods also lose their effect. The universe has been explored to the present day. The 3 major civilizations have recorded countless superpowers, and most of them have targeted restraint methods. Except for some super high-risk superpowers, there is no unsolvable ability. It turned out to be a trap. I really want to give up the cost. The strange god was surprised for a moment and quickly returned to his calmness. This was not the first time he had experienced such danger. He was not panicked at this time. Only the number of enemies surprised him a little. Not only the Empire and Su Ling, but even the Glorious Federation inexplicably participated in the encirclement and suppression. A total of 11 super-level besieged him, and this big move exceeded his expectations. If the 3 major civilizations had not sent enough personnel this time, it would be difficult for him to fall into this trap. Just calculate it, and you will know that it would take at least 4 to 5 people to entangle the strange gods in front and make him not suspicious. There would be at least 4 to 5 people, and there would be 3 magicians in secret that they would have to arrange the space-time locking area without being discovered. That is, at least 7 to 8 people can complete the trap. These are all super A-level. All of them are big figures standing at the peak of the universe's great power, not a Baikai. When he found out that he had fallen into a trap, the strange god responded immediately without saying a word. He would not sit and wait for death. Although the teleportation failed in this area, his flight speed was not slow either. The body ejected energy flow and ran away in the opposite direction of Han Xiao and others. As long as he escaped from the scope of the space-time locked field, his teleportation could take effect again. He is not an iron-headed baby, and he has no intention of fighting hard against 11 super A-level faces. The 6 people who were lying in ambush were still rushing over, and they did not completely form an encirclement. Because of the locking of time and space, they could not jump over. At this time, Only the 5 people fighting head-on were able to entangle the strange gods. Without saying a word, Han Xiao left the 4 Sun Hunters and poured all the energy into the mecha propulsion module. The thrusters on the back, elbows, soles of the feet sprayed out a rich blue flame, and the whole person shot out quickly, chasing the strange god. The flying figure left a condensed and undispersed dark blue arc in the dark universe, like a comet. The space-time locked area does not distinguish between enemies and us, and its void transition and void replacement are also unusable. Many alien god clones changed their offensives from fierce attacks to entanglements, and came up to stop Han Xiao and others from chasing them. Although he fell into the trap, the strange god didn't care much. There might be a considerable danger before evolution, but now it is different. A large number of clones are enough to restrain these super-level pursuers and give themselves enough time to escape from the locked space-time area. Once teleportation resumes, the sea will be wide, and the fish will be leaping with the sky, and the birds will fly with the sky. Don't let him run away. The Sun Hunter got rid of a strange god clone like a bone-attached gangrene, unfolded a giant sniper firearm that was hundreds of meters long, and set off a high-speed moving alien god and opened fire with a bang. A golden energy beam shot out, with a tracking function, shooting towards the alien god in an arc. The shelling speed was obviously faster than the flight speed, and the distance was quickly shortened. The strange god frowned, and had no time to turn around and open a shield, and was hit by this sniper beam the next moment. He originally wanted to use the reaction force to accelerate, but the gun used by the Sun Hunter this time was not aggressive. The beam suddenly expanded and turned into a ball of energy with powerful suction. He pulled the body of the god, causing his flight speed to plummet. The god had to continue to escape, and it took a while before he rushed out of the gravitational range of the gun. Ranged attacks are the strengths of gunmen. Among other teammates, Sun Hunter has the greatest effect on restricting the escape of alien gods. Moreover, gunmen's weapons are not single, and they are good at using a variety of guns, not only offensive weapons but also control guns. The one shot just now was the control type. The alien god did not teleport, and his dodge ability decreased, and was constantly disturbed by the Sun Hunter. Han Xiao's mecha flew faster than the alien god's body. The distance between the two was shortened by a large part and was still getting closer, one in front, one behind, one after another, one after another. Fortunately, Milizhao's and 3 other magicians did not underestimate the alien gods, so the space-time locking area is very large, leaving enough buffer zones, and the alien gods without teleportation will not fly out for a while. The back of the strange god continued to magnify in his sight. Han Xiao estimated the distance, flipped his palm, and a compression ball popped up, which quickly expanded into a hexagonal alloy plate that looked like a radar, with a length of more than 10 meters wide, laying a precision mechanical structure with a slight arc, and the energy core is secondary psychic energy. This is a strong gravitational one-way adsorption device specially made by Han Xiao in seclusion for several months. It can adjust the direction and strength of gravity. Generally, only the frontal releases gravity. After his test, this device operates at full power, and the gravity generated on the front can reach the planetary level, equivalent to half a star core, which can absorb huge amounts of matter, enough to peel off the planet's land and achieve the power to tear the planet's surface. For Super A-level combat, this is a very powerful control equipment, which is much higher than the traction beam of the spacecraft. Han Xiao activated the device, and the powerful gravity suddenly enveloped a large area in front of him. The alien god felt a huge pulling force, and his flight speed slowed down again, as if there was a huge planet behind him trying to capture him. The strange god frowned and simply took the opportunity to act. His body shook and a new clone was split. The clone flew in the direction of gravity, and its speed soared and rushed to Han Xiao's face, trying to entangle. The attack of this clone is basically towards the gravitational device, and the goal is obviously to destroy the equipment so that the body's flight speed is not affected. The secret shield opened and Han Xiao blocked the attack of his clone, but the strange god clone had super A-level combat power and was not so easy to kill in seconds. His speed was inevitably affected. The strange god body in front also sprayed a black and red energy beam backwards at the right time to attack Han Xiao, taking into account both counterattack and acceleration. The strange god can keep cloning. As long as I chase it, I will be entangled by the clone. If I can't hold him back, I can only watch him escape from the trap. Han Xiao's thoughts moved, and his mechanical force flashed all over his body. The thick lightning hit the strange god's clone, entangling him tightly. The next moment, Han Xiao's spirit suddenly sank into the quantum network. So while I attack the soul, you use virtual soul on the alien god. Attribute judgment is in progress. Character level judgment failed. Success rate -30%. Lucky attribute judgment failed. Success rate -20%. Mysterious attribute judgment is in progress. Success rate -30%. Intellect attribute judgment is in progress. Success rate +40%. One of the 4 judgments takes effect. The skill is successfully activated. According to your virtual technical level, your basic success rate is 424%, and after the bonus, the theoretical success rate is 384%. Calculation of the opponent's abnormal mental state resistance. After the calculation is in progress, the final success rate is 76%. The final judgment is in progress. The judgment is successful. Virtual soul has taken effect. In the distance, the body of the alien god suddenly stopped. His soul was virtualized by Han Xiao, thrown into the quantum network, temporarily lost the control of his body, and was sucked back by the strong gravitational device. The spiritual level is the weakness of the strange gods. His clone shares the soul with the body. Han Xiao uses virtual soul to the clone, which can directly act on his body. Because the attribute difference is too large, the virtual soul does not last long and cools down for 15 minutes, but it is enough for Han Xiao to complete the close. Quantum Network is Han Xiao's home court. His consciousness transforms into a luminous giant covering the sky and the sun. He beats the soul of the alien god, and all attacks are transformed into mental damage. Virtual soul. The effect ended soon, and the spirit was restored in the eyes of the strange god, and his consciousness was restored. The soul damage made his eyes a little tired. Looking up, he found that his body had been pulled in front of Han Xiao. Han Xiao rushed up to fight without saying a word. Seeing this, the strange god couldn't escape. He didn't run away because he couldn't beat it, but he was too passive in the trap. The two were entangled together, rolling and forming a ball. The alien god kept splitting out new clones to strengthen the output. However, Han Xiao was like a dogskin plaster with a high degree of flesh and a large number of amber balls as shields, which made the alien god very irritable and was entangled by Han Xiao. "You annoying guy." Yishun's face was gloomy. "Thank you for the praise." Han Xiao smiled and spurted a secret energy impact from his hands, smashing a clone. At the same time, the 6 people lying in ambush gradually surrounded them, and the Sun Hunter destroyed many clones with the assistance of the Mechanical Legion. Because the new clones separated by the alien god were entangled by Han Xiao and did not replenish the battlefield on the Sun Hunter side, the pressure on Sun Hunter and others was reduced a lot, and they also chased after them. Not long after, all the Super A levels finally arrived, occupying all directions and surrounding the strange gods. Han Xiao and the Mechanical Legion of the Mechanical Kingdom blocked all the escape positions. Seeing this, Han Xiao temporarily stopped and retreated to the formation of his Mechanical Legion. The alien god was surrounded by numerous encirclements, with dense mechanical warriors in his sight. 11 super-level energy sources burned his senses, and dozens of his clones were gathered back, protecting him next to his body. Be ready for battle. In the distance, the fleet of the Glorious Federation also appeared. Without the help of the alien gods, the fallen ARC troops were soon defeated by the fleets of the 3 major civilizations. Warships exploded into fireworks in the universe, and the blazing red light shone on everyone's faces, leaving mottled spots. The alien god glanced at the defeated fleet, withdrew his gaze, looked at Manison, and said in a deep voice in the spiritual network, "Manison, I didn't expect you to deal with me too." Among the 11 people, the alien god only looked at only 4 people, namely Manison, Milizao's, Sun Hunter, and Han Xiao. They had all had experiences of fighting, among which Manison was one of his most important opponents. "It's just a deal, and I warned you not to step into the old galaxy." Manison's tone was calm. The strange god nodded and glanced at everyone. Although he was surrounded, he was not panicked and said slowly, "Even if you have too many people, it is not that easy to solve me." He had 2 escape plans. One was to escape from the trap area. Now he was surrounded and basically failed. He could only choose the second plan. This is to use his own space power to slowly penetrate the space-time locking area, drill out a gap, and teleport and run away. The premise of this plan is to delay sufficient time. The confidence of the alien god comes from a large number of clones. Even if he is surrounded, he can use the clone tactics to deal with everyone. He also has various self-healing, energy absorption, and defense abilities to ensure that he will not lose in a short period of time and can delay a lot of time. So the alien god is not nervous at all. Everyone had already analyzed before the war and knew that they could not delay time. They looked at each other and nodded. Action is planned. Do it to you, Black Star. The next moment, everyone took action at the same time, and the siege exploded. Dozens of clones of the alien god fought with everyone, and the casualties were very fast. But the alien god continued to absorb energy through superpowers and continuously created new clones, which suddenly supported 11 super-level offensives. Although the alien god beat him very hard, it was already amazing enough. Even the siege of Super A level, I couldn't help but be amazed at this level of combat power. The evolutionary version of the alien god is really a monster. If it weren't for joining forces to deal with him at the suggestion of He Xing, who else could threaten this guy in the future? Han Xiao shuttled through the battlefield, under the cover of others, passing through the clones' numerous blockades, violating the body of the alien god. The strange god had just fought with Han Xiao, and he was no doubt about him, and he would face Han Xiao again. However, as soon as the 2 men's bodies touched, the strange god sensed a strange energy coming from Han Xiao and entering his body. The next moment, the restless superpowers in the alien god's body seemed to have been given a sedative injection, and all of them fell silent. "Is this super quiet?" The strange god's face suddenly changed, and he finally showed a look of surprise and doubt, his eyes full of doubt, and he didn't understand why Han Xiao had his abilities. "It's effective." Han Xiao was relieved when he got the prompt from the panel. At the pre-war meeting, he and everyone discussed tactics and used the super silent character card until the siege. Han Xiao has been hiding this trick, just waiting for this opportunity. The moment the super energy silence took effect, all the clones' movements suddenly froze, and the clones' superpowers were frozen. He could not maintain this ability. All clones exploded and turned into black mist and dissipated. Because the gap is too large, the duration of super energy silence is the minimum. But at this moment, the clone tactics of the alien god were disintegrated. Everyone was prepared. In a short moment when the alien god lost its superpower, 3 magicians cast the long-prepared control magic. The Mind Master interfered with the spiritual operation of the alien god. The martial artist used chi power to suppress the alien god's body. Han Xiao also gave the alien god's body an injection and implanted a nano-level cell inhibitory fluid to reduce the opponent's chi activity. In an instant, the strange god was under heavy control, and many super level actions suppressed him at the same time, making him almost unable to move. The power quickly recovered, and he tried to break free, but so many super A-level control skills were like indestructible shackles, binding every limb and holding him in place. Under multiple actions, the power in the body falls into stagnation and cannot operate, and cannot turn into fuel to activate supernatural power. Although the clone tactics have strong combat power, He can't withstand so many super A-level collaborations by simply competing with his strength. The strange god stared at Han Xiao, puzzled. How could you use my abilities? You have time to think about it slowly in the future. Han Xiao did not hesitate, and took out the space-time amber with his hands and used it towards the alien god. After the soul connection entered the second layer, the manufacturing speed of the amber ball became faster. Space-time amber is the core of this plan. So many people can suppress the alien god, but everyone cannot get together forever. The alien god has various supernatural powers, and other imprisonment methods have no effect on him. He has countless ways to escape. Only space-time amber that has proven its effect can imprison the alien gods. The pre-war meeting has been decided that Han Xiao is the core figure of the action, and everyone's job is to help him capture the strange god with time and space amber. If there was no superpower silence and space-time amber, it might really make the alien god escape. These two things are the key variables that are unique to this action. The strange god also had a strong sense of space. He noticed that the space around him was twisting and mutating, and a sudden look appeared in his eyes. So this is the effect of the legendary space-time amber. It is really a magical universe treasure. The strange god paused and barely pulled his facial muscles. I didn't expect that I fell into your hands. Han Xiao knew the law that the villain would be overturned by talking too much, so he didn't plan to speak. So he kept his head shut and activated the space-time amber with full power. Seeing that the situation was powerless to turn the world, the strange god simply stopped struggling and stared at Han Xiao with her expressionless face, with a deep meaning. Black Star, we will see you sooner or later. It depends on when the three civilizations will ask me to let you out. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he suddenly interrupted the energy supply. The next moment, the expression and movements of the strange god were completely frozen. The whole person was sealed into space-time amber. The new month has begun. Please give me a monthly ticket. The moment the space-time amber was formed, the energy was isolated, and everyone stopped and surrounded them. There were eyes wide open and curiously observing the strange gods in the amber. Have you succeeded? The Sun Hunter knocked on the shell of the amber ball, staring at the motionless strange god inside, with a slight surprise in his eyes. The estimated success rate of the action in the pre-war meeting was not low, but when it was actually completed, many Super A levels were a bit unbelievable. The strange god is famous in the universe. He has escaped the encirclement of cosmic civilizations countless times. But is he really caught by them now? And the action went smoothly. The individual imprisoned by space-time amber will freeze the time. His soul still has consciousness, but his body cannot move. We did catch him. Han Xiao explained a little. This guy is today. Milazau's shook his dragon head. 11 people take action, and it will be embarrassing if they fail. Manison's performance was very dull, but he also felt a little emotional and sighed when he lost an old acquaintance. But as soon as this emotion arose, he was suppressed by Manison. His eyes turned to the space-time amber in Han Xiao's hand, and everyone turned their heads to look at this universe treasure. Although everyone was surprised that the strange god was captured, it would not last long. After all, both of them were over A-level bosses, and everyone did not look up to the strange gods. Instead, they were more interested in space-time amber. During this period, due to the rumors of the Lighthouse Star Battle, the time and space amber has entered the sight of various Super A-level people. It can easily imprison the universe treasures of Super A-level superpowers. No one is not interested. I finally saw the scene of the time and space amber playing with my own eyes. Everyone has their own thoughts, and it is inevitable that they are envious. Black Star has the ability to imprison Super A-level, which is more or less threatening to everyone, making everyone evaluate him from the perspective of combat effectiveness. Han Xiao has a special position in their eyes. Seeing everyone's eyes, Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and flipped his hands to put away the space-time amber. What a good thing. The Sun Hunter sighed. Hey Xing, you are very lucky. You actually have 2 cosmic treasures in your hand. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, and he was happy to listen to others praise his luck. After all, Things that do not exist need to be emphasized by others, just like ordinary people like to be called fashionable. After a pause, he did not talk, changed the topic and said, "Now the strange god has been arrested and the action has been completed. The strange god asked me to bring me back to the Empire. You have no objection." Manison shook his head. He was very interested in the strange god's body, but unfortunately, he couldn't open the space-time amber. The three Sun Hunters of the Zuling sect wanted to speak, but stopped. After thinking about it, they still did not refuse Han Xiao's request. The Zuling sect also wanted to bring the alien god back to imprison him. However, the situation was stronger than that of the humans. There were 7 people present in the Empire. They were not sure to steal people, so there was no need for this. Since there is no objection, let's leave it to us. Mila Zhao's nodded. Black Star, you have the greatest contribution to this time of arresting the alien gods. The Empire will cooperate with the propaganda to add a touch to your deeds. I know. Han Xiao smiled. The Ark of the Gods and the Fallen is particularly well known in the universe. The paradise of the villains is notorious, which makes countless interstellar citizens frightened. Now this guy is captured by the Empire, which is definitely a big news. The Empire will not miss this opportunity to promote their contributions to maintaining peace in the universe and eradicate a scourge for interstellar citizens that threatens personal safety. As the promoter of the plan and the greatest hero of the action, I will definitely be the target of key publicity. When this matter is spread, my reputation will definitely soar again, and 80% will become one of my representative achievements. The influence of the incident may not be lower than that of the Lighthouse Star Battle. As a strange god, you may not be able to obtain political assets, but the high-level legend should be a foregone conclusion. Of course, compared with the hidden dangers of the World Tree civilization, these are all trivial matters. Eliminating hidden dangers is much more important. At least citizens who have explored the universe will not squat in a pit at home one day and suddenly receive the news of the invasion of the World Tree, which is so scared that they will be pinched off. Without the threat of the alien gods, the enthusiasm of major civilizations to study this spatial data will inevitably be reduced, and the scientific research team on the Fallen Ark will not continue to execute the orders of a former leader, so the time to connect the World Tree civilization universe will inevitably be postponed. At this stage, the plot line of the strange god must be beyond recognition, but compared to the sudden change in the overall pattern brought about by the early invasion of the World Tree, this consequence is definitely worth it, and it will win more time for stable development. In the future, the 3 major civilizations and the World Tree civilization will definitely discover each other, and there will be a battle. This is a cosmic disaster. Han Xiao has been accumulating strength for this. For him, the later the day, the better. By the way, the strange god said that he would meet me again sooner or later. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He just focused on sealing the strange god, but did not think about the strange god's words. Now he relaxed, and all kinds of guesses came to his mind. The strange god also knew that the World Tree civilization existed, and he should also know that there must be a battle between the 2 sides. So what he meant was that at that time, the 3 major civilizations might rely on his power to release him. Han Xiao shook his head. It was something that didn't know when it would happen. At that time, the consciousness of the alien god might have been wiped out by long imprisonment. At this time, Swordmaster Fu suddenly spoke and said coldly, "There is something I need to remind you that I just interfered with the soul of the alien god on the spiritual level. The moment before he was sealed, I sensed an abnormal mental fluctuation." Han Xiao's expression stern. What kind of fluctuation? The spiritual power of the alien god exploded at that moment, and the resistance strength increased many times. It seemed that he wanted to use his mental power to stimulate the body and break free from control, but he failed. After that, the time and space amber sealed him, and our mental power was also bounced out. Well, I know. Han Xiao pondered for a moment and nodded. It sounds like the last attempt of the alien god, PUBG, but it is normal to fail. Everyone did not struggle with the issue of the ownership of the alien gods and quickly reached a consensus. Then everyone turned to look at the battlefield and saw the three civilized fleets still dealing with the remaining fallen warships, but everyone had no intention of helping. They only have a strange god in their eyes. At this time, the evil ones have been eliminated. These minions are not worth taking action, and no one wants to waste their energy. Han Xiao was still thinking about the degree of Imperial contribution rewarded by Imperial battle, the fallen arc, repeatable, and divided a portion of the mechanical troops to chase the fleet. When the alien god was arrested, the remaining fallen arc fleet gave up resistance. The crew was all wanted criminals of various civilizations. No one surrendered, but fled everywhere. They were chased by the three civilized fleets that were pursued by victory and were defeated, and there were no escapes. While waiting for the battle to end, Han Xiao quietly opened the panel to check the large number of prompts that popped up just now. Imperial battle, fallen arc, repeatable, normal settlement. Several tasks in the Facing the Alien God series were completed, and the experience reward alone reached more than 30 billion. Even with the upgrade fee standard of 280, it can be upgraded to several levels. Of course, the premise of getting so much experience is to blow up the alien god's clone. In the later stages of the previous life, only a very small number of players had the chance to do it, which was not difficult in his eyes. The Imperial contribution also soared, gaining more than 10,000 points, which was equivalent to the cost of 2 ultimate knowledge. Reaped a lot. At the same time, a brand new People Advent card, Alien God, also came to Han Xiao's hands. However, the Alien God has too many abilities, and the chance of getting a super energy is extremely low. This time the luck is average. The effect of the character card is teleportation. The maximum number of times used is 10 times. The ability is actually good, but it is a bit useless for him. He has a void jump, and the effect is not much different from teleportation. However, the void jump has cooling, and multiple flash methods are acceptable. At least it is used a lot. Han Xiao paid a lot of money to deal with the alien god this time. He used up the number of times he was silent. His killer weapon to deal with the psychics was gone, and a perfect mechanical sense was also used up. He also has a blank character card that can copy a perfect mechanical feeling, but he has no plans for this at the moment. The battle between Lighthouse Star Battle and the alien gods has established enough reputation for him. It is estimated that no one will provoke him for a long time. There is no rush to use the blank character card for the time being. Another mission, 3 Civilizations Enemies, is also displayed as a complete state. After capturing the strange god alive, you have completed the additional task requirements and can draw 3 abilities of the strange god, which are much more valuable than the character card. His template expertise is basically extracted in this way. Han Xiao did not settle this task immediately. With such a valuable reward, wouldn't it be a waste of opportunity if he didn't go back to touch his godson? With his black face, if he can draw good things, there will be ghosts. In addition to mission rewards, Han the Technician also gained a lot of experience in killing enemies, and also had a lot of experience in killing the clone of the alien gods. The clones were endless, and he indirectly made him get a lot of money, which greatly added a wave of experience slots. After looking at the panel for a while, the fleet's battle was finally over. Han Xiao looked at the Super A level of the other 2 civilizations. This is the end of our cooperation. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. You can sit down on my territory if you have time. Manison initiated an invitation to Han Xiao. No, I have to send the strange god back. Let's talk about it later. Han Xiao refused politely. Then let's go next time. Manison shook his head, feeling a pity, and turned to leave. The Sun Hunter took the initiative to exchange communication numbers with Han Xiao and returned to the main ship with the people of the Zuling sect. Han Xiao brought the arrested alien god and returned to the main ship of the Empire with Milizaos and other companions. The 11 people returned to their respective troops, and the 3 civilized fleets parted ways, left in different directions, and embarked on their way back. At the same time, the report on this action was also sent back to the top leaders of the 3 major civilizations. Is the strange god really caught? Ulan Riel was slightly stunned when receiving a report from the fleet commander in the office of the Red Ring Star. The head of the Empire was busy with official duties. After simply promoting the alliance of the three major civilizations and helping the Black Star get help, she did not continue to pay attention to this action. Ulan attaches importance to Han Xiao's willingness to eradicate the alien gods, but he doesn't care much about this action. His mentality is like a billionaire taking out hundreds of thousands to invest in small amounts, just trying the waters, and whether it is successful or not can be accepted. Now that she has received a report from the team's success, she is also surprised. The strange god who had always given them a headache finally fell. The existence of the alien god has always been the heart disease of the three major civilizations, representing chaos and illegality, and has always been the enemy of order. Both sides clearly draw a clear line, but at some point, the three major civilizations rely on their power. The strange god's infamy comes from his atrocities. Although he is tyrannical, he obviously will not be idle when he is free to solve the tiger's beards of the three civilizations. His targets of crimes are often star cluster level or superstar cluster level civilizations. Ravaging in the territories of these civilizations is actually in the interests of the three civilizations. On the other hand, the fallen arc attracts thugs and wanted criminals from all over the universe, which have both advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage is that the power of the alien gods has expanded and becomes increasingly difficult to deal with. It has also spawned many fanatics who pursue alien gods. The advantage is that they gather evildoers in the universe, so as to facilitate the monitoring of the three major civilizations and catch them all in one place, and reduce the public security pressure in multiple star fields in disguise. Of course, the premise is that the alien god has strong strength. If it is not difficult to deal with, the three major civilizations will not always allow this guy to exist. Now Black Star has captured the strange gods and helped them get rid of this difficult enemy. The three civilizations are happy to see it. This is equivalent to capturing the leader of terrorists like Uncle Lamp and making achievements on behalf of the three major civilizations' anti-terrorism cause. The greater the shadow the alien gods left on interstellar citizens, the higher the reputation the three major civilizations gained. Ulan Riel nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Black Star did not waste my help. He did a pretty job. The alien god was more or less careless. Otherwise, with his ability, almost no one in the universe could catch him. Claudia said calmly. He is also an old opponent of the strange god, and his judgment is accurate. If the strange god decisively teleports and escapes when it encounters the encirclement, then basically no one can catch him. Unfortunately, this is just a theoretical situation. With the nature of a strange god, he would not do this at all. The premise of being the strongest is not to be afraid of challenges. If he only escaped, he would not be able to achieve his current reputation and achievements. Perhaps it would become another type of threat, and then it might have been eradicated by the three major civilizations at all costs. No matter what, Black Star did not disappoint my expectations. Ulan Rueyer was becoming more and more satisfied with Han Xiao. The Lighthouse Star battle severely hit the arrogance of the Zuling sect, and now he eliminated one of the three mortal enemies of civilization. The Black Star has only joined for more than a year, and has brought considerable benefits to the Empire. Not long after the Imperial fleet embarked on its return journey, everyone received a reply from the senior executives of the Empire. In the center of the command room, a long-range projector appeared. It was the head of state, Ulan Riel. Seeing this scene, all the Imperial soldiers present stood up and saluted respectfully. Han Xiao and 7 Super A-level players also nodded symbolically. You did a good job this time and made great contributions to the Empire. The Empire will not be stingy with corresponding rewards. Ulan Rueyer stood in front of everyone with his hands behind his back with a compliment. Facing the boss of the Empire, everyone maintained a Super A-level reserve and nodded to express their acceptance of your praise. If Black Star hadn't persuaded the joining of the Glorious Federation, I wouldn't have promoted this joint operation. I read the report. Black Star made the most efforts in the capture process. The Empire is preparing to use Black Star as the core of publicity in the subsequent publicity. Everyone has no objection to this. Ulan Riel turned his head and looked at Han Xiao. Capturing the strange god is an amazing record. Ulan Rueyer is preparing to put the big head of this contribution on Han Xiao to help him expand his influence. Of course not. This is the fact. Milizao smiled. Lao Long was seriously injured in the Battle of Lighthouse Star and had been resentful. When he saw the strange god arrested, he felt so comfortable that he drank cold carbonated drinks on a hot day. He felt cool and had a better impression of Han Xiao. The others had no idea, and they were still waiting to borrow the evolutionary block, so naturally no one competed for Han Xiao. Then I will thank the Empire for its cultivation in advance. Han Xiao smiled. Well, you can bring the alien god back as soon as possible. The Empire will lock him in the tightest place. Ulan Riel paused. By the way, Black Star, you said that people sealed by the amber of time and space will die in a long imprisonment, right? That's right. Han Xiao nodded and immediately understood the head of state. The Empire wants to study the body of the alien god. Yes, the body of the alien god has high research value. He mastered various superpowers through gene chain recombination. If he could crack this ability, the Empire's genetic technology would improve, and the output of cultivating superpowers would increase significantly. Ulan Riel did not hide it. Of course, we will start this kind of research after the soul of the alien god dies. How long do you think it will take to erase his soul? Han Xiao touched his chin. I suggest that the sentence starts at 500 years. Ulan Riel pondered for a while, then nodded. Okay, although it is a bit long, everything is mainly safe. 500 years are nothing to the Red Empire. Their existence time is many times that of this number, and some strategic plans are based on 100 years. After chatting for a few more words, Ulan Riel hung up the remote communication, and many Imperial soldiers present returned to their posts. Ravenlaw turned his head to look at Han Xiao. The god has already grabbed it. It's your turn to fulfill the transaction. Han Xiao smiled and raised his palm. The nanoparticles surging, bringing the evolution block placed close to his palm. Don't worry. I am a person who is trustworthy. You have helped me solve my major problems. I will not treat everyone badly. The three major civilizations reached a consensus and announced the news of the arrest of the strange god after the fleet returned. Because the battle took place in a deserted universe with no trace of people, the news was limited, so the major forces currently knew nothing about the experience of the strange god. Half a month later, the Imperial fleet returned successfully, and everyone was calm all the way, and there was no accident. Han Xiao handed over the strange god to another Imperial fleet that came to greet him, and the Empire would imprison the strange god in a top-secret location. Other super-level transformations were made by evolution blocks, and they were satisfied and said goodbye to leave one after another, leaving Han Xiao alone to return to the Red Ring Star. He contacted Fording and the other two at the first time. After a month, Han Xiao met the other three again. The Central Xinghai and his party have achieved their goals this time. Han Xiao announced to the three of them that the holiday was over, and took the three back to their own spaceship and set sail and returned to the Broken Star Ring. On the spaceship, Han Xiao took advantage of the excuse of missing him very much for a long time and beat Ferdin and Nero hard. Fording was fine. He was used to it and looked helpless, but Nilo was uncomfortable all over. Even his father had never been so enthusiastic. He was picked up by Han Xiao's big hand and was dizzy. Renard thought he would suffer such treatment too, so he took a deep breath and made a secret mental preparation. However, Han Xiao turned around and left, as if he was not interested in him. Renard was a little disappointed. After taking advantage of a luck, Han Xiao locked himself in the room and opened the panel to settle the mission of 3 civilized enemies. 3 civilized enemies completed. Your accumulated damage to the alien god is 100%. The upper limit has been reached, and you will receive the corresponding reward. You gain 200 experience. You receive a random reward X1. You receive People Advent Card, Alien God. People Advent Card, Alien God. People Advent, Alien. You can only use it for those with lower levels than you, so that the target's superpowers can be permanently enhanced and the potential of superpowers can be improved. The same target can only be used once. The upper limit of use. 03. Han Xiao's eyes moved. This ability is a bit amazing. If a civilization has this ability, it is equivalent to an unlimited number of times of superpower potential enhancement fluid. Even if it can only be used on superpowers, it is enough to improve the strength level of the superpowers of the entire civilization. This is a strategic level ability. Unfortunately, the person who masters this superpower is a strange god. The strange god's ghost is not like he will help me improve my strength. The collection of these powerful superpowers by the alien gods is equivalent to killing some geniuses who may rise in disguise. If the original owner of this superpower did not encounter the alien god, he might become a guest of honor in the advanced civilization in the future. Extra task requirements have been completed. You receive additional reward. Randomly draw 3 abilities feature skills of the alien god. Tip: the alien god is abilities, and some of the extractable abilities have been automatically adjusted according to your profession. You have 3 quotas to draw. Each randomly draw at least 1 ability and make a maximum of 3 random selections. Please select the ability type of the first draw and have both skills and expertise. Han Xiao rubbed his hands and chose his expertise. The psychic person is not suitable for his profession, and his strength is different. He knows that many psychic abilities cannot be extracted. Since you can choose the type this time, of course you have to use it. In terms of proportion, the chance of getting good expertise is much higher than that of drawing skills. Randomly drawn, the drawing is completed. Please select 1 to 3 items from the following 5 abilities as rewards. 1. Particle Structure Reinforcement. Feature: immune to real damage. 2. Crazy Believer. Feature: abnormal mind state resistance plus 20%. 3. Cell Division Control. Feature: consume strength to stimulate cell division. Achieve strong self-healing. Convert the power value into health value. The conversion ratio is 1 to 3, and the maximum recovery of 15% health value seconds. 4. Tolerance Strengthening. Feature: physical and energy resistance plus 40%. 5. Combat Talent. Feature: after entering the battle, all attributes plus 1% per minute, up to 12% increase. Han Xiao's eyes lit up, and this time he drew 2 template specialties, namely the first and third items. His eyes were firmly locked on cell division control. This expertise should be transformed from the strong self-healing of the alien god. The effect is the same as his intermediate cell proliferation control, but the transformation efficiency is not as high as his 1 to 5. Now my health has exceeded 5 million, and the health value converted by all my energy cannot reach 10% of the upper limit of the health, which is far worse than the limit of recovery of blood per second, 28%. It is definitely a profit to improve my blood recovery efficiency. As for the ability to be immune to real damage, he already has it, so he doesn't have to choose anymore. You have obtained cell division control. Your intermediate cell proliferation control is similar to cell division control and has been synthesized. The expertise can be upgraded. Han Xiao's heart moved. Some specialties with the same series and the same effect have a chance to combine, such as mechanical expertise. If you get a more advanced mechanical feeling, the low-level mechanical expertise will automatically disappear, which is equivalent to upgrading your expertise. Complete synthesis. You lose cell division control. Intermediate cell proliferation control. Upgrade to advanced cell proliferation control. Advanced cell proliferation control. Use power to proliferate cells to heal wounds. The power value is converted into health. The ratio is 1 to 9, and the maximum recovery is 35% health S. The 2 feats are synthesized, and the blood recovery ratio is increased from 1 to 5 to 1 to 9, and the recovery speed is faster, almost doubled, and the recovery limit per second is increased from 28% to 35%. Han Xiao exhaled and then performed the second draw, which was still the type of expertise. There are 5 random specialties. Han Xiao browsed them and chose one of them called Soul Hot Spring to increase mental resistance by 120% and accelerate the reduction of the time of abnormal mental state to restore soul damage. Spirit is one's own shortcomings, and stacking spiritual resistance has always been an important task. The third draw is still specialized. Han Xiao glanced at it and looked happy. Among the 5 random options, there's a capability that seems to be adjusted by powerful black hole, which can convert some damage into its own strength value. After choosing this ability, the panel prompts medium effect energy absorption. Instead of synthesizing, the 2 feats become one. Your medium effective energy absorption is upgraded to high effective energy absorption. High effective energy absorption. When you suffer physical, magic, energy, etc., the damage you bear is reduced by 25%, which is converted into a strength value. The absorbed damage value is not considered as resistance offset. The remaining 75% of the damage is calculated normally, and the 60% damage offset by resistance is converted into a strength value. Han Xiao calculated a little. That's how I calculated. The damage conversion efficiency of my being beaten back to the blue has been increased by more than 1.5 times, and my upgraded feat is equal to an additional 25% absolute resistance, which reduces the damage I suffered by 1/4. Before the upgrade, medium effective energy absorption had no defense ability, and after the upgrade, it had the characteristics of superpower black hole, which directly converted part of the damage into my own strength, avoiding part of the damage, which is equivalent to saving the power value that restores this part of the blood volume. Assuming that your resistance is 50% and you're subject to theoretical damage, the effect of your expertise before upgrading is you actually suffer 5,000 damage and absorb 3,000 power. After upgrading, the effect becomes taking 3,750 points of damage, absorbing 4,750 points of energy. More energy recovery is more than losing blood. After 3 extractions, the subtle mechanical lightning flashed on the surface of the body, and the whole body was numb, and the cells made subtle changes. In Han Xiao's perception, the cells became easier to control. Because of the foundation, it is not uncomfortable to upgrade the expertise of the 2 templates, and it is a little comfortable. Han Xiao exhaled and clenched his fists hard. The full sense of power surged in his body, and his body was filled with vigorous vitality. As these 2 template specialties evolve, Han Xiao's self-healing ability has risen to a higher level. He holds 2 covetous universe treasures in his hand. His body flesh is not harmful at all, otherwise he might one day fall like a strange god. With my current self-healing level, as long as I'm not beaten by so many super A-level gangs like a strange god, there should be no accident. Han Xiao said intimately. The efficiency of blood recovery and blue recovery is already very high. Han Xiao has plans for the subsequent improvement. The upper limit of health will continue to increase with the upgrade. There is no need to pay attention to it. The rest, you need to continue to improve the power realm. This is related to the attributes of power bonus and the efficiency of blood recovery. In terms of mechanical capabilities, we need to acquire advanced mechanical expertise, learn ultimate knowledge, study more drawings, develop new generation machinery, continuously expand the scale of the army, cultivate mechanical civilization. Although I am resistant to beating, this is only to ensure the strength of the body, and the main combat method is still Krypton Gold. Ahem, machinery. The danger of this encirclement is actually not as dangerous as that of the Lighthouse Star battle. In Lighthouse Star, I am the passive side who is attacked. Faced with more super-level encirclements, my identity is the victim. This time, I was carrying a bunch of super-level raiders, and my identity was the initiator of the group beating. In comparison, my situation is not dangerous, and even if the action fails, it will not endanger my life. Therefore, the pressure is much lower than that of the Lighthouse Star battle, which seems relaxed. The interface of ability extraction disappeared, and Han Xiao took a look and found that there was a reward prompt for this task. Copy generation. Fallen God. Han Xiao's eyelids twitched. Wow. The challenge level of this dungeon is probably to break through the sky. The strange god is one of the ultimate bosses of the chaotic evil camp. The generation of the dungeon in this battle was expected by Han Xiao. However, Most players who dare to enter this dungeon must be shaking him, not to mention players. Even Han Xiao himself, who was fighting this dungeon alone, was also hanged and beaten by the strange god. Fortunately, he only wholesales the dungeon crystal and never uses it. Well, open this copy and show my heroic posture. Han Xiao couldn't help but think of professional dog licking bags. After putting away his thoughts, Han Xiao opened the prompt bar and took a look, confirming that there was no other reward. The infamous guy like the alien god, it makes no sense to not give the legendary degree. I guess the legendary reward will be triggered after the 3 major civilizations are announced. There are 2 ways to obtain the legendary degree. One is a normal reward for completing tasks, and the other is a non-task reward. It has made a sensational deed and is constantly spreading in the universe. The spread rate can be obtained when it reaches a certain level. Han Xiao has triggered both methods, which is not surprising. Han Xiao couldn't help but think about the subsequent developments and pondered. Now the strange god is lying down, removing the unstable factors of the World Tree civilization. Even if the Red Empire deciphers the wormhole data in the future and I am here to operate, the Red Empire will focus on hiding itself and will not become a leader party. Instead, it can explore the situation of the World Tree civilization in advance and grasp the initiative. Because of the wormhole data, the plot line of the World Tree civilization will inevitably change, and the time is basically certain in advance. But in the previous life, the World Tree civilization discovered the explored universe mastered by the 3 major civilizations. This time, Han Xiao estimated that the 3 major civilizations will discover the World Tree civilization in advance. In this way, the situation will be different. The 3 major civilizations came from the Dark Forest era. Of course, they understood the importance of hiddenness and decided to make decisions before moving. Han Xiao knew that the world was building civilization style. There was no room for peace between the 2 sides, and war was inevitable. But it's hard to say who would be the invading party at that time. Han Xiao remembers that there is another wormhole data that is trampled into the hands of the Terra civilization. In this regard, the Red Empire needs to take it back. There is no big problem. With the technical power of the cosmic civilization, it will definitely decipher faster than the Terra civilization. Then the Empire will take the initiative. Moreover, the strange god is getting cold, and the attractiveness of this set of wormhole data to researchers will become very limited. After all, the research library of which civilization does not have a large amount of research topics. So it is impossible to invest too much scientific research resources in an unknown wormhole project. Therefore, according to Han Xiao's calculations, even if the World Tree civilization is advanced, it will not appear so soon. Without the leader, the fallen ark should soon fall apart and will not become a paradise for evildoers. Those who choose to kill, set fire, and become wanted criminals have one less place to go. Han Xiao pondered. The plot line of the strange god can be said to have been completely subverted. Once the whole body is moved, the life trajectory of many people will be rewritten. From the perspective of the strange god's camp, the fate of these people should be mostly benign. At least many planets survived and will not be poisoned by the strange god's poison. The creatures saved are estimated to be in units of trillions. I did something good and gained a lot of character. Han Xiao rubbed his chin and curled his lips. After working as a god of 3.0, I can keep a low profile for a long time, and I have nothing else to do for the time being, and I should be able to pass the 3.0 version safely. Han Xiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Looking back, he has been in dire straits since the opening of 3.0. I don't know how much big news has been made. Now he is finally ushered in a long-term stable period and can freely develop well. Just as Han Xiao was planning the blueprint of the Legion, Renard took Nero to another mechanical modification room of the spacecraft. Renard came to a mechanical modification table, and his fingers drew a few golden operating marks on the operating board. The modification table switched to manual assembly mode. Clear gaps appeared on the integrated countertop. Several metal plates slid open, and several mechanical arms extended to transport the parts. The vacation is over. I hope you will return to your learning state as soon as possible. Theoretical knowledge is only the foundation of a mechanic. A mechanic who cannot turn knowledge into actual manufacturing ability is a failure. You have learned enough theories. Starting today, your courses will need to add operation training for primary mechanical assembly. Milo was excited. Learning theoretical knowledge is boring, and practical operation is at least a bit fun. He is interested in manufacturing machinery, so he chooses to become a mechanic. Renard pressed the modification table a few times, and a virtual screen popped up, which recorded many low-level machinery assembly methods, compiled into an operating manual, and played in the form of a video. This mechanical modification table is specially made by Renard, and it stores a lot of drawings of low-level machinery. Renard pondered, let's start with simple assembly. Let me see. Let's choose the classic skeleton exoskeleton power armor. Technical difficulty, D, 1 week planetary level, aquarium star technology. The parts have been automated. You only need to assemble them. Nilo calmed down and recalled the theoretical knowledge he had learned. In fact, he could watch the operation video when he was confused. What we are training now is assembly proficiency, which is the basis of a mechanic, even for a powerful mechanic like Lord Blackstar. Renard guided on the side and shouted, "Don't simply assemble according to the steps. Use all your senses to feel the structure of the machinery. Use your mechanical force to penetrate, touch, and perceive it." I understand. Nello was focused, and his perception of the machinery became clearer. Under the action of the high-level Lucky Halo, the intermediate mechanical sense gradually changed to the advanced. Zodiac Corridor, territory of the Red Empire. A confidential military forbidden area. An Imperial warship came not far from a huge space mechanical building. This mechanical building is a huge cube with layers of structures covered with large areas of thick armor. The outside is equipped with a large number of offensive weapons, which is an armed fortress. In fact, this armed fortress is a space prison specially made by the Empire using the giant star rail engineering. It is specially used to detain powerful superpower prisoners. It has powerful defensive performance and is enough to withstand fleet bombing. A huge prison only imprisons a Super A prisoner, and all the facilities inside are only used to prevent one person from escaping. Please confirm that the encrypted project code and key. The procedures have been completed. The prison is being activated, the core is being opened, and the intelligent docking is being carried out. The mechanical structure of the super-level prison fortress is operating, showing the internal structure almost solid, and there are layers of armor and mechanical facilities inside, all of which are blockade devices to prevent jailbreak. At this time, the blockade is opened layer by layer, just like peeling an onion. The cube prison has turned into blooming flowers, revealing the core of the prison at the center, which is an egg-shaped gap. The docking is completed. The imprisonment cabin is ready to be launched. Countdown, 3, 2, 1, launch. The Imperial warship shot out a small independent cabin in the shape of an egg, all silver black, 10 meters long, and the amber wrapped in the alien god was fixed inside. This egg-shaped cabin has independent power propulsion and ejects tail flames. According to the intelligent plan, it successfully flew to the core gap exposed by the Super A-level prison fortress. The body shape is perfectly matched, and the mechanical structures on both sides are locked to complete the fit. Immediately afterwards, the open prison fortress was folded back and returned to a blockade, protecting the core. This is the place where the strange gods are imprisoned, and this thug who is raging the universe will spend the 500-year sentence here. A few days later, a news ignited the sea of stars. The 3 major civilizations issued a joint statement, claiming that the infamous cosmic criminal Spread God has been arrested and brought to justice by them. The 3 civilizations once pursued the strange gods countless times, but all failed. Their reputation has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Today, the 3 civilizations have suddenly captured the strange gods, and the major forces and countless interstellar citizens were shocked. Countless interstellar citizens originally thought that the alien gods would always be imprisoned and many conspiracy theorists believe that the alien gods were deliberately supported by the three major civilizations, and this news shattered this view. After the initial shock, a large number of civilizations and interstellar citizens cheered excitedly and madly thumped the three civilizations. The strange god is arrested, and everyone celebrates together. After poisoning the universe for many years, the alien gods have caused a large number of tragedies. They have always been a number one thug in the eyes of interstellar citizens. Now the three major civilizations have fought against terrorism and cracked down on this thug. Countless people feel that the security environment of the universe has been purified to a certain extent. The three major civilizations work together to do this. In the eyes of many people, this action was a lubricant for the relationship between the three parties, sending a signal to the outside world, implying that the contradictions arising from the lighthouse star battle have eased, promoting the restoration of the interstellar environment. In the joint statement, the three major civilizations announced the details of the action, and 11 super A-level actors participated in the encirclement and suppression were introduced, which emphasized Han Xiao's achievements, and called Han Xiao the core of the action, and even the initiator of the joint action. Finally, the achievements of imprisoning the strange god belonged to Han Xiao, highlighting his contribution. Countless people in the universe have heard of the atrocities of the strange gods. The higher the reputation of the strange gods, the greater Han Xiao's popularity, which is equivalent to stepping on the strange gods to harvest his fame. The recent popularity of Emperor of the Void Spirit has not yet subsided, and Han Xiao's representative deeds have won more. In the universe, this incident is called the Fall of a Strange God. As the leader of the incident, Han Xiao left a deeper impression in the minds of interstellar citizens. In various star fields, countless victims who have strong hatred for the alien gods have expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Han Xiao. Xia's Planet Transfer Station, a neutral planet that provides various services. It is located in the extremely dangerous central star C Desolate Universe Belt. It is a rare planet transfer station here. It provides smuggling, repair, entertainment, and other services. The target of the service is the wanted criminals, including the fallen Arkansas. Only those who are not afraid of death will establish planetary transit stations in this area. People without background have long been looted by various thugs, and Shazk and the Fallen Ark have set up a line to provide high protection fees, which will avoid the end of being plundered. The lord in charge of this transit planet is called Shazk, a disaster-level Superman. He has established cooperative relations with several armed thugs, including the Fallen Arkansas. He is a small figure in the chaotic Central Star Sea. As for Shazk's origin, it is a secret. The thugs who are hiding in this area do not know or care. They're used to thinking that he is also a wanted criminal of a certain civilization. However, Shazka is not a wanted criminal. His home was destroyed by the alien god. The once vibrant planet is now only dead bodies and dead souls. With unforgettable hatred towards the alien god, he chose to become an avenger, establish a transit station in this uninvited area, hiding like a poisonous snake, looking for opportunities to deal with the fallen Arkansas. The news of the arrest of the strange god also reached the desolate universe belt of the Central Star Sea and reached Shazk's ears, and he called his confidant to hold a secret meeting. As soon as the alien god fell, no one suppressed the group of madmen under his command. The fallen ark will fall apart, and if the backstage falls, we will also be in trouble. There are too many guys who want to plunder us, said a confidant. Yes, we can't stay here anymore. We must leave as soon as possible. Boss, what are you going to do? Shazk heard this and said in a deep voice, Bring everything with you. Let's break the rings and join the Black Star Army. Why is it him? I promise the gods that no matter who eliminates the alien god, I will give him the power. Shazk looked firm. Since the destruction of his home, the only meaning of his life is revenge. However, the strange god is too powerful and revenge is far away. Now Black Star has accomplished something he can never do. Even if Black Star is not for his revenge, Shazk is also grateful. His gratitude is not limited to his heart. He decided to repay Black Star with practical actions. Does the cosmic greats of the Black Star look down on us? So we have to bring a gift. Shaz lowered his voice. In recent years, we have bribed many members of the Fallen Ark and sent them to many undercover agents. Now is the opportunity to enable them. When the Fallen Ark is in chaos, steal some of their assets. This is the capital for us to join the Black Star Legion. The eyes of the confidants lit up. They have been here for many years to understand the Fallen Ark and know that although they are very chaotic and loose, they also have many valuable things, such as the spoils that the alien gods have hoarded over the years, secret intelligence they have collected, lost technology they have studied, and special prisoners they are imprisoned. Now the strange god has fallen. It is not only the people who are targeting the assets of the fallen Arkansas. It is a good time to take advantage of the situation and take advantage of the situation and take advantage of the situation. The members of the Fallen Ark are wanted criminals for various star fields. Some are fanatical followers of the alien gods, and some are for the protection of the alien gods. These thugs only believe in the strong men of the alien gods and do not obey each other. Now that the alien god is gone, he has lost his strong leader. No one is qualified to be the boss. These criminals who lack discipline and cohesion have lost their interest in continuing to join in. Without the deterrent power of the alien gods, these criminals knew that the next step for the three major civilizations was to take action against them, clean up the desolate universe belt of the Central Star Sea, and eliminate them, the group of criminals who had gathered for many years. After the fall of the alien god, this criminal paradise that resounded throughout the universe quickly collapsed with an irreversible momentum. A group of criminals separated from the organization, and the powerful ark of the fallen ark fell apart and split into countless small groups. One by one, the secret production bases built on the desolate planet were also looted by members who separated from the organization. The pattern of the desolate universe belt of the Central Star Sea was originally the dominant ark, maintaining a subtle gray order. Now this unintentional area has become more chaotic and dangerous, with criminals killing each other and plundering each other. This drama is played in different regions at every moment. At this moment, thousands of warships were fighting around a desolate planet. This planet is one of the secret research bases established by the alien gods, which store valuable information, technology, and special products. The thousands of warships fighting belong to dozens of divided criminal groups. The purpose of each group is to seize the results of this R&D base, one of which is Shaft's troops. The outer space of the planet is completely an interstellar battlefield of fierce firefighting. Most of these warships are not equipped with dark energy annihilation weapons. They use second-level naval gun technology. The scorching plasma beams interlaced, smudged the black velvet universe into colorful canvases. Small and medium-sized warships of different models are penetrated by plasma cannons. The hull is melted, and the armor is melted into a blazing red solid liquid mixed metal flow, turning into unpredictable metal clouds, becoming obstacles in the battlefield. The battle lasted for a while and finally decided the winner. Shaz's gang was one of the winners, and together with the others, looted the R&D base and left with satisfaction. The black blade gently stroked across the throat, cracks bloomed, and warm bright red blood gushed out, sputtering on the blood-stained spacecraft bulkhead. Thump! A gray-skinned creature with dense compound eyes on his face fell down with his blood-spraying neck, revealing the murderer standing behind him. The murderer is a humanoid creature holding a long knife. He is thin and wears a hood and a black mechanical mask, revealing only a pair of scarlet eyes. Here is a cabin full of dilapidated ships, with smooth cutting marks on the bulkheads, sparkling with sparks, hundreds of dead bodies of different species lying on the ground, colorful blood scabs solidified on the ground, and blood splattered on the walls, and only the murderer was left standing alone in the field. The 115,700. The murderer's voice was hoarse. His voice was like a worn bellows. His wrist shook. He shook off the blood from the long knife and put his backhand back in the scabbard on his back. Then he pressed the mechanical watch, called out the address book, and sent a message to a number noted as employer. The target has been cleared. Soon, the employer sent a voice message full of excitement and gratitude. Thank you so much, Mr. Rothel. Thank you for helping us revenge. If it weren't for you, we would always. It's just a deal. Remember to pay. Rothel replied lightly. He is a lone bounty assassin, but his hunting targets are limited to members of the fallen Arkansas. Rothel was born in a colonial star of a high-level civilization and grew up in a quiet and peaceful environment. However, one day, the fleet of the fallen Ark arrived, bringing death and destruction. He thought he was dead, but he didn't know that there was a good ability hidden in his body. He woke up at a critical moment and escaped the fate of being killed. But resistance was futile. Because of his superpowers, he was captured by members of the fallen Ark and presented to the alien god as a sacrifice. Therefore, Luo Taier faced the strange god directly, and his newly awakened supernatural power was pulled away, and his whole body turned into a dying mummy. Dying, his life was like a candle in the wind, which would be extinguished at any time. Generally, people who are pulled away by the alien gods will eventually be made into food or thrown into the universe. Perhaps it is the favor of the goddess of luck. All of Rothel's medicine residues were thrown into the universe. Ordinary people cannot survive in the universe, but he found that although he had lost his superpower, when he woke up, his superpower had transformed his body so that he could survive in the universe environment. After the fallen Ark troops left, the civilized rescue troops arrived before Rothel died, and Rothel became the only survivor. He had a deep hatred towards the alien god and the fallen Arkansas, driven by hatred. Rothel, who lost his superpowers and turned back into a mortal, went through a lot of hardships, embarked on the path of martial arts, and became a superpower again. After his training, Rothel became a bounty assassin. The members of the fallen Ark are wanted criminals who defect to the forces of the alien gods to avoid the pursuit of major civilizations and get away with the law. Rothel specializes in hunting these wanted criminals with criminal records, so that these fugitives who think they are safe can repay their blood debts. Employers are often victims of the fallen Arkansas. To this day, the wanted criminal of the fallen Ark who died under Rothel's sword has reached 6 figures, but Rothel is not satisfied with this. He tempers his strength like an ascetic in order to achieve the ultimate goal hidden in his heart: assassinating a strange god. The experience of facing the strange god has always been his nightmare, bringing him endless fear and waking him up from sleep countless times. But even though he knew it was impossible, he did not give up this ultimate goal. Ignoring the bodies all over the ground, Rothel was about to turn around and walk towards the spacecraft operation room. At this time, the communicator suddenly received a breaking news, which was a joint statement of the 3 major civilizations. Is the strange god caught? Rothel's eyes changed. He stopped and read the news carefully. After a while, he let out a long sigh of relief. For a moment, he felt a little lost and felt confused about losing his goal. But soon, Rothel's eyes became firm again, and he murmured to himself, "Is the guy who caught the alien god a black star? A livable planet lives on it, a group of interstellar immigrants living on it. The parent star of this group was blown into a deadly planet by the alien god. One of the survivors had no choice but to migrate to their new home. The news of the arrest of the strange god reached this tribe, and all the tribe members cried with joy. The strange god has finally been arrested. Woo-woo, we have been waiting for this day for too long. Praise the Black Star. May the Black Star be immortal." The same scene was staged on many planets at the same time. The news of the arrest of the strange god caused a carnival. In addition to the cheering civilization and interstellar citizens, some secret organizations were also alarmed. The alien god is too cruel to do things, and I know that he will have this day sooner or later. The alien god is gone, and the fallen Ark will no longer exist. No one will continue to attract the firepower of the 3 major civilizations for us, which is not good for us. Continue to keep a low profile and accumulate strength. We are not as ostentatious as the alien god and will not be targeted. In fact, This is also an opportunity just to accept the legacy and subordinates of the alien god and strengthen our power. Well, send people to the Central Star Sea, and there are many forces that are targeting this opportunity. We should not fall behind. There are many ambition organizations in the universe that belong to the chaotic and evil camp. The Fallen Arc falls apart, which is a major event worth celebrating for normal people, and for them, it is a feast of dividing the assets of the alien god. The outer space of the Sea Blue Star, Long Tanfu Island Palace. Emmy stood on the edge of the floating island, overlooking the panoramic view of the Sea Blue Star, and the stars shone in her eyes. The footsteps sounded behind him, gradually approaching. Emmers turned his head and saw Aesop walking toward him. A big thing happened. Aesop shook his head. The alien god was captured by the 3 major civilizations. What's going on? Emmers raised her eyebrows. You see it yourself. Aesop handed the communicator to Emmys. After browsing it, Emmers returned the communicator to Aesop and chuckled softly. He is really too idle at all. Hei Xing has done another big thing, and he is getting more and more powerful. Aesop was a little moved. He has a long life and has experienced the craziest era of the strange gods. He is very afraid of the strange gods. Unexpectedly, this guy was trapped in the hands of a new student Super A level. Although this was a battle, he also saw Han Xiao's current connections and influence from the lineup of the 3 civilized teams. I'm afraid that when he was a member of the Ancients, he was not as good as Han Xiao. Yes, he is getting stronger and stronger. Emmy's smile subsided and suddenly felt a little silent. She still remembered fighting with the strange god with Black Star. The power of the strange god impressed her deeply, but now the strange god is in the hands of Han Xiao, and Han Xiao's strength has become more stable than her. Although she did not deliberately pursue strength, she still felt a little complicated when she saw her former subordinates catch up with her. Once she was arrogant, but later Black Star reached the A level and was on par with her. Now, whether it is status, power, influence, or personal strength, Black Star has surpassed her and completed a counterattack under her gaze. Although her strength has improved, it is largely due to the strengthening of Black Star with evolution blocks. The status of the 2 has been reversed. Emmy stretched a little, stretched his tall figure, and let out a sigh of relief. I seem too lazy over the years and am neglecting to exercise. It's time to find time to fight with Black Star. As the news fermented throughout the universe, Han Xiao, who was on the way back, also received a long-awaited reminder. You get 1 legend, Cosmic Legend, Fall of the God of Arc, the Lord of the Fallen Arc, and Bio-Sizer, whose evil name resounds throughout the universe, have been rampant for many years and have finally been captured by the 3 major civilizations. As a participant and the leader, countless races are grateful for your contribution and remember your name. Cosmic Legend? Wow. The reputation of the God of Arc is really deeply rooted in people's hearts. Han Xiao was amazed. As one of the ultimate bosses of the chaotic and evil camp, the alien god is still very good at it. The sensation he caught was no less than that of the Lighthouse Star Battle. Its influence covered the entire universe, so it gave the highest level of legend. After closing the prompt, Han Xiao opened the forum and took a look, and the players were also discussing the fall of the strange god. The reputation he gained from this incident also seemed to have affected the players' experience. The Interstellar Society's information is very fast, and this explosive news spreads across various star fields. Nowadays, every player has a communicator, so he has not missed this news. At this time, in the Broken Star Ring section of the forum, many Legion players were interested in discussing this matter. After 3 versions, players have become familiar with the NPC's erratic whereabouts. Except for functional characters such as merchants, many characters will not stay in the same place all the time. Sometimes players come into contact with a character and go there after a while. The character may have gone to other places. Although it is sometimes inconvenient, most players still like this feature very much. Each character has his own things to do, which makes them feel highly authentic. As the scale of the Black Star Army expanded, Han Xiao reduced his daily contact with players. Since version 2.0, he has established the identity of a camp leader in the players' hearts. Until now, Legion players have become accustomed to the faction leader of the dragon, who has no head to see the head and no tail. They have been accustomed to not seeing the Legion leader for a while. One day, they suddenly find that he has made big news. Discussing the deeds of the Legion commander has also become one of the fun of Legion players. Many players on the forum posted a post to discuss the fall of the strange god. At this stage, the level of the player is too far from that of the strange god. The strange god is a character in the middle and late version. At this time, there has not been a large-scale intersection with the players. For most players in the Starfield, they only know that the background introduction of the strange god is particularly awesome, and they are a complete villain, and they know very little about the others. Only the players in the 3 Starfields of the Central Star Sea have a little more understanding of the alien gods. A very small number of players who awaken the chaotic and evil attributes do not do any plotline missions, burn, kill, loot, and become wanted criminals. They run to the desolate universe to take over to the Fallen Ark, but they are not qualified to see the alien gods, but they are only exposed to the tip of the iceberg of the Fallen Ark power. Because of limited understanding of the alien gods, the fall of the alien gods did not touch the players so deeply, and its influence was not as good as the Lighthouse Star battle. After all, the Lighthouse Star involves 2 civilizations that dominate the universe and is the final camp in the eyes of players. As for the fall of the strange god, most players did not personally understand it and did not know the significance of this matter. In their opinion, it was just a strange and awesome super A-level arrested by the 3 major civilizations. Apart from that, there was no other feeling. The replies Han Xiao saw were basically routine complaints to the leader of his camp. The Legion commander ran to make trouble again. He was idle. Oh, I also want to go to the Central Star Sea to see it. The abominable contractor threw us into the Broken Star Ring to work and ran out alone to be carefree. Will this incident be a new plot line? No, I think this is a supplement to the Lighthouse Star battle. The alien god participated in the attack at that time, but was caught by the 3 civilizations. Since no players participated in this incident, this should be considered a background story. Spicy chicken games are all CG funny. There's no cutscene to see I'm going to die. I'm Alien God. I was caught by the 3 civilizations yesterday and needed 5,000 INAR bail. Please lend me some bail. When I go out, I will take you flying. My account is 480XXX. Damn, I'm a player who joins the Fallen Arkansas. Your camp leader has captured my boss. You Black Star Army will eat shit. Get out of the Central Star Sea. The Constellation Corridor is trembling. The players' discussion was quite joyful, and Han Xiao had a smile on his lips. While browsing the posts of the sculpted players, Han Xiao found that a post was suddenly pushed up with the title, The Meaning of the Fall of the Alien God, and its popularity is rising rapidly. Click on the post, and the player ID of the post jumped into his eyes, and it was called Legislative Commander's Machine. I'm crazy. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. Pervert is indeed the player's strength, and he feels inferior to himself. After taking a breath, Han Xiao looked at the content. Brothers of the Legion, it seems that everyone does not pay attention to the fall of the gods. I was the same at the beginning, but today I encountered a magical thing that made me realize that the significance of this incident was extraordinary. The situation is like this. I took a small Legion employment mission some time ago, acting as a temporary guard for a long-distance travel ship, and only responsible for escorting them through the Gebian galaxy. You know now, those interstellar travel groups like to hire our Black Star Legion the most. As long as there are members of the Legion on the ship, most Star Pirates will not attack on them on their own initiative. The process was nothing to say, and it was easy along the way, and they passed by the forum and arrived at the destination smoothly. After settlement of the remuneration, I got off the ship at the dock, but an unexpected event occurred. Several passengers from other starfields called me and gave me a few things and told me to hand it over to the Legion commander. Picture, as shown in the picture, these things are not valuable things. They're just some simple handmade products. The item introduction says, this is a gift full of gratitude. The nature should be similar to a banner. The panel also triggered the corresponding errand-running mission. Picture, I have never communicated with them throughout the whole process, and they took the initiative to find me. These passengers said that their civilization had been hurt by the alien gods, and many tribesmen died. They were extremely grateful to Black Star for eradicating the alien gods, so they made these gifts to express their feelings. Seeing that I am a member of the Black Star Legion, I wanted me to hand it over to the Legion commander. This is just a general meaning. During the conversation, these passengers were very enthusiastic, holding my hand and crying and laughing and thanking our Black Star Legion. I recorded the whole process. I suggest you take a look. It is very contagious video. Although this is just a small task, I feel a different meaning from it. In the entire universe, as many people have been persecuted by alien gods, many people are grateful to the Legion commander. This number is terrible. From this episode, you can feel the true meaning of the fall of alien gods. This is not an illusory background story, but the devastated races finally wait for the dawn of justice. This time, the Legion commander did a great thing. To be honest, I feel happy to see these NPCs grateful and cry. Brothers, boss said, I will brag first for respect. The Legion commander is awesome. P.S. In order to reflect my admiration for the Legion commander, it is like a continuous river of water, and the yellow river floods out of control. I immediately went to the mall to buy a name change card and add the word big to my ID. Han Xiao flipped through the post down. This post attracted many players, and there are many replies below. It's okay to add the word big. The poster exposed it. It's really a black fan. I suspect you were driving, but there is no evidence. I just watched the video, and it was full of voice and emotion. I'll give you 100 hurdles. Many players joked, and some players agreed with the poster's point of view. I remember the disaster of alienation again. For the sake of the Mother Star, the Legion commander took the initiative to enter the Interstellar and brought back reinforcements. He has always felt responsible. Indeed, although the Legion commander was a profiteer in the past, he was still reliable in major events. I still remember his speech, passionate. In addition to interests, players also require values to be consistent. Players do things not only for practical benefits, but also need psychological satisfaction. Han Xiao's behavior has always left a good impression on players. Many people stayed in the Black Star Army not only for high benefits, but also because they recognized Han Xiao as the leader of the camp. Now Black Star has received gratitude from countless races, and players are also honored. Looking at the gratitude of several passengers in the video of the post, many people have felt a sense of honor and accomplishment. After reading the post, Han Xiao scratched his head and found that he still underestimated the influence of this matter. As the post said, I don't know how many races have been ravaged by strange gods in the universe. Under the propaganda offensive of the Red Empire, these survivors regarded him as their benefactor. This popularity is different from the previous fame. The impression of interstellar citizens of him before was on strength, status, etc., but they knew that he was a powerful figure and took the high-level influence route. The fall of a strange god incident brought him the hearts of the people and the recognition of countless interstellar citizens. One of the functions of the people's hearts is to attract more talents to take the initiative to join them. After all, there are always some people whose interests cannot be impressed, and such people are often talents. The cosmic legend is indeed not simple. The strange god is really a treasure boy. Han Xiao is in a happy mood. The alien god has made enemies in the entire universe. I don't know how many people want to seek revenge on him, nor do I know if the famous NPCs who oppose the alien god in the middle and late versions will come and join me. Han Xiao pinched his chin and pondered to himself. After sailing for a while, the spacecraft finally returned to the headquarters of the Black Star Army that had been away for more than a month and entered the special dock. Han Xiaojing walked off the spacecraft and saw Hello waiting at the pier at a glance. Oh, are you here to pick me up? Han Xiao greeted with a smile. Oomph. Hyla did not deny it, and tweaked the red curly hair covering one of her eyes, pretended to be careless, and looked up and down Han Xiao's body, and slowly said, It seems that the strange god has caused you no trouble. There are many parts on you. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and smiled. Are you worried about me? This is the responsibility of the captain of the guards. Hyla had no expression on her face. Han Xiao smiled, turned around and greeted Fording and the other two, asking them to leave by themselves, then turned to wave to Hyla, signaling to follow him. By the way, I brought you a gift. Not rare. Hyla said this, but her body was following Han Xiao honestly, and she refused to make a move. The two of them came to the actual training room. Han Xiao closed the door and turned to face Hela, who was standing with his arms in his arms. He smiled and said, I got some interesting things from the alien god. It seems that it can strengthen superpowers. You have the potential to be Super A. This gift can make your road to Super A. It is smoother than your upper limit. Hela was keen on power and was immediately moved. He raised his eyebrows. Don't you give this kind of good thing to the teacher? Well, she shouldn't use it. Han Xiao shook his head. And you are my first choice, and I thought of you as soon as possible. Enhanced ability has 3 chances to use the alien god character card. Han Xiao thought about it on the ship. Hela's superpower potential is already extremely high, and it is his confidant. It is very appropriate to use it for her. The sooner he trains Hela to Super A, the more in his interests. Hela raised a curve of joy in the corner of his mouth and flew away in a flash. He put down his arms holding his chest and spread his hands and said, Okay, what should I do? Don't move, just let me do it. Han Xiao activated the enhanced ability, character card, and the shadow of the strange god flashed and flew behind him. He raised his palm, and dazzling white energy particles floated in the palm. He came to Hyla, half a head taller than Hyla. He lowered his head and looked down, pointing his fingers on Hyla's forehead. All this energy poured into Hyla's 7 orifices and hovered in her brain. Hela groaned, her body trembled, and she fainted directly. Han Xiao hugged her waist and held her body. I used my strength to check Hela's physical condition, and I guess I would be unable to wake up for a while. I actually fainted. I thought it was similar to the supernatural potential enhancement liquid. Han Xiao glanced at Hela, who was lying in his arms, shook his head, and with force on his arm, he carried Hela on his shoulder like a sack. Leaving the training room, he came to the door of Hyla's room, blacked the access control, and walked in. The layout of Hyla's room was as simple as Han Xiao. Han Xiao put Hyla on the bed and covered her with a quilt. He turned around and was about to leave, but he saw 3 photo frames on the table. Han Xiao took a closer look and saw the 3 photos of Hela and Aurora, with Emmys, and with himself. Apart from that, there were no other decorations in the room. After standing silently for a while, Han Xiao stretched out his hand, turned over the photo of Hela and himself, covered it on the table, and then turned off the light and walked out of the room. After a long time, Hela slowly opened her eyes and found herself lying in the room, covered in a quilt and dressed neatly. He sent me here, right? The drowsiness faded away quickly, and Hela sat up and rubbed her eyes. She used her superpowers as soon as possible, feeling the changes in her abilities, and a moving look flashed in her eyes. It's as magical as an evolutionary block. It's easier to run superpowers, and the upper limit has been increased. Well, I don't know how long I've slept, so go find him again. Hela lifted the quilt and stood up, and then discovered some disharmonious places. She placed 3 photo frames on the table, one of which was put down. He lifted the photo frame up again and found that the one who was being brought down was a photo of himself and Han Xiao. Hyla's eyes fluctuated for a moment, and the good mood that the supernatural powers were strengthened disappeared. Snort. In the next month, Han Xiao stayed at the army headquarters to rest and sort out the gains of this trip. The Imperial contribution rate has increased by about 11,000 points, plus the original 6,000 points, which is still a few hundred points away from 18,000. This amount is a bit embarrassing. If you exchange 2 ultimate knowledge, you will not be able to continue to maintain the effect of political assets. So Han Xiao only exchanged a new ultimate knowledge to the Empire for the time being. Now, the most urgent hidden danger of the alien god has been solved. The external environment has stabilized and entered a stable development period. The pressure on itself has been much smaller, so there is no rush to exchange for more knowledge. Mainly because he just got the strange god. Technician Han didn't want to go out to do tasks to make up for those hundreds of contribution points. Now he just wants to stay at home for a while. Anyway, the contribution level is there and can be redeemed at any time. Han Xiao has mastered 3 ultimate knowledge: endless materials science, mechanical life tender, and virtual creator, and each of them is exactly one of the 3 branches. Energy, materials, and information have always been the 3 pillars of technological development. With materials and information, Han Xiao chose to exchange for the last ultimate knowledge of the energy branch, eternal energy. The name of this ultimate knowledge is quite incredible. The actual effect is not as exaggerated as eternal. It is not a literal endless energy, but it has greatly improved the combat power of the mechanic. Cutting-edge knowledge, aliphatic energy, allows mechanics to master the safe, refining technology of advanced energy, such as phantom energy, dark energy, antimatter, etc. New energy has comprehensively improved mechanics, and eternal energy also masters new energy technology. At this point, technology and magic have the same end. Like a magician, mechanics have learned to refine multidimensional energy. But at the energy level, this is not a leapfrog improvement. The power of multidimensional energy is no higher than phantom energy, but it only expands the mechanic's choice for energy. The real focus of eternal energy is not to master new energy, but to improve the technology of mechanics in using existing energy. Just like the progress from nuclear fission to nuclear fusion, learning more advanced energy refining methods can create a new generation of psychic energy and dark energy reactors, which will increase the output power and become more stable at the same time. The intuitive result is the comprehensive improvement of weapon power, shield strength, and mechanical performance, which is the improvement brought about by the innovation of energy technology. The new ultimate knowledge also brought Han Xiao a new expertise and a new skill. Advanced Energy Controller. When using high energy, the attack power bonus coefficient is 1.15x, the shield strength bonus coefficient is 1.2x, the core power mechanical energy plus 30%, and the output power plus 20%. Energy Innovation. Passive skill. This skill can only be upgraded by increasing the knowledge master level of eternal energy. Each upgrade can unlock more advanced energy technology and reactor drawings. Knowledge, which is power. Energy is too important. No matter which branch of mechanics, it is best to point eternal energy to the maximum level, which is also one of the culprits that will cause mechanical players to cirrhosis in the later stage. If you do not choose the energy branch when you change your job, the 3-fold potential point cost can make people feel dying. Even Han Xiao felt it was a bit difficult. After he reached level 280, his potential points accumulated to 21 points, and it took 24 points to learn this knowledge. He upgraded several skills to the full level to raise the learning fee and to upgrade eternal energy from LV1 to LV5. He still needs 96 potential points, which is equivalent to upgrading 96 drawings to the full level. This is much more terrifying than the upgrade experience cost. The power of a mechanic comes from knowledge. It is not enough to just focus on the character level. Only by pulling up the knowledge level can you have stronger combat power at the same level. This is the foundation of a mechanic. Han Xiao's 4 ultimate knowledge are basically LV1. After he has improved his own level, he has to consider upgrading his ultimate knowledge. Because of his unique advantages of leaks, he decided to upgrade all the ultimate knowledge levels as much as possible. This was destined to be a long project, but after completion, his combat effectiveness will inevitably be extremely strong. In addition to his own growth plan, Han Xiao also took care of the cadres. Enhanced capacity, character cards were used on Hela and Aurora respectively. The former has stable potential for Super A level, while the latter is a strategic level ability. Han Xiao kept the last chance to use it, and Emers was at the same level as him and could not use it on her. He was planning to keep this opportunity to wait and see. This month, Han Xiao also handled some Legion affairs. The most important thing was to conduct commercial cooperation with Guanghui Federation, which was a negotiated deal. The cooperation method is that the Glorious Federation helped the Black Star Army to open a branch in the Abyss of Stars. Han Xiao coordinated and dispatched several satellite bases to go there. People who went to open the branch did not include Legion players, and Han the technician did not have the habit of transplanting his leaks to other people's fields. At present, there are two major events that Legion players are experiencing. One is the civil war of Gilul civilization, and the other is the first phase of the Shining World exploration, without worrying about nothing to do. Moreover, the preheating publicity of the professional league has begun, because version 3.0 is a booming period of players, and a large number of newcomers are pouring in. The publicity of this professional league is much more popular than the previous two sessions, and every player who is interested in participating is actively preparing for the competition. According to Han Xiao's calculations, the work enthusiasm of Legion players has increased by at least 47.5%, and the male level has increased significantly. Players don't have to worry about it. Han Xiao has been focusing on the follow-up of the fall of the strange god recently. During the period when he was resting at the headquarters, the impact of the incident has fermented and affected the entire universe. The three major civilizations began a new round of anti-gang and evil campaigns. The trees fell and the money scattered. The Ark of the Fallen Ark, entrenched in the Central Star Sea, fell apart. Countless criminals left the Central Star Sea and wandered everywhere. I heard that some organizations were actively recruiting these criminals and dividing the power of the alien gods. The Fallen Ark is the most famous criminal organization of this era, but is not the only one. It has a large universe, and other large criminal organizations are active in major star fields. It is these people who are receiving the legacy of the alien gods. The Black Star Legion was also affected. Sivia's report shows that the number of newcomers who defected to the Black Star Legion during this period suddenly increased, which should be because of the cosmic legendary reputation he obtained played a role. Most of the followers were victims under the iron hoof of the strange god, and two of them attracted Han Xiao's attention. In the reception room of the Legion headquarters, Shazk and Rothel were sitting opposite Han Xiao, and the three of them were looking at each other. Han Xiao's eyes slowly swept over the two of them, and there was no idea on his face. He slowly said, "Both are disaster-level superpowers. Do you really want to join the Black Star Army?" Shazk nodded and said in a deep voice, "The alien god destroyed my home. My goal of living is to avenge him. I once promised that as long as someone helps me with revenge, I am willing to do anything for him." Luo Tyer's face was covered by a mask, and there was no expression. He nodded lightly to express his agreement. He was taciturn, had a cold temperament, and did not speak much. Since that's the case, then on behalf of the Black Star Army, I welcome the two of you to join. Han Xiao nodded with a smile. The natural disaster level is a high-level combat force, and it is popular in any force, so he naturally will not refuse. And he valued these two people not only because they were natural disaster levels. In his previous life, these two guys were famous NPCs. In his previous life, the strange god has been active in the universe in many versions and established countless enemies. Shazk and Rothel in front of him are the famous characters in the plot line, all of whom are the strange god's enemies. Shazk operates a gray transit station in the Central Star Sea Desolate Universe Belt, which seems to serve criminals, but is actually a lurking venomous snake. During his business, he secretly bribed members of the Fallen Ark, developed a downline, secretly collected intelligence, and disclosed it to the advanced civilization. At the same time, he also secretly protected all forces who were seeking revenge on the strange gods, and provided them with weapons and spacecraft. For example, players who took on 3 major civilization missions could receive services from him. Shazk used various methods to encroach on the power of the Fallen Ark, but the most in the universe is the criminal. His speed of destroying the Fallen Ark is not as fast as others' expansion. Finally, because the player who received his protection posted an amendment on the forum, his actions were known to the players of the Fallen Ark, and their identity was exposed, and they died in the hands of a bunch of wanted criminal players. The other Rothel is even more powerful. He is a fierce man who dares to assassinate the strange god. He has an intermediate halo of luck and is a protagonist-like character with great suffering and deep hatred. Rothel is a bounty assassin who specializes in assassinating members of the fallen Arkansas. In the mid-version, he established a secret organization called the Assassin Coassistance Association. It is not large in scale, but all the members are elites and are well known in the universe. This is a hidden camp. Players can join after passing the test. They can obtain the rare secondary profession, Interstellar Assassinator. They can learn practical skills of assassination from each member and will trigger an S-level hidden main mission, Assassination of a Strange God. In the past life, Assassin Co-Assisted Association was very popular. Some lone wolf players liked the feeling of being an assassin. Especially assassins who were mingled in the universe were more stylish, because every move would have an impact. Some assassin players were keen on assassinating various big names and enjoying the impact they caused. Rothel had the strength of a super A-level seed at his peak. As an assassin who is elusive and famous for his lethality, his deterrence is higher than that of ordinary super A-level seeds, far exceeding Hardaway and others. His abilities as an assassin can rank among the top in the entire universe. His ending was quite tragic. Because he could not bear the entanglement of nightmare, he finally went alone to assassinate the strange god. In the end, the wind was slight in the Yishwihin, and the hero never returned and died at the hands of the strange god. Based on his achievements in his previous life, Han Xiao valued Luo Tyre's potential more. If he could guarantee his loyalty, this guy would be of great value to cultivate. Thinking of Luo Tyre's experience, Han Xiao had an idea. In addition to the guards, a small team can be added. It does not need to stay by my side, but is used secretly outside all year round, and is only responsible to me. It can be called Shadow Guard or Shadow Walker. Let Rothel establish the Assassin Mutual Aid Association like in his previous life, which may attract a large number of lone wolf players and use them to achieve some ulterior motives. Han Xiao was distracting his mind, and at this time, Shask suddenly took out a data storage and put it on the table. His Excellency Blackstar, this is my meeting gift. Hearing this, Han Xiao tilted his head and was a little curious. What is this? A part of the legacy of the alien god. Shazik whispered. Before leaving the Central Star Sea, I used all my secrets, looted several alien gods' R&D bases, entered their database to copy some data. This is my conspiracy to join the Legion. Han Xiao's eyes lit up, and his eyes looked at Shazik were full of praise. This leak is very sensible and can also bring its own fertilizer. Reliable work is a talent. All forces are dividing the assets of the alien gods. I didn't expect that I could get a legacy even if I stayed at home. Han Xiao shook his head and laughed. He raised his finger and shot out a stream of nanoparticles, forming a data interface and connecting it to the reservoir. Philip, read the data inside. Okay, Buzz. Han Xiao closed his eyes and entered the field of vision of the quantum network. His brain ran rapidly, and with the help of Philip, he quickly read the information accumulated by the alien god in the memory. There are many good things here, including confidential information from certain civilizations, drawings of lost technology, ancient secrets, research reports on special technologies, etc. After browsing for a while, Han Xiao quickly discovered the information about the evolutionary civilization and was immediately delighted. He was able to carry the evolutionary blocks, but was still benefited from the light of the alien god. Now, he has the instruction manual for the evolutionary civilization, and he can create the containment device by himself alone, which solves the big problem and no longer has the worry of destroying the portable device and releasing the body. Moreover, there are more and more patterns of using blocks. This information is priceless to him. Good thing. Han Xiao suppressed his excitement and continued to quickly read other information. Suddenly, his eyes froze, and a piece of information attracted his attention. Well, is this a clue to super risk superpower? Han Xiao frowned slightly and read it carefully. This is the observation record and prediction coordinates of chaos secret energy. Han Xiao immediately narrowed his eyes. The alien god has been trying to master super risk abilities for many years. One method is to synthesize the abilities of various super risk abilities by absorbing the abilities of the super risk abilities, and the other is to directly find the whereabouts of the super risk abilities. In the Super High Risk Power Restriction Treaty, not all abilities originate from the self-awakening of living organisms. There is a super high risk power that is very rare and unique, called primitive superpower body or possessed superpower body. It is a superpower life that exists in the form of an energy field. It has its own independent thinking and consciousness. It is an extremely ancient existence that flows through the universe. This ability generally allows biological individuals to master its power in the form of possession, which is called the host. The screening conditions for the host are very harsh. As long as the nature of the chi and power conflicts, no matter how powerful the superpower is, they cannot carry the original energy body. Therefore, only the psychics and ordinary people have the opportunity to become hosts. If the host cannot carry the original energy body, a backlash will occur. Organisms below the natural disaster level are basically unable to withstand the power of backlash, and they will explode in the physical sense and die. If you successfully possess it, you can use the power of the original superpower body. The host superpower comes from external forces, and it is like a transmitter. The stronger the main body, the strength of the superpower will automatically increase, and there's no need to develop it slowly. The host activates its superpowers and consumes energy, but the consumption range is much lower than that of normal superpowers. There are very few alternative superpowers, which are stronger than those who awaken. Chaos Secret Energy is one of the primitive superpower bodies. It is a compound superpower with diversified abilities. It enhances physical fitness, radiation energy, and superspeed flight are all basic functions. It can also travel in secondary space and extract star core energy. It also has spiritual and space attributes, and it has many functions and is very powerful. In history, several hosts of Chaos Secret Energy have appeared, leaving amazing deeds, which put this ability on the list of super risk superpowers. In the previous life, Chaos Secret Energy was one of the super high-risk superpowers mastered by the later version of the alien gods. But the alien god was not the host, but used the means of extracting superpowers to tear off the fragments from the Chaos Secret Energy, thus obtaining some of the Chaos Secret Energy power. This plot line is very interesting. I don't know if the fragment taken away by the alien god is its reproductive organ. In short, it wants to snatch back that part of the body, so it took the initiative to find a host and let the host deal with the alien god. So two people with Chaos Secret power appeared at the same time, as if they were old enemies, and this host is also an important figure in the plot line of the strange god. Chaos Secret Energy shuttles through the secondary dimension and occasionally appears in every corner of the universe. This document records the observation report of the movement trajectory of the Chaos Secret Energy and the possible coordinates of the speculation that it appears in the universe at a certain point in the future. The alien god has obtained this ability in the later version, proving that one of the coordinates recorded in this data should be reliable. Han Xiao touched his chin, feeling a little moved. You can't use superpowers, but you can use them to cultivate your subordinates. Although you have the constraints of the Super High Risk Power Restriction Treaty, the specific implementation varies from person to person. With his current status, as long as his subordinates are not allowed to abuse their abilities, the three major civilizations will not care about him. After all, there are privileges where there are people. As for the method of capturing primitive energy bodies, it is not a problem for mechanics at his level. Just build a storage device that can restrain energy life. Many civilizations have this technology. However, it's still early to come back from the secondary dimension, so don't worry. Han Xiao nodded secretly. According to the information, there are still decades before the return of Chaos Secret Energy next time. It is too early to prepare now. It is useless to go to those coordinate positions before it appears. However, this time it will not be as easy as obtaining space-time amber. Not only Shazk will grab this information, but other forces will also obtain the legacy of the alien gods. At that time, competitors will definitely appear. Let's talk about it then. Anyway, it's all over the robbery. Han Xiao doesn't care. With his current strength, he is not afraid of competing with other forces, let alone decades later. At that time, I didn't know how far the Black Star Legion had grown. After exiting the perspective of Quantum Network, Han Xiao's eyes fell on the two of them again and nodded. I am very satisfied with this gift. Shazka, I think you are very talented in intelligence. How about you go to the Army's intelligence department to develop? I accept any arrangement. Shazka had no objection. Han Xiao nodded. He felt that Shazk was an intelligence talent and might be able to take charge of the intelligence department in the future. Immediately afterwards, he turned to look at Rothel, pondered for a while, and slowly said, As for you, I won't give you a position for the time being, so you can follow me first. This protagonist-type character is very powerful. He plans to let Rothel lead a secret force alone in the future and establish an assassin mutual aid association. But not now. This guy has just joined and needs some observation. Okay, Luo Taier cherishes his words as gold. Then two of you will go down and rest first and get familiar with the headquarters. The two nodded and left the room. Han Xiao sat on the sofa, watching them walk away, then stood up and left the reception room. He went straight to the local tyrant machinery factory dedicated to the Legion commander and asked Philip to re-release the information on the evolutionary civilization. I just browsed it roughly, and now he has time to study this information in depth. The technology of the evolutionary civilization has been lost, and the information in the hands of the alien god is also incomplete. It does not involve the principle of evolutionary blocks, but is more like an operating manual. After reading this information, Han Xiao realized that his use of evolutionary blocks was very rough. A cosmic treasure made by a quasi-cosmic civilization has not been so single in purpose. Evolutionary civilization uses it as a special energy source and has developed various different usage devices in a targeted manner. This document records several devices specifically used for evolution blocks. For example, a totem device uses the energy of the evolutionary block as fuel, and its impact range can be adjusted to cover up to one entire planet. Unlike the one-time improvement of evolution blocks, the effect of the totem device is milder, similar to a halo gain buff. If maintained for a long time, it can slowly increase the talent and potential of a planet's creatures, causing the awakening rate of the superpowers on the planet to soar, which is equivalent to transforming a planet into a blessed land of caves, and the newborn is getting stronger and stronger. There is only one evolutionary block, and the totem device can be used as much as you want. The former evolutionary civilization used the totem device to improve the talent of the entire civilized population, which is very efficient and has controllable results. This is a good thing. Han Xiao's eyes shone with money. With this totem device, the attractiveness of the evolution block to various civilizations has increased by countless times, and the value of business and connections is immeasurable. This is also useful for the Black Star Legion. It can be used to slowly strengthen the planets where each subbase is located and significantly increase the rate of violent soldiers in the training camp. There is also a device for wearing on your own, called the Oviathan Badge, which also uses evolutionary energy as fuel. After activation, it can undergo extreme evolution of the wearer regardless of consequences, turning a normal person into a biological distortion, with a combat power of level C or even B. The effect is stronger than that of various violent agents, and the duration ranges from several hours to several days. After the effect is over, the user will die of gene collapse. It is also possible to give birth to a perfect evolver who directly breaks through the gene lock, but the probability is pitifully small and negligible. Only when facing a major crisis can the evolutionary civilization use this method of explosive force with serious side effects. The side effects of the Oviathan Badge are too great, and Han Xiao immediately thought of the perfect user, the player. Legion's nuclear explosion backpack has always been a hot product, and players will most likely not mind the side effects of the Oviathan badge. With this thing, the way to fight to the death is going to be popular again. In the future, when players of the Legion go out to fight with people, they could transform into ugly, distorted monsters. Maybe others will think that he has conducted some human experiments on the Legion warriors, and they are afraid that they will be regarded as an evil camp. This function also has an extended method of use. The information of the alien god records an offensive method, which is a special ground-to-ground missile, equipped with evolutionary energy similar to the effect of the Oviathan badge. After hitting the surface, the evolutionary energy spreads out, spreading to a range of dozens of kilometers in diameter. All creatures contaminated by evolutionary energy become distorted, and life enters the countdown to despair. Evolutionary civilizations only need to wait until their genes collapse and die, and can easily seize the enemy's territory without damaging surface buildings. They are simply biochemical weapons to accurately kill creatures. A terrible weapon. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Evolutionary civilization probably used this weapon a lot in the exploration wars. At the end of this document, various techniques for establishing soul connections with evolutionary blocks are also recorded, which in the words of evolutionary civilization are called creating resonance. Evolutionary civilization will not put the universe treasures they have created to the shelf, but will make the best use of things. Every guardian of civilization must establish a soul connection with the evolutionary block. This is a skill passed down from generation to generation. This makes it convenient for me. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. The soul connection between Cisco and the evolutionary block has been lifted, and the quota has been vacant. One more soul connection to a universe treasure can also improve one's own strength. Speaking of which, I don't know how many masters the little wave hoof of the evolution square have experienced, but they are already broken flowers and willows. It's better to have time and space amber. It's the first time I gave it to myself. Han Xiao quickly shook his head, threw these strange ideas out of his mind, and rubbed his hands. It's a job to do. Let's mass-produce these devices first. A few days later, in the special machinery factory for the Legion commander, Han Xiao built a production line for totem devices and Oviathan badges according to the information, which is being fully assembled automatically. Brand new products are released at every moment and are automatically transported to the warehouse, specially divided by Han Xiao. As for the genetic collapse missile, he has not yet entered mass production, but has only created a test product. Han Xiao took 3 samples for the test. The totem device is a black cylinder with a height of 5 meters and a diameter of 2 meters, with a large circle of bases. The surface of the cylinder is engraved with a silver energy circuit, and the pattern is precise. It is not charged at this time and is in an inactive state. The Oviathan badge is a diamond-shaped badge that is half a palm-sized, which is inconspicuous. Han Xiao used his finger to draw a pattern of the pass key on the base of the totem device. The totem device snorted, and the surface of the base rotated for half a circle, revealing a pitch-black groove. This is the interface of the energy circuit to fill fuel. Han Xiao took out the portable storage device of the evolution block, activated it with a familiar way, derived a black snake-like evolutionary energy, and put it into the base groove of the totem device. The next moment, the totem device suddenly shook. Buzz! Once the fuel is filled, the totem device is activated, and the silver energy pattern on the cylinder surface lights up from bottom to top and begins to flash slowly, with a frequency like breathing. This evolutionary energy undergoes a series of transformations within the totem device, which is constantly diluted from high concentration energy to invisible radiation, and is then released by the totem device with constant output power. The totem device needs to be charged. This evolutionary energy can allow it to operate for more than 10 days. The more fuel it invests, the longer it lasts. The upper limit of fuel storage for a totem device is to maintain its own operation for 20 years. Evolutionary civilization is to charge it once every 20 years. Han Xiao carefully observed the operating mode of the totem device. In his perception, the totem device became a radiation source, continuously emitting diluted evolutionary energy radiation, and the scope of influence is rapidly expanding. It is only a matter of time before it covers the entire Black Star Army headquarters. He also changed a gain buff within the range of influence of the totem device. Continuous gene optimization. You are shrouded in evolutionary radiation. Your potential qualifications will slowly improve, and more potential qualifications will be added when species sublimated. Han Xiao nodded secretly. Using evolution blocks directly is also improving potential qualifications. Potential qualifications are hidden attributes, which are directly related to the number of attributes. Each time the attributes brought by species sublimation are filled, the principle is that potential qualifications have changed. The totem device is different from the one-time enhancement of the evolution block, which takes effect more slowly. The advantage is that the bonus effect does not depend on the strength level, is very popular, is more suitable for the whole people to use, and has no side effects of experience punishment. As long as it is within the influence range of the totem device, the buff will not disappear. Han Xiao reached out and touched the running totem device, and the panel had corresponding items introductions. Evolution Totem activated. Evolutionary Civilization Specialty. Using the energy of evolution blocks as fuel, optimize the gene structure of organisms on a large scale, enhance the potential of organisms, and enhance the awakening chances of non-superpower units. Note, although we have controlled evolution, I firmly oppose the Vice President's custom population concept and extreme evolution concept. Evolution should be progressive step by step, and warm supplements are not as good as warm supplements. Yuzette, Evolution Block Gene Science and Technology Academy, head of the Totem Project. This thing can be put into use on a large scale, but it must be reported to the Empire first. Han Xiao nodded. As the legacy of the alien god is divided up by many forces, the information of the evolutionary civilization will inevitably be circulated. Although it will not be disclosed in the universe, advanced civilizations will definitely have a way to obtain this information, so it is impossible to conceal it. As an ally of the Empire, if you have such good things, you must provide them to the Red Empire on a large scale in exchange for greater support and attention. The evolutionary totem technology has spread, which has increased the attractiveness of evolution blocks to civilization by several levels. Only when the Empire is fed can the Empire continue to help him block the covetousness of countless forces. Selling evolutionary totems to other civilizations also requires discussion with the Empire. Both sides are allies, and they cannot make decisions alone. Rampantly selling them on a large scale will cause dissatisfaction from the Empire. After all, the Empire does not want to see their opponents enjoy the benefits of evolutionary totems. While thinking, Han Xiao picked up the Oviathan badge and also inputted an evolutionary energy. Oviathan badge. Evolutionary civilization specialties, according to the set gene tendency, greatly transform the user's gene sequence to achieve the effect of extreme evolution. The user is likely to become a biological aberration, and the basic attributes are greatly enhanced. After the duration is over, the user cannot suppress his own gene collapse and will inevitably die. Note, the countless failed extreme evolution experiments have wasted a lot of money. The senior management accused us of not being able to produce results, so we created this, a crappy byproduct. We originally wanted to cheat investment, but the senior management seemed very satisfied. The investment in the Extreme Evolution Project was increased by 40% the following year. Bongati, Vice President of the Evolution Block Gene Science and Technology Academy. Han Xiao played with it for a while and put it back on the table. This thing has a lot of side effects, and he is not interested in trying it out himself. The Oviathan badge does not pose any threat to Super A level. Super A level controls its own strength. Even if evolutionary energy enters the body, it can spend some time to excrete it out of the body. Just like expelling poison, this method, similar to biochemical toxins, cannot even kill the natural disaster level, let alone Super A level. Compared to the evolution totem, the Oviathan badge is far less valuable, but it is also very useful. It just so happens that the pattern of the Oviathan badge can be turned into the emblem of the Black Star Army and treated as a specialty of the camp. Other people's forces badges can only be viewed, and my badge can be exploded, which is quite stylish. Han Xiao rubbed his chin and thought, let's find a few players to test this thing first, and then sell it. As for the genetic collapse missile, Han Xiao did not charge it, but just looked at the introduction of the item. Gene Collapse Missile, a special biological and chemical weapon for evolutionary civilization. It can cause biological genes to collapse, often used for killing stars. Note, this weapon is suitable for clearing the resistance of the planet's surface, but it is useless in interstellar war. In contrast, I prefer small portable gene collapse bombs. Mosin, head of the Weapon R&D Department of the Evolutionary Block Genetics Institute. Han Xiao took out the communicator and passed the test report of the evolutionary totem to Ulan Rayer's private number. Not long after, the communicator rang. After connecting to the communication, Han Xiao showed Ulan Rayer's remote projection. Black Star, have you created the evolutionary totem? Well, I have tested it and can be used. Contact you just to discuss this matter. Very good. Ulan Riel was a little surprised, but he didn't show it on his face. She paused, realized a problem, and her tone sank. The data of the evolution come from the legacy of the alien gods. The technology to create the evolutionary totem has been leaked, and more forces will master this technology. Yes, but there is only one evolutionary block as an energy source. Han Xiao nodded. I will provide the evolutionary totem to the Empire on a large scale. On the other hand, I will also sell the evolutionary totem to other civilizations. Of course, the premise is that it does not harm the interests of the Empire. I will only sell it to civilizations close to the Empire. Ulan Riel's eyes flashed. Yes, I understand what you mean. The evolutionary totem has great attraction to civilizations. The Empire has the strength to occupy, but doing so will cause dissatisfaction and covetment from more civilizations. It is not a good thing, and this pressure will be transferred to Han Xiao to a large extent. Han Xiao means using the evolutionary totem as a bargaining chip. If you want to buy civilizations, you must get close to or join the Empire so that the Empire can win more political allies in disguise, and he can also gain a lot of connections and money from it. It is better to be loose than to block it. The Empire eats meat, and the ally civilization has soup to drink, so that other civilizations can see the channels to obtain totem, and their own pressure will be much less. Moreover, this is not a one-time transaction. The evolutionist totem must have fuel to operate, otherwise it can be seen but cannot be used. Therefore, the purchased civilization must maintain long-term cooperation, renew the contract with Han Xiao again and again, recharge the totem, and the profit will continue to be continuously improved, and to a certain extent curb the value of totem circulation in the black market. Even if some civilizations acquire it from the black market, they cannot be used forever. Ulan Rier considered it and agreed to this plan. After all, totem is not a military weapon, but something that benefits people's livelihood. Advanced civilizations will study genetic technology, but they are not as powerful as evolutionary civilization. So, totem is not that sensitive. Of course, it is good to have exclusive possession, but they will be attacked by the group in politics. If it is a dominant situation, the Empire can ignore the opinions of other civilizations. However, there are also glory and vile spirit at the same level. She must also consider this point. Han Xiao's method is a win-win situation to a certain extent. The two discussed for a while and reached a consensus. The remaining details of the cooperation were left to their subordinates for consultation. Han Xiao thought about it, opened a camp panel, and posted a mission. Product tester, task introduction. Black Star recently developed a new product, which requires volunteers to test at the headquarters. There is a risk of death. Task requirements. Help Black Star test product. Reward. 10W experience. 500 points of Black Star Legion contribution. 5W and R note. The task quota is limited to 10 people, and the test starts 3 hours later. If the deadline is not overdue, the contribution degree is -1,000. Black Star Goodwill, 20. The task has only been set up for 10 copies, and it was taken over immediately. 3 hours later, 10 players came to the test venue prompted by Philip and looked around. One of them was a meat bun. The fall of the strange god made him smell the news, so he rushed back and squatted Han Xiao. He has been staying at the headquarters recently, just in time to catch up with the mission. Meatbag, you're at the headquarters too. Dog thing, update quickly. Are you afraid of sending blades in front of you? The other 9 players greeted the meatbag in physical ways. The Black Star series video has been updated so many episodes, and it has attracted a large number of fans. The meatbag is more or less a celebrity in the player group. No matter where the person is, you can meet the urging team. After a while of fighting, the door opened again, and Han Xiao walked in with his hands behind his back. Hello, Commander of the Legion. The meatbag hurriedly broke free from the man all over his body and came up with a very terrible smile on his face. Well, it's you, long time no see. Han Xiao patted his shoulder. The meat buns suddenly felt refreshed and felt very fulfilled. Han Xiao turned his head to look at everyone, coughed, and slowly said, Since you are all here, let's start. The products to be tested this time may have great side effects. As he said that, Han Xiao took out 10 fully charged Oviathan badges, and the pattern was changed to the emblem of the Black Star Legion. 10 players took a badge and browsed the item introduction. Seeing the introduction, the meat bag suddenly lit up and the video recording function was immediately turned on. Now, even players know that the evolution blocks are in the hands of their own Legion commanders, but Black Star is not used on a large scale for players. Meatbags think that the appearance of the Oviathan badge may be a sign of the popularity of evolution blocks. You guys are ready and start. Han Xiao nodded. Everyone looked at each other without hesitation, put the Oviathan badge on their bodies. Although the items are subject to side effects, the task reward is 50,000 yuan, which is not a small amount for current players, and it is still very profitable. The first player to use the Oviathan badge suddenly changed his body. The flesh and blood proliferated, the bone spurs penetrated the body, and the body expanded like a balloon. He quickly turned into a biological aberration of more than 5 meters high, looking like a monster covered with sarcoma. The skin on his face was torn apart by the expanded muscles, and his appearance was very terrifying. The other 9 people were stunned and subconsciously stopped activating the badge. However, before they could speak, the player who turned into a biodistortion screamed, Damn it, what's the thing I've become? I had a very painful back pain in the afternoon. I went out to massage, and I came back to write. I updated it a little late. Wow, it's such a big piece. This one has some meaning. It has the feeling of Ultraman's transformation device. I think he looks like a Resident Evil transformation device like this. Don't say. He's really a bit like a crawler. What a crawler. This is a tyrant. Fuck, look at this sexy bone spur. It's obviously abominable. I read a little. Don't fool me. This is clearly a transformation of a little Balala monster. Other players came to their senses, their eyes shining, and they all surrounded them. Their height is only as high as the crotch of the distorted body, and like a dwarf surrounding the little giant, they stretched out their fingers to poke the distorted body of the distorted body player. Hey, don't touch my little hands. Don't poke my ass. Why don't you transform yourself by yourself? The player was furious and slapped out like a sweeping hammer, knocking several onlookers away, hitting the metal wall hard, making a loud bang, leaving a shallow pit on the wall. The few people who were beaten away were not angry. They quickly got up, patted their arms and knees, and spitted blood at the same time, and surrounded them happily. I just caused a crushing injury to me. So fierce. Hurry up, stick the attribute panel. Several other people were making noise around the distortion. Han Xiao observed from the side, his eyes lit up. The Oviathan badge is a device that has been improved many times. The evolutionist civilization will not create irrational soldiers. The biological aberrant body will retain a certain degree of consciousness and will not enter the chaotic state. However, the intelligence level and mental resistance will plummet, and we can only make a simple judgment. However, due to the specificity of the players, their consciousness will not change after using the Oviathan badge. This proves his idea that the player is the perfect person to use the Oviathan badge. Complete reason can fully exert the power of the extreme evolution. Han Xiao coughed, interrupted everyone's communication, and walked over. What do you feel now? Can you still control your body freely? Yes. The distorted player made a few moves curiously, showing amazing agility, and then used the sharp claws turned into his nails to scratch his bare head. Han Xiao nodded, and with a flash of his finger, the nanoparticles slid out of his cuff, forming a metal needle. Don't move. Let me check your body. As he said that, Han Xiao stabbed a needle into the aberrant body, triggering damage, and combat information popped up on the panel. After taking a look, the effect of the Oviathan badge exists in the form of a buff and appears in the player's status bar. Extreme Evolution Alien. Your gene has been transformed by Oviathan badge, and your profession has temporarily changed to Advanced Biological Aberration, and the basic endurance bonus has become 1 to 200. Your own basic strength, agility, and endurance measurement attributes plus 30%. Your own basic intelligence, mystery, and charm minus 50%. And you will get additional attribute bonus and debuff. Strength plus 240, agility plus 200, endurance plus 200, intelligence minus 300, mystery minus 300, charm minus 500, your total. Physical resistance bonus coefficient is 1.3x. Total mental resistance debuff coefficient is 0.4x. Your health and physical strength recovery speed plus 200%. You lose 300-600 health per minute. Your health recovery rate is 30-60% every half hour, and the upper limit of health is reduced by 1W-2W per hour. The efficiency of using any non-melee equipment in this state is minus 90%, including but not limited to mechanical devices, magic props, gun weapons, etc. Some unfit skills and feats will be temporarily frozen, not available. The consumption of using skills plus 100%. Your melee attack comes with step and sweep effects, melee attack power plus 70%. The basic judgment success rate of strength suppression and strength crush plus 25%. Note, before death catches you, dance to your heart. Wow, this effect is so powerful. Han Xiao was excited and quickly analyzed it. The biological aberrants are obviously mainly based on melee combat. The genetic evolution tendency set by the evolutionary civilization in the Oviathan badge is mainly to strengthen the body, and they are relatively weak in magic and mind. After all, the original intention of designing the Oviathan badge is to deceive investment. Cough, cough, it is the whole nation who dies together. So physical strengthening is the best way to allow ordinary people to quickly have strong strength. After transformation, the biggest feature is meat. In version 3.0, the upper limit of the player level is level 120. Han Xiao recalled himself. His health was close to 30,000 at level 120, while the player does not have the template expertise of life strength, and his health was about 10,000. The basic endurance bonus was 150. This transformation was equivalent to quadrupled the endurance bonus of the level 120 player. The additional endurance attributes given alone give players an additional 40,000 points of health. In addition, the 120 level player's endurance of hundreds of points can exceed the 100,000 mark. In terms of the upper limit of health, it is enough to compete with the health of ordinary natural disaster level. For ordinary players at level 120, the single attribute points have not exceeded 1,000, and they are all hundreds of points, while the bonus of the three-dimensional attributes of strength, agility, and endurance is almost doubled. The benefits of transformation are obvious. When you are in the middle of your health, you will be transformed and bring hope of turning the tables. The disadvantages are also obvious. The intelligence and mysterious attributes are too cruel, and the mental resistance is terrible. Not only can it be reduced, but it will also suffer additional damage. Many of the frozen skills are ranged abilities, resulting in the long-range combat power of biological aberrants. If the opponent is not dragged into the ground and started melee combat, it is easy to be kited by the enemy and become a target. Just as he was browsing the battle information, Meat Bao and others also saw screenshots of the attribute panel shared by the distorted players, and they were extremely excited. Damn it, this is too strong. Although it's ugly to the depths of the soul, I can. Everyone couldn't wait to activate the badge, and soon 8 huge monsters appeared in the room, experiencing the powerful power, roaming the room like a monkey, leaving only the meat bag that has not changed yet. The meat bag swallowed, leaned over to Han Xiao, and asked excitedly, "Legislature Commander, after this thing is tested, it will become a regular product of the Legion. Will it be sold on a large scale?" Han Xiao glanced at him. "Well, although this thing has a great side effects, it is very useful. I will mass produce it to the Legion members. As for whether to buy it or not, it depends on my personal choice." The meat bag's eyes widened, and he instantly realized the impact this incident caused to the players and trembled excitedly. This is the first-hand exclusive news. I'm going to be popular again. Then, Han Xiao asked these players to test various projects and obtain rich research materials. Finally, the player's health value was 0, and his status was refreshed after being resurrected, and he returned to his original appearance. After confirming the function of the badge, Han Xiao was relieved and settled the mission reward for the 10 desperate volunteers, watching them leave happily. Then he turned around and asked Philip to put the Ovidin badge on the Legion's internal store, and he also updated the panel's camp store simultaneously. The product name has also been changed, not called the Oviathan badge, but has been changed to Black Star Legion Badge Evolution, and the pattern is the Black Star logo of the Legion. Because the core of the technology is evolutionary blocks, the Oviathan badge is extremely cheap, and it can be recycled as long as it is charged. With such powerful equipment, Han Xiao directly priced at 15 WNRs and 2,500 points of the Legion. The price is comparable to a spacecraft, and the profit margin exceeded the sky. And he set this price, and his goal is to lock players as his customer base. After all, for normal Legion members, using badges is undoubtedly death. The terrible side effects and high prices are prohibitive. There must be not many people who buy it, but in the eyes of players, this thing is simply a transformation tool. Death is nothing. I am immortal. More than just version 3.0, the Oviathan badge has a great effect before players reach the natural disaster level. Of course, another reason for the high price is to control the combat effectiveness of the player group in disguise. It is natural that millions of players can't buy this product. I'm afraid that all the funds of Legion players will not be able to buy much. Han Xiao even plans to charge additional fees, which can also urge players who cannot afford to work harder to do tasks. A perfect cycle. The only problem is that the style of the Legion has become too villain. After all, which serious force will make so many biological distortions? At the same time, the meat bag left the test room and posted on the forum as soon as possible to seize the news popularity. The title has a consistent style. Shock. The new product of the Black Star Legion is actually... The post wrote the test process, accompanied by a large number of screenshots and videos. It happened that the Black Star Legion Badge Evolution was launched in the internal store. Once the meat bag post was released, its popularity soared rapidly. Countless players flocked to the post, and the reply column quickly became lively. Several strange things. I was shocked. You have a review as soon as the product was launched. 2nd Battalion Commander's Pasta. Terrible. Is this the speed of the Legion reporter, the sewer outcrop, Feng Zhongsha? The person is at the headquarters and just got off the spaceship. What big news did I miss? Mengmenghua. I go, the effect of this prop is too perverted, and the martial artist in the sewer expressed despair. Want to use the Bald King. The price is also perverted. My liver is begging me to spare my life. Zhang Weiyu. The rich player said he was very happy. Come on, you almost empty my wallet, Fingerdip Universe. Fingyue, I'm so ugly. I won't use it even if I was beaten to death by the boss. Bamboo that loves to eat bamboo rats. It's not ugly. This is called violent aesthetics, Skull. BB Bear, do you want to be a handsome guy for the rest of your life, or a strong man for a few hours? Funny, by Ling Long. Sorry, I chose a handsome guy. Legislative Commander's big machine. Awesome, the Legislative Commander quietly developed this terrifying technology. His role positioning is actually a mad scientist. My wife is 40. You are really renamed from the upper floor. You are so sexy. Legion Commander's big machine. Brother, you're embarrassed to say to me, I'm really good. This prop is too jealous, right? I only know now that our Black Star Legion is a villain camp, so it's better to change its name to the Umbrella Legion, picking the nose. Elephant Whip, Black Star Wind Review was murdered. Person Realm, I bury leader. I'm from heaven, and I'm smiling and looking at you and expressing my gratitude, Feng Angju. To be honest, Black Star Legion Badge, Evolution, is simply a treasure for opening a dungeon, which is suitable for being the main tank. Those bosses who are so cruel that we are dying should be able to pass. Jupiter. The Gods Guild has acquired Einel a large number of times. The price is negotiable. If interested, please contact the Guild customer service player 24 hours a day. The Temple Club has good reputation, honest transactions, and the old man is not deceptive blue sky. Temple garbage is not explained. Jupiter. You are waiting to die in Chongkong this league. If you have the ability to defend your title, you will show me Bikong Yu. So sour. It seems that a club didn't even enter the quarterfinals last year. Sun, Eggplant? Fish Dragon Dances and Flying in Jingfei. Senate Bear. Bikong Yu. Damn, the three big guys of fish flavor eggplant. This is definitely a mistaken injury. Sun Eggplant. And Imsel Tao Ertzi. I am so hilarious. Li Gu. +1, in addition to jokes. Most players discussed it seriously in the post and were amazed at the effect of Black Star Legion Badge Evolution. Players have 10 resurrections every 6 days in the game. This side effect is within an acceptable range, and many people have realized the extremely cost-effectiveness of this prop. However, due to the high price, only some local tyrants and squirrels can afford it. After reading the post, many people were already tempted. I immediately opened the Philip Mini program to place an order remotely. The badges are not in stock, and now the orders are all pre-sales, and there is no physical product at the moment. Han Xiao decided to officially ship the goods in a few days, and asked the logistics department to open an assembly line, and then send it to him for energy using the evolution block. As for the business of the evolution totem, Han Xiao and the head of state only had an oral agreement. They had to wait until the Empire officially confirmed before they could officially operate. The cosmic civilization has huge power. Even if the power structure is streamlined, the administrative efficiency will not be much faster. It takes some time to wait. Just in time, you can use the unique techniques recorded in the evolutionary data to remove the evolution blocks. This is a long-term job and cannot be achieved overnight and needs to be resonated slowly. Han Xiao was happily looking at the forum while returning to his room, and suddenly remembered something. By the way, Philip, I'll call up the surveillance video of Rothel and Shask. I'll see how they integrate into the Legion in the past few days. Buzz. Han Xiao entered the quantum network vision to see how Shask and Rothel got along with old members after joining the Legion. Shask is normal. He has just joined the intelligence department for a few days and is still familiar with the environment. He gets along well with the department heads, but he doesn't have a sense of existence. But this is not a bad thing. The lack of presence is the advantage of an intelligence personnel. But Rothel is different. He is alone and has no contact with any cadres. He either practices hard alone in the actual training room, or stays alone in the room to sharpen his knife and stares at the wall. He looks like an introverted autistic patient. Han Xiao paused, thought for a while, and turned to Rothel's room. When he first joined, he rushed to study the information of the evolutionary civilization and did not continue to communicate with the other party. Han Xiao decided to have a good talk with Luo Tyrnao. In terms of combat power and potential, Rothel can rank in the top 5 of the Legion, surpassing Hardaway, second only to Hela, Aurora, Ferdin, and Nello. He is a top strongman below the A level. Han Xiao attaches great importance to Rothel's potential and believes that it is necessary to care about the other party's mental health. After all, the strange god was a nightmare in his previous life, but now he's been frustrated by himself and has robbed the head of his enemy. He feels that he needs to take responsibility. A stubborn and withdrawn guy, like Rothel, may have lost his way at the intersection of his life. His eyes stared at the tip of the knife, his fingertips slid on the blade, and the cold and sharp touch spread to the brain through the nerve endings. In the room, Rothel sat at the table, habitually stroking the black blade that accompanied his assassination. The light of the embedded desk lamp did not leave any reflection on the black blade. His weapon was made of light-absorbing material, as dark as the universe. Rothel's eyes were not focused, and his mood was not as calm as his face under the mask. I have been to the Black Star Legion for several days. He is like a transparent person, incompatible with the lively Legion atmosphere, and maintains a lone style. Luo Tai'er chose to come from afar to contact the Black Star Legion because the alien god was arrested. On the one hand, he wanted to see what kind of person the Black Star who was fighting the alien god was, and, on the other hand, he was also because he was confused. The strange god took away his innate talent and has always been his nightmare. Rothel doesn't like to sleep because every midnight dream will wake him up by a nightmare. Assassinating the strange god is his only goal. Now, the strange god has been defeated by others, and he has lost the opportunity to revenge. Rothel has no other hobbies. All his friends have died. He is introverted and does not like to communicate with others. He has no ambitions and does not know what he will do in the future. Continue to assassinate the criminals of the Fallen Ark? Or put away your knife and wander around? Or find a planet to retire and settle? Luo Tai'er was confused about life, so he subconsciously came to the Black Star Army and decided to serve Black Star for a period of time to repay his kindness. When he felt that he had finished repaying his kindness one day in the future, he would choose to leave. While he was in a daze, the doorbell suddenly rang. Rothel came to his senses and subconsciously held the weapon in his hand tightly. Then he realized that his situation was very safe and his fingers were loose. He inserted the black blade back into the scabbard, stood up, and opened the door. Outside the door, there was a black star. The two looked at each other silently for a while before Luo Tai'er slowly spoke. "Is there something wrong? We haven't had a good talk yet. It just so happened that I have time now. Do you want to stand at the door and talk to me?" Han Xiao nodded. Rothel paused and turned sideways to open the door. Han Xiao walked in, glanced at the room casually, then sat on the sofa in the living room, raised his chin to the opposite seat, and signaled Rothel to sit down. When Luo Tai'er sat opposite him, Han Xiao stared at him and pondered. "I have been paying attention to you. Judging from the resume you submitted, you are a powerful natural disaster-level assassin. I value you very much, so I didn't rush to arrange your position." "Yes." Han Xiao tilted his head. "You don't seem to like talking much." "Yes." Luo Tai'er responded lightly. Han Xiao smiled. "It's not good to feel confused." Hearing this, Luo Tai'er's brow trembled. "Believe me, I understand your thoughts. You're different from Shazga. He really wants to repay me, but I can see that you're different. Your target is only a strange god. Now that you have lost your enemy, you don't know what you should do, so you decided to serve me for a while, right?" Han Xiao's tone was slow. The resume submitted by Tai'er did not write about his past experiences, but due to information in his previous life, Han Xiao knew Tai'er's experience and personality very well, so he easily inferred his thoughts. "Yes." Rothel breathed out and nodded. "I can see that you are obsessed with the strange god, so I guess your hatred with the strange god is not just the destruction of your home. You may have faced the strange god and witnessed his horror, and he has become your nightmare." Luo Tai'er widened his eyes in surprise. These are the secrets he hid in his heart. He did not write it into his resume and rarely revealed to outsiders how Black Star saw it. There are only a few conversations between the two. Is Black Star's insight so terrifying that after only a few meetings, I guess my thoughts in the past? You're right. I've seen a strange god before. I'm a supernatural abilities taken away by him. Rothel suppressed his inner shock, maintained a paralyzed face, and said softly, "Then you're still alive, you are so lucky." He knew that Rothel's hatred for the strange god was even more unforgettable. After all, his innate ability was taken away, and no one would be very upset. Even if Rothel changed his fate against the will of heaven and gained the same strong strength, he was still resentful. Han Xiao comforted, "Then you have the current strength. You must have suffered a lot." Hearing this, Luo Tier's eyes flashed with a moment of fluctuation, as if he was trapped in some bad memories. But he soon came to his senses, lowered his head, and didn't say anything, and a strange feeling spread in his heart. After so many years of being alone, without any friends or partners, he found that Han Xiao understood him. Hearing his comfort and seeing his sincere smile, Luo Tier felt a little moved. "It has been a long time since no one cared about me." If it were an ordinary person to say this, Luo Tier would not have too many ideas. As a natural disaster-level strongman, he is not so easy to be moved, but Black Star is a super A level. In front of others, the natural disaster level is just a younger brother. Black Star is a big man far above him. After being cared for by the big man, Luo Tier's reaction was intensified. In fact, there's another reason. In order to open Luo Tier's heart, Han Xiao activates the Morning Star character arrival card while speaking. Smile back, effect, charm plus 688. The facts proved that it seemed quite effective. "It's all over." Rothel took a breath, suppressed the emotions that were rising, and replied hoarsely. Han Xiao shook his head, and while the character card was still valid, he leaned forward and whispered, "Don't hold it in his heart. You may have been used to being alone, but you must realize that no matter what the future is, you're no longer alone anymore. I am your boss, and I hope to know more about your experience." Luo Tier's throat swayed slightly, and he was silent for a while. He was a little resistant, but when he thought that Black Star was his benefactor, he made a decision and slowly spoke about his past. Because he hadn't said so much for too long, he was a little awkward at first, but he soon got into a better place and was immersed in his emotions. There was no partner to talk to before. Rothel had always closed the past in his heart, heavy, and he said it all at once, and his mood became much more relaxed and happy. Han Xiao listened quietly. In fact, he basically understood what Luo Tier said, letting him say it was mainly to open his heart and increase his favorability. After all, Luo Tier had just joined and had no emotional foundation, and his loyalty would not fall from the sky. This needs to be cultivated slowly. That's right. I value you very much. If you want, I'm willing to listen at any time. Han Xiao nodded. Thank you. Luo Tier let out a breath of turbid air, feeling his whole body relaxed a little, and his fear of the strange god seemed to have been diluted. He was a little flattered and grateful to him for being a big shot like Black Star. Let's just stop here today. Han Xiao stood up and smiled. I hope that one day in the future, I can rely on you. Yes. Although Luo Tier still cherishes his words like gold, his tone is completely different, and he is not that cold. Come on, I will arrange a task for you in a while. Don't be listless and leave. Han Xiao walked towards the door and waved his hand to his back. Luo Tier leaned against the door, watching Han Xiao's back disappear from the corner, and felt much more relaxed. It seems that his decision to join the Black Star Legion is not bad. A few days later, the logistics department's production line created a large number of Black Star Legion badge evolution, and Han Xiao officially shipped it after completing the charging. Some players who were idle and had nothing to do ran back to the headquarters to get goods, while buyers far away in the battlefield of Gular civilization delivered goods to their doorsteps through the Legion's logistics. Soon, the first batch of players who purchased it personally experienced the effect of this prop, and a large number of review posts appeared on the forum. Players participating in the Gular Civil War used it in actual combat and recorded the video. Han Xiao opened a related popular post to watch the video. In the picture, there's an airdrop battle. In the picture, the players are clearing the city's resistance. A war bunker stands in a certain square, stocking up a large number of ancient Imperial Party ground troops, with fierce firepower and chargers are all blown up, suppressing the players to hide. The players participating in the battle communicated with each other for a while, and 10 players wearing the Black Star Legion badge, Evolution, stood up and held up the badge. Ultraman transform. A player suspected of being a middle school martial artist roared. The next moment, the bodies of 10 players suddenly expanded and turned into advanced biological aberrations. Rua, 10 huge distorted bodies rushed out, charged at high speed in front of artillery fire. The powerful vitality resisted the fire concentration, and the enemy suddenly saw a group of monsters covered by breakthrough fire. The look of fear on his face was clearly visible, and the screams resounded through the sky. 2 distorted bodies were shot and exploded on the way to charge, and the rest rushed into the enemy's position, smashed and flattened a floating tank, crashed into the war bunker, and the huge arms and claws opened the unparalleled dance mode, and the flesh and blood flew everywhere, which was definitely a restricted level picture. Fist of the testicle. Question experience it yourself. The practical effect of extreme evolution is so strong that it is too strong. The distorted body is too strong. It is really suitable for attacking the tough guy, Fengyue. Although it is a bit ugly, it is really easy to use, Yinglift. It is quite cost-effective, but it is still very expensive. It will charge another 5,000 INAR for charging, which is too scammed. Cute Yuxingshin. Think about it. How can you become stronger if you don't charge money? Black Star smile. More players use badges in the dungeon. The distorted body is so suitable for being the main tank, and it is perfect for carrying the boss. Badge owners suddenly became popular in teaming up to play dungeons, and basically each group book will bring a badge owner. Some players saw the business opportunities, gathered money to buy badges, and then joined the dungeon squad in the form of hire, charging only higher than the charging price, specifically for players who can't afford badges. The players have strong subjective initiative, and various methods of using it were quickly discussed on the forum. Han Xiao was curious and followed for a while, and then closed the forum. There's another thing that is more important now. The Red Empire has officially negotiated the issue of evolutionary totem, so Han Xiao signed a formal transaction agreement with the Empire to provide evolutionary totem to the Empire for a long time. It is expected to supply 100 million totem devices within 5 years, and they're all charged for up to 20 years. The Empire will pay for manufacturing costs and fuel fees. Because of the relationship between the two parties, Han Xiao couldn't make much money from the Empire, and the goal of making money was other civilizations. An important clause of the agreement was that Han Xiao had the power to sell evolutionist totems to other ally civilizations, and the income was completely subject to the Black Star Army. Instead of waiting for the legacy of the alien god to be slowly exposed, the Empire took the initiative to announce the existence of the evolutionary totem to the entire universe, causing 1,000 waves to stir up, and countless civilizations were boiling. The civilizations that had already reached cooperation with Han Xiao were also shocked. No matter how you look at it, the cost-effectiveness of the quota of the evolution block is far less than that of the evolutionary totem. Countless civilizations could not sit still, and for a moment, the number of the Legion was about to be exploded. Countless people contacted Han Xiao, hoping to buy the evolutionary totem. Han Xiao asked Philip to post a transaction agreement with the Empire, telling these civilizations that as long as they are recognized by the Empire, they can buy the evolutionary totem and throw the problems and pressure on the Empire. As for the ally civilization, Han Xiao, who had already joined, directly traded with them and signed many large-scale purchase agreements. The number of pre-sale totem devices reached tens of millions, and the business was spread across various star fields. His pricing of the evolutionary totem is not as cheap as the Oviathan badge. Because of this wave of transactions, the Black Star Army made a lot of money and the cash flow became extremely abundant. The evolutionary totem has become a stable camp specialty of the Black Star Legion. Such a high profit will naturally arouse the jealousy of many forces. However, the combination of the Black Star Legion plus the Red Empire is enough to allow most forces to dispel bad ideas. The bigger the business, the stronger the strength is needed to protect it, and the Black Star Army now has the strength to enjoy this cake. Just talking about the Black Star Legion is the dominant force of the Broken Star Ring. Countless local civilizations are partners of the Legion and are extremely powerful. Super A-level forces at this level are already standing at the upper level of the universe food chain. Besides, Black Star, the owner of the evolution block, has known that after the Lighthouse Star battle and the Death God, the whole universe knows that he is very difficult to deal with. Even the Void Spirit sect and the Death God have fallen. Few people will feel confident that they will definitely be able to deal with him. Moreover, the Black Star is not alone in the Broken Star Ring. The other 4 Broken Star Rings have Super A, and 3 of them have cooperative relationships with Black Star. This connection is so terrifying. Also, the Broken Star Ring has an excellent geographical location, adjacent to the Shining World, and the Empire has a fleet of over 100 million arranged in the Shining World and can support the Broken Star Ring at any time. Even a nominal owner of the Broken Star Ring, the Guanghui Federation, turned a blind eye. Few forces dared to do anything in the Broken Star Ring. With all kinds of concerns, no force will act rashly or take risks for the time being, and it will default to the trading rules formulated by the Empire. Han Xiao naturally would not forget his own people. Each Legion branch and training camp is equipped with an evolutionary totem. The Aquarius Star where Bennett is also free of charge for the evolutionary totem. The Black Spirit clan did not forget it either. Han Xiao specially sent an apostle weapon to insert the evolutionary totem and brought some mechanical troops to guard the planet where the Black Spirit clan is located. Seeing the old enemy making a fortune through the evolution block, the Star Pupil God clan was quite annoyed. People's accusations against Cisco had been reduced a lot during this period. Seeing the prosperity of the Black Star Legion, many people were heartbroken and accusing Cisco of missing the opportunity to develop civilization. The overwhelming scolding within the civilization made Cisco very depressed. Heber in the warfield was also very uncomfortable. He felt that his status in the Broken Star Ring was becoming increasingly unstable, but there was no choice but to watch Han Xiao win over the power, and his heart felt as if he was as sour as a lemon. Just when the evolutionary totem attracted widespread attention in the entire universe, Han Xiao received a special invitation to fight from Emers. The invitation to the appointment was sent privately and not publicly, but the wording was not as casual as the daily communication between the two. Instead, it was very formal, marking the time and place of the appointment, and meeting him 5 days later on a desolate planet in the Godora galaxy. The news was too abrupt, which made Han Xiao confused. There should be no problem with the relationship between the two. He didn't know why Emmys didn't greet him in advance and made a fight with him, and he was still so serious. What is she thinking? Han Xiao was originally negotiating the terms of the transaction with a representative of civilization. As soon as he received an invitation from Emers, he immediately hung up the communication with the representative of civilization and turned to contact Emers. He didn't want the two to have problems with their covenant. The communication was connected quickly, but it was not Emmys on the opposite side, but Jenny with increasingly thinning hair. Why are you? Han Xiao was a little confused. He called Emers' private number. Where is Emers? You have received her invitation to have an appointment. Jenny asked back. Well, what does she mean? Han Xiao frowned. It's literally, before the fight, she doesn't plan to talk to you. She asked me to tell you that she really wants to fight you this time. Why did she suddenly have this idea? Han Xiao was confused. If you have any questions, ask her on the day you meet. Remember to go to the appointment on time. Jenny snorted coldly and hung up the communication. Looking at the black screen communicator, Han Xiao couldn't help scratching his head. It is normal to have a super A-level exchange, but with our relationship, it's enough to just shout it out if you want to have a conversation. As for how ritual it feels, so ritual, it makes it look like the top of the Forbidden City on a full moon night. Forget it. Emmys is not the first day of willfulness. I am used to it. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly and regarded this appointment as another whim for Emmys. At the same time, the main hall of Long Tanfu Island. Jenny put down the communicator and turned her head to look at Emeth, who was sitting on the throne of the floating keel with complex eyes. During the communication, Emmys was listening, nodding slightly, and chuckled. Thank you for your hard work. To be honest, I don't understand. Jenny couldn't help asking. Although I hate Black Star, his strength is unquestionable. I want to be frank. I think your winning rate is not high. Why do you do it? You don't seem to have any confidence in me. Emmer's eyes curled, and she smiled. Her tone was joking. Aesop, who was standing aside, shook his head and couldn't help but interrupt. This has nothing to do with confidence. After the Lighthouse Star battle and the alien god incident, Black Star has proved his strength. According to the combat power he showed, your chances of winning are indeed very low. Why should you launch a challenge that will definitely lose? Emmys closed a smile on his face when he heard this. I can win or not. I will know if I have fought. Then, Emmers paused, stroked the handrail of the throne, and sighed softly. Maybe I'm really no match for Black Star now, but at least I need facts to prove it. 5 days are fleeting. The second star area of the Godora galaxy, planet G, S7058. This is a gas giant planet, surrounding the planet with a conspicuous meteorite ring. This planet is not far from the headquarters of the Black Star Army and the Aquarium, and is the place where the battle is held. A stream of light stopped from far to near, and it stopped in the outer space of the planet, revealing the appearance of the spacecraft. The pilot was Han Xiao, who went to the appointment alone. A large, unknown target was detected and matching the database. The matching object has been found, and the target is Long Tanfu Island buzzing. Philip's voice rang in the spacecraft. Without reminding him, Han Xiao also saw the scene outside the porthole. I saw the huge Long Tanfu Island hovering in the outer space of this gas giant planet, and the entire island was shrouded in a golden planetary shield. On both sides of Longtan, there are 10 huge silver-black alloy satellites arranged. This is a weapon specially given to Emmers by Han Xiao, a super high-end brick. Super A-level eyesight was amazing. Han Xiao saw that Longtan had activated the armed mode, and the buildings were all retracted underground. No one was acting on the floating island. Only Emmy stood alone at Longtan Wharf, looking at him from afar. Seeing this, Han Xiao's mouth twitched slightly. He actually brought Longtan here too. Is this going to take it seriously? He tried to call Emmer's private number. This time, Emmers himself answered it. Emmy's elegant and noble face appeared on the virtual screen with a calm expression. You're here. You made an appointment with me. How can I not come? Han Xiao looked helpless. Just say it directly if you want to have a fight. I won't reject you. Is it necessary to be so serious? You misunderstood. This is not a simple fight. Emmy said slowly. I will use all my strength to deal with you. I hope you will do your best. If you are careless, you will die. Hearing this, Han Xiao closed a smile and frowned and said, What are you doing? Since you entered the Super A level, there have been constant storms. I have fought side by side with you, fought the domineering, and fought the strange gods, but we have not had a good fight. So I want to fight with you officially until one side loses its ability to resist. Is it necessary for us to distinguish the superiority in this way? Han Xiao didn't understand. Emmy's expression was Gu Jing Bubo, and he whispered, During this period, you have done a lot of great things that have resounded through the universe. In less than 2 years, you have grown from a freshman Super A level to your current status. I can see your changes every day. Do you know it feels really bad to be caught up? When Han Xiaojiang entered the Super A level, the two became an equal relationship. Emmys was willing to help Han Xiao, who was still a Super A-level newcomer at the time, through the difficulties. But in just 2 years, Han Xiao rose to the forefront at a speed visible to the naked eye, laying his current foundation far surpassing Longtan. Emmys felt more and more that the two people's identities, status, and strength were widening, and their relationship was no longer equal, so their mentality had undergone subtle changes. Emmys is free and casual and doesn't care about many things. But she has extraordinary persistence towards those she cares about, and she has persistently looked for Aesop, which reflects this. And Han Xiao is one of the few people she cares about. When the two had a huge difference in status, Emmys looked at Han Xiao's risky calmly, but now it's different. Their status is changing. She doesn't want to just watch Han Xiao throw her farther and farther away. She's not satisfied with seeing Han Xiao's record only from the news. She finally decided to launch a challenge and experience Han Xiao's combat effectiveness herself. Look at how big the gap between Han Xiao and himself has become when he has done so many big things. The next moment, Han Xiao's spacecraft radar sounded an alarm. The high-threat target with a surge in energy reaction was detected. Han Xiao looked up and saw that it was Emmers who was releasing his strength, and his condition was rising steadily. Emmys seemed to have hidden stars and shone a little light in his deep eyes. He took his long legs and stepped out of the dock in one step, stepping into nothingness, and the force field held her body as if stepping on the ground. The tight-waisted and high-square black skirt was dragged behind her, like a blooming black flower. As she walked through the void, her fair long legs appeared and faintly appeared in the forks on both sides of the black skirt. The energy level in Emmys' body had risen to full strength, and his voice became solemn. Don't hold back. Come on. The next moment, she raised her arms and the superimposed force field, allowing Longtan and the 10 satellite bricks to rotate from static, gradually accelerate, and fly towards Han Xiao. At this time, Han Xiao's panel popped up. You trigger the S-level mission, Dragon Seat, Emmers. Task requirements. Try to persist for a longer time in Emmers' hands. The combat mode is not limited. Each time you leave the battle, the task enters the settlement stage after the deadline, and the number of times you leave the battle is unlimited. Reward. The reward for this task is a stage. Every time you meet a requirement, you can get the corresponding reward. Only 1% of the time to leave the battle is counted as the judgment time. The mode of this task is the same as when you first met the battle of the domineering person. The longer you persist, the higher the reward. In addition to experience, there are legends, character cards, and rewards for winning a skill or expertise of Emmers who persist for 20 minutes. However, Han Xiao is not in the mood to read the task panel for the time being. How can I not hold back on you? Han Xiao sighed and didn't say this. With his current strength, if he really goes all out, his lethality will be terrible. She probably couldn't stand it. Han Xiao shook his head. He had no intention of hurting Emmers. No matter what, both of them were all ally and could not do it too much. Seeing that Emmys had decided to fight, and now that things were at this point, Han Xiao made a decision instantly. Let's fight a protracted battle. My flesh is enough to exhaust her strength and make her unable to fight again, so that she will not hurt her and not hurt her feelings. The distance between the two quickly shortened, and Han Xiao stopped hesitating, calmed down, activated the mecha to leave the spaceship, and then opened the secondary dimension and summoned a part of the mechanical legion. Master, Yozu lined up with different styles of apostle weapons. Han Xiao said in a deep voice, Go up, focus on consumption, don't fire with all your might. Understand? Yozu nodded, and the thruster on his back spewed out a dazzling tail flame, turning into an arc of light and rushed out. The other apostle weapons followed him with a mechanical army and charged, facing the approaching Emmers. The faint light in Emmys' eyes became brighter and brighter, his hands folded on his chest, and he slowly pushed forward. Force field Longtan Starhammer. The force field superimposed on the dragon tank continued to increase, pushing the dragon tank to accelerate madly, like an extremely huge meteor, crashing into the mechanical legion like a black tide ahead. This scene is like slapping at a large group of ants with bricks. If such a large piece of dragon tank hits a planet, it will not take long to smash the crust of a planet. The fighting method of swinging weapons using the force field is the complete dragon throne. The normal response is to focus on fire and blow up Longtan, but Han Xiao cannot blow up other people's nests. He is helpless with Emmer's style of throwing the base camp indiscriminately. Instead of firing at Longtan, the mechanical legion obeyed the order and scattered them all, allowing Longtan to cross the defense line. The results are obvious. The huge dragon tank directly crashed into Han Xiao, who was as small as a speck of dust under the opposite shape. The shadows expanded rapidly, occupying all sight. Looking at the land area that was hit like Mount Tai, Han Xiao showed a painful expression under the mecha helmet. In the past, I fooled Emmys into saving himself with a dragon tank hit, but now I have to taste the dragon tank's face-smashing taste. Retribution is a blessing, You always have to pay it back when you come out. In the universe, the force field can continuously exert acceleration on objects, which is Emmer's most suitable battlefield. The force field ability is originally biased towards defense and control, but in Emmer's hands, it is powerful and powerful. Under the action of the force field, the speed of the Dragon tank continues to increase, and its huge size is equivalent to a large-scale AoE. If the Dragon tank is allowed to accelerate unlimitedly, it will become increasingly difficult to dodge, and its power will become increasingly greater. However, Long Tan is not fast enough now. In Han Xiao's eyes, he is as slow as a turtle. He has more than a dozen means to avoid this Long Tan strike. The high maneuverability of the mecha alone can allow him to bypass before Long Tan hits it. However, Emmys did not simply use a brick to hit people. His eyes were sprayed with dim light, and a force field was released from the air, imprisoning Han Xiao's body and pulling him backwards towards Long Tan. Force field Dragon's Gaze. The force field that seemed to condense into solid was filled with. Han Xiao was under tremendous pressure all over his body, feeling a great obstacle in his every move, and at the same time, a traction force pulled him forward. I've used this trick before. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. With his current abilities, he is not afraid of Emmy's control skills, which can easily tear open the force field that imprisons himself. However, he does not intend to avoid this Dragon tank attack. He deliberately tests the power to obtain combat information, and, at the same time, tests the actual combat effect after the upgrade of the blood blue conversion expertise. Long Tan gets closer and rapidly enlarges in sight, and you can already see the scenery on Long Tan's surface. A huge pressure came towards him, and he felt a word, danger, appear on his head. Han Xiao calmed down and raised his arms. The nanoparticles flowed on the surface of the mecha and gathered on his arms, forming shield generators. With a flash of blue light, layers of phantom shields appeared in front of Han Xiao, forming a defense. The next moment, Long Tan crushed over with a loud bang, and Han Xiao slapped the Long Tan shield and flew farther and farther away from him. Emmers turned his palm, and Long Tan drew an arc and fell towards the gas giant planet beside him, ready to smash into the planet with Han Xiao. At the same time, Yozu led the Mechanical Legion to approach Emeth, opened fire remotely, and shot a phantom particle cannon at Emeth. Emmy's 10 satellite-grade bricks were not idle either. 6 blocked Emmy's different directions and moved around, covering the double defense of the energy cover and the protective force field, forming a protective line to block most phantom cannons. The gaps in the defense line were filled with protective force fields, which was completely broken. All the phantom cannons shot into pieces, turned into shreds of light. The other 4 satellite-grade bricks were controlled by Emmy's force field to attack the formation of the Mechanical Legion. The Mechanical Legion was not so gentle to satellites. The phantom cannons bombarded one after another, and the pits exploded on the satellite bricks, and metal fragments floated around. Under Emeth's control, these fragments turned into metal storms. Walking through the Mechanical Legion, scratches were scratched on the surface of the mechanical warriors. The apostle weapons ignored these attacks and quickly approached Emeth's protective defense line. Yozu suddenly waved his spear and cut out an energy wave, hitting the protective force field and violently exploded, blasting out a gap. The next moment, the new force field filled the gap. Yozu was about to continue attacking. Emmers raised his finger, and the invisible force field enveloped the approaching apostle weapons, dragged them to throw them out. Then a larger force field was generated, like Moses opened the sea, splitting the charge of the Mechanical Legion formation. The mechanical warriors were thrown away by the force field, and their powerful control ability was fully displayed. He is good at large-scale control of force field abilities and has a certain degree of restraint on human sea tactics. At this moment, a flash of light suddenly appeared behind Emmers, and the crazy sky hunter jumped and teleported, appearing behind Emmers, opening his mouth, revealing the sharp teeth of the Haizhou shock alloy, and biting her waist. The upper and lower jaws suddenly bit, but they bite it A slender and fair finger hit the head of the mechanical beast of Crazy Sky Hunter out of thin air. Emmys turned her whole body upside down, and the pattern of the void blood appeared on her face. She directly used the void jump to avoid the sneak attack. Since she was strengthened by the evolutionary block, her mobility has increased by more than a little. The surging force field rushed into the body of Quang Han in an instant along his fingers. Force field refers to shock waves. The body of Quang Han suddenly had a crack, and a large number of parts were squeezed and crushed, and the body was severely damaged. He was so scared that he quickly jumped and escaped away from Emmers. The power of force field abilities is very wide, but the closer it is to the body, the stronger the power of the force field. Suddenly, Emmys sensed the fluctuations in the void dimension. He looked up and saw Han Xiao, who was photographed on the dragon tank, disappearing and using the void to jump out of the attack range. Han Xiao shook his little numb arm and glanced at the battle information, secretly stunning. I actually gave me the power-crushing damage, which is that martial artists like Herbert can hit the dragon tank with their heads. Unfortunately, although the damage is high, Han Xiao didn't take it seriously at all. No matter how strong Emeth's AoE is, it has limits. He is now extremely efficient in blood recovery. As long as the enemy's instantaneous explosive power is not a certain level, or does not have special attack effects such as seriously injured, his body is not afraid. The lost dragon tank did not continue to hit the gas giant planet, but then pounded Han Xiao and then hit Han Xiao. The huge body passed through the planet, and the gas on the surface of the planet showed obvious signs of stirring, forming a large storm, looking down at the planet like a vortex pattern. Emmys used the dragon's gaze again in the distance, and Han Xiao felt a confinement field shrouding over, but he had already obtained the information about the battle. This time he was not ready to be hit, and his hands were closed suddenly. Buzz! The mecha was shocked, and the repulsive force was continuously released, generating a field within a range of several meters. The shell was filled with repulsive force, and the inside was filled with a chaotic repulsive undercurrent. This field bounced most of Emmer's force fields, and a few force fields that broke through the shell were deviated by the internal disorder, greatly reducing the intensity, and the dragon's gaze was almost ineffective. This is an anti-dragon seat device specially created by Han Xiao. The principle is to superimpose the repulsive ring to form a repulsive shield field, which is used to neutralize the external force field and greatly weaken the impact of the force field on itself. But after all, it is a mechanical device, and its performance has an upper limit. The strength of the Emmer's force field can be continuously superimposed. Given time, she can break the repulsive shield field. Therefore, Han Xiao did not plan to get close to Emmer's, but wandered away, played hide-and-seek games with Long Tan, and controlled the mechanical legion to attack. Seeing that Han Xiao was not approaching, Emmer's began to move on his own initiative, flying towards Han Xiao while dealing with the mechanical army. Seeing this, Han Xiao retreated and kept a distance. After getting rid of the control skills of the force field, Long Tan could not catch up with him at all. His mobility obviously exceeded Emmer's, and he firmly took the initiative. Seeing that a Long Tan could not do anything to Han Xiao, Emmer's made a claw in his hand and made a grasping move at a satellite-level brick that impacted the formation of the mechanical legion from the air. The satellite-grade brick stopped in an instant, as if it was fixed. Then, layer by layer of force fields began to compress, and the continuous soaring pressure made the satellite-grade brick tremble. The metal squeezed into the inside, and the density gradually increased. Emmys' arm slowly stretched back. The force field continued to compress, and accumulating a huge amount of elasticity. The next moment, her eyes shone brightly, and she clenched her fists suddenly, and she blasted out like a bow in archery. The elasticity superimposed on the satellite-level bricks exploded instantly. The satellite-grade brick suddenly rotated from static, like a stone shot out by a slingshot. It instantly accelerated the shell far beyond the borehole and shot at Han Xiao. Force field satellite cannon. The terrifying moment of acceleration directly peeled off a layer of metal shell, almost disintegrating the metal cast satellite. The satellite bricks hit him towards him, and Han Xiao's eyes flashed, but he did not dodge or avoid it, and ignored him. At the same time, the silver flash in the distance instantly deformed, turned into the body of the Star Destroyer, and fired a blast in the direction of the satellite. The thick, bright silver beam came first, and accurately hit the satellite brick. The silver beam penetrated it directly, like a knife piercing the meatballs. The next moment, the metal satellite expanded from the inside out, bursting out with a dazzling red light, exploding in front of Han Xiao, like an orange slurry. All the metals that make up the satellite melt through at a high temperature at the instant, and all the fragments turn into red metal melting, like splashing orange juice. A huge artificial satellite was launched in front of him, and Han Xiao was free to avoid the splashing high-temperature melting metal. This seemed to be a signal, and the durability of more satellite tiles reached their limits. They were shot and exploded by the mechanical army, and 3 more were quickly lost. There are only 6 satellite tiles controlled by emmers, and they're also scarred, as if they will disintegrate at any time. Looking at this scene from afar, Han Xiao looked calm and said to himself, "What do you do next?" Emmy's moves were very fierce, but they did not cause much damage to Han Xiao. After many strengthenings, the mechanical warriors were extremely tough and were no longer a defective product that could be crushed by the force field. It seemed that Emmys took the initiative, but in fact, Han Xiao was at ease and had always controlled the rhythm of the battle. Emmys felt this and squinted his eyes. My attacks didn't work for him. They were all resolved by him. She could see that Han Xiao focused on defense and had no desire to attack, and was obviously letting go. But even so, I have no way to deal with Han Xiao. Have you grown to this point? Emmys narrowed his eyes and finally experienced Han Xiao's strength with his own body. The gap in strength is already very obvious. Black Star is much stronger than her. However, her emotions did not fluctuate too much, and the battle was not over yet, so she would not give up halfway. Emeth suddenly grabbed the gassed giant planet, and a large group of meteorites turned into her weapon under the pull of the force field, like meteor-like fists smashing the mechanical legion. Force field, dragon breath, meteor fist. This planetary ring is her huge arsenal. No wonder you chose this place as the battlefield. Han Xiao nodded secretly. The meteorites in the rings of planets continued to become Emmy's weapons, hitting the mechanical legion again and again, and the mechanical legion also smashed the incoming meteorite group again and again. Under the leadership of Han Xiao, the battle inevitably entered a tug-of-war that was exhausting. Just as the two were fighting around the desolate planet, a fleet hovered in the distance of the battlefield, which was Long Tan's armed fleet. Because the base was taken by the boss to smash people, these fleets could not continue to stay in Long Tan, so they had to carry everyone to watch the battle. Although the housing prices in Long Tan are very low due to risk factors, there will still be people buying real estate. At this time, watching the assets they bought with money were taken to fight, many crew members' eyelids were beating. Every time Long Tan collided, their mood would fluctuate. On the main ship, a group of Long Tan cadres were watching the battle. Seeing that their leaders were gradually passive, everyone looked a little unfair. It is true that Black Star is an ally, but as a member of Long Tan, they naturally hope that Emmys will win. In addition to the cadres, there were 2 remote projectors present, Hela and Aurora, both staring at the battlefield. There is no need to keep it a secret in private. Verna notified Hela and Aurora that, as Emmer's student, the 2 also have a right to know. The teacher is not the opponent of Black Star. Aurora looked entangled. Hyla nodded with complicated eyes. The identities of the 2 sisters are relatively awkward. They are both cadres of the Black Star and students of the Dragon. They are close people on both sides and don't know who to support. Hela studied with Emmers for 10 years, knowing Emmer's strength very well, and her heart was full of respect. At this time, she felt quite complicated when she saw her beloved teacher being beaten by the Black Star. The aftermath of the battle of the Super A-level battle also made her realize that this was not a battle she could intervene. It was too early to be at her current level. Even though Hela had a strong personality, she couldn't help but feel a little self-doubt at this time. Super A-level is terrible. The planet is just their toy. Can I really have such powerful abilities? Countless meteorite fragments and metal parts floated in the battlefield, and the tug-of-war between the two of them lasted for a long time. The long-term control of the force field has consumed a lot of Emmer's strength and physical strength. Her forehead is covered with fine sweat beads, and her condition has dropped significantly, and the strength and ability range of the force field have gradually decreased. On the other hand, Han Xiao is still alive. He has high-efficiency energy absorption, and his efficiency of returning to the blue is not comparable to that of Emmer's. There is no shortage of blue quantity, so he constantly uses advanced machine generation and abandon modification to pull up the dead mechanical warriors, and the Legion suffered extremely small losses. As Emmer's condition declined, his initiative in the battlefield became more and more obvious. Emmer's protective power field defense line has been broken through by the Apostle weapons. She has successfully approached her. She needs to deal with the entanglement of many Apostle weapons. She has no time to take care of herself, and is powerless to attack Han Xiao's body. Yozu stabbed Emmy's abdomen with a spear. Emmy's twisted his waist and avoided the front. Yozu's spear brushed through her protective force field and wiped out a broken light. Another Apostle weapon, Gene Supreme, raided on the side, but his fist was blocked by the force field. Emmy's raised her long legs and pulled them out like a whip. The leg strength strengthened by the force field immediately kicked the armor of Gene Supreme on the abdomen out of a huge wound. Then she slapped Gene Supreme with a backhand, and the parts flew away. Suddenly, another Apostle weapon sneaked into a phantom cannon, smashing her back force field and hitting her body. Emmer's frowned slightly and felt pain. Seeing this, Han Xiao, who was watching the battle in the distance, flashed his eyes. It's almost done. She has little strength left. At this moment, Emmy suddenly looked up at Han Xiao, who was sucking in the distance, pulled his hands suddenly, releasing a powerful suction force with himself as the center, and dragged all the Apostle weapons and mechanical warriors from all directions towards him. Caught off guard, many mechanical warriors squeezed into a pile. At this time, Han Xiao's perception suddenly moved, and he noticed the fluctuations in the void dimension. Without hesitation, Han Xiao turned around and raised his arm, and the whip leg wrapped in the powerful field was blocked by his arm. It was Emmers who jumped behind the void. You dare to approach me? Are you taking a gamble? Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he grabbed Emmer's calf with his backhand, pulled him suddenly, and clenched his fist with his other hand and hit Emmer's abdomen. Bang! In a hurry, Emmys blocked the heavy blow on the abdomen's cohesion field, and at the same time raised his palm. The compression field turned into a sharp, invisible blade, slashing at Han Xiao's neck with one palm. However, just halfway through his palm, Han Xiao clamped Emmer's thigh with one hand and her neck with the other. The thruster on the back was running at full power, and he grabbed her and hit a meteorite. The meteorite was directly shattered, and Han Xiao kept grabbing her and rushed into the meteorite group of star rings, pressing her body to smash meteorites one by one. The figures of the two turned into a stream of light and circled the planet. I don't know how many meteorites have been broken. Han Xiao only felt that Emitha's protective force field in his palm was getting weaker and weaker, almost disappearing. Han Xiao slowed down and hit another meteorite. This time he did not break it, but pressed Emmers into the meteorite, causing the two to stop. The mecha ejected a circle of oxygen balls, covering the two of them. Han Xiao put away his helmet, exposed his head, and shook his head. Your strength is almost exhausted. You lost. At this time, Emmys frowned and endured the pain. There were many scratches on the black skirt, revealing her fair skin. The slender gooseneck was brutally pinched in Han Xiao's hand, and one leg was also clamped by Han Xiao with his arms, and he couldn't even break free. Hearing this, Emmys pulled out a smile. No, I still have the strength to have the last blow. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and said lightly, Okay, let me see what tricks you have. Under his gaze, Emmys slowly raised his arm, bent his fingers, and gently flicked Han Xiao's forehead. No strength. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and looked a little surprised. Emmers retracted her hand, dissipated the nearly disappeared protective field. Her tight body softened, and she pursed her lips and smiled softly. Okay, I've used up my last little strength, you won. Han Xiao let go of the hand that grabbed Emmer's neck and touched his forehead helplessly. Naughty. One leg was still sandwiched under Han Xiao's arm, and his skin was against the cold mecha. Emmys tilted his head. Please loosen my legs. Han Xiao let go of his hand and retreated a little, allowing Emmers to pull back his long white legs and put them into his black skirt. After looking at Emmy's dress that was seriously damaged in the battle, Han Xiao raised his palm and the nanoparticles flowed, turning into fabric material, and filling the hole in the black skirt could not make Emmys too embarrassed in front of his hand. Click! Emmys controlled the force field to pick himself out of the meteorite, straightened himself, stretched, and smashed countless meteorites to make a faint pain. It hurts so much. Emmys rubbed his slender waist and frowned slightly. Forget it, I asked for my own trial. I've kept my hand. Han Xiao shrugged. Hey, you're still stronger. Emmys sighed, his face calm, as if he had expected this result. Black Star was at ease throughout the whole process and firmly controlled the battle situation. Emmers finally had the most intuitive understanding of his strength. Don't be discouraged, Before Han Xiao finished speaking, Emmys waved his hand, interrupted him, and smiled faintly. Okay, you think who I am. You lose if you lose. Do you need you to coax it? I've been having too many conversations with Hira, and I'm used to it. Han Xiao scratched his chin. As he said that, he turned around and asked the Mechanical Legion to clean up the battlefield. Seeing the wreckage of satellite bricks floating in the universe, he thought for a while and said, The weapon I made for you is broken. I will ask the logistics department to produce another batch for you. Of course, the money will be paid as required. I know. Emmers nodded without objection. After all, he took the initiative to challenge and broke the weapons given by Han Xiao. He was embarrassed to let others give it away for free. As a super A-level, he still wanted this little face. The battle ended, and the Longtan fleet watching the battle in the distance also slowly approached. Emmers took a deep breath, motivated the strength that had just recovered a little in his body, and stopped Longtan. Longtan's protective cover opened, and the fleet landed on the dock one after another. The battle mode of Floating Island was lifted, and the buildings hidden underground emerged one after another. Many people hurried to check their houses and evaluate the damage. The logistics troops, led by Hire, began to work and repair the house. Han Xiao and Emeth tidied up their clothes and then flew towards Longtan. As soon as they stepped onto the dock, they attracted the attention of everyone around them. Longtan's members all saw with their own eyes that Emmys had lost to Han Xiao, and their boss seemed to have been taken advantage of by others. At this time, they felt very uncomfortable. Jenny couldn't help but come up, glared at Han Xiao, then turned her head and looked at Emmys carefully, and said worriedly, Are you okay? I didn't get any injuries, but it was a bit expensive. Emmys waved her hand, turned her head, and said, Hey Xing, go to my palace to chat. After that, she stepped towards the direction of the main hall. Han Xiao put away the mecha and followed. Walking into Longtan Palace, Emmer took Han Xiao to the back garden and sat at the stone table. She controlled the force field and poured 2 glasses of wine, placed it on the table in front of the 2 of them, picked up a glass, and took a sip. Seeing that Han Xiao was still moving, her red lips immediately curled up. This is the dragon bone wine brewed by Aesop using the bones of the Void Dragon clan. I rarely take it out to entertain others. I actually use fossils to make wine. What kind of dark recipe is this? Han Xiao skated, picked up the wine glass, and took a sip. He felt a stream of fire falling down his throat, giving him a taste of no less than a sip of magma that was thousands of degrees high in temperature. Then a strong rejuvenation surged up, and he smacked his lips with a slight aftertaste. At this time, Emmer spoke with a feeling of emotion. Your strength is now surpassed me, and it only took me 20 years. All these time has been abandoned by me. Compared with you, I have been standing still. It's not as serious as abandonment. You are just lazy. Han Xiao quipped. Besides, if you become diligent, then you will not be you. Am I just a lazy person in your heart? Emmers rolled her eyes. Isn't it? Han Xiao laughed. But compared with you, I really don't have much motivation. Emmers shook her head helplessly and did not refute. The fact of defeat caused a subtle change in her attitude towards Han Xiao. Every super A-level clearly understands the difficulty of becoming stronger. The rule among the strong is to respect the stronger ones. Emmers put down the wine glass, looked directly into Han Xiao's eyes, and said softly, You must have suffered a lot in just 20 years, right? Han Xiao was stunned, and inexplicably felt that this sentence sounded a little familiar. Well, I think I've said recently. Suppressing the strange feeling in his heart, Han Xiaogan coughed and said perfunctorily, It's okay. You have already established a firm place in the universe. Do you have any plans in the future? Emmers tweaked the hair on her temples. Continue to develop and accumulate strength. Upon hearing this, Emmers paused and blinked. Do you think your strength is not enough now? Before reaching the limit, strength is never enough. Han Xiao shook his head. Actually, I don't understand one thing. Emmy sat slanted with her legs raised, one hand standing in front of her abdomen, and the other hand holding her chin. Her deep eyes were full of doubts. She stared at Han Xiao's eyes tightly and said slowly, About 8 or 9 years ago, I asked you a question. Why didn't you stop? At that time, you said you didn't have the capital to stop, but you didn't tell me the reason. What are you afraid of? You are already a powerful super A-level, backed by the Empire with huge power and standing at the peak of the universe. What exactly can make you still fear now? Hearing this, Han Xiao hesitated for a moment. What made him extremely afraid of was naturally the ultimate boss in the late stage, the world-building civilization. 8 or 9 years ago, he was still in a natural disaster level, and the two had unequal status. Han Xiao did not tell Emmers that his identity is different now, and what he said finally had weight. He thought for a while, made a decision in his heart, and said slowly, I have some information. In the future, there will be a disaster that swept the entire explored universe. By then, no one will be out of the matter and have nowhere to escape. Emmers was a little surprised and frowned slightly. If it is a disaster of this level, there will naturally be 3 major civilizations to worry about. What are you afraid of? When this disaster breaks out, Super A-level is just a bigger ant, and there will be no end to the nest when it is destroyed. Emmers subconsciously stroked the wine glass and whispered to himself, Is that true? So that's how it is. You have this kind of concern. I thought your motivation comes from ambition that will never be filled. She did not doubt the information Han Xiao said. Everyone had different information channels. Just by Han Xiao's status in the Empire, she could grasp many secrets that she could not reach. Besides, Black Star doesn't need to lie to her. The atmosphere became silent. Emmers lowered her head and rotated the wine glass with her fingers, as if thinking, and Han Xiao did not continue to speak, concentrating on tasting the void dragonbone wine. After quietly turning the wine glass several times, Emmers raised her head and said in a very gentle tone, It seems that I can't be lazy all the time. If there really is one day, I will fight side by side with you. That's the best. Han Xiao smiled slightly. Due to the destruction of the Dragon Tan in the previous life, Emmy's life and death were unknown before the World Tree version. Now, Aesop has been left in Long Tan and has not gone out to wander. What happened to Emmy's in the previous life will not happen again. The impact caused by Han Xiao has changed Emmy's fate, and she should be able to safely last until the era when the World Tree appears. Just then, Jenny walked in, ignored Han Xiao next to her, and said in a deep voice, Old Dragon, the damage assessment has been counted, and you need to check it out. I understand. Emmers nodded and looked at Han Xiao. I have some matters to deal with, but my strength has not been fully recovered. I'm a little tired and need a rest. Han Xiao stood up. Okay, you could do your business first. I will stay with you for a while until you have completely recovered before leaving. It's just right to go to Hylon Star to see it. Okay. Emers knew that Han Xiao cared about her and smiled gently. Han Xiao nodded and turned around and left. Watching Han Xiao's back take off and go away, Jenny's tense cold face relaxed, turned her head to stare at Emmy's. Her face a little complicated, she opened her mouth and hesitated. Emers looked at her. Do you have something to say to me? Jenny pursed her lips as if she had gathered courage and asked with a tentative tone, carefully, Hello, Dragon. Do you like Black Star? Upon hearing this, Emers raised her eyebrows. Why do you care about this? I'm curious. Jenny gritted her teeth, and I don't like Black Star. I know this, you don't need to emphasize it specifically. An helpless smile appeared in Emers' eyes. But Jenny shook her head, looking serious. Hello, Long. The reason why I hate Black Star is not just what you think. We were originally a neutral organization that no one provoked. We don't care whether our lives are so comfortable and whether our power is strong. But since Black Star appeared, Longtan has been forced to get involved in many dangerous storms. In fact, you don't have to get involved in those things at all. I always think we should keep a distance from Black Star. He is not a simple person, otherwise one day we will encounter a big crisis. After hearing this, Emmys also put away his smile and thought, So, do you think I have formed an alliance with Black Star because I like him? I also refer to your attitude towards him all the time, and I can't ignore this possibility. Jenny said in a deep voice. Emers nodded and suddenly smiled. You are right. I have a good impression of Black Star. What are you going to do? Do you advise me? Jenny was shocked and was at a loss. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Emers waved his hand and said helplessly, I do have a good impression of Black Star, but who told you that this is like it? How old am I? I am like the kind of person who hides emotions because of shyness. As he said that, Emers stood up, turned his back to Jenny, looked up at the stars in the sky with his hands behind his back, and opened his red lips slightly. He is the only person in the Super A level that I feel pleasing to. He beat me and is qualified to reproduce with me. However, I have never let another person enter my body and pass on his genes from the beginning to the end. My good impression of him comes from his help to Longtan and from the appreciation of him. My relationship with him is indeed very close. He is one of the few good friends and good comrades I can trust, but when have you ever seen me talk about love with him? Jenny immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She said, There is no emotional foundation between Mr. Emers and Black Star. It seems that she has misunderstood. However, Emers' next words made Jenny's heart hang up again. But the days ahead are still long, and my thoughts may change. If one day in the future, I will become interested in reproductive and procreating. Emmys remembered the scenes of getting along with Han Xiao, shook his head and smiled. Black Star is the only candidate. Crack. The communicator in Jenny's hand was broken in half. On the other hand, Han Xiao took back all the mechanical legion and metal parts, and asked Philip to control his spaceship to park at Longtan Pier and return to the spaceship alone. Close the hatch door, and Han Xiao immediately opened the panel. The task of Emers of the Dragon has been shown in the completed state. The tug-of-war between the two has been more than 20 minutes, and each level of task requirements has been completed. And the highest level reward is to draw on Emers' skill or expertise. Honest Barrett. Han Xiao exhaled to calm down. Fording and Nello are not around, so he doesn't want to use his black face to gamble. Reducing the urge to buy, Han Xiao looked at other mission rewards, high experience rewards, as well as 1 legend and 1 Emers character card. P.S. Unconsciously, the Super God mechanic has been serialized for almost 2 years. Thank you for your support. At 6 p.m. on May 19th, I will send you a wave of red envelopes on the official account. Thank you for your support over the past 2 years. ***. Search the official account Chi Peja for following it and participate in the event. The amount of experience reward is similar to that of the Domineering Battle mission. All requirements are completed, exceeding 20 billion. Basically, all tasks that face Super A-level tasks are like this reward standard. With the bonus of political assets, Han Xiao's actual experience doubled, and his experience savings increased. The other 2 rewards are Legend and Character Card. Star Domain Legend, Broken Star Ring, Dragon Battle. Your resume will add your battle with Emmys, the Dragon Boat, and your reputation will be passed down. People Advent Card, Dragon Cat Emmers, Force Field, Dragon Body. Your body is covered by the force field, and you get an additional layer of rigid protective force field with a shield value of 30W, defense power 3500, shield value recovery rate 3WS. And when the protective force field is completely destroyed, it will be regenerated after cooling for 10 seconds. At the same time, each melee attack will come with 2W6 additional physical damage. When making a power judgment, you get an additional bonus of 1500, which lasts for 30 minutes, and the maximum usage limit is 0.3. The effect is quite powerful, and it can come in handy in melee. Han Xiao nodded and turned off the panel. After cleaning the battlefield, Long Tan returned home, and Han Xiao left with him. The battlefield of competition is not far from Hylon Star. Without much time on the road, Long Tan returned to Hylon Star and stopped in the outer space orbit. Spaceships are rising and falling on this blue planet. Today's aquarium is in line with the Interstellar Society. The development opportunities brought by the Interstellar Consortium have rapidly improved the civilization level of aquarium, and now it looks like an interstellar city. Back at his mother star, Han Xiao planned to inspect the changes in Hylon Star. After thinking about it, he simply invited Emmys to go with him. Although Emmers doesn't care about defeat on the surface, Han Xiao needs to eliminate negative factors and maintain the relationship between allies. So he just takes this opportunity to get along with Emmers and re-enhance the relationship between the two sides, so as to minimize the negative impact of the discussion. Emmys looked down at the sea blue star in the sky every day, but rarely visited the surface cities in person. Since Han Xiao asked her, she did not refuse. New Shidu is the capital of Xinglong Kingdom, one of the 6 former sea blue countries. The Black Star City where Bennett is located is the location of the Legion subbase and the political core of the Aquarium Federation. It has been expanding in the former Goster wilderness, attracting countless populations. It has now become saturated. Later, the Interstellar Consortium has taken a fancy to other large cities with less strict control and has created multiple economic cities. In this way, New West has developed and belongs to the first-tier cities of Aquarium. Just after noon, the bright sunshine injected vigorous vitality into the city. The bustling streets were crowded with people and the sound were buzzing. Not only the humans of the Blue Star, but occasionally other interstellar races could be seen. Floating cars in the sky kept flowing, and when they passed over their heads, they brought a slight buzzing sound of the anti-gravity engine. Public convenient trains carry citizens, driving orderly on the crisscrossing rail network in the city, and the peaceful scenes are everywhere. Han Xiao and Emmys hid their aura and deliberately reduced their presence in the eyes of outsiders, making it impossible for others to notice their existence. The two walked side by side on the street, observing the city situation casually, stopping and stopping along the way, chatting together. 2 children chasing and fighting ran over Han Xiao, with a carefree and happy smile on their faces. Han Xiao withdrew his gaze and sighed. In the past 10 years of the alienation disaster, the people of the Sea Blue Star have walked out of the shadows, opened their hearts to embrace a new life, and reproduced a new generation. This feeling is really good. This is all your achievements. Isn't it a great sense of accomplishment? Emmers chuckled. There is one thing. Han Xiao was not embarrassed to admit that although he chose to rescue his mother star, he started completely from the interests and did so just for the players of the Sea Blue Star. However, seeing the current results, he was indeed quite satisfied. Few people did not like beautiful things. During the disaster of alienation, you invited me to visit your mother planet. At that time, the aquarium star gave me the feeling that it was full of despair and tension. People were confused about the future and didn't know if they could survive tomorrow. It was completely different from the present. Emmers shook her head. You gave this planet a new vitality. I guess I am the so-called historical turning point, huh? Han Xiao laughed twice. When he was with acquaintances in private, he would not be so humble and polite. While chatting and walking, the two of them came to the city center area without knowing it. A towering building stood out from the crowd and entered their sight. It was the former site of the Longjiao building in the Star Dragon Kingdom, but has now been converted into a new building. It is a branch building built by an interstellar consortium. Seeing this building, Han Xiao paused, and memories surged into his heart, and he couldn't help but feel a little like a different world. At this time, Emmys noticed something, turned to look aside, her eyes lit up slightly, and she showed an interest. She immediately stretched out her hand and pulled Han Xiao's sleeve. "Look, what is that store?" Han Xiao withdrew his gaze, looked at her gaze, and saw a shop on the street, with the sign saying Black Star Cultural Relics Exhibition Hall. "I actually became a cultural relic. It's only been less than 20 years. Han Xiao couldn't help but complain, and he felt curious, and followed Emmers over. The automatic sensing glass door opened, and the two walked into the exhibition hall and saw that it was a small 3-story building with glass display cabinets containing all kinds of objects. At this time, the small exhibition hall was deserted and there was no one. There was a counter at the door with a sign erecting the price of the ticket. A woman sat behind the counter, looking like a clerk with her upper body lying on the table and taking a nap. She didn't hear the two of them coming in. With his super A-level vision, he instantly saw the situation inside the exhibition hall. Seeing the things in the glass display cabinet clearly, Han Xiao's mouth twitched. What the hell are these? The exhibition hall displays some messy things, such as the chairs that Black Star has sat on, the slippers that Black Star has worn, the bread that Black Star has taken a bite, and even the toilet that Black Star has used once. Han Xiao swore that he had never seen the toilet in this glass cabinet. Emmers blinked, pointed to a display cabinet, and said curiously, "Did you really like wearing diapers before? You're just wearing them. No one has ever worn them when he was a baby." Emmers spread his hands. The sound of the two of them alarmed the female clerk lying on the counter. She raised her head, rubbed her sleepy eyes, got up and walked out from behind the counter, walked to the two of them, and yawned. "This store is a small business and does not accept payment from Einl. The ticket is 400. The C blue credit point. I will introduce the origin of each cultural relic to you. I am interested." The woman suddenly saw the appearance of the two of them. She had just finished yawning, and her mouth had not closed. She opened her face, and she looked extremely shocked. Han Xiao originally wanted to ask where these cultural relics came from. When he saw the woman's appearance, he suddenly felt familiar and puzzled. "Wait, I seem to know you." Before he could finish speaking, the woman's face suddenly became excited, and she suddenly opened her arms as if she wanted to rush up to hug her. But as soon as she made this position, her face suddenly froze. She seemed to have thought of something. Her hands were hanging in the air without holding it up, and she was discouraged. The next moment, she put down her hand embarrassedly. Her expression became cramped, as if she didn't know where to put her hand. She asked tentatively, "Han, no, Mr. Haixing, do you still remember me?" Han Xiao frowned slightly and looked at the woman in front of her carefully. There were subtle wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. She seemed to be a little old, but she still had charm. She should be very beautiful when she was young, but her figure was well maintained, tall, and convex. However, under super A-level vision, this super appearance beauty has no at all attraction. Each advancement is a process of improving one's own composition of matter, that is, sublimating the level of life. Super A can see the most subtle structures clearly. Most creatures are covered in dirt in their eyes. In the eyes of Super A, only creatures that are both Super A are clean and will not be contaminated with dirt and dust. Han Xiao compared the faces in his memory and instantly found the overlapping image. He raised his eyebrows and was a little surprised. "Are you Li Yalan?" The woman in front of him was his companion when he was in the agency of Xinglong Kingdom in the early days. Seeing Han Xiao recognize him, Li Yalan became excited again and nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at the rice. "It's me. You really remember me. I forget things now more troublesome than remembering things." Han Xiao explained, and then said curiously, It turns out that you are still alive. I thought you were dead in the disaster of alienation. Since you survived, why didn't you go to the Black Star Army base to find me? I survived so hard. Later, the Six Kingdoms were collapsed by you, and I was unemployed and received a severance fee. I didn't want to fight and kill again, so I didn't go to find you. I bought a house here and opened an exhibition hall. Li Yalan suddenly thought of the things in the exhibition hall and suddenly became embarrassed and smiled awkwardly. These things are all bought from the Freak Fast Market, and they pretended to have used things you used. It was forced by life. Don't mind. Don't worry, I won't care about you. When he met an old friend, Han Xiao felt better. Old friend. Emmys looked quietly next to him for a while and suddenly spoke. Well, my companion more than 20 years ago. Han Xiao nodded. Li Yalan's attention was all on Han Xiao just now. In extreme shock, she ignored Emmers beside her. She came to her senses and hurriedly saluted. I've seen Mr. Dragon. Sorry for not paying attention to you just now. Please forgive me. Emmers chuckled and nodded, indicating that it was okay. Hey, you and I are old friends. Don't be so restrained. Han Xiao waved his hand. How can that be done? Li Yalan was a little embarrassed. You are now a real big shot. More than 20 years have passed, and her former friend has reached a level that she cannot reach. She is a planetary great man who frequently appears in the news. Li Yalan just stopped the urge to hug and thought of the gap in identity between the two of them. Han Xiao also realized this and couldn't help but feel the change of things. He thought for a while and said with a smile, I remember. I seem to owe you some money. Li Yalan was stunned and waved her hands repeatedly. How long ago has it been? I haven't taken it in my heart anymore. You don't need to. Okay, I've transferred the money to you, let's see. Han Xiao interrupted her. Drop. The sound of communicator receiving information sounded in the room. Hey, I didn't tell you the account. How did you know? Li Yalan looked surprised and had to take out the communicator from the drawer. She just took a look and her whole body froze immediately. This 1 million INAR. This amount should be enough to compensate for the interest for more than 20 years. Han Xiao smiled, feeling that he was full of golden aura. Too many. Li Yalan was at a loss. This is not even a small meaning to me. At most it is pocket money. You can keep it with peace of mind. You don't have to worry about life anymore. Han Xiao looked around and coughed. So find some time to close this store. Emmers couldn't help laughing. You look very much like the star thief who paid my protection fee in the past. No one treats you as a mute if you don't speak. Han Xiao said angrily. Seeing that Li Yalan still looked in disbelief, Han Xiao glanced around and took out a piece of paper from behind the counter, wrote down his communicator number, and handed it to Li Yalan. You can call me any time in the future. If you encounter any problems, you can come to me. Li Yalan hurriedly calmed down, put away the note, paused, and said in an extremely serious tone, Thank you. No, this little money is just a small matter. I'm not referring to this. Li Yalan took a deep breath and bowed deeply. I thank the whole Sea Blue Star. What you did saved everyone, including me. I didn't have the opportunity to tell you in person before. You will always be the hero in my mind. Emmers chuckled and joked. What about me? Ah, you are also the hero in my heart. Li Yalan hurriedly saluted again. At this moment, several more guests walked in together. When they saw this scene, they were all a little strange. After carefully identifying it for a while, they suddenly became excited. Old Haixing, oh my God, it's really Black Star. These people gathered around. Their faces blushed with excitement. Among the 100 aquatic Blue Star people, perhaps only one person does not know Han Xiao's appearance, partly thanks to the landmark Black Star statue built by Bennett in Black Star City, partly thanks to textbooks. Can we take a photo with you? The man was excited and took out the communicator. Of course. Han Xiao smiled. He was idle anyway, so it didn't matter if he took some time. Several people took turns taking photos with Han Xiao and shouted. Some passers-by who passed by outside were also attracted. Soon, more people rushed over and lined up outside. The small exhibition hall became crowded, extremely noisy and lively, as if it had become a fan meeting. Han Xiao refused everyone and took a photo with the happy Hailangsing citizens. The flash of clicks kept ringing, and the photos were posted by the happy citizens on Halen's social network. The news of the appearance of the great man spread instantly, causing a carnival among Han Star netizens, and countless people flocked to it. While watching Han Xiao keep busy taking photos with others, her extremely popular look, Emmer's eyes circulate, and the appreciation in her eyes has never disappeared. Before leaving the exhibition hall, Han Xiao took the initiative to ask Li Yalan to make up for her unfinished hug. At this moment, there is no gap in identity, only friendship for reunion after separation. More than 20 years have passed, and the group of friends I first met have their own experiences. Everyone has their own choice of life. He will not forcefully interfere with other people's lives, so after he has added a debt, he did nothing to Li Yalan. After saying goodbye to Li Yalan, Han Xiao and Emmy spent more than 10 days visiting the main city of Han Star and were recognized by citizens from all over the country. The journey was lively. At the last stop, the two of them came to Black Star City and visited Bennett. Since countless photos with Han Xiao were circulated on social networks, Bennett has known that Han Xiao will definitely come to him during this period. He is just waiting and not disturbing the two of them. Now Han Xiao and Emmers both have close cooperative relationships with Han Star, and Bennett has a 12-point spirit to meet with the two. After talking about the formal topic, Bennett couldn't help asking about Nilo's situation. Han Xiao told Nilo's heavy learning volume to the truth. Bennett felt Han Xiao's attention to Nilo and was very happy and suggested that Han Xiao increase his training efforts. After finishing the inspection of Heilingxing, Han Xiao went to Longtan again. He originally planned to secretly move some Void Dragonbone wine from the old man Aesop's cellar and take it back to enjoy it with Melas and the others. But Aesop predicted that the old guy moved the bed and toilet into the cellar and guarded it strictly. Han Xiao was not willing to force it, so he had to return to the Legion headquarters empty-handed. In Longtan Palace, Emmys looked at the spaceship's leaping light and exhaled and said to himself, "I can't be lazy all the time." Back at the headquarters of the army, Han Xiao immediately found Fording and Nero and took a break. While the O energy had not dissipated, he immediately returned to the room and settled a reward of Emmy's ability. You get reward. Randomly draw one of Emmer's ability, skill expertise. Tip: Emmer's is a psychopath, and some of the extractable abilities have been automatically adjusted according to your profession. Randomly draw. Draw is completed. Please select one of the following 5 abilities as a reward one. Pure Bloodline. Feature: race talent ability has been improved to a certain extent due to different talents. It cannot be quantified. 2. Advanced Charm Halo. Feature: charm plus 120%. 3. Stars Favored. Skill: passive ability, random trigger, favored by the stars, obtain strong luck. Status: luck plus 90%, lasting for 15 days. 4. Potential activation. Skill: release potential, ability strength plus 10%, 15%, critical strike rate plus 200%. Maintaining this state requires continuous consumption of energy. 5. Wrist of the Great Power. Expertise: you have amazing wrist strength, strong body, and vigorous cell activity. As the character's total level increases, your strength, endurance, and ability strength will increase. LV1, LV100. Every 10 level of strength plus 30. Endurance plus 15. Ability strength plus 0.6%. LV100, LV200. Every 10 level of strength plus 45. Endurance plus 25. Ability strength plus 0.9%. LV200 or above. Every 10 level of strength plus 60. Endurance plus 35. Ability strength plus 1.2%. Oh, you're so lucky. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. The 2 European emperors, Fording and Nero, seemed to bring good luck to themselves, and the 5 abilities they drew were pretty good. The bonus of Advanced Charm Halo is very considerable, and the expertise with the word advanced will not be much worse. However, Han Xiao's demand for charm attributes is not high. Although it is a tactical stream of people, mechanics do not eat as charm as summoning mages. Stars Favored By is a powerful skill with a very high bonus of luck. Unfortunately, it is the same as the reason for the charm aura. His demand is not great, and one basic lucky point is almost the same as no matter how much it is added. Potential activation. It is a practical state skill that increases output, but compared with the remaining two abilities, it is not enough to watch. Han Xiao's two most favored abilities, Pure Bloodline, is a rare feat that improves the strength of talent skills and is of high value. War of the Power is the same growth expertise as the level expertise. Although the bonus is far less than the level expertise, it is also extremely rare and powerful. There is only one reward. Han Xiao hesitated between the two and thought for a while, and he made a choice. You have gained a new expertise, War of Power. Current total growth effect, strength plus 1,230, endurance plus 680, ability strength plus 24.6%. He is more optimistic about this growth expertise, stable, strong, and has potential. In contrast, the effect of Pure Bloodline is uncertain. According to Emmer's ability, the bonus of this expertise should be very limited. Moreover, every time the race is sublimated, his talent will be strengthened to a certain extent, and he is not very short of this. Their combat mode is mainly Mechanical Legion, while talent can only be used by the main body or dominant carrier. The bonus of ability strength is applicable to the entire Mechanical Legion, improving the overall damage output. Currently, he only has two level feats, Extraordinary Power and Supreme Power, which directly increase the ability strength, and these two abilities greatly increase the destructive power of different levels, so the non-level feats with the ability strength of War of the Great Power seem extremely rare. Han Xiao looked at the attributes with satisfaction, then turned off the panel and turned to consider the current situation. It's the middle of the version, the external environment is relatively peaceful, the three major civilizations need time to calm the contradictions, and I have established my position. No major events should happen in the short term. So until the end of the version, it should be my chance to develop steadily. Han Xiao pondered and thought. In the past year, he has shown his strength and led to the rapid soaring of the Legion. It just took a period of stable time to slowly digest the various achievements he has made, such as the greater emphasis of the Empire, the fermentation of deterrence, the profit of the evolutionist totem, etc. The Legion now needs to keep a low profile and digest the fruits of victory. While consolidating the surge in power and business, we can wait for the next development opportunity with peace of mind. Han Xiao nodded secretly. In his plan, the next development opportunity is to end the first phase of shining the world development, and the Empire divides the territory of the Legion to him, and then he can vigorously develop mechanical civilization and the Black Spirit clan. At the same time, this is also an opportunity to seize the advantages of version 4.0. The 4.0 version of the world server was opened, and players from all major starfields finally gathered together to start a real battle in the camp. The nickname of the fourth natural scourge and the universe cancer was also spread from this version. In the next version, players are inevitably troubled. They will get a piece of territory in the world server first, which will be of great benefit to themselves and the Legion players. At that time, as the largest player camp of the Broken Star Ring, the Black Star Legion will inevitably be involved in the faction battle between players. There are pros and cons, but storms are definitely indispensable. Players with the Broken Star Ring have experienced many major events in version 3.0. The early Secret War, the Legion Commander's breakthrough in Super A-level Storm, the Legion and the Empire's alliance, the midterm Shining World opening and exploration, the Lighthouse Star Battle, the Fall of the Gods, and the players-oriented Gular Civil War. Han Xiao estimated that in the remaining time of version 3.0, the Broken Star Ring will probably not have any major events, and he could take advantage of this time to rest and recuperate. He was also very tired before, and he slowly accumulated experience from players during this period and expanded the Mechanical Legion again. It has been less than 2 years since I became a super A-level mechanic. There is still a long way to go to the scale of the Mechanical Legion to reach the level of Manison. Not to mention Manison, Compared with other senior Super A-level mechanics, the scale of his own legion is not much. Farm in a low-key manner for a while, and don't make trouble for the time being. Han Xiao was determined. Under Han Xiao's strategic instructions, the Black Star Army temporarily slowed down its radical development pace and turned to stability to consolidate its current scale and business, while optimizing its internal structure and reducing burdens. The transaction of evolutionary totem has set off a craze in the universe. There are many swaying civilizations in each star field who have made up their minds to reach cooperative relations with the Empire in different aspects and join some trade and political joint organizations led by the Empire in exchange for the qualification to purchase the totem. The Red Empire gained political influence, and Han Xiao gained a large number of civilized customers. The Legion's capital was extremely abundant, achieving a win-win situation. This monopoly transaction made countless interstellar consortiums so jealous that they transformed. Even super consortiums, including Infinite Consortium, were interested. Unfortunately, the Red Empire was protected by, and the Black Star Legion was a super local snake far away from the Broken Star Rings. These consortiums were willing to intervene and could do nothing. On the other hand, due to previous contradictions, the three major civilizations consciously reduced friction, so the Glorious Federation and the Void Spirit sect temporarily chose to wait and see on the issue of the evolutionary totem. Due to the peaceful attitude made by the three parties, the interstellar environment became stable again, and the influence of the red tide that lasted for more than 10 years was gradually fading away. The three civilizations beat the disobedient children in society, using practical examples to explain to the entire universe what a noisy child means to eat with fists, and the effect is significant. The division of the fallen arc gradually settled. Some criminals were arrested by the three major civilizations. Some criminals defected to other criminal organizations in the star field, and some criminals set up their own businesses and became scattered soldiers and brave men. In the end, the remaining small number of criminals were integrated by some people and continued to move under the name of the Fallen Arkansas. The new leader seemed to be the former deputy of the alien god, Huckison. The power of the new Fallen Ark has shrunk significantly and entered a state of freezing. It has not been active at the forefront of the storm and has been in a low-key manner. Legion players focus on participating in two major events. One is to conduct a long-term exploration of the Shining World, and the other is to actively participate in the Gular Civil War, helping the Pioneer Party to recover lost ground step by step and blow up the Ancient Emperor Party and the Arrival Party. Players' influence on the Civil War situation has continued to increase, so they are happy with the war. To sum up, the interstellar situation occasionally rubs, undercurrents, and overall stability. With the tacit, low-key nature of the three major civilizations, 1.5 years pass quietly. Version 3.0 has finally entered the final stage. In order to thank you for your 2 years of support and love, at 6 p.m. on May 19th, I will send you a wave of red envelopes to everyone on the official account. Search for the official account Chi-Pedia by the Prestige and follow it to participate in the event. The metal bulkheads were covered with scratches and holes, and the exposed energy lines were damaged, constantly sputtering electric sparks. The cabin of the ship experienced a fierce battle, with flames scattering, and the ground was covered with broken bodies of crew members. A group of space marines wearing full coverage armored all over the body with explosive guns, and found that there were survivors, and they shot them. The crew members who died were all rock elves, an ancient mammal race with rough yellow-brown skin, average height of about 3 meters, and vigorous hair. Although they're flesh and blood, they're naturally as solid as rocks. They are good at discovering rare ore and metal resources. They are a relatively powerful galaxy-level civilization of the Sea of the Stars. The uniforms of these crew members have the symbol of this civilization, proving that the ship is a regular force affiliated with the official civilized government, but was attacked and wiped out. At the end of this cabin is a huge metal warehouse door. Inside, it is a warehouse. At this moment, a guy like the leader of the attacker stood in front of the closed warehouse gate, took out a disk device specially used to crack the key, pressed it on the operating panel of the warehouse gate, and a high-frequency beep sound rang. Buzz! The next moment, the warehouse door blew up, unlocked the lock mode, and slowly opened. The leader of the attacker strode in and saw hundreds of evolutionary totems placed in the warehouse. "You have got the things. Go and count them and move them back to our ship." The leader of the attacker nodded with satisfaction, waved his hand, and ordered his subordinates to do things. The Rock Elves purchased a batch of totem devices from the Black Star Army. The news leaked, and the attackers were ambushed in advance, with the goal of snatching away these evolutionary totems. The accompanying frigates were all eliminated by this group of attackers. The gang that could plunder a regular galaxy-level civilized force was obviously not a small person. This group of attackers is also interstellar mercenaries, but their nature is different. Mercenaries are roughly divided into three types. The first type is regular practitioners reported in the Mercenary Alliance, such as the Black Star Army. The second type is stragglers who are not registered in the Interstellar Mercenary Alliance, independent mercenaries without business licenses. And the third type is black market mercenaries who are active in the black market and are willing to take on black life. Black live refers to those criminal work that violates the common interstellar laws and is generally published on the black market network, such as looting, kidnapping, assassination of civilized officials, slaughtering of planets, spy infiltration, provoking wars, etc. These black mercenaries are actually criminals. In fact, most people in this industry are wanted criminals themselves. And this group of attackers are black market mercenaries who specialize in black market mercenaries and come from the Blood Gold organization, one of the best black market mercenaries in the universe. The Blood Gold organization is a black mercenary force operating across the star domain. Its main active range is the Sea of Star Spirits, the ancient star desert, and the old galaxy. The whereabouts of the organization members, spacecraft, and base are quite secretive, and their style is low-key. The specific scale of the Blood Gold organization is a secret, but being able to conduct business in 3-star domains is obviously a behemoth. At the same time, the Blood Gold organization is also one of the top leaders of the interstellar black market. Black markets will appear in places where trade controls occur, and black markets continue to grow, gradually forming a huge pattern. The black market also has hierarchical differences, distinguishing it from regionality and business scope, from the planet to galaxy, and then to the star domain. As the black market goes up one level, the black market becomes more and more formal. When it reaches the highest level, it is the interstellar black market with its business scope covering almost all star domains, nominally leading all black markets. This most advanced black market force is well aware of the way to make money in silence. He will not be idle and give himself an independent name, which is called interstellar black market. People who don't know about it think this is just a noun. Of course, not all independent black markets are subject to the highest interstellar black market, just like some inexperienced gangsters who don't know how to hang out in the international community. The interstellar black market is extremely large, with business throughout the universe. There are always some civilizations that want to be blocked by advanced civilizations, and they also have demand for the black market, so that they turn a blind eye and even act as a protective umbrella. On the other hand, the interstellar black market is also a communication platform for interstellar criminals and is a huge underground society. Not all criminals exist for the sake of causing trouble. A large number of criminals are just seeking interests. They also need order and credibility, and someone needs to make rules. Therefore, the managers of the interstellar black market emerged, and various gray industries, such as black market mercenaries, intelligence organizations, smuggling trade, and contraband production are all the most powerful organizations among them. The Blood Gold organization is one of the black market managers, equivalent to the overlord giant crocodile in the underground crime world. The Fallen Ark is not a black market manager. The black market managers are basically evil and do not like the chaotic and evil gods. Although they are both criminal forces, they are not the same people on both sides. After the Fallen Ark fell apart, the Blood Gold organization accepted a large number of criminals and helped them get laid off and reemployed. A cadre came to the leader and watched his subordinates carry the evolutionist totem and couldn't help but smile. The selling price of evolutionary totem on the black market is very high. As far as I know, many civilizations are secretly purchasing. If we swallow this batch of goods, how much do you think we can sell it? Don't think about it. This is the employer's thing. Our job is to bring the goods back. Do you think you have a long life if you dare to embezzle it? The leader shook his head. After a year and a half of operation, the business of evolution totem has basically stabilized. Some civilizations that have defected to other glory and vile spirit cannot have an affair with the empire, so they can only have bad ideas. Some interstellar consortiums have been watching for so long and have also begun to move. No one has forgotten the Black Star's record a year and a half ago. The operation of grabbing the Black Star army is too difficult. These forces are second best and choose to grab the fleet that transports the evolution's totem, staring at every purchasing civilization. Because this violates the common laws of Shanghai, black market mercenaries represented by the Blood Gold organization came in handy. Now the evolutionary totem has a price, but no market and is in short supply on the black market. The evolutionist totem of the Rock Elves was snatched away. The members of the Blood Gold organization returned to the spaceship, blew up all the wreckage of the spaceship, and turned around and left. In recent months, similar scenes have been staged many times in every corner of the universe. Broken Star Ring, Black Star Legion headquarters. Another user who purchased the evolutionary totem was stolen halfway. In the Legion commander's office, Han Xiao closed the player forum and looked at Suiya's remote projection, frowned slightly. Yes, including the Rock Elf, 13 Galaxy-level civilization customers have been plundered, and thousands of evolutionary totems are stolen on the black market. Where was Rob? Sea of Star Spirits. The identity of the robber is unknown. It is preliminary judgment that it should be the same force as the murderer who committed the crime several times. Han Xiao touched his chin. Follow the black market. If there is no evolutionary totem sold on the black market after a while, it should be done by the black market mercenaries, and the things were handed over to the employer. Teacher, do we need to deal with this issue? No need to worry. I am not responsible for the after-sale service, and I cannot protect myself after buying things. Of course, if they hire my mechanical force, it would be a different matter. Han Xiao waved his hand. What do you say on the Rock Elf? They said that they hope the Legion will send them another batch. Send one batch? Not to buy it. Yes. They said they knew that the cost of Evolution's totem was very low and they were unwilling to buy it at a high price. They thought we should give them another set. You also know that the Rock Elves have a relatively straightforward personality. Sivia shrugged helplessly. Tell them that I don't run insurance business, so I buy it if I want it. Free compensation does not exist. This is a matter of principle. Han Xiao shook his head. If this opening is made, there might be a civilized trick of self-discipline and self-stealing and compensation, and he would not do it if he traded at a loss. However, this kind of thing is actually inevitable. There may be civilizations reaching agreements with other forces in private and deliberately pretending to be stolen, thereby indirectly helping other civilizations who are not close to the Empire to purchase the totem of the evolutionist. However, Han Xiao did not mind that the evolutionary totem sold was stolen. The more he was stolen, the more he sold, and the larger the market, and he could even help him share the pressure. Anyway, the evolutionary totem can be used only if it is recharged, so he will not lose money. The one who needs a headache for this problem is the Empire, not him. As long as he doesn't directly grab the Black Star Legion, he can still accept it. I understand, then I'll tell them that. Sivia turned off the remote projection. Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, leaned back, leaned against the chair, pondering and thinking. Over the past year and a half, the Black Star Army has operated safely, gradually digested the results of rapid expansion, consolidated various businesses, and developed well. His style of conduct finally looked like a mechanic. He stayed at home and devoted himself to building machinery and expanding the scale of the army. The mechanical troops were wandering around outside, and random rewards were used to draw task settlement cards. His experience reserves have also accumulated, and he has taken out some of the accumulated potential points for upgrading the drawing skills to improve the level of ultimate knowledge. During this period, he exchanged the 5th ultimate knowledge for the 6,000-point imperial contribution, the ultimate mechanical engineering of the arm department. This knowledge is related to manufacturing machinery, greatly increasing manufacturing technology and production line power, and unlocking a large number of comboable drawings, giving a specialty, ultimate manufacturer, and a skill, inspiration creation. The effect of ultimate manufacturer is simple and practical. The mechanical creatures produced have a basic performance increase of 25% to 30%, and the production speed is increased by 300% to 500%. It is obvious that this is the expertise used for violent soldiers. Inspiration creation is an unactivated skill. The activation condition is ultimate mechanical engineering to reach the maximum level of LV5. The effect is to arbitrarily combine unlimited number of drawings. One or more improved or integrated new drawings can be randomly synthesized. Advanced settings can also be made. Select the tendency of the synthetic drawings, attack, defense, etc., demand functions, etc., which is more stable than free creation and can be shipped. What skills consume is experience, massive experience. For players who cannot change the drawings independently, this skill is a magical skill, but Han Xiao himself can improve the drawings. This skill is not very useful, but it is not useless, and it also has an irreplaceable effect. Inspiration creation. There is a slight chance to synthesize drawings of cosmic treasure-level machinery, which is the only way for mechanics to independently create golden equipment. Now that Han Xiao holds 2 cosmic treasures in his hand, he doesn't dislike one more, but it's not that easy to synthesize cosmic treasure-level mechanical drawings. This is not like gambling drawings, without a fixed combination. Even if it is a combination, the synthesized drawings are still very random. In the previous life, some players happened to form a cosmic treasure-level mechanical drawing, but there were 2 problems. One was that only the information on the drawing was released, and no one publicly combined it. Secondly, even with the drawing, no mechanical player in the previous life really created a golden-level machinery. The preconditions of the drawings are too harsh, and there's basically no possibility of manufacturing below level A, so players naturally cannot meet the conditions. Inspiration creation was temporarily left behind by Han Xiao. First, he had to point ultimate mechanical engineering to the maximum level, and there were too many potential points required. Second, although he had a lot of experience to try to synthesize cosmic treasure-level drawings, he lacked experience in other aspects. He had to leave rich reserves for the version update period, so he dare not waste it. For him, as long as he did not bet on cosmic treasure-level drawings, the experience of investing in this skill was a waste. Over the past year and a half, the overall situation of the Gular Civil War has been decided and progressed step by step. The process is no surprise. The Pioneer Party is about to pick the fruits of victory, but the players are currently focusing on the opening of the 3rd professional league. Because the number of players has increased sharply, the popularity of this professional league has also increased, attracting much attention. The divisions are 9 major competition areas, just like the second one, and the schedule has been finally adjusted. For example, the secondary league and qualifiers started early and started half a year ago, making the qualifiers more time and fully mobilize more players to participate. At the same time, it also determines the wild card quota and regular season roster before the official opening of the professional league. Han Xiao just watched the video of the qualifiers in the forum, enjoying some players' actions and reaping the joy of today's silly happiness. During the official competition, 3 new special battle forms will be added in addition to ring battles, group battles, individual battles, and team survival battles. First, when the flag and grab the point match, multiple teams participate in a big melee. Each player can be resurrected infinitely and finally win with points. The second is the Team Dynasty match, where multiple teams enter the same dungeon and compete to complete the task goals set by the event party to obtain points. The third is the survival battle of the dungeon. As the name suggests, it competes with the life and suffering of both sides in the dungeon. It was also called Shoulder by players in the previous life. The competition formats of this league have been enriched a lot. The goal of the event is to enhance competitiveness and fun, add 2 dungeon battle formats to attract more PvE players. The preseason matches used by the team were also advanced. After the secondary league and qualifiers were finished, the regular season would be the league to open directly. Next is the divisional regular season, international star competition, division finals, international regular season, and international finals. The gap between international competitions and division competitions is as short as the previous session, and the schedule is tight. The rules of this league are many times more detailed than the previous 2 sessions, and a band prop list has been added. As expected by Honda Technician, Black Star Legion Badge Evolution is directly at the top of the list. Legion players don't feel anything because everyone can use it, so they don't think it's special, but the clubs and other star fields are greatly relieved. This equipment is really too strong. If everyone in the Broken Star Rings players have one, they will just admit defeat. However, Han Xiao believes that the reason is not only that. I am afraid that the distortion is too bloody and ugly, which is easy to scare flowers and plants, which does not meet the original intention of the event to attract popularity. It is true that you are ugly and have no human rights. This is yesterday, and there is still tonight. Black Star Legion Badge Evolution is a magical tool for doing tasks and making dungeons. In addition to this prop, there are some things in each star field that are banned, not only the Black Star Legion. The qualifiers are almost over, and the league is about to officially open. Han Xiao rubbed his fingers, opened the forum again, and browsed the qualifiers' match information. All players can register for the qualifiers. After 3 versions of operation and publicity, there are many players participating in the 3rd session. Finally, they competed for 40 team places in the regular season and 64 individual places in each competition. The elimination rate is astonishingly high, and the competition is extremely fierce. As the saying goes, the first generation of gods, the mechanical system has compressed ball technology, and it rose in the 3rd league, just like in the previous life, and its average record in team and individual games has significantly improved. Especially in the individual competition, the mechanical department was originally relatively weak in the individual competition, but now it shines brightly in the qualifiers and has been upgraded to the T1 profession. The combat power of the mechanical system paving site is indeed strong, but the disadvantage is that it is too expensive. Players finally encounter this pain and happiness. Looking at all the competition areas, the strongest area in the mechanical system is the Broken Star Rings competition area, which has become a feature here. The Black Star Legion is really one of the best camps for mechanical players at present. Due to the rise of the mechanical department, many mechanical dark horses emerged in this qualifier. However, Feng Yu did not include her. She only participated in the 3rd session for the first time in her previous life and made a big splash. But this time, she participated in the previous league in advance and won the 38th place in the individual competition in the competition area. Her development trajectory is completely different. Because she has a good relationship with Guangdao, Jiangcheng Club extended an olive branch to her early and signed her before the qualifiers began. So now Feng Yue is not a free player, but one of the Jiangcheng team, and she is already a professional player. Whether it is character attributes, equipment, or personal skills, Feng Yu is 1 level higher than her previous life, steadily occupying the semi-finals of the regular individual competition and qualifying for qualifying. It is worth mentioning that in the club of Broken Star Rings, Lao Russia and Lao Australia sent some core guild players to form a team to participate in the qualifiers to snipe the potential team of China, with the purpose of trying to eliminate the powerful teams. Sniping in the game is not considered using off-track moves. This kind of approach to attacking competitors is understandable, but after it was exposed, it still caused dissatisfaction among a large number of Chinese players. Your professional players stay in their own competition area to play, but send some messing sticks to our competition area to make trouble. And it's a big foreign club. It's really my younger brother. The teams sent by Old Russia and Old Australia were boycotted and targeted by Chinese players. Because they were not professional teams and were not too strong, these snipers were eliminated in the middle of the qualifiers. Now, the candidates for qualifying in major competitions in major competition areas are basically clear, and the official league is the stage for this group of people. Therefore, a large number of players are enthusiastic about analyzing the performance of these players in the qualifying competition and posting various analysis posts. Now, this kind of post is basically the ones that are flooding the forum. Han Xiao also saw it with relish. He had received such treatment in his previous life. After browsing the forum for a while, a new post suddenly appeared in the section, which was instantly topped off, attracting Han Xiao's attention. After taking a look, this is the new episode of the Star C Times, which will provide the final promotion and warm-up for the official opening of the league. It took a long time to invite all the players who were scheduled to qualify, as well as professional teams from major clubs. This is the Star C Times. Technician Han reads everything every time and clicks in immediately. Male host, hello, friends of the player. This is Shanghai Times. It is committed to sharing first-hand game information and is escorting your gaming career. Female host, the qualifiers are about to end, and the official league has entered the countdown. Today, we are fortunate to invite professional players from major clubs in the Broken Star Rings to conduct an interview with all the players who qualifiers for a period of interviews. Please give me a round of applause. Pa pa pa. Applause and cheers added later. Everyone went online one after another, showed off their faces, and introduced themselves under the guidance of the host. Female host, welcome to the Shanghai Times. On behalf of the players, I would like to congratulate you on your regular season quota. We have many new faces in this session. Some people say that this qualifier is a dark horse. I will first interview all the players who entered the regular season for the first time and entered the highly anticipated regular season for the first time. What do you think? The host interviewed newcomers, many of whom are familiar faces. In the past life, a considerable number of newcomers who rose in the third session have joined the professional team. After some old players retired, this group of newcomers gradually became important and even main players of the team, with their status equivalent to Li Ge and Hao Yin. Now looking at the youthful appearance of these newcomers, Han Xiao feels quite fresh. After interviewing the newcomer, it was the professional team. The last interview was the highlight. The three teams that reached the international quarterfinals last year, Chongqing, Huangqiao, and Jiangqing. Hao Yin, Wang Ho, General and Prime Minister, and Quang Dao, you have achieved excellent international rankings in the last league. Now the third league is about to open. Will you feel pressure? Quang Dao nodded. There is definitely pressure. The better the results, the more eyes are staring at us. A small mistake will be infinitely amplified, but more motivation. We have potential rookies like Feng Yue, and the team is also run in well. We are very confident in this competition, become bigger and stronger, and create new glory. Okay, we also wish Jiangcheng a better result. What about Chongqing and Huangqiao? You are the international champions and international thirds of the last session, and are highly anticipated. Do you have any goals in this league? What rankings do you hope to get? Hao Yin said in a deep voice, we have only one goal, that is defend the title. Apart from that, any result is a regression. The prince, general, and minister smiled gently. Unfortunately, our only goal is to win the championship. It seems that both captains are very confident and want to win the international competition trophy for China again. The female host said a reciprocity to dilute the smell of gunpowder between the two. The host continued the interview, and the rest were all topics on preparation. Finally, he emphasized the opening time of the regular season and carried out the last wave of publicity as the end. After watching the show, Han Xiao glanced down at the players' reply, and most of them were optimistic. In the end, everything is available. We occupied 3 seats in the last international quarterfinals. If the dynasty had not been bad-faced and fought 2 rounds of civil wars in a row, maybe the runner-up would be ours. Doti Lotus. What is an international strong team, tactical backward, Yishbauerin, we have a great chance of defending the title. This version of the mechanical system has risen. Because of the Black Star Army, the mechanical system in our competition area is the strongest, which is our advantage, and the overall ranking will definitely be better with an optimistic family. There are naturally people who sing the opposite tune and pour cold water. No matter how small the number of people is, it cannot cover their sense of existence. Rewind. Can you stop blowing? If you're lucky, you will be inflated after winning a championship. Haha, I think it's all over the world in this year's quarterfinals. Father Dido. I really disgusted with holding these professional players so high. I don't know what's so great about it. Han Zong. If you win a championship, just have fun. I still fantasize about defending the title. It's unrealistic and speechless. Han Xiao Daluo swept these comments and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. In terms of hatred, these people are more professional. The long-term publicity has made the third league more popular than ever. As the opening day of the league gets closer, players on the forum are becoming more and more active. A few days later, the opening ceremony arrived as scheduled, and the excitement that players had accumulated for a long time finally burst out. The opening match of the Broken Star Rings division was Chong Kong versus Dynasty, and the commentator invited the popular meatbag. Before the game officially started, the number of viewers on the live broadcast channel soared wildly. Han Xiao, who was staying at the headquarters, also opened the forum as soon as possible to watch the opening battle. Welcome to the opening game of the third Shanghai Professional League. I'm the commentator of this game, Windchime. Hello, everyone. I'm the meatbag of the commentator. I'm the commentator Li Ge. In the picture, there are 3 commentators sitting in a studio, which is in a spaceship, and the spaceship hovers over the competition planet, overlooking the scene. As the live broadcast was connected, dense barrage of screens flashed across the screen, making it extremely lively. Han Xiao took out a bunch of snacks, lay on his back on the chair, eating and watching, very comfortable. Feng Ling, the 2 sides against Chong Kong and Huangchao teams. They're the champions and 3rd place in the 2nd international competition, respectively. The 2 teams met in the last international semifinals. In the end, Chong Kong defeated Huangchao, which made Huangchao miss the finals. Both sides had long been grievances, and the fans of the 2 teams were also very strong. As the last world champion, Chong Kong wanted to win the first victory and get off to a good start, while Huangchao wanted to avenge his previous shame. This duel was definitely Mars hitting the Earth. What do you think of this game? Meatbag. I think Chong Kong will win. Hao Ian is a typical player who is strong when encountering strong. I am very optimistic about him. Li Ge. Chong Kong defeated Huangchao in the last time, and I am more optimistic about Huangchao. After the setbacks of the previous session, I believe they have studied Chong Kong's playing style in depth. After chatting for a few minutes, the teams of Chong Kong and the Dynasty finally entered the field, greeted the audience, introduced themselves, and interacted with them before the game. The hero who won glory for China last year appeared, which immediately caused a climax on the barrage, so dense that Han Xiao could hardly see the picture. Okay, we can see that both sides have entered the battlefield, so the third league has officially begun. As the commentator finished speaking, the 2 sides officially started fighting like thunder and earth fire. Compared with the previous session, the tactical methods and destructive power of these professional players have significantly increased to a new level, so the specified battlefield scope has also become larger. Chong Kong played very sharply, but the Dynasty was more powerful and the team was almost perfect. He was more skilled in group battles and winning flags and points. Chong Kong only won 1 game in the ring match. In terms of personal strength, Chong Kong, who has 3 great players, Hao Ian, Minghua Changzhong, and Shining Fried Rice, slightly overwhelmed the Dynasty. Although the personal strength of kings, princes, generals, and ministers slightly exceeded that of any opponent, they could not support themselves. In the first official game, the 2 new battle forms of the Team Dynasty Battle and the Dynasty Survival match also made their debut. Han Xiao is familiar with this, but it is the first time the players meet and feel novel. The selected dungeon is not fixed, and each game is different. Before the game, The options for several dungeons are given to give players time to study. During the formal competition, one of these options will be randomly selected, just like marking the key points of the exam. However, professional teams naturally won't cram for a moment. As early as a year ago, professional teams added dungeon training to be familiar with the process of most dungeons in this competition area. Team battle is a normal copy suitable for the level, while survival battle is a high-difficulty abused copy that exceeds the level. It just so happened that the two copies drawn by Han Xiao and Han Xiao this time are all related to Han Xiao. The Dungeon of Team Battle is a battle in the Secret War series. Both sides are located in the same dungeon. The competitive goal is not to speed pass, but to complete some special competitive tasks, such as assassinating certain specific characters, drawing out hidden branches, etc. The two teams can kill each other in the dungeon, which will have a higher test of the team's overall quality. The copy of the survival battle is the copy of the 3 Dark Star's natural disaster attacks on the Sea Blue Star. Battle. Defense of the Sea Blue Star. The events that Han Xiao experienced in the previous version are still a high-difficulty copy of the player. The focus of the team's malfunction battle is the battle between two teams and the courage, and use all resources in the malfunction to attack opponents. This form of battle is more exciting than the basic battle and is highly visible. The focus of the survival battle is the struggle between life and death, the surviving PUBG, and watching professional players suffer from various tricks. It is very interesting to the audience. Han Xiao's style is rather reckless. Hao Yan's strengths are not a strategy, and he is not very suitable for the intrigue of team dungeon battles. Although Mingyue Changzhong is an old player, he cannot resist the dynasty style as stable as an old dog. He was played with by kings, princes, generals, and ministers throughout the whole process and beaten into a melon skin. Finally, it was the survival battle. The dungeon reappeared the battlefield. The two teams faced 3 Dark Star disaster-level superpowers, including Ash. The threat level was basically to meet and kill. Fortunately, the projection of the Black Star's dungeon was entangled with the 3 Ash according to the original historical process. The Chong Kong and the Dynasty team appeared outside the shelter without the protection of a shield. They were subject to the aftermath of the 3 natural disasters and the bombing of the Dark Star battleships at high altitudes. The survival match allowed both sides to trip up each other, but neither side had the heart to take care of their opponents. They hurriedly ran away in a mess, which was in sharp contrast with the arrogant image of strategizing in the team battle just now. The huge contrast made the audience happy, and the live broadcast channel was filled with cheerful air. Not long after, the two teams were killed one after another. Chong Kong, who was a little more iron, died earlier. Chong Kong was not good at judging, and was turned into ashes with a snap of his fingers. The first victory in the opening game was finally won by the Dynasty, which directly shattered the halo of the world champion on Chong Kong. Han Xiao had to admit that the kings, princes, generals, and ministers were indeed awesome and were a representative of Chinese professional players. He had liked this great player in the past. After exiting the live broadcast, many posts discussing the opening battle have appeared on the forum, and fans of two clubs have vilified each other. Han Xiao glanced casually, then closed the forum, put down the snacks in his hand, and showed a look of memories on his face. Han Xiao remembers that in the 3rd professional league in his previous life, China encountered the devil schedule, and the final result was not satisfactory. It seemed that he didn't even squeeze in the semifinals. There was no Black Star Army in his previous life, and the overall combat power of the Broken Star Rings division was relatively weak. The situation is different now. Huaxia has won a championship and has caught up with the rise of the mechanical system. The chance of defending the title is still quite good. Doo-doo. At this moment, the communicator placed on the table rang out. Han Xiao hooked his finger and took the communicator across the air. He glanced at the caller. He was a person from the Red Empire and an official in charge of the Evolutionary Totem Project. Hello, Haixing. I took the liberty to disturb you. The other party's attitude was quite respectful. Is there something wrong with the business? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Well, Recently some gangs snatched the evolutionary totems purchased by cooperative civilization. Some of these stolen evolutionary totems are circulated on the black market, and some are taken away by secret employers. According to the investigation, we believe that the Blood Gold organization is one of the suspects. Blood Gold organization. Han Xiao recalled a little and remembered that this is a member of the Orderly Evil Camp. He is in charge of the interstellar black market with other large gray organizations. It is also a black market mercenary gray camp that players in previous lives can join. Those who join are usually wanted criminals who like to make trouble. The Blood Gold organization is not the fallen Arkansas. They at least have some rules. As long as you warn the Blood Gold organization in the name of the Empire, they should restrain themselves. Han Xiao rubbed his chin. This is the problem. The official's tone sank. According to reliable intelligence, our intelligence personnel detected the radiation signal of the evolutionary totem on certain planets of the Glorious Federation and the Void Spirit sect. They're likely to be buyers. The Blood Gold organization may have received their support and are fearless. This is within our expectations. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. The Glorious Federation and the Void Spirit sect could not obtain the evolutionary totem from conventional channels. They would not give up this special device and would undoubtedly look for other channels. The Blood Gold organization is also a big force, with a big family and a big business. It may not necessarily have any ideas about the evolutionary totem, but when the Glorious Federation and the Void Spirit sect come to the door, even if they know that this may offend the Red Empire, they can only act as pawns. The Blood Gold organization may even regard it as an opportunity and embrace the thighs of two cosmic civilizations. Having explored the universe, the three cosmic civilizations are the biggest backers, and no force can surpass them. It is not surprising that the Blood Gold organization is attracted by the olive branches thrown by the Glorious Federation and the Void Spirit sect. Then are you planning to use the Blood Gold organization to perform surgery? Han Xiao asked. Yes, we hope to give the Blood Gold organization a substantial warning, and you need your help to collect some information. I understand. Han Xiao nodded, and the two sides exchanged information before the communication was finished. Meanwhile, a new task pops up on the panel. Knock. Task introduction. The whereabouts of the Blood Gold organization are erratic and repeatedly interfere with the important business of the Red Empire. The Empire decided to use practical actions to beat him to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Task requirements. Provide the whereabouts of the three senior leaders of the Blood Gold organization to the Empire. Reward. 1500 W experience. The contribution degree of the Empire plus 1000. Random reward X1. Track the senior leaders of the Blood Gold organization. It seems that the Empire is preparing to start from the top. No wonder I asked for help. This is the strength of a virtual mechanic. Having played with the communicator casually, Han Xiao thought for a while, then turned to contact Xiaoya. Xiaoya, is there any news on the Rock Elves? They have decided to buy a batch of new evolutionary totems in a while. Han Xiao knocked on the table. Tell them for me. In order to prevent similar incidents from happening again, I decided to send mechanical troops to follow their fleet and provide a free escort service. I understand. I will tell them. Han Xiao nodded, hung up the call, and then entered the field of vision of the quantum network, calling out Philip. After a while, I was black market account with high credit ratings and hired the Blood Financial Organization anonymously to let them rob this batch of goods. The easiest and most effective way to deal with this mercenary force is naturally phishing law enforcement. For the next period of time, Han Xiao was waiting for the fish to take the bait, and, at the same time, the divisional regular season was in full swing. After a round-robin battle, the regular season finally competed for the team's quarterfinals and the top 16 in the individual competition and entered the division finals. The team that ranked first in the regular season team points, the first in the individual competition points, were kings, princes, generals, and ministers. The dynasty won the first place in both categories, showed its strong strength, and qualified for the international star competition with an absolute advantage. The Temple and the Heavy Rain team ranked second and third respectively, and Chong Kong ranked fourth in the standings. This result is a bit sorry for the last world champion, and its condition is a bit sluggish. Next, the fifth is Yuxiang Eggplant. Jiangcheng achieved 6th place in the standings, and the 7th is a new club team. It entered the division final circle in a surprise, called Changhe Team, and the 8th place is Tiangong Team. These 8 teams are the quarterfinals of this division, and will have a knockout match of 5 games and 3 wins in the division final. The top 4 teams in the division can qualify for international competitions. In terms of individual competitions, Fengyu entered the quarterfinals this time and was qualified to win a place in the international competition. Guangdao also performed steadily and reached the quarterfinals. After the regular season, each team has a buffering rest time. During this period, the Blood Gold organization bit the hook that Han Xiao threw. At the border of the Sea of Stars, a long-distance fleet is sailing with more than 40 ships, and the outer armor is marked by the Rock Elf civilization. These spacecraft are special long-distance ships made by the Rock Elf civilization. They look a bit like mining ships and are slightly bloated. The ship-based weapons are mainly light plasma cannons and cutting particle light guns. Galaxy-level civilizations rely solely on their own spacecraft technology and move between galaxies at most. Even if there are stargates made by higher civilizations, galaxy-level civilizations need to create specific spacecraft models to navigate across the star domain. Fuel and energy technology are the same paths, which are divided into near aircraft and long-distance ships. For galaxy-level civilizations, long-distance ships are very precious types of ships, and the difficulty of manufacturing is far greater than that of nearby ships. In order to transport the evolutionist totem from the Black Star Legion separated from the star fields, the Rock Elves sent a long-distance fleet. The previous fleet was attacked by the Blood Gold organization and was wiped out. Now this unit is the second group. It took a period of time to jump between the star seas and sailed to the Black Star Legion base to receive a new batch of totems. After a long journey, the long-distance fleet finally returned to the Sea of Stars. In the command room of the pilot's ship, the commander of the Rock Elves was in a serious manner and ordered the crew. Everyone is cheered up. The last long-distance fleet was attacked in the border area of the Sea of Stars. We have reached the enemy's range of activities. Any abnormal reactions of the detection radar must be reported to me. I understand. The crew in the command room responded with a high expression of nervousness. Civilizations at the cluster level and above are used to long-distance voyages, but for the crew of galaxy-level civilizations, every long-distance voyage that leaves the jurisdiction of civilization represents unknown and dangerous. Leaving the border and without the protection of their own civilized fleet, it is like entering the deep sea from the near sea. From Gowan District to Lowen District, risks are hidden everywhere in the deep and dark universe. Law enforcement officers will not fall from the sky in an instant, and various interstellar forces are active in it. They will never know how many pairs of eyes are staring at them behind the silent wide-area quantum communication channel. The next Stargate is still 18 days away from us. We can jump 3 galaxies away from the border area and enter the outer periphery of the second ring of the star domain. The border is the most dangerous. As long as we do not encounter enemies during this period, we will be basically safe, said the commander. However, as soon as the words were finished, the spacecraft sounded a harsh alarm. His mouth seemed to be consecrated, and the spacecraft's signal appeared from all directions at the same time, breaking into the encirclement that the enemy had already arranged. Come again. Who leaked his whereabouts? The commander's face changed, and he gritted his teeth. It was too much. He was just grabbing our family to get the wool. If it weren't for the help of His Excellency Haisheng, we would have lost all our money this time. The attackers had more than 300 spacecraft, which quickly surrounded them, released space bubbles that restricted the jump to prevent the prey from escaping. In the attackers' main ship, a tall crystal creature was suspended in front of the huge porthole of the command room. It looked like a polygonal crystal with no limbs or facial features. Only 2 light blue tentacles formed by the concrete formation of the mind power, shaking gently. This crystal life is the leader of this attacker, named Collinstad, a natural disaster-level mine master, and a senior mercenary of the Blood Gold organization. He was once a rebel of the Crystal Biological Civilization. He absorbed a large amount of spiritual power from his fellow tribes and promoted himself to the Natural Scourge. He was wanted and joined the Blood Gold organization many years ago and became a senior cadre. The encirclement quickly formed, and Kalonsta used his mind to shock the air to form sound waves and control the frequency to speak. Release the magnetized pulse radiation waves to eliminate the opponent's shields. The vanguard troops approach the enemy and enter the boarding battle. Do not bomb and destroy the goods for a long-range manner. Our goal is to seize the intact evolutionary totem. The Blood Gold organization has been staring at the evolutionary totem intelligence that appears on the black market. Not long ago, a high-credit black market anonymous account released an employment to grab the totem, which leaked the whereabouts of the Rock Elves force. The Blood Gold organization immediately accepted the employment. They were not interested in this reward, but to hoard the evolutionist totem and hand it over to those civilizations in need, they could not only get more bounties, but also get support from their backers. Han Xiao used the evolutionary totem to obtain huge political support. The Blood Gold organization and other secretly plundered forces were to share this influence. Complete employment is not important. Hoarding totems is the main goal, but the Blood Gold organization does not intend to violate employment, so there is no need to hand over all the totems to the employer. As long as you use damage during the battle as an excuse, how much you pay is the final say, and the rest can be greedy for yourself. This is a routine operation for the Blood Gold organization. Because of the plundering incidents in recent months, those purchasing civilizations have paid attention to keeping confidentiality, so totem intelligence circulating on the black market is hard to come by, and there are not many transportation troops who are truly locked in. The main value of this employment is the whereabouts of Rock Elves exposed. Because the Blood Gold organization snatched the Rock Elves last time, there were successful examples, and they trusted this information. After privately finding another large intelligence organization managing the interstellar black market to confirm the authenticity of the news, the Blood Gold organization took action with peace of mind and ambushed on the transportation troops in advance. The fleet of the Blood Gold organization is several times larger than that of the Rock Elves, like a pack of wolves surrounding a flock of sheep. The next moment, invisible pulsed radiation was released from the Blood Gold organization fleet, covering the Rock Elves, and the effect suddenly became apparent. The Rock Elves' shields flashed, as if they had poor contact, and their protection was greatly reduced. This pulsed radiation is stimulated by a strong magnetic field and can interfere with neutralizing electromagnetic and ionic shields, but has no effect on phantom shields and dark energy shields. Galaxy-level civilizations basically use electromagnetic and ionic shields. The two sides quickly pulled the distance closer. The Blood Gold organization used the charge capsule with magnetic chains to bite the Rock Elf spaceships, hit the charge capsule of the opponent's spaceship to release the traction magnetic field, slowly pulling the two ships together to complete the boarding. Images of the boarding troops appeared in Kronstadt's command room. Report, I have boarded the ship and feel good. I am heading to the central control room of the spacecraft and clearing the resistance of the target spacecraft along the way. Very good, Kronstadt said slowly. Speed up the progress, Before he finished speaking, the images in the command room suddenly all blacked the screen, which made everyone stunned. Immediately afterwards, there were fierce fighting sounds and screams from the boarding troops. Enemy attacks the enemy. There are other troops on the ship. My armor is out of control. The sound of fighting lasted for only a short while, and the communication link became silent, and all the troops on the board were destroyed. Everyone in the command room looked surprised and looked at Kronstadt, waiting for him to give orders. Kronstadt was also surprised and was about to speak when an electric current suddenly sounded in the screen in the command room. Sizzle. The next moment, a vain human form composed of white noise suddenly appeared on the screen, making an indifferent mechanical sound. Follow the Lord's orders. I will take over here. Who are you? Under the Lord's seat. an invisible ghost. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the room suddenly noticed an abnormality and saw raised flow marks appearing on the metal bulkhead, like snakes swimming in the bulkhead. Many crew members hurriedly stayed away from the surrounding bulkheads and squeezed together, staring at the bulkheads with panic on their faces. Why? Before he finished speaking, the alloy ground at the crowd's feet suddenly deformed. Silently, a cactus-like iron tree grew from the crowd, and countless metal thorns hung on one body, and blood and flesh flew everywhere in an instant. Boom! Kalonsta released his powerful mental power and smashed the iron tree in one go. The broken metal fell to the ground, but was absorbed by the ground like melted liquid. Then, the command room deformed violently, and the metal seemed to turn into flesh and blood, closing into the middle, squeezing the space wildly, and the whole room seemed to come alive. Kalonsta hurriedly used his mind to smash the porthole and escaped into the universe, and then he saw clearly what was going on. The whole ship was flowing like nanoparticles, and the metal was deformed greatly and beyond recognition. The same phenomenon occurred in several spacecraft not far away. Kalonstad was shocked. Invisible Ghost, one of the apostle weapons, is an infectious nanomechanical virus that divides like spores and can parasitize and manipulate it in metals and machinery. At the same time, it can transform metals into nanoparticles and become part of itself, thereby continuously increasing the volume. At the same time, a black tide spread out in the Rock Elves' fleet, and the mechanical forces were densely packed. With the help of the mechanical force of the quantum non-distance transmission channel, these mechanical warriors exploded the spaceships of the Blood Gold organization like a destruction. Seeing the Black Star Army logo on the mechanical warriors, Kalonsta immediately understood and was shocked. Black Star, realizing the identity of the enemy, Kalonstad instantly despaired and lost the motivation to resist. The Invisible Ghost led a long-range mechanical force to escort the Rock Elves' fleet. With Han Xiao's current ability, even if he didn't have to dominate the arrival of the Lord, a long-range mechanical force of 100,000 is enough to easily solve hundreds of warships of the Blood Gold organization. There is no suspense in the battle, and the entire enemy has become prisoners. Kalonstad had no way to escape. Even if he was at the level of natural disaster, he had no power to fight back in front of today's mechanical forces. He was quickly subdued and put on a device to suppress his spiritual power. Without the power of mind, his body structure needs help even if he turns over. After the battle, Han Xiao's consciousness descended on a complete Blood Gold system spacecraft through the quantum network channel, shook his head and laughed. These guys really bit the hook. The master, he fulfilled his mission. The ground of the command room was deformed, and the metal condensed into a human form. He knelt on one knee, which was an invisible ghost. His body was nanoparticles, and his appearance was ever-changing. Thank you for your hard work. Han Xiao encouraged. Let me do it next. His eyes blinked, and his consciousness reversely invaded the internal database of the Blood Gold organization along the quantum network link of the spacecraft, traveling rapidly between the quantum networks, jumping one quantum network server after another in an instant, and the physical distance lost its meaning in front of him. The Super A-level virtual mechanic took action personally, and the Shuejian organization's intelligent firewall was useless, and there were loopholes everywhere in Han Xiao's eyes. Not long after, Han Xiao, who was far away at the headquarters of the Black Star Army, opened his eyes, and the dazzling mechanical force flowing in his eyes slowly calmed down, and he smiled slightly. Finished. Master, what should we do if the remaining prisoners? Asked the invisible ghost. None of them are good things. They're all slaughtered. Oh, by the way, except for that crystal organism, bring him back to me, and I will see if I can squeeze his juice. Crystal powder. Han Xiao answered casually, then withdrew from the quantum network vision, picked out the whereabouts of the 3 senior leaders of the Blood Gold organization, and sent it to the Red Empire officials responsible for totem affairs. The whereabouts of the Blood Gold organization's senior management are erratic and mysterious, but as long as he is locked in, it will be difficult to get rid of tracking. If the player does this task, the steps are very complicated and you need to find clues everywhere, but it is very simple for him. Just hold on to a thread and you can pull out all the information. After the information was delivered, the panel immediately made a movement and prompted the task to be completed. Knock. Completed. You have obtained 1500 W experience, 1000 points of Red Empire contribution. Random reward X1. Not long after, the Imperial contact person quickly gave a reply. Thank you for your information, Mr. He Xing. A small matter. How do you plan to deal with these 3 senior officials? Haha. Mr. He Xing asked this knowingly. That's true. Using this method to get someone's whereabouts doesn't seem to communicate well. Han Xiao's eyes rolled. Let me solve one of them. We are on the same front. Since you are interested, it doesn't matter to the Empire. Okay, that's it. After hanging up the communication, Han Xiao sent the target's intelligence to Luo Tire. Rothel joined the Legion a year and a half ago, and most of the time he had nothing to do. After all, the Legion didn't have much assassination job for him, and this time it was a job opportunity. Han Xiao planned to let Luo Tire try his skills and not let his assassination skills become unfamiliar. Moreover, after a year and a half of observation guidance, he felt that Rothel was qualified to establish an assassin mutual aid association alone, and he could trust that this plan could be put on the agenda. I'll set off right away. The communicator received a reply from Rothel, concise and to the point. He didn't care why he was assassinating the target. After a year and a half, he had already trusted Han Xiao quite a lot, and his impression of the Legion became better and better. While Han Xiao asked Rothel to act secretly, the division final was held as scheduled. After a fierce battle, the quarterfinals of the Broken Star Rings were ranked. The dynasty won the division championship for 3 consecutive times and won a 3-game winning dynasty. Among the 4 giants, the dynasty has always ranked first. It is extremely powerful in the civil and foreign wars, very comprehensive, and has no obvious shortcomings. The runner-up of the division is the Temple. Although the fans of the Temple are quite satisfied, passers-by can't help but beat their chests and stamp their feet, and shouting that it's a pity that the image of the soft-footed shrimp outside the Temple is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Let the Temple enter the international competition, which means that there is one missing team in China's international competition. The 3rd place is Chongqing. Although he performed poorly in the divisional competition, he at least entered the international competition and had the opportunity to show his strength. The 4th place is Jiangcheng. As the core of the team, Quang Dao, Xie Xiaojian, and Feng are no less competitive than the top-tier teams. The semi-finals of the division were confirmed, and these 4 teams were able to enter the International League. Among the 4 major families, Yuxiang Eggplant once again missed the quota for international competitions, which became a basic operation. It is said that the owner of Yuxiang Eggplant Club felt that the feng shui of this name was not good, so he planned to change the name of the team and publicly solicited opinions on social media. The netizens of the sand sculpture offered suggestions, all of which were spicy chicken, shredded chicken, and fragrant pots, which is a very good place for the scene of reporting the name of the dish. Not to mention the fans of fish fragrant eggplant who are making fun of hardship. Most players cheer for the top 4 divisions that will represent China in the international competition. This version has great advantages. The rise of the mechanical system and the Broken Star Rings have greatly improved the benefits of the Black Star Army. The Chinese team's confidence has doubled because of the championship last year, and the club's great god-level players are also in their peak period, with the right time, place, and people. Therefore, the majority of players have high expectations for the Chinese team and look forward to shining on the international stage and achieving better results. In terms of individual competitions, Feng Yu reached the quarterfinals. There are 4 mechanical systems in this division quarterfinals, accounting for half of the situation. The mechanical systems have changed the decline of the previous 2 versions. The other 8 divisions also decided on the rankings. The dominance of the strong teams of various countries is as always. Most of them are regular visitors to international competitions, such as the American Demon World, Koi, Thunder Python, France's Tulips and Grapes, Lao Ying's Rose Knights, Japanese Yagi and Ronin, South Korea's kimchi, and Samsung bombs, Swedish tomahawk, Polish wings, Old Russia's bitey sword, and Lao, Australia's kangaroo boxing. Many of them are old faces from the last international competition, forming a list of the top 36 teams in the international competition and divided into 3 groups. The group stage list this time boosted the spirit of Chinese players. Almost all the strongest foreign teams were drawn into Group A and became the Devil Group. Only the Temple was selected in China because the regular season was in the point system and there were too many strong teams in the same group, which was not conducive to widening the score gap. In this way, many foreign powerful teams with the ability to qualify may not be able to reach the finals. Hong Kong and Imperial Palace were both divided into Group B. This group is just average and more competitive. The only ones who are Japanese Yaki, British Rose Cavaliers, and Swedish Tomahawks are the top teams in China. The 2 top teams in China are popular for winning the championship, and the chance of qualifying at the same time is very high. Jiangcheng was assigned to Group C, which was the weakest, and the competition intensity was far inferior to Groups A and B. The situation of the randomly selected group list in this session is completely opposite to the previous session, with severe differentiation of strength and weakness. But such a grouping form is more beneficial to China than the previous session, and it is likely that the feat of 3 teams entering the international quarterfinals will be reproduced. Chinese players couldn't help but be overjoyed, just like setting off firecrackers in the Broken Star Ring section to celebrate. This wave of luck has gone through the group. As for the unlucky Temple team, the Chinese audience had no psychological fluctuations and even laughed out loud. You from Hunan, sacrifice a temple and harvest 3 quarterfinals. This deal isn't. Li Ji's Life Black. Remove the most rare one and increase the average combat power of China in reverse. Funny. Moonlight Tofu. Is this Tianji's horse racing? Shock. Senior operator of Zhenhoshi. Haha, it's really a group of gods. God blesses China. This session is probably stable. In a cheerful atmosphere, the short off-season of the divisional competition has ended, and the opening match of the International League has officially started under the attention of everyone. A total of tens of millions of players in each competition area watch their own competition channels in their forum sections, and the forum is as lively as a festival. The international opening match is a showdown between the last World Championship and runner-up. Hong Kong faces the Demon World. For this game, Hong Kong's fans and passers-by are a little worried. Hong Kong's performance in the division competition is unsatisfactory. If he meets the last world runner-up, he may lose 1 game. It's actually nothing to lose, but it hurts morale. Both sides entered the arena with dungeon crystals. Everyone in Hong Kong had an armor with the Black Star Legion logo, which had different functions, allowing the Black Star Legion logo to be displayed in front of the world audience, which was equivalent to a free live advertisement. In contrast, although the equipment of the Demon World War team is also very strong, its costumes are not unified like Hong Kong. In contrast, Hong Kong has a sense of deja vu nowadays. The reputation of the Black Star Legion is no longer limited to the Broken Star Ring. Players from other countries in the competition zone know that the Black Star Legion is the largest player camp on the Broken Star Ring, a completely monopoly-leading enterprise, or the first camp to provide cross-star domain services. In the minds of players from all countries, the Broken Star Ring region is approximately the territory of the Black Star Legion. Label a star field as a camp. Generally speaking, this is only a cosmic civilization and a superstar cluster civilization. The real power scale of the Black Star Legion is far less than that of these two, but its popularity among the player group is no less than that of the cosmic civilization. At the international opening match, Hong Kong swept away the decline of the divisional competition and had been raising energy for a long time, finally showing his fangs, fighting with the Demon World team. In this regard, Hong Kong is exactly the opposite of the Temple. Civil war is just like a wolf and a tiger. Perhaps it is because the foreign team is not very adaptable to this reckless style of playing and is easily blasted by the iron-headed baby. In the last session, Hong Kong won the Demon World with a slight gap, But this time, because of the strong mechanical version and the backbone of the Demon World, there were players who changed jobs to transfer. The gap in strength between the two became wider, and Chong Kong won the first victory in the international opening match without any danger. The morale of Chinese players was greatly encouraged, and a dense array of the eldest brother is back was seen on the screen. The international regular season that many players are looking forward to has officially begun. Teams are fighting fiercely, and the standings are changing every day. It was not until the first half of the schedule that the rankings and the standings formed a relatively stable pattern. Because Group A has many strong teams, it is difficult to play a crushing game, and the efficiency of obtaining points is not high, resulting in the ranking of many strong teams not meeting their true strength, such as Demon World, Koi, Tulips, White Emperor Holy Sword, etc., all failed to enter the top 4. Han Xiao and Chong Kong were like fish in Group B, occupying the first and fourth places respectively, while Jiang Cheng was frantically catching points in Group C Yutong Bureau and reached the second place. Among the top 4, only the third place was the Korean Kimchi team, who is also a member of the CC Bao Kai Bureau. For the Chinese team, the situation is very good. As for the temple that was tortured to death in Group A, it was directly ignored by players. The Chinese team has huge advantages, not just because of the grouping. This competition has joined the flag-winning competition and 2 dungeon competitions. These competition forms are the most suitable stage for the mechanical system to perform. Han Xiao, Chong Kong, and Jiangcheng performed well in it. The PvE strength exceeded the average level of the teams of various countries. They took a lot of points from it and were full. There's another reason. In the international regular season dungeon match, we will not choose dungeons in the same game, which ensures that there is no information difference between the teams. In other words, the Chinese team's dungeon survival battle in international matches will not experience those abnormal dungeons of the Black Star Army. However, foreign friends fully experience the dire straits of the daily lives of players of Broken Star Rings. The high-difficulty dungeon released by Han Xiao is not at the same level as the high-divided dungeons in other competition areas. Looking at the major competition areas, Broken Star Ring is the only place with a super A-level dungeon. Under Han Xiao's destruction, Chinese professional players have long been used to being abused and have a stable mentality. They go to play high-end copies in other competition areas and feel relaxed and comfortable. Even if they are blown up, they feel as comfortable as an outing. On the other hand, the teams in other competition areas fought against the Black Star Legion copy, but were so cruel that they wanted to vomit. Their mentality collapsed, and their worldview was impacted. Meeting killing is a basic operation, and there is even entry killing. The length of the cutscene is, you can only live as long as you live. Is this a copy for people to play with? Why is the difficulty so perverted? As long as you draw a copy of the Black Star Army, fans of foreign teams from other live broadcast channels will wail everywhere. They die too quickly and have no viewing experience. The second half of the international regular season schedule may be because the points gap is too big and the teams of various countries have been subdued, and there is no bad news that the last Chinese team was targeted by the teams of various countries. Han Xiao, Chong Kong, and Jiangcheng have been steady, with their performances rising and falling, but they have maintained the top 8 rankings and their status is stable, and it is impossible to fall. After the last international regular season game, the ranking was finally confirmed. Jiangcheng rose against the trend and won the first place in points. The next 8 quarters were Kimchi, Dynasty, Yaki, Chong Kong, Demon Realm, Koi, and Tomahawk. A total of 3 teams in China entered the quarterfinals of the international quarterfinals, regaining the glory of the previous session. And the history is surprisingly similar. These 3 old players are still qualifying for this session. Han Xiao and Chong Kong are old-fashioned wealthy families. Needless to mention, Jiangcheng, as an emerging club team, has continuously reached the international quarterfinals, and its position in the player group has become increasingly consolidated, and it has a tendency to become a new super first-tier wealthy family. The Temple missed the finals, but no one was sorry for them. The audience's eyes have always been focused on the winners, and it is a real group. What excited Chinese audiences was that the final matchup situation in this session was much better than the previous session. During the second league, due to ranking and lottery, the three Chinese teams had two civil wars, and Han Xiao and Zhang were both eliminated by their own people. This time, according to the points ranking, the first place is Zhang versus the 8th place Swedish Tomahawk. The third place is the Dynasty versus the Old American Demon World, and the 5th place is Chong Kong versus the Japanese Yaki. The matchup situation just avoids all civil wars. This grouping list made Chinese audiences ecstatic. Compared with the unlucky years of the previous league, this session seemed to be really favored by the goddess of luck and had a burst of character. After playing the international regular season, the event party built momentum for the final promotion at the forum and set the opening day for the final. Luo Taier was sent by Han Xiao to other star fields to assassinate the target. After a while of the end of the international regular season, Han Xiao received Luo Taier's reply, which was still concise and to the point. The target has been cleared. The message was accompanied by photos of the victim, and the matter was done neatly. He only provided intelligence, and Rothel acted independently throughout the whole process without any help. He had strong workability and gave Han Xiao a very reliable feeling. The Red Empire also solved two senior leaders of the Blood Gold organization. The deaths of the three senior leaders are a shock to all the senior leaders of the Blood Gold organization. When targeted by the Red Empire and the Black Star Army, the leader of the Blood Gold organization could no longer sit still and summoned all senior executives to go online to discuss countermeasures. In the secret conference room of a base of the Blood Gold organization, remote projections from more than a dozen organizations were launched one after another, with different species, with black-eye masks covering the bearded cosmic humans with a pirate-shaped right eye, a Anderby human race with a dark skin, a shriveled body, and a void hunter with a blue-purple streamlined carapace. The people here are not ordinary people. They once had their own bad deeds in different regions. Most of them were carrying high rewards from different civilizations, and their combat effectiveness at the natural disaster level was extraordinary. Now they are employed by the Blood Gold organization, and they control different teams under their command. They rarely take action in person and are basically in a semi-retired state. Everyone has learned about the situation we have encountered recently. The Red Empire and the Black Star Legion have taken sanctions against us. The three senior leaders of the organization, Morrow, Van Cessna, and Indil, were assassinated and killed. The leader of the Blood Gold organization overlapped his hands and supported his nose. His posture was classic, his eyes were ecstatic, and his tone was solemn. The current Blood Gold leader is a male humanoid creature, a glorious federation, an elite race who has been genetically debugged. He has a strong appearance and is in his prime. Unlike the senior executives here, he has a clean foundation. He is not a wanted criminal, but a group of elites trained by the previous leader of the Blood Gold organization since childhood. After the old man died, he has taken over as the leader of the organization for more than 30 years. The Blood Gold organization itself is quite old, and the current leader is the 12th generation leader. The interstellar black market exists longer than some galaxy-level or even star cluster-level civilizations. Managers have changed one after another. The Blood Gold organization passed the assessment of other managers more than 200 years ago and obtained a seat in the interstellar black market manager. Poor Morrow. I still owe him 7.2350 points to Lionel. He is such a good person, even dies so timely. A senior executive who looks like an octopus monster rubbed his eyes with his tentacles and squeezed out a little tears. Now is not a time to joke. The Red Empire killed our organization's top leaders. This is clearly a shock to us and punish us for snatching goods from the Empire's allies. We want to let us retreat and stop attacking the evolutionist totem. The question is how the news from the top leaders leaked. The Dark Ander Beehive's voice was sharp, and he spoke slowly. The Blood Gold leader said in a deep voice, "Some time ago, Kalansta's team encountered the Black Star's mechanical troops. It should be Black Star who personally took action to lock in the whereabouts of the senior management. Usually we are the only one who intimidates others, but this time we are targeted by higher-level forces. The Red Empire and the Black Star Legion are not easy to mess with, and we need to consider countermeasures. The Black Star Legion is far away from the Broken Star Ring. The distance is so far, and the threat to us is limited. Besides, the Black Star Legion is just a little more powerful. It has no power in other star fields, and its scale is far less than us. Only Black Star himself is difficult to deal with. Don't worry about them for the time being. The Red Empire is the focus that we need to pay attention to. The pirate-like bearded man spoke with a rough tone. I think so too. The Blood Gold leader nodded. The Blood Gold organization's business covers 3 star domains, and its power scale is larger than that of the Black Star Legion. In their eyes, the Black Star Legion itself has nothing to be afraid of. The only person who needs to be afraid of is Black Star. In contrast, the strict attitude of the Red Empire is the fundamental reason why the Blood Gold organization is ready for battle. Guanghui and Zuling have come to us. If we continue to seize the evolutionary totem, we will be further counterattacked by the Red Empire. If we stop, Guanghui and Zuling will abandon us. The Blood Gold leader said slowly. I was against the issue of interfering in the evolutionary totem at the beginning, which involved the struggle of the 3 major civilizations. We're just a pawn. Once we get involved in the storm, we can't help but manage it. It's better to keep a low profile. A senior executive couldn't help complaining. Fisk, Guanghui, and Zuling came to us. Do you think they will give us room to refuse? Holding their thighs, at least there is further hope. If we reject their olive branch, we will lose everything we have now. Interstellar black market managers? Don't even think about it. We will slowly shrink into a non-class black market mercenary organization, which will be destroyed one day. When they come to us, we can no longer stay out of the matter. The Blood Gold leader's tone was cold. The interstellar black market is a huge consortium of interests. Each manager is the overlord of different gray industries, so it requires a lot of backers and shelter. Among black market managers, the one with the greatest voice is actually the organization of the broker industry, which uses various means to convince different civilizations and provide protection for other managers. And the relationship is intricate. If the Blood Gold organization induces dissatisfaction with Guanghui and Zuling, the subsequent impact will not be a matter of one. If the business of other black market managers is impacted, they may not unite and kick the Blood Gold organization out of the senior seat and no longer provide shelter and support. Since they have chosen you, you are a gray organization that is not protected by interstellar laws, and you still want to stay neutral without wade through muddy waters. How can such a good thing be? The cosmic civilization is as domineering as ever. This is the sorrow of the gray forces without order protection. The senior Void Hunter could not help but sigh that he could not help but be in the world. What should I do? Guanghui and Zuling will never watch us all be assassinated. The bearded man said sternly. At this moment, 2 more remote projections appeared in the room, wearing uniforms of glory and vile spirit. I've already talked to the people of Guanghui and Zuling about this matter. The leader of the Blood Gold stood up and said, Let's introduce these 2 messengers of Guanghui and Zuling. Before he finished speaking, the messenger of the Light Federation waved his hand and said, I don't need to introduce the name. Let's talk about the matter directly. The Light Federation already knows the price you have paid and expresses deep sympathy. Therefore, we in the Zuling sect will provide protection for the senior leaders of the Blood Gold organization and secretly contact you to go to the abyss of the stars and the bright silver spiral arm. In our territory, the Red Empire and the Black Star Legion cannot move you. You can remotely control the organization and continue to hoard the evolutionary totem. At the same time, we will also provide you with certain resources and support. The ownership of the Scepter of the Gods is a rift between Guanghui and Zuling, but does not prevent them from cooperating with their noses on the issue of evolutionary totem. After all, the evolutionary totem involves the genetic improvement of the entire civilization's 100 million citizens. It has too much strategic significance and interest lie. There is no eternal enemy. However, it is certain that both sides dislike each other. Hearing this, The senior executives present at the Blood Gold organization breathed a sigh of relief. If they ensure their personal safety, they could be safe to be a chess piece. I am Frank. I have a question. At this moment, the senior executive of the Ander B human tribe suddenly spoke. Snatching the evolutionary totem purchased by other civilizations is an extremely inefficient method. If you grab too many, you may encounter the Black Star's escort force like last time. People can't let us snatch it all the time. The envoy of the Glorious Federation smiled and nodded. You are right. This is not a long-term solution. Plunder alone cannot meet large-scale needs. Do you have any ideas? With the spread of the legacy of the alien gods, the method of manufacturing the evolutionary totem is no longer a secret. Obviously, the most fundamental solution is to snatch the evolutionary blocks as energy source from the Black Star. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the senior executive of the Blood Gold organization. You said it right. Unfortunately, this method won't work for the time being. The messenger of the Zuling sect interrupted coldly. Because of the existence of the evolutionary totem, the strategic significance of the evolutionary block has increased greatly. According to the Empire's emphasis on the totem, if we snatch the evolutionary block, we will not have room for easing like the Lighthouse Star battle. Once successful, it will be the official war. Until the last moment, our three major civilizations will not start fighting each other, allowing others to benefit. And, do you think Black Star is easy to deal with? Speak lightly. If you didn't know the existence of the evolutionary totem in advance, why do you think we should start first and risk offending the Empire to provoke the Lighthouse Star battle? We tried it last time, and now there are several super A-level people sealed in the space-time amber. Otherwise, you can try it out to find Black Star. No. The senior executive had nothing to say, coughed dryly, and waved his hands repeatedly. Just kidding. I am an ordinary natural disaster level. How can I withstand it? The envoy of the Glorious Federation nodded and said, he is right. At least at this stage, we have no intention of taking the risk of snatching the evolutionary block. This is the last choice. There is another way now, that is, let the Empire actively open up the right to sell the totem. Is this really possible? The leader of the Blood Gold couldn't help but doubt. The situation is now. Black Star himself does not care about the public sale of evolutionary totems. But due to the supervision of the Empire, he will not risk offending his allies and sell it privately. It is impossible for others to take the initiative to get the handle. Therefore, it is not the Black Star Legion, but the Red Empire. Only when the Red Empire compromises, we have the opportunity to obtain the evolutionary totems on a large scale. To make the Red Empire retreat, there are only a few methods: force deterrence, interest exchange, joint pressure. You're also very clear about the Empire's style. Fierce deterrence is a dream, and when in exchange of interests, we will inevitably bleed heavily. Without giving core technology and resources, the Empire will not agree, and it will not be worth the loss. So the plan we choose is to jointly put pressure on the Empire from the aspects of economy, trade, politics, public security, etc. Your Blood Gold organization is just one of the links of this plan. The Red Empire has invested a lot of resources and energy to develop the Shining World, and it will become weak at other levels. This is the best time to maximize the pressure effect and also take into account the goal of attacking the Empire, pressing step by step, letting the Empire make choices. A senior executive shook his whole body. Is it really good to tell us this secret? There's nothing to keep secret. This is a conspiracy. When the Empire chose not to disclose the evolutionary totem, they knew that this day would be there, and you're now our partners, so it's okay to tell you. The envoy of the Glorious Federation didn't care. The Blood Gold leader frowned. What if the pressure is not successful? The envoy of the Glorious Federation glanced at him and smiled coldly. If the Empire does not compromise, then we can only consider starting from the source. Sea of Stars, the headquarters of the Infinite Consortium, and the private reception room of the head of the consortium. 4 figures sat around the table, with 4 cups placed on the table, inside which was refreshing light green plant drinks, emitting a scent of heat and a refreshing fragrance. I heard that the senior officials of the Blood Gold organization were assassinated some time ago. Yu Guangwei Federation and the Zuling sect made them work hard, so they would never ignore it. Sorjin held the cup in both hands, took a sip, and looked up at the other 3 people on the table. All the people present were super A-level figures who could make major forces shake 3 times. One is the armed country, Manison, who went to the meeting with a mechanical body. The other is the clone of the Void Lord Sui, the peak super A-level ally of the Void sect. And the other is the beast ancestor Garuten, one of the protectors behind the interstellar black market. And these 3 people have the same identity. They are all shareholders of the Infinite Consortium. That kind of trivial matter is not my responsibility. Manison's tone was unchanged. Garuten was huge in size. He picked up the cup with his vigorous-haired fingers, raised his head, and poured the drink inside into his mouth, and smacked his lips. I just received the news that the Blood Gold organization had already contacted the messenger of the glorious Void Spirit and reached a consensus. With such a huge scale in the interstellar black market, there are naturally super A-level support scenes, and some black market managers themselves are super A-level forces. The interstellar black market is a consortium of interests of the orderly evil camp. It does not belong to anyone. There are multiple super-level protections behind it. Garuten is one of them, and his nature is the same as that of the shareholders of the Infinite Consortium. Upon hearing this, Sorokin narrowed his eyes. Understand correctly, because the evolutionary totem, the forces behind the 3 representing, are planning to join forces? So you can say that. Sowery's voice exuded a vague and ethereal and strange feeling. We are here to find you for this matter. You can treat us as messengers. Sorokin played with the cup and said lightly, "To be honest, I don't really want to interfere in this matter. Are you interested in the evolutionary totem?" Garuten's voice was as thunderous. "No, I think no force in the universe would not be interested in the evolutionary totem." Sorjin looked expressionless, but based on my understanding of the Black Star Army, the result of rash intervention is that the risk outweighs the benefits, and I don't like to do losses. Manison nodded. "I understand that you not only have commercial cooperation with Guanghui Zuling, but also have business dealings with the Empire. You don't want to offend any party. Your Infinite Consortium is different from the Gray Forces. You are a legal commercial organization protected by law and have the capital to remain neutral." "That's right, that's it." Sorjin spread his hands. "Ha. Don't worry. We won't let you do anything too much." Manison's mechanical body smiled, but the electronic sound could not hear any smile. "Oh, then I wonder what I can help. We hope that the Infinite Consortium will come forward and invest in the Broken Star Ring. Use legitimate business competition to squeeze the market and status of the Black Star Legion, and use the financial resources of the Infinite Consortium. This is just a small matter. If you don't attack the evolutionary totem, the Empire cannot interfere with your normal business behavior." Sorjin raised his eyebrows. "Why do I need to do this?" "This is a part of putting pressure on the Red Empire. The Black Star Legion's opinions affect the Empire's attitude towards the evolutionary totem to a certain extent. Moreover, with such a large business, Black Star must know that he can't eat it alone. Of course, in addition to these official reasons, I also have a conflict of interest with him." Manison said lightly. Sorjin smiled softly. "It turns out that the Excellency of the Machinery Kingdom and Black Star have a conflict. I'm going to tell you, Black Star and I have some personal grudges." "Then do you agree? The opinions of the 3 shareholders need to be paid attention to, but the business of the Black Star Army is not so easy to grab." Sorjin's face turned right and said seriously, "I have done research on the Black Star Army. They have developed rapidly and have been involved in dozens of industries, and the core business is 4 major parts, namely the resource mining of the planet, the development of a shining world, and the sales of the evolutionary totem. I am frank. The last 3 are special businesses that outsiders can't intervene, and their core businesses are difficult to attack. Our Infinite Consortium can only start from other places. Fortunately, the Black Star Army has only been established for more than 20 years, and the foundation is not much stable, but this still requires a very high cost. So in the final analysis, what are the benefits of doing this? When I heard this, Manison moved his finger and a virtual screen appeared on the table, and there was a long list in the picture. He said slowly, resource support, political capital, deeper cooperative projects, more open industries, everything is on it. The risks you need to take are at most the Red Empire reduces cooperation with you. Now, it is the interstellar era. The Empire cannot completely terminate all normal commercial cooperation with you. What you can get is the deeper commercial connection between two cosmic civilizations, and you believe in benefits and risks, and believe that you can make the right choices, and you can give you a month to consider, and then give us a reply. It won't take that long. I can tell you the answer now. Sorokin smiled. It sounds like this is a good business. Jin Yang seems to have a bug. I stuck in the background for a while before I sent it out. Broken Star Ring, Black Star Core Headquarters, Second Satellite, Dome Training Ground number 001. This is a training ground with an area far larger than the actual practice room. It can support larger-scale combat, be laid in high-intensity alloys, can withstand stronger attacks, and is constructed similar to a circular stadium. A huge arc-mechanical dome covers the battlefield. The dome uses a nanomodal screen, which can simulate the battlefield environment. There are transportation channels between the ground and the fence of the training ground, connecting the warehouse of the training mechanical warriors. Han Xiao sat in the high altitude, stands in the dome training ground, staring at the bottom attentively. Raki, Ferdin, Renard, and others were all around, sitting or standing, looking down at the battlefield. At this moment, a fierce battle was in the dome training ground, with several outgoing outlets exposed on the ground, and training mechanical warriors were continuously climbing out, including rangers, mechanical beasts, floating turrets, and small floating shuttles. They had different functions, and waves of impacting two figures in the center of the battlefield. The level of this battle is D-level. They are all low-level mechanical warriors, using gunpowder weapons and electromagnetic kinetic energy weapons, with small-caliber machine guns firing rushes and bursting, and armor-piercing high-explosive bombs exploded on the alloy ground of the training ground, making a thumping sound. The electromagnetic kinetic energy weapons equipped by some mechanical warriors fired tracer ammunition at high speed, like light blue light tracks jumping with electric arcs, and sparks were wiping out on the ground and walls. The two figures in the center of the battlefield are a mecha warrior covered with black, heavy mechanical armor, and a mage surrounded by rune magic shields, which are Nilo and Tomar. After studying with Renard for several years, Nilo's mechanical force level reached the D level. In addition to theoretical study and assembly study, Renard also arranged practical training courses. Nilo is young and still in his childhood, but because of his long-term use of the blood of the astral spirit dragon and the life energy given by Aurora, his cell activity is very high. His physical fitness is no less than that of adults of the same level, and his mechanical strength is far higher than that of the average level of this level. In the past 2 years of in-depth study, his intermediate mechanism has transformed into advanced Lucky Halo. The weapons given by Han Xiao are not allowed to be used during training. Nilo's armor and the turret position under his feet are all made by himself. With his mechanical force bonus, he exerted extremely powerful force. One by one, the training mechanical warriors were bombarded by his artillery fire, and metal fragments were all over the ground. Han Xiao came over to watch the game, mainly to test Nilo's learning achievements and see how this golden leak grows. Tomar is also a protagonist with a halo of luck. He has extraordinary talent and a magic path. He can learn the magic model that a normal mage can only understand in 7 days. He can learn it in less than 1 day, and his learning efficiency is amazing. Tomar has been studying with Lockie for so long and has grown rapidly. He is also a potential talent that is favored by Han Xiao. Boom! The sound of artillery fire in the field was deafening. In the high-altitude stands, Han Xiao touched his chin and said to Renard beside him, "His mechanical ability is not bad, but melee combat is not good. Once he is approached by a mechanical beast, he is in a hurry and still lacks experience. This is my negligence. My eyes have always been on mechanical learning and ignoring his melee skills. After that, I will add his melee courses as appropriate. Renard spoke meticulously. Increase the efforts. Han Xiao emphasized, mechanical learning cannot be left behind. Understand. Bennett's remote projection appeared on the side and smiled with relief when he heard this. Fording couldn't bear to listen and said helplessly, the weakness of the mechanic is to be close to you. Black Star, not every mechanic is the same as you. Don't ask for such high requirements. Han Xiao laughed. In life, you must have dreams. There is nothing wrong with it. He was quite happy. Nilo's mechanical expertise has reached the advanced level, and perfect mechanical is just around the corner. Tomar has made great progress. After thinking about it, Han Xiao added another sentence and patted Riki on the shoulder. You taught well. But what's the use? One day, don't talk. Han Xiao's face turned black, and he slapped his mouth. Not long after, Nilo's ammunition was exhausted. Tomar's mana was reduced to 0, and the mechanical warriors stopped at the same time, ending their actual combat training. The two of them returned to the stands in a panting sweat. Han Xiao smiled and nodded, and praised. The fight was good. Bennett also looked relieved. Your Excellency Black Star has taught you very well. In a few years, I probably will not be your opponent. After receiving the praise, Nilo's face was flushed and his face was full of happiness. Seeing this, Han Xiao nodded secretly. He had high hopes for Nello, not only to plan perfect mechanical sense, but also hoped that Nello would grow into the backbone of the new generation of the Legion. After a few more encouragement, everyone stepped onto the short-range spacecraft and returned from the second satellite to the closest headquarters. After 2 years of digestion, the Black Star Legion has stabilized, and the Black Star Legion headquarters has added several small mechanical satellite bases to accommodate more and more Legion members. As soon as he returned to the headquarters office, Sivia came to him. Teacher, many partners are asking when our Black Star gathering will be held this year. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, thought for a while, and said, in a few months, you can send out an invitation letter now. The banquet held by the Black Star Army to invite the Evolution Block partners has been held for 2 sessions, becoming more and more formal and gradually gaining influence. Many forces are looking forward to this opportunity to establish a relationship with more advanced civilizations, calling it the Black Star Gathering, and forming a competitive relationship with Herber's Boral Gathering. The Evolution Block brings more than money. The collaborators form a huge network of interests to allow the Black Star Legion to enter different industries. The Legion has brand effect and strong strength. Not many people in this star field can compete with the Legion. The Evolutionist Totem has a lot of benefits, just like a catalyst, allowing the Black Star Legion to grow like a snowball. After 2 years of digestion, the Black Star Legion's industrial chain has gradually been consolidated and improved, and its power has already possessed certain consortium attributes. Due to the evolutionary totem, the Black Star Legion has more and more partners, and the influence of the Black Star Gathering has increased greatly and is slowly forming an emerging camp feature. If the restrictions on the evolutionary totem are relaxed, the interest will be multiplied many times, but the pressure will also soar. Han Xiao is quite satisfied with the current situation. The pressure on the totem business has basically been transferred to the Empire, and the Legion avoided more than 90% of the risks. Okay, I'll draft the invitation letter right away. By the way, there is another thing. There is a non-cooperative party who hopes to attend this Black Star Gathering. The Black Star Gathering only invites Legion partners, and everything else can be rejected. This is a rule that has been set long ago. Why do you still have to ask me? But this power is very big, and I can't make any decisions, so I came to ask for your opinion. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and became a little interested. Who is the other party? Infinite Consortium. Hearing this, Han Xiao paused, his eyes narrowed, and his thoughts flew. Sorokin's Infinite Consortium? There was a hidden conflict between the two sides. Sorokin once sent his subordinate forces to test the players of the Legion, but was beaten by Han Xiao. Now, more than 2 years later, the other party suddenly came to attend the Black Star Party, and he didn't know what purpose it was. What are their reasons? Han Xiao pondered. The Infinite Consortium hopes to cooperate with the Legion in commercial terms, which is said to be related to the Shining World. They know that after the first phase of the Empire is developed, they will divide the territory for their allies. This time they want to discuss cooperation. This makes sense, Han Xiao suddenly realized. Although the Interstellar Consortium cannot be the first force to share the big cake of the Shining World, they're indispensable in the subsequent construction. The profits of Xinqing Domain are very generous. Perhaps the move of Infinite Consortium is trying to seize business opportunities? However, although this reason is reliable, Han Xiao was still a little wary of the Infinite Consortium because of the last skirmish. He thought for a while and said, since that's the case, I'll send them an invitation letter and tell them that I hope to take this opportunity to meet and talk with Sorokin. A few months later, the professional league was over, and Han Xiao was not afraid of the Infinite Consortium's trouble. Meeting once is also helpful to know yourself and your enemy. I understand. I will deal with it. Sivia nodded, turned around, and left the room, acting competently. Retracting his gaze, Han Xiao poured himself a glass of alcoholic beverage and dealt with the backlog of chores while drinking. After a while, he opened a forum by tying the time. Today is the day when the first round of the international finals starts, with 3 wins in 5 games. The first game was when Jiangcheng, the number of viewers on the competition channel, hit a new high. The 3 Chinese teams entered the quarterfinals, and the players in the Broken Star Ring section were extremely excited. In their opinion, if Huangqiao, Chongqing, and Jiangcheng all won the first round, then 3 Chinese teams will enter the international semifinals, which is a great honor. But at the same time, some of the audiences who were not optimistic about the Chinese team at the beginning have not stopped. They are rebellious and cannot help but post sarcastic, believing that the 3 teams may all fall in the first round and that none of them can enter the semifinals. When it comes to the finals, all teams will no longer hide their trump cards, and the game will be more intense. Han Xiao is also very curious about what rankings the Chinese team can get this time. The Divine Beast has woken up recently. Brother, I will be more responsible. The Qidian system has been upgraded. All books are only displayed within 3 days. This chapter says that it will recover in a while. In the game channel, Jiangxing team and Tomahawk team both entered the team battle scene on a plant planet. The trees tower into the clouds, covering the sky and the sun. Only a little bit of sunlight shines diagonally through the dense tula. The light is cut by the swaying branches, leaving a lively spot on the ground. The 2 teams appeared in different positions in the forest. The audience on the competition channel could switch between the perspectives of different teams and players. The barrage was dense, and most of them cheered for Jiangxing. Come on, Jiangxing, and do the battle axe. First fight 8th, that's not just a random fight. Miss Fengweb beats the duck. There are 3 wins in the finals, and there are 5 games in each game, including 5 forms of battle. The first one is the team battle, followed by the ring, the flag, the competition for dungeon, and the generation of dungeons. Different winning points are given according to the results of the battle, and finally the victory or defeat of a game is judged by the level of the winning points. The 1-minute countdown slowly reached the finish line, and as the numbers returned to 0, the first round of the final officially started. The 2 teams in the picture immediately moved. Feng Yu threw out a compression ball on Jiangxing and turned into a half-man-high spire-shaped base station to cover up traces and misleading detection to cover up the team's traces. Below the base station, there is the bright black Star Legion logo, the Legion product, with superior performance and guaranteed quality. The battle axe on the other side also covered its whereabouts, but it was using magic props. The leader of the battle axe, Captain Viking, took out a black scroll from the magic bag on his waist, with dazzling golden magic runes everywhere. He pulled his hands and tore open the scroll suddenly. A stream of white gas containing high concentration of magic power flowed out, covering the entire battle axe team, and everyone's bodies turned into a translucent state. Oh, is this the supreme magic scroll? Han Xiao was also watching the forum and watching the game. Seeing the special runes on the scroll, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This magic scroll is very rare in material and can carry stronger spells and needs to be made by hand. Han Xiao saw that Riki had created it. The engraved one is at least a master-level spell, which is very expensive. The battle axe is used to inscribe a cover spell, which is obviously very rich. When the finals, all teams have all their trump cards. Han Xiao was interested. When he reached the international finals, all teams would no longer have any reservations. They all had all their firepower and all their trump cards were released. This situation will add a lot of variables. The strength of the team will fluctuate greatly, and it is difficult to predict the opponent's strength through its previous record. Team battles have always been the kingly form of battle. Different tactics are formulated according to different scenarios. For such large-scale forests obviously require jungle combat. The focus is to hide yourself and discover enemies, fighting wits and courage. After covering up one's whereabouts, both teams also began to look for opponents. Jiangcheng relied on diversified detection radars, while the Tomahawk used rune magic, blessing with magic such as insight, sky eye technique, breath exploration technique, and other magic. Due to cultural reasons, the Swedish Tomahawk prefers magic methods. The two sides slowly sneaked, and the atmosphere was tense and depressing. In this case, the commentator of the Huaxia competition channel began to explain the competition and liven up the atmosphere. Okay, both teams have entered the field. We can see that the small map of the battlefield is divided into 16 areas. The upper left corner is A1 and the lower right corner is D4, and the horizontal direction is sorted in different letters and numbers. The Jiangxing team is currently located in A3. At the top of the map, the Tomahawk is located in C1 and the lower left position. Let's see what kind of action they take. Oh, sure enough, both sides used high-altitude maneuvers at the same time. A Tomahawk player is a bird race, spreading his wings, breaking through the tree puffs, flying in the air, and overlooking the battlefield. On the other side, Feng Yu threw a few compressed balls into the sky, turning into a floating soldier parading at a high altitude, faster. For today's players, flying is already very simple. But in this scene, due to the obstruction of trees, the advantage of flying is not great. With compression ball technology, mechanical equipment is more portable. The mechanical capacity and field-laying speed that the mechanical system carries has greatly improved, which is subversive. Like in the previous version, Feng Yue cannot carry dozens of machinery with her, or complete the field laying with just a swing of her hand. In the picture, the flight troops of both sides quickly discovered each other, and the Tomahawk's flying athlete easily destroyed the floating soldiers without the blessing of mechanical force. The commentator was excited. Oh, the scouts of both sides broke out in a short battle. Let's see what happened next. It seems that the Tomahawk adopted a rushing strategy, and the whole team rushed towards the scout's position. And Jiangcheng seemed to have mastered the opponent's position and was circled. Feng Yue played a large number of mines and mechanical traps along the way. She was trying to turn the entire battlefield into her own position. As long as the mechanical system is given time, the scene advantage can be continuously expanded. Now the Tomahawk is passive. The Jiangcheng team's playing style is already inclined to the mechanical system, and the Captain Mad Knife himself is a mechanical warrior. After Feng Yue joined, he became more and more inclined to Yinbi in terms of tactical choices. The most terrifying thing is that not only Yin people are powerful, but also senior-old Yinbi, who is stronger than you in the gun. The Tomahawk team was soon severed and encountered a mine arranged by Feng Yu and was blown up. Under the rumbling chain explosion, the lush forest turned into a sea of fire. Not to mention anything else, at least in terms of scene damage. The mechanical system is the well-deserved number one. The opponent stepped on the trap, Jiangxing no longer hid, changed his route, and rushed over directly. Tomahawk players also had a magic armor, but compared with the Legion, these high-quality magic power armors were completely at a disadvantage. The sword rushed left and right, and various mechanical melee weapons were dancing and dancing. The other team members cooperated tacitly, and after paying two people, They successfully wiped out the tomahawk and won the team battle. On the competition channel, the Chinese audience was in a good mood. I'll just say that Jiang Cheng must have crushed Tomahawk. The first regular season points are not for nothing. The people of Tomahawk have experienced it. This is the feeling of being confused in the version. With the joining of Miss Feng Yue, Jiang Cheng is really not a little stronger. Miss is strong and gentle. I am a fan. When will the photo be released? Aunt Jiang Yuluo is already an old woman, and there is no such thing as Miss Feng Yue. Sorry, I want to fall in love with you. It's not that you are not outstanding enough, but that my brother has a high vision. With a new love, I forgot my wife. A scumbag who is bored with the new is just a scumbag. In a quarrel, the two teams ended the rest and started the ring match. Tomahawk sent an ordinary player to explore the way, while the selection of the people on Jiangcheng made the audience excited. The first one to play was the captain's crazy sword. Now Jiangcheng has won the team battle, and the captain plays first in the ring, which clearly means to completely overwhelm the opponent in terms of momentum. He is unreasonable. The audience feels Jiangcheng's confidence and domineeringness from this ranking. The commentator's tone was inspiring, his mouth was beating, and his speaking speed was like a machine gun. The first game of the ring match, Captain Jiangcheng Quaidao applied to play. Although he was very sorry that he did not enter the finals, he ranked 18th in the international regular season. If he was lucky, he might not be able to enter the finals. Now, let's take a look at the battle situation. As expected, the Quaidao player ended his opponent with all his strengths. The profession of the military warrior takes into account the advantages of the mechanical and martial arts system. In this powerful version of the mechanical and martial arts system, this profession has a great advantage. In the picture, Quaidao adopts a tough style of playing without dodging or avoiding directly attacks, throws out a compressed ball, becomes a different mechanical trap, and shoots the current and controls the opponent's movements. In terms of control, the military warrior is not a little bit stronger than the simple martial arts system. After easily approaching the opponent, a set of combos like a storm poured out. The combo method is very different from the martial arts master's melee combat. The mechanical weapons are dazzlingly switched, including swords, hammers, axes, guns, whiplocks, and cannons. Different weapons follow up the moves. This set of combos with extremely difficult operation is extremely gorgeous, and it can empty the opponent's blood slot in less than a minute. Being strong is really strong. Being handsome is also really handsome. Although his profession is no longer a martial artist in his previous life, the crazy sword has obviously rejuvenated for a second spring. The tomahawk could no longer sit still, so the Viking captain was the second to fight against the crazy knife, and the captain beat the captain. Captain Viking is a martial artist who takes off his heavy armor and activates a violent buff triggered by an armorless state. His exposed skin is covered with blue rune enchantment tattoos to provide protection and regeneration. Duel held an epic enchanted battle axe with orange quality. Roar, blood and glory. Captain Viking hit each other with two axes and roared at the mad sword. He stood opposite him with a knife and a hip, with a speechless look on his face. I am a martial artist, and I am so shameless and resistant. With such deep understanding of the role, foreign friends really have a special liking for role-playing. At this moment, a phantom of a strong, muscular man suddenly appeared behind Captain Viking, which flashed in a flash. Then, Captain Viking raised his muscles like a balloon. The martial arts flame attached to his body was originally in a state of burning, but now it seemed to have turned into a napalm bomb, and it exploded and shot out. With a roar, the aura sky surged. On his status bar, a new buff state is displayed. Captain Viking uses a character advent card. The commentator's face changed. The violentness of the Honor Clan, melee attack power plus 50%, physical resistance plus 30%, strength plus 400 points, agility plus 200 points, life limit plus 20%, movement speed plus 40%, and an additional 300 points of frost damage for each attack, which actually lasts for 5 minutes. This character card is so strong. Seeing this, the barrage was in anger. I used the character card. This one is hanging. See if there is a powerful character card in a Mad Knife. If not, this one may be cold. The character arrival card is rare. The stronger the character card, the harder it is to get. Professional players use it as their trump card. Now that it is in the finals, no one will continue to retain it. At this time, the Viking captain played a trump card. There are only one division of super conventional perverted props like Black Star Legion badge evolution, so it is normal to be disabled. But character cards are different. Any player has a chance to get them, and there are only differences in effects, so they're not on the disabled list, but there are restrictions. Because there are 5 different forms of battles in each game, the rules show that the character card used each time cannot inherit the next battle. That is to say, even if the Viking captain passes through the ring game and the effect of the character card is not over yet, the state must be refreshed with death, and the character card cannot be brought to the next flag-winning match. The character cards of professional players are even rarer. They're displayed to the audience in the league, which is itself the highlights prepared by the event, so as to make the battle exciting and attract attention. This rule not only provides excitement, but also reduces the impact of the character cards on the entire game. After all, each round is full of 3 wins in 5 games, and there are at least 15 games. The character card is bound and cannot be traded. Being able to get out 15 character cards is also a kind of skill. Besides, others also have character cards, and maybe whose treasure is bigger. Seeing the changes in the opponent, Kwang Dao's eyes were sure, and he also activated a character card. The phantom of a handsome man in black appeared behind him, as tall as the sky and the earth. Many viewers recognized the figure at a glance, and became excited in an instant. Wow, Black Star, here I come, I'll say. How could the Mad Knife have no character card? I remember that the last Mad Knife also used the Black Star character card. Now Black Star is super A-level. Can the effect be the same? Many Legion players were excited. Han Xiao's panel has always been a question mark. They can only see Han Xiao's strength through dungeon combat and character card. At this time, their curiosity was suddenly aroused. I saw a new gain appeared on the status bar of Mad Knife, and all the viewers watched it. Character Advent Card, Black Star. Immortal Body. When you bear the attack, save and absorb 25% of the damage, and the remaining 60% of the damage offset by resistance will be converted into the power value. At the same time, you can convert the power value into health value, with a ratio of 1:9, and a maximum recovery of 35% health value per second, and the effect lasts for 10 minutes. Seeing the effect of the character card, the barrage was silent for a moment and suddenly exploded. Damn, what kind of perverted ability is this? No wonder Black Star has this title in the universe. Who can withstand this? Countless Legion players were stunned. Although Captain Viking's character card is powerful, it is at least acceptable. The Black Star's character card effect is far beyond their understanding, and everyone in the audience was shocked. Is this the level of Super A? Just the ability is so terrifying. The output is high, the younger brothers are many, and he still has a lot of flesh. Black Star has such ability. Not to mention now, I'm afraid they won't be able to kill such a terrifying boss in the future. Hey, why does he have my character card? Han Xiao was stunned. He remembered that he had never issued such a task. After thinking about it, Han Xiao understood that it was probably because of the crazy knife who got the blank character card, and he regained his abilities, and his 2 specialties were merged into his nickname by the character card. Immortal Body. Okay, I haven't used it many times since my expertise has been upgraded, but I've let you enjoy it. Han Xiao shook his head and laughed. With the blessing of the Black Star character card, Immortal Body, the Mad Sword is like a god descending to Earth, abandoning more than 80% of its defense and focusing on output. Melee mechanical weapons slashed and swept wildly, opening and closing, and blasted a series of gullies on the ring, constantly switching guns and cannons, shooting split bee-swarming tracking bullets, triggering a rumbling chain explosion. Balls of orange-red explosions rose, the temperature increased sharply, and the smell of gunpowder was filled with smoke. Captain Viking was in a mess and kept rolling around to avoid damage in the bombing range. He opened a violent character card and wanted to fight with the crazy knife head-on, but any damage left by the wielding battle axe on the opponent could be recovered in the blink of an eye. The slashing was ineffective. Such abnormal blood recovery ability could only be given in rushing up and hard work. What a solution! Captain Viking can only adjust his tactics, which becomes delaying time. The character card has a time limit. Although the Mad Sword recovers blood vigorously, its lethality has not been enhanced. Captain Viking no longer has the idea of winning Mad Sword. He just wants to delay time. The longer he delays, the easier it will be for the teammates in the future. Captain Viking activated his special skill. The epic enchanted battle axe in his hand turned blue and transparent, as if it had turned into an axe made of ice, turning the physical A into a frost chopper like a biting ice wind to delay the speed of the crazy sword. The Mad Sword is ignored and presses step by step. The maneuverability of the weapon warrior is much higher than that of the martial artist. Even if he is slowed down at a certain speed, the Viking captain cannot escape the range of melee combat. He heard his mecha arm clicking and switched to a huge alloy slashing axe. The mechanical power and electric light flowed, smashing down wildly, and the momentum was heavy and powerful. Dang, 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 dang. The alloy slashing axe wrapped in dazzling mechanical forces collided with the ice-like double-held battle axe again and again, making a crisp sound, splashing out large patches of orange-red electric sparks and blue ice chips, and an invisible air shock wave bursting out from each impact. The two people's figures were shrouded in tornado-like ice storm and wantonly frenzied thunder and lightning, with a brilliant special effect. After all, it is also at the B level, and the combat effects between players are also more beautiful. Captain Viking could only hold on, and his health fell below 40% shortly after, and his condition declined. On the other hand, the Quang Dao was still alive, and the intensity of each attack was still at its peak. Kara. At this moment, the ground under Captain Viking's feet suddenly cracked, and a spider drilled out of the ground broke out, releasing a large amount of current, gathering on Captain Viking's feet. Captain Viking's feet numb, entering a short, mobile paralysis state, stiffening in place. During the fierce battle, the Mad Knife quietly controlled the mecha and used the movement as a cover to release the ground-boring mechanical spider from the leg armor, sneaked to the Viking captain's feet, released the control skills, and drove the enemy into a deadly stiffness. There are many types of weapons and weapons masters in melee combat, just like a combination of weapons masters and hidden weapons masters, with a number of control skills far exceeding that of martial artists. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the Mad Knife switched out the mechanical spear and poked it out with a spear. Captain Viking could only lift the double axe to block the block immediately. Clang! The mechanical spear poked heavily on the surface of the double axe that was overlapping parry. Sparks splashed everywhere, and Captain Viking felt a surging force, which also contained Han Xiao wave vibration. It was obvious that he used his skills to match the weapon characteristics. The force of his double axe was deviated, and the blocking posture was broken, and the empty door was exposed. The next moment, the tip of the mechanical spear suddenly deformed, cracked into four spider-legged mechanical arthropods, bent, stabbed into Captain Viking's back with its tip, fixing him in place, looking like a mechanical spear turned into a claw, grabbing the target. At the same time, the tip of the original mechanical spear turned into a dark muzzle, and the dazzling light of plasma surged, aiming at the unmovable Captain Viking. Brush! A bright blue plasma beam ejected out of it and instantly penetrated Captain Viking's chest. The plasma beam extended 1 meter long, condensed but did not dissipate, as if it had become a sword light. This is the form of the weapon, which turned into a light spear. Mad Dagger took this opportunity to use a gorgeous weapon combo, consuming the last little blood of the Viking captain and slashing on the ring. Because of the Black Star character card, he was able to give up defense and focus on attacks. Without the worries of health, the fault tolerance rates soared by dozens of times. He was even more daring to take risks, and his personal operation level rose by a higher level, full of joy. This set of combos is so cool. the profession of the military warrior is still handsome. I want to practice a military warrior trumpet. Stop fantasizing. The military warrior of the professional player and your military warrior are two kinds of creatures. Don't cheat others. The next player quickly came on stage. Even if he imitated the Viking captain, it would be useless. The crazy sword became more and more courageous, and he cut down 3 battle axe players in a row. The existence of the Black Star character card makes his battery life far beyond imagination, almost a perpetual motion machine. Chinese audiences were enjoying it, but as Mad Knife continued to exert the ability of Black Star character card, many viewers suddenly realized a strange problem. By the way, Black Star seems to be in the mechanical department. Yes, this immortal body. S ability is much stronger than the previous Advanced Strong Life. No matter how you look at it, it looks like the core ability of a martial artist. I realized it. A mechanic without some endurance has no soul. I understand. It turns out that the meat tank is the real way of playing the mechanic. Chinese audiences were ridiculous. But speaking of this, it seems that every session of the Mad Knife will use the Black Star's abilities. They have watched with their own eyes the effect of the Black Star character card step by step towards perverting. From the first mechanical affinity bonus, the second, advanced reinforced life, to the current immortal body, every time it has been a huge progress. We can also be regarded as witnessing the rise of Black Star step by step. Many people have this idea, and their hearts are filled with a sense of satisfaction from witnesses. The combat power of Quang Dao was overwhelming. He pressed his opponent to the ground in 18 postures and rubbed back and forth. The Tomahawk player behind him did not waste his trump card, and let Quang Dao break through the ring alone and gained a big victory point again. Although it was just a shocking sight, the horror of immortal body has left an indelible impression in the minds of countless players. Everyone is curious about what powerful abilities Black Star has, which can always open your eyes every time. Looking at the discussion in the forum, Han Xiao could foresee that in the future, as long as the Legion players get a blank character card, they will probably come over to copy themselves. The subsequent ring match became Feng Yu's stage. She directly shot a fortress position at the flag point, and firepower was used to wash the floor. Tomahawks would have to pay several times the price to capture the flag, which led to the gap between the two sides' points to capture the flag widening. Jiang Cheng did not give Tomahawk any chance to turn the tables and won another victory. After winning 3 consecutive games, Jiang Cheng has secured the victory, and the remaining 2 dungeons are much easier, but it has gone through a formality. The first game ended with 5 games, with a winning point defeating Tomahawk. Jiangxing won the first game of the first round and started a good start. The first round of the international finals was in full swing, with 8 teams fully fired, contributing one of the most exciting matches since this league. The first round of the battle was released, and the result was that all Chinese audiences were excited and crazy. Jiangxing defeated the Swedish Battle Axe 3-1. The Dynasty defeated the American Demon World 3-1, and Kong defeated the Japanese Yaki 3-2. In other words, the best expectations for Chinese audiences appeared. The 3 teams of China, all of which qualified for the first round and reached the semifinals. The performance of the previous session was already very good. This session went further and occupied 3 seats in the semifinals of the International Conference on the 4. The only one who was lonely was the American Koi team. As soon as the list was released, players in all major competition areas were shocked. No one could have thought that China's performance this time was so strong and truly dominated. Big Devil, this is it. This Chinese team is terrifyingly strong, and the Koi team has become the only one who carries the hopes of players in all other competition areas. Except for the Broken Star Rings division, other players all share the same hatred, hoping that Koi can rise against the trend, break the blockade of the Great Devil of China, and become a pioneer in anti-China. Compared with the foreign audience's fighting mentality, Chinese players are very happy. Taking 3 of the semifinals is equivalent to locking a place in the finals in advance. Moreover, this time, the chances of meeting the championship and runner-up of the Chinese team are even greater. In the World Finals, if the last two teams are clubs in the same country, this will be a huge honor. If China can be the first to complete this record, it is equivalent to creating history and has a special milestone. Chinese players are looking forward to this. The eager hope of domestic audiences and the shared hatred of foreign players have all brought pressure to Jiangxing Team Koi's opponent in the semifinals is Jiangxing. If Koi wins, then everything is fine. Jiangxing becomes the creator of historical records and gets the opportunity to become a wealthy club. But if Koi loses, it will waste this great opportunity to create a milestone, making the domestic audience's hopes fade. The reputation that their club finally accumulates will definitely plummet. This is a double-edged sword. For all viewers, the battle between Jiangxing and Koi is equivalent to the final of this year. As long as Jiangxing wins, the championship is the thing in China. In the Broken Star Ring section, many players spontaneously took action to collect information from the Koi team, analyze opponents' tactics, and help Jiangxing analyze intelligence together. Although Jiangxing may not necessarily need it, this enthusiasm has greatly encouraged Guangdao and others. Under the gaze of everyone, the international semifinals began. No one watched the civil war between the old enemy of the dynasty and Hong Kong, and almost all the audience went to watch the showdown between Jiangxing and Koi. In terms of team strength alone, Koi has the backbone player who has transferred to the Demon World. The overall strength is definitely the first line. It is not easy to be able to break out of Group A. Moreover, the United States are basically members of the Demon Clan and have strong talent. Koi's team leader is Solomon's Key, and Mad Sword is an old opponent. The two fought in the first individual match. At that time, Solomon's Key was defeated by Mad Sword. After two versions, Solomon's Key is also improving. As soon as the two teams started, the game became fierce, and the battle was dark, and the stalemate could not be reached. Soon after 4 rounds of fierce battles, the two sides fought 2-2 and entered the last game point. Both Chinese and foreign audiences were thrust into their hearts and fluctuated with the situation of the battle. In the last game, the team battle and the ring match did not widen the gap, but in the subsequent flag-winning and dungeon matches, Feng Yi showed great power and all the machinery at the bottom of the box were used. Even the prototype of the Void Dragon mecha appeared, laying the victory for the team in one fell swoop. The record was finally frozen in 3-2, and Jiangxing won the semifinals, with Feng Yue making great contributions and gaining a large number of diehard fans. On the other hand, the dynasty defeated Hong Kong, and the two teams had the same civil war as the last one, but the opposite result was that Hong Kong lost to the dynasty this time and stopped at the semifinals. The dynasty had completed its revenge. The two Chinese teams met in the final, setting a milestone for the professional league. The Chinese audience was excited and relieved and satisfied. Because Koi did not enter the finals, foreign audiences were very disappointed. The total attention of the finals of the Chinese Civil War was not as good as the semifinals. Although the two Chinese teams have a strong desire to win, they have no conflicts with each other, and they are playing steadily. Unfortunately, Jiangxing consumed a lot in the semifinals and showed a clear decline. The dynasty only played 4 semifinals, rested for a while, and was able to accumulate strength. In the end, Jiangxing unfortunately lost, and the dynasty won the international finals, allowing China to defend its title. The Chinese audience was proud, but it was not as surprised as winning the championship for the first time in the last session. It was more of a natural satisfaction. Now China is one of the best teams in the world, and winning the championship is worth celebrating, but it is not so unexpected. Unlike in the past life, now it is not the Chinese team that challenges others, but others that challenge the Chinese team. This sense of honor of being challenged as a great devil has benefited many Chinese audiences. Because Jiangxing completed the milestone of the final, although they lost the final, the Chinese audience understood it generously and did not stingy with their applause and encouragement. Netizens who were not optimistic about the defending title of China before the game had nothing to say, and they were all over the place in front of the real championship throne. As for whether they felt really good in their hearts, Han Xiao probably had it. Huaxia successfully defended its title, and the excited Legion players cheered on the forum, and Han Xiao was quite happy, but in his opinion, this was a mixed matter for him. The results of the league will affect players' daily actions. In the next version, major competition areas gather to shine in the world. China has won 2 consecutive championships and is likely to become the target of public criticism. As the largest player camp of the Broken Star Ring, the Black Star Army may be challenged and targeted by players in other camps. Foreign clubs alone will definitely unite to focus on controlling the Chinese club, grab resources, grab tasks, and grab territory. 4.0 is the version where players officially make their name and go on to the stage of battle between the universe camp. Han Xiao will not ignore the ability of tens of millions of players in each competition area. To deal with this, it is necessary to build a huge foundation in the Shining World in advance during the version update. This is the foothold of version 4.0. The version update at this stage is the key to my further development. He let out a breath and calmed down his emotions. Han Xiao turned off the forum that was trapped in a carnival, rubbed his chin, and pondered secretly. In the next 10 days, the forum of the Broken Star Ring sector was full of joy. The third league came to an end with China's victory in the championship and defending its title. The international semifinals occupied 3 seats. This is China's best record in the league. Han Xiao, Jiangqing, and Chongqing have received many praises. Players are still in the excited remnants of the league, discussing exciting battles endlessly, and the forum is flooded with these posts. The team's post-match publicity activities are essential. Each club and guild rents a venue at the headquarters of the Black Star Army and holds events to interact with ordinary players, which is very lively. At the end of the version, the Gular Civil War that players participated in was settled. The league was not short, and most of the players who did not pass the qualifiers returned to the Gular battlefield, fighting while watching the league. During this period, the players cooperated with the fleet to seize all the territory of the Ancient Emperor Party and the Advent Party, and another day, supporting the Pioneer Party took over the position of civilized leader. The leader of the Pioneer Party expressed his gratitude to the Black Star Legion for helping, and the employment remuneration has been transferred to the Legion account. The player's mission has also been settled. After the Gular Civil War ended, the player only had the main line of Shining World, which was left without results. This long-term mission is obviously not something that can be completed in this version, so the player is not in a hurry. Therefore, after the league ended, many players began their leisure careers, sorting out the gains from a version, and traveling and having fun with their friends. Even if you don't fight and kill, there are countless leisure and entertainment activities in the interstellar world. Players' sensory feedback values can be adjusted by themselves, with diverse gameplay, and can also exert subjective initiative and create various fun challenges for self-entertainment. Version 3.0 has experienced so many major events and witnessed the entire process of the Black Star Army becoming a super A-level force with its own eyes. The player's experience is very rich. As the players do more tasks for the Black Star Army, the stronger the sense of belonging. This is a win-win situation of mutual benefit. With the efforts of all players, the content of Chara Chronicles has been enriched many times, and the information of the Black Star Legion has become more and more detailed. From establishment to rise, players have witnessed it all the way. The Star Sea Times released a new program, interviewing 4 teams that China entered the international competition and making outlook for the next version. Han Xiao, who is supervising Suiya to prepare for the Black Star Party, also watched it as soon as possible. Male host: Hello, friends. This is Shanghai Times, dedicated to sharing first-hand game information and escorting your gaming career. Female host: The third Shanghai Professional League has come to an end successfully. As the Chinese team, Han Xiao, Chongqing, Jiangqing, and Temple have achieved excellent results in international competitions. Today we are fortunate to invite the captains of the 4 teams and some players to talk about the challenges and interesting things encountered in the league. In the picture, the players of the 4 teams appeared, waved to the audience, and after a few greetings, they began to interview the kings, princes, generals, and ministers. The dynasty won the championship this time. Do you have any thoughts? The dynasty is in very good shape this time, and we have performed as we should have. The whole team is very happy to be able to win the championship. Wang, princes, generals, and ministers said the scene lazily. Tai Ertzi coughed dryly and couldn't help but say, "We won the championship because the team members have worked very well. Everyone has done their best within their ability. This is everyone's credit. It is definitely not because the captain and leader are good." The host said a few words and turned to look at Jiangcheng. "Jiangcheng team, although you missed the championship, you also made an indelible contribution. You eliminated the Koi team in the semifinals, laying the foundation for the defending of China's title in one fell swoop. I would like to thank you on behalf of the audience for your contribution. We just did what we can," Huang Dao said in a modest tone. "Jiangcheng is an emerging team, but it has made great progress. The results of these three leagues have been improving and rising rapidly. Now many people think that you are a new and wealthy club. What do you think? Thank you for your kindness for your fans. In the semifinals, countless people gave us advice, which is really touching." Huang Dao nodded. "Host, in this competition, Feng Yu has also made great contributions to Jiangcheng. As the captain, what do you think of her?" Huang Dao thought for a while and said seriously, "The most correct thing Jiangcheng has done so far is to sign Feng Yu. She greatly supplemented the strength of our team. She is an indispensable member of the team and my right-hand man. After 3 years of hard work, Huang Dao is no longer a new player in the eyes of the audience, but a super first-line master with a status equivalent to Hao Yan, and Feng Yu has also become the core player of Jiangcheng with a large number of fans, and his status is like the Tai Ertzi of the dynasty and the Mingyu Changzhou." The host went on one by one and was depressed in Chongkong. Although the position of the semifinals was not bad, it was a regression for them. Finally, it was the turn of interviewing the temple, and the barrage suddenly became joyful. "Host, as a sacrifice, what do you think? Thank you for the sacrifice made by the temple. Ignite yourself and illuminate others. It turns out that I have always been wrong about Liga. You are simply a saint who sacrifices yourself and endures humiliation. You have become a fan. Scream to me, 'Sorry, Brother Temple.'" The temple's contribution is really great. If the one selected into Group A is one of the other three teams and let the temple qualify, it means that at least one qualifying place has been wasted. The temple, 80% of the temple, is in the first round of the finals. If Chong Kong is selected, maybe you can't qualify, so you will lose 2 quotas. And now the temple selection into Group A is equivalent to sacrificing the best one in exchange for the other 3 teams to qualify stably. So from a strategic perspective, being responsible for the lottery draw must be a Chinese brother. The barrage was on the verge of the team, and the team talked about their mentality and interesting things during the game, and then ended the interview, started another topic, and made predictions for the next version. Female host. As the player level increases, more and more areas are opening up. We have predicted before that the next version is likely to enable the cross-star domain function. Male host. There are examples of cross-star domains in version 3.0, which are all related to the Black Star Legion of Broken Star Rings. The Black Star Legion provides players with one-way cross-star domain channels for players in the Constellation Corridor. At the same time, the main mission of the Shining World of Broken Star Rings allows them to go to a brand new star domain for development. Judging from the scale of the Shining World mission, this is likely to be an important event for the next version of the Shining World player. These trends all indicate the possibility of cross-star domains in the next version of the Shining World. The Black Star Legion may play an important role in this aspect. When the Constellation Corridor players cross-star domains, the Star Sea Times made such a guess, and at this time, they emphasized it again. The Black Star Legion has a strong presence in version 3.0. Based on the experience of the first 2 versions, some of the Black Star Legion's actions all hint at subsequent events. The Star Sea Times also used the Black Star Legion's behavior as important evidence for the predictive version. Because of the existence of the main mission, The Legion players can guess that the Shining World is a major event in their next version, but no one has guessed that it is the world server. Han Xiao nodded secretly and pondered in a low voice. When the 4.0 version of the previous life was launched, Shining World completed its initial development and had been opened to the public. Many camps recruited people to go to Shining World, building while refining land and competing with each other. Extremely high liquidity is one of the foundations for the formation of the interstellar society. The citizens, resources, wealth, etc., circulating like blood and tendons, connect the civilizations scattered in various star fields, forming an internal circulation that drives the whole body, making the civilizations in the sea of stars no longer isolated islands, thus creating the cornerstone of order. Therefore, opening up to the outside world is the inevitable fate of the new star domain. The pattern of each star domain is stable and the interests are almost divided. The new star domain is a new development space, which allows some camps that cannot obtain new territory to see hope and causes a major reshuffle of power. As a result, interstellar immigration emerged, and many forces that lack upward channels migrate to the shining world of space, breaking out the competition between territory and resources. The Red Empire has the highest ownership of the star domain, and the opening and shining world is an inevitable trend of the times, and, on the other hand, it is also sharing its own construction pressure. The manpower and material resources consumed by construction are far more than simple exploration and destruction. Even if a cosmic civilization wants to build a new star field independently, it is a huge project with a deterrent workload. Moreover, there are two companies around you who are eyeing you and taking the opportunity to erode and suppress the empire from other aspects. Therefore, the empire needs to share the construction cost to countless forces in the universe, so as to liberate many people, and then use tax means to slowly digest the huge benefits of shining the world. The entire universe stares at the shining world, and even the Red Empire, known for its domineering and iron blood, knows that it does not have the qualification to take it alone. The word greed is nearly poor. If you insist on turning the new star domain into an exclusive logistics base and resource location, the result is obvious that you will separate yourself from the checks and balances of the three powers and balances of the common rule of the three families, forming a binary opposition, thereby subverting the entire star sea pattern, which is not worth a loss. The interstellar society emphasizes free economic and trade, so if it is not necessary, the Red Empire will not divide the non-alliance forces into rows and eat fruits. Moreover, using competition to motivate foreign forces is also what the Red Empire wants to see. Only the most fertile and important areas will the Empire be firmly held in its hands, partly controlled by the Empire's Star Domain division, and the other part will be divided into important allies like the Black Star Legion. As a Dinghai knife, it guards the shining world and maintains the Empire's control over the star domain. In this situation, players have unprecedented space for playing. Even without mission guidance, players can act through their own judgment and provoke disputes. The first phase of the development of the Red Empire for the Shining World is about to end, and we can start construction soon. At that time, it will take a lot of money and energy. The current Legion is very abundant. With the support of the Empire, I don't have to worry about resources during the version update, so I can let go of my hands. Han Xiao nodded secretly. Evolutionary Totem is a monopoly business. As a specialty of the camp, it has brought him a huge flow of funds. Among all the supra-level allies in the Empire developed jointly, I may be the group of people who are the least sure of money. In his plan, mechanical civilization and the Black Spirit tribe are the key objects of development. The former is their own high-quality military source, and the latter is a family with strong potential. Only in their own territory can they support and expand with confidence and boldness. It is no longer sitting on the spot to watch the natural development of the Black Spirit race, but personally intervening in the process of civilization and imparting knowledge. The most powerful part of the terrifying communication efficiency of the Black Spirit clan is its ability to accept. As long as it is on track, the level of civilization will not develop slowly, but will rise like a rocket. The update span of the 3.0 to 4.0 version is decades. Players are in the competition period for opening up to the outside world. Once they enter, they face a prototype force pattern. The initial development of a shining world is a background introduction, and they have to personally go through this blank stage of early development, and there's a lot of room for operation. With experience from his previous life, he knew all the forces that shone in the world to compete, which was a huge advantage. During this version update, the tone of the entire Star Sea is mainly about development and expansion. The Red Empire may be under tremendous pressure. Due to the evolutionary square, I should also encounter some trouble, but with my own status and strength, there are very few direct threats from the outside. The Black Star Legion has only been established for more than 20 years. The decades of the update of the version happen to allow the Black Star Legion to accumulate its foundation, complete the transformation from a new force to an old force, and lay a more stable foundation. Hela has been growing up. Although her speed is not as fast as her previous life, with my help, her potential is higher. After decades of updates, she is likely to become a new Super A level. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. In this way, there will be one more top combat power on his side, which will strengthen the Legion's influence. Even if Hela may be independent, referring to Longtan's relationship with him, both sides will inevitably be allies. By then, there will be 6 Super A levels in the Broken Star Ring, and the Legion will benefit a lot from it, and its status and influence will be greatly improved. Cisco's life is even worse. In the entire 3.0 version, he gained a lot of experience from major event tasks and players, all of which are found in the panel. Players are offline during the version update, and major events are not common. These accumulated experiences are strategic reserves to support themselves through the version update stage. At this level, the experience cost of upgrading to one level is nearly 10 billion, and the span each time has reached hundreds of millions. Although Han Xiao has a lot of experience stored now, if he uses it all to upgrade, he will not be able to bear the consumption speed. It took decades to be long, so he has to save some money. In his plan, after reaching level 300 to get new job transfers and species sublimation, we should focus on improving skills, obtaining potential points, increasing all those professional knowledge, and improving combat power in this area. The experience required for further upgrading will only become larger and larger. Developing new leak fields can improve the efficiency of gaining experience. The 4.0 version of the world server has competition, and it is also an opportunity to get a large number of new leaks. Some time ago, players solved the Gular Civil War, and the Gular Civilization, Pioneer Fire, on Han Xiao's panel was settled. This task is settled based on personal performance evaluation. He threw it to the player and did not take action personally. The task evaluation is not high, so he got a piece of experience in the minimum living allowance. However, the reward for the mission is just a small head. The experience players get from it flows back to Han Xiao by purchasing faction products. The income is many times that of the mission experience, so this is the big head. With the 3 versions of the struggle, the Black Star Legion has its current status. After so much experience, Han Xiao's attitude towards the update of the version has become more and more calm. Now everything is ready. Just wait for the first phase of development to end, and the Empire has divided its territory. With the end of the League, the day of version updates is getting closer and closer, and the focus of Legion players has gradually shifted from defending the League title to version updates. Many people have stored a lot of experience and just waited for the next version to open up a higher level limit. At the headquarters of the Black Star Army, countless players gathered together, chatting with friends while waiting to go offline. It was crowded with people and noisy like a chaotic vegetable market. In a corner of the square, a group of professional players looked at the endless crowd, chatting together. There are too many new players coming in this version. Where can I see so many people in the first 2 versions? Flash Fried Rice shook her head. It's better to have more people so that the League can have ratings. Ligu smiled. Feng Yu said curiously, I don't know how long the update will last. It shouldn't be too long. Our Shining World mission is not over yet. We must continue to explore the next version. Quan Dao spoke. Hey, I'm really curious about what the Black Star Legion will become in the next version. Several people were chatting and suddenly found that the princes, generals, and ministers not far away were waving to them, and Quan Dao and others walked over. Everyone gathered over, and the princes and generals smiled and said, "Let's have everyone here. Let's have a dinner together during the holidays. Just celebrate the defending title." I have no objection. Li Ge was the first to agree. I remember we had a relationship after playing the league last year. Minji Weicheng finally touched his chin. Yes, let's just regard this as a routine activity to win the championship. Those who win the championship are responsible for treating guests and inviting all Chinese players to go out for a trip together. Eat some good. At least you have won the championship bonus. Don't use the big food stall to send us the same as Chong Kong last time. The big food stall is the most affordable. Hao Ian said depressedly. Everyone started to cheer, and the princes, generals, and ministers agreed with helpless expressions. Soon, all the players went offline one after another, turning into white lights and disappeared, and the crowded square suddenly became empty. Han Xiao, who was monitoring the situation in the square in the office, also popped up a prompt on the panel. 3.0 version update is enabled. Data is being saved. Save it. Player forum is closed. Update time is unknown. Please wait patiently. Han Xiao looked to the upper right corner and saw that the options for the player forum have turned gray and cannot be opened. All players are offline. Han Xiao took a deep breath. We have to make arrangements for version 4.0 in advance. At the same time, the entry star gate of the Broken Star Ring. A trade fleet sailed out of the star gate. The spacecraft was egg-shaped, silver-armored, smooth as a mirror, and the overall structure was very simple, but the sense of technology was very strong. The spacecraft was engraved with the Mobius ring symbol of the Infinite Consortium. The main ship is a giant silver flying saucer. In the command room, a tall man stood in front of the porthole, silently looking at the cosmic scenery outside the window. This person has a tall and thin figure, white skin, handsome facial features, soft eyebrows and eyes, and does not look like a big shot. He has a circle of green beards, some fine curved silver scales on his temples, and is wearing gorgeous and expensive luxury clothing. He exudes a rich aura. This man is Sorokin, the current head of the Infinite Consortium. He is one of the richest people in the universe. He is a person who truly exerts his ability to make money to the extreme. Mr. Sorokin, we are here. A subordinate dressed in a secretary stood beside Sorokin and whispered. Well, Sorokin responded lightly. According to the itinerary, go to the headquarters of the Black Star Army and ask the branch of the Broken Star Ring to redirect their business conditions in the past 5 years and send them to me. I understand. Infinite Consortium invests in the entire universe, and there are industries everywhere. Broken Star Ring is no exception. It is just because of the harsh public security environment here, Infinite Consortium has not paid much attention to Broken Star Ring, and its business scale is not large. If it weren't for accepting the proposals of 3 super A-level shareholders this time, Sorokin wouldn't want to operate on a large scale here. Although this trip was to cause trouble for Han Xiao, legitimate business competition was not directly hostile, and Sorokin was also interested in meeting He Xing. In his opinion, Black Star should also be happy to see him as the financial master. Although one of his subordinate forces was destroyed by Black Star, his identity was not revealed. Black Star must not know that the Infinite Consortium is the mastermind behind scenes. In Black Star's impression, this should be the first time the two sides have intersected. In this way, the Black Star is kept in the dark, and he has a hidden advantage. Just in time, I can take advantage of this meeting to get in touch with the undead army of the Black Star Army and achieve my original goal. Sorokin was thinking. At this time, the door of the command room opened and a tall woman walked in, wearing a gorgeous consortium executive uniform, with soft long white hair and delicate light makeup on her face, which was bright and charming. The woman came to Sorokin and lowered her head slightly. Father, what are your instructions? Lawful, the daughter of Sorokin. Sorokin has many children, trained as elites, and holds different positions in the consortium. Turning his head to look at her, Sorokin turned on the communicator and sent her an invitation letter. You take the invitation letter from the Dominator Party to Heber and meet him on my behalf. Loafer was startled. I thought you were going to invest in the Black Star Army. Then you will decide until I meet Black Star. Before that, you can't let go of other investment opportunities. Sorokin said in a disagreement. His transaction with the 3 shareholders was confidential. Except for himself, the consortium thought he was here to break the Star Ring and invest normally, and they were all kept in the dark. Although he is spending money to compete with the Black Star Army, he has skills to spend money. Sorokin does not want to fight head-on with the Black Star Army. Although his money ability can seize the market, he does not like to trade at a loss. Sorokin wants all the trading and investment opportunities for the 3 shareholders to shine in the world. As long as you invest in the right person, you will get twice the result with half the effort. We must compete fairly with Black Stars and not anger the Empire. After investigation, in Sorokin's heart, the Broken Star Ring has the most suitable investment target. After all, it is not only the Black Star Legion that can build a shining world. Less than 5 minutes after all players were offline, reports from various bases of the Black Star Army were sent to Han Xiao. This was not the first time that many Legion cadres have experienced this situation. Although many people still found it amazing, no one was surprised. In the eyes of outsiders, there is no rule in the disappearance of players. Only Han Xiao, who also has the player panel, knows the exact time. Version 3.0 is the stage of the real rise of the Black Star Legion, and its personnel size, armed forces, and identity status have been upgraded in all aspects. Han Xiao still remembers that when version 2.0 ended, the Black Star Legion had only 20 or 30 space bases, thousands of warships, and nearly 200 million in our deposits. There were only some forces in the Gadon galaxy, and now it has increased more than tens of thousands of times. This is enough to prove how huge my gains in this version are. I have almost seized all the opportunities one can seize. Promoting to a Super A level is like a carp jumping over the Dragon Gate and completing its transformation. With the current scale of the Black Star Legion, although all players downstream will affect the armed employment business, it will not hinder the normal operation of the Legion business. This version update spans 20 or 30 years. At that time, the Shining World was in the 4th phase of development. Han Xiao leaned against the chair, knocking on the table habitually, pondering secretly. Compared with the scale of a civilization, decades are a very short development time, but it only reproduces for 1 or 2 generations. However, if there is external interference, this time is enough to cause a subversive drastic change. When all knowledge can be answered by outsiders and technology does not require one's own slow exploration and research, it is entirely possible to climb from indigenous civilization to interstellar civilization in just a few decades with the terrifying learning efficiency of the Black Spirit race. The large-scale interference in the development process of low-level civilizations is an act that violates the Pan-Cosmic Civilization Contact Treaty. It is an act that restricts low-level civilizations from developing shortcuts, but its fundamental role is actually to reduce conflicts between interstellar forces. The desire to expand is proportional to its own strength. To avoid excessive saturation of high-level civilizations in various regions can reduce friction. On the other hand, it is also to protect low-level civilizations. But that's the same principle. No matter how good the regulations are, they will vary from person to person when they are implemented. With Han Xiao's current status, no one will take care of such trivial matters as long as he doesn't do it too much. Moreover, the Black Spirit clan is also known as his clan, and no one will attack him with this matter. With the territory, there will be no interference in doing such things. While thinking, Han Xiao took out the communicator and called the Imperial contact number. His Excellency He Xing, is there anything to ask me for? What do you think? Otherwise, what will I do for you? Han Xiao replied angrily, and then asked, how long will the first phase of Shining World be completed? I told me 2 years ago that the star map information of the 3 star fields has been basically improved. When will the senior management of the Empire announce the completion of the first phase of development? I'm not very clear about the exact time, but I guess it will be this year at the latest. I will notify me if there is any news. Don't worry, Commander-in-Chief Terekov will definitely tell you in advance. At this time, the Empire's contact paused and suddenly sank. By the way, there's one thing to tell you. The Blood Gold organization ignored the Empire's warning and did not stop the robbery of the evolutionist totem. Our allies have complaints about this. Han Xiao was a little surprised and pondered. It seems that they have found a backer. Well, to be precise, it was because the backers took the initiative to find them. The Glorious Federation provided protection to let them hide in the abyss of stars, and their remote control of their subordinates continued to accept plunder and employment. Glorious Federation? Sure enough, they couldn't help but start to attack the evolutionary totem. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. The intervention of the cosmic civilization was not as expected. After the waiting and watching of the Glorious Federation ended, it would not sit idly by and watch the Empire monopolize such strategic-level items. At present, the plan of the Guanghui Federation is still unclear. Han Xiao believes that the Guanghui Federation will not be limited to this kind of small-scale plunder. This output cannot meet their huge needs at all. There must be deeper plans behind it. The most likely thing is to use some means to force the Empire to open up the selling rights of the evolutionist totem. In this regard, Guanghui Federation has no conflict of interest with itself, and Han Xiao also wants to expand his business. However, now the legacy of the alien gods has been circulated, and the method of manufacturing totems has been mastered by many forces. The other party may also directly seek to seize the evolution block, but the probability is not high. The Zuling sect wanted to take advantage of the Empire's unaware of the totem technology, and its tragic experience is still vivid in my mind. Now that the totem technology has been exposed, the Empire's emphasis on blocks has been raised to a strategic level. If necessary, no one will risk the real war to grab blocks, and the losses are far greater than the benefits, but I cannot be unaware of it. What's the reaction from the Empire? The senior management had long guessed that this situation would occur and made a lot of preparations in secret. Although the Empire has most of the pressure, there are risks on your side. The senior management suggested that you stay in the Empire and only use mechanical troops to operate outside. Even if the Glorious Federation has a high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter, they would not dare to teleport to the Empire. This is indeed quite safe, but I can't stay in the Central Star Sea forever. That's no different from disguised imprisonment. Han Xiao sighed helplessly. The teleportation technology of the Glorious Federation is the best in the universe, so there is no reason to defend against thieves for thousands of days. As long as you don't hand over the evolutionary block for a day, you will always face such a dilemma. Interests are always accompanied by risks. If you want to completely solve this, you must make the entire universe fully recognize his ownership of the evolutionary block and not have any intention of robbing. Your own strength is one of the factors, and allowing the Empire to open up the right to buy is also an important prerequisite. It's a conspiracy. Guanghui Federation indirectly forced me to speak for them. Anyway, thank you for your reminder. I'll consider it again. Han Xiao shook his head and hung up the communication. After sitting for a while, Han Xiao stood up, pushed open the door, and went straight to the practical practice room, closed the door, opened the attribute panel, and turned his eyes to the experience slot. Players are offline. These stored experiences are important capital for themselves to improve their strength during the version update. In the 2 years from the middle of the version to the present, Han Xiao has accumulated a lot of experience, and it is more than enough to upgrade to level 300. The Empire cannot control it, and all he can do is to improve his own strength. Han Xiao breathed out and invested a lot of experience to upgrade. Master Mechanic, upgraded to LV21, Strength plus 360, Strength plus 5, Agility plus 5, Endurance plus 12, Intelligence plus 15. You will get 12 free attribute points and 1 potential point. Master Mechanic, upgraded to LV40 Max, Strength plus 1,200, Strength plus 5, agility plus 5, endurance plus 12, intelligence plus 15, you'll get 12 free attribute points and 1 potential point. Massive amounts of experience turned into fuel, causing the total level to soar from level 280 to level 300. A stream of heat flowed in the body, and the energy light burst out from the eyes. It took a few minutes to disappear. At this level, the upgrade fee will snowball like a snowball, and the increase will only get higher and higher. There is no channel to quickly supplement experience, and the cost-effectiveness of continuing to upgrade is limited. All free attribute points were thrown into intelligence to strengthen output ability. Han Xiao continued to look at the panel to prompt. You reach the upper limit of the main profession level, and you trigger the transfer task. Knowledgeable. At least 30 professional knowledge reaches the LV5 level, which requires 3 ultimate knowledge. The power of the mechanic comes from knowledge, and only by laying a solid foundation can you reach a new peak. You reach level 300, you trigger the advanced task. Energy filling. The strength level reaches LV19. The stronger the ability, the more energy you need to support these 2 tasks. Seem to be pretty good. Han Xiao raises eyebrows. Compared with challenge tasks, Han Xiao prefers this kind of advanced or transfer task that makes rigid requirements for attributes. He is already planning to improve his professional knowledge level, and a knowledgeable is right in his mind. Energy filling requires the power level of LV19, that is, the point power value. Han Xiao has been training radiation energy absorption, adding some power, plus the gain of 20 consecutive levels of upwards. The power value has just exceeded 10 W points, reaching LV18, and it is still about 2 W away from the requirement. Most of the super A-level strengths are above 100,000. Han Xiao is one of the group with very little strength. If it weren't for the special blue returning skills, the battery life would be reduced by at least 3 levels. When it cannot be upgraded, a lot of strength training methods are needed to fill this gap. Although the requirements are harsh, strength is indeed a key attribute, which is related to the efficiency of blood blue exchange. It is beneficial to yourself to complete this task step by step. However, no matter how much he said that, Han Xiao's body still honestly opened the random reward page. During this period, Han Xiao asked the mechanical troops to do some tasks outside and stockpiled some opportunities for random rewards, more than 20 times. I hope I can get the task settlement card. It's impossible that I don't have a single item for more than 20 times. Han Xiao prayed secretly. It's not even easy to draw this thing. Fortunately, it increases the explosion rate of high-value items. The task settlement card is a very cheap thing for players. It's even harder to draw high luck. If you rely on your big black face to draw, the explosion rate is probably a little higher. Without saying a word, Han Xiao directly twitched halfway through the draw, went out to wash his hands, and then came back to continue twitching. All random rewards have been drawn for more than 20 consecutive times, most of which are big street products such as experience crystallization. In addition, there are potential points X3, low-level skills X2, basic expertise X1, blank character card X1, skill enhancement card X1, double experience card X1, and 2 task settlement cards. After only 2 shots were drawn in a row for more than 20 years, was this a good luck or bad luck? Han Xiao's mouth twitched. 2 task settlement cards can directly complete the 2 requirements, but Han Xiao thought about it and did not plan to use the task settlement card here, which felt that it was not worth it. This thing is so hard to draw. I finally encountered 2 tasks that are not difficult. I will also use the task settlement card for future advancement and job transfers, so it is better to keep it. Han Xiao changed his mind. Knowledgeable is not difficult. He originally planned to upgrade his knowledge, and although energy-filled is demanding, it can be completed with just a little effort. He could still wait for this time, holding 2 task settlement card in his hand in case of emergency, and using them again in case of emergency. Otherwise, it would be a bit of a loss to waste the precious task settlement card here. Open Han Xiao and browse the attribute panel, because there was no advancement or transfer, but the attribute points and potential points were slightly improved. Han Xiao opened the interface of the profession knowledge tree and took a look. At present, The number of profession knowledge in LV5 is not as high as required by knowledgeable, but it is only a few less. You can achieve it by upgrading a few low-level knowledge. What is lacking is the ultimate knowledge at the top of the three qualities. Another important source of potential points is skill level, and the skill upgrade cost increases exponentially with the sum of character level and all skill levels. A non-professional ultimate skill needs 120 potential points to be added from 0 to full level. Before surpassing A, it is not suitable for Honda technicians. With his current stored experience, even if all of them are used to improve professional knowledge, it is not enough to upgrade all the ultimate knowledge to the full level. After thinking for a few seconds, he decided to upgrade the ultimate knowledge of Eternal Energy, Virtual Creator, and another control branch to the maximum level. The knowledge of the two positions does not have the penalty of triple potential point expenses. Open the skill bar directly, invest experience value to upgrade some drawing skills, and use them immediately after you get enough potential points, and click Eternal Energy and Virtual Creator to LV5. The final ultimate knowledge of the last manipulation branch has not been learned yet, and the CAM contribution is enough, but in order to maintain the effect of political assets, at least 6,000 points cannot be moved, and the reverence relationship has been maintained. Only when the CAM contribution reaches the point can there be enough room for exchange for this last ultimate knowledge, and the current gap is 3,000 or 4,000 points. The operation of upgrading and learning skills has been completed, and the reserved experience value has been greatly reduced. During the 2.0 version update, Han Xiao stored experience was only enough to upgrade from level 170 to level 207. In the 3.0 version, the number of Legion players increased several times, and the reward for upgrading to tasks became higher. There are also experiences in harvesting various new products. These factors have led to Han Xiao's current stored experience far exceeding the 2.0 update period. But no matter how many, there is an end. Moreover, when the consumption of upgrading at this stage is much greater than that at the low level, he needs to reserve a certain amount of experience to bet on drawings and exercise methods to improve strength. Han Xiao entered the field of quantum network and ordered Philip to purchase exercise methods within the universe and use the Legion's financial resources. This is just a small matter, and he doesn't need to worry about it himself. Then, Han Xiaoqing clicked on the random rewards to gain. The two low-level skills drawn were rather useless, and the basic feat was still okay, called Brain Enhancement. The effect was Intelligence Attribute plus 4%. In other words, hundreds of points of intelligence were added. Intelligence is the core attribute of the mechanic, and this basic feat is still valuable. In addition, the slightly more useful ones are the Blank Character card and Skill Enhancement card. A Skill Enhancement card that I drew a long time ago has been in the panel, but has not been used. There are now two. What is better to strengthen? Han Xiao browsed the skill bar and pondered in a low voice. This ability will not trigger skill mutations and can only enhance certainly in basic values. At present, its own combat mode is very comprehensive, and it seems that it is good to strengthen any skill. After thinking about it, Han Xiao used 1-4 Gene Liberation, and this explosive ability is still very powerful. It will be better to strengthen it anyway. Skill Enhancement card activation. Target, Gene Liberation LV10, Intensification. After the enhancement, the effect of Gene Liberation LV10 has been improved. No skill mutation was triggered. Han Xiao was not surprised. Gene Liberation was mutated from, well, burning. I have tested it in my previous life. If you repeatedly use the enhancement card for the same skill, the chance of mutation will be greatly reduced. The first time is 20%, the second time seems to be 5%, and the third time is 1%. After taking a look at the skill description, the minimum damage bonus of Gene Liberation has been increased from 220% to 240%. The maximum bonus has been increased from 480% to 520%. The sustained effect has been increased from 2s to 2.4 seconds. The cooling has been reduced from 7 minutes to 6 minutes and 20 seconds, and the additional passive activation has been increased from 20% health to 28% health, and the enhancement amplitude is okay. There is also an enhancement card. Han Xiao watched it for a long time and didn't feel that there was any skill that needed to be strengthened, so he simply continued to save it. Players can also draw skill enhancement cards, and the enhancement effect of 1 is the same. Only when a number increases can a qualitative change effect be produced. For example, strengthening minus 90% of the luckiness of Lucky Curse to minus 100% luck. All card props, such as character arrival cards, skill enhancement cards, etc., are bound and cannot be traded, so the temporary character cards obtained by juicing will be sought after. If not, Han Xiao would have sent a task to collect it in the morning. After all the processing was processed, Han Xiao turned off the panel and left the practical practice room. On the way, he took out the communicator and contacted Ziwia. How is the preparation for this Black Star party? The official meeting was held a month later, and it was arranged. By the way, I specifically paid attention to the trends in the war field. The time for the hostage party this year has been adjusted, which is similar to ours. Han Xiao laughed silently. Little Baba is unhappy again. If I were the hostage, I would be angry too. Ziwia was not angry. We can't just allow him to hold a party alone. Others can't hold it. Besides, he and I are not good friends. So why do you want to take care of him? Han Xiao scratched his chin. Ziwia snorted, not commenting on the relationship between Han Xiao and the Domineer, and said to herself, this year, there are more evolutionary totem collaborators. More representatives of civilizations and forces attended the party, and many of them were guests from other star fields. According to statistics, in addition to the local guests of the Empire and the Broken Star Ring, there are also 11-star cluster-level civilization representatives, 413 galaxy-level civilization representatives, and more than 40 representatives of civil organizations, including Super A-level allies that you have been in contact with. Yes, the business has expanded again. Han Xiao nodded. If the Empire opened up the purchasing rights of the Evolutions Totem, I don't know how many times the power of my PY will be increased. Good hospitality, don't neglect the guests. After giving a casual instruction, Han Xiao hung up the communication. The follow-up plan needs to be started after the Empire divides the territory. At present, we can only make some preparations while waiting. A month passed in a flash, and the day of the Black Star Party was held as scheduled. The party has been held for several sessions, and the Legion cadres, such as Sivya, have become familiar with the process and are familiar with the way to receive representatives of forces from afar. Han Xiao also personally met with important customers before the official gathering and invited local star cluster representatives from the Broken Star Ring to gather together. Haha, Black Star, it's been a long time since we met. Lever, the representative of the Amethyst civilization, was the first to enter the reception room, laughed, and greeted him. Han Xiao also smiled and stood up and hugged him. The two are old friends. When Han Xiao was at the level of natural disaster, he developed it by taking advantage of the opportunity of a secret war. Later, although he turned to the Red Empire, he had always maintained a good relationship with the Amethyst civilization. The Amethyst civilization maintained a neutral position and did not express its intention to defect to the Empire. It was at the request of Han Xiao that they were able to purchase the evolutionary totem. They are currently the only non-imperial ally customer. Amethyst also attaches great importance to the Super A-level forces on its territory, and the two sides are very harmonious. The two of them sat down and started to greet each other, and Lever couldn't help but sigh. Just now, I saw many other civilized representatives of the star field outside. Alas, it's only been a few years, and your changes have been too big. There are some luck factors. Han Xiao smiled. Lever shook his head, sighing. A few years ago, the Black Star Legion was just a normal armed organization that cooperated with the Amethyst civilization. After only a few years, it transformed into a target that hundreds of civilizations valued and favored. Even their Amethyst civilization does not have such influence. Seeing the little shrimp that once needed his own support become a behemoth today, Lever's mood was a little complicated. After chatting for a while, the other 6 local star cluster-level civilization representatives of the Broken Star Rings have arrived. Now, there is no star cluster-level civilization in this star field that does not give Han Xiao the face. Even the Krent Empire next door sends people to participate every time. Seeing his old rival, Lever raised his brow and joked, "Hey, why are you Krent here again? I remember that this year's Tyrant Party was also held at this time. Are you not afraid that Heber is unhappy?" "Humph. There are other colleagues on the Tyrant side." Representative Krent snorted. "The grudges formed by the secret war have not disappeared to this day, but because of interests, Krent could only pinch his nose to please Han Xiao. Although they are allies of the Empire, if Black Star does not want to sell the evolutionary totem to Krent, they will have no choice, so they dare not ignore it. These 7-star cluster-level civilizations control the Broken Star Ring. Han Xiao has various business dealings with them. His network and influence are much stronger than Heber. Other star cluster-level representatives attend the Overlord's gatherings, giving Heber more face. When attending the Black Star Rings, it is because of the interests that are related, and this relationship is more involved. Han Xiao's power in Broken Star Rings has surpassed Heber. Han Xiao chatted with everyone about contact. After a while, the communicator suddenly vibrated. He looked down and saw that it was a message from Suiya. "Teacher, Sorgen has arrived." Han Xiao had previously told Suiya to pay attention to Sorgen. Seeing this, his eyes flashed. He stood up and smiled at the 7-star cluster-level representatives present. "Everyone, I'll lose my companion for the time being." Sorokin's fleet docked at the dock and immediately attracted a lot of attention. The name of Infinite Consortium has been heard of these civilizations, but after a few glances, he withdrew his gaze. The Black Star Legion is a special Imperial Super A-level ally, and is also a big shot. It is not surprising that the Infinite Consortium comes to attend the party. King Sorrow got off the spaceship and saw the crowds of people on the dock at a glance. He narrowed his eyes slightly and had a clearer understanding of the power of the Black Star Legion. Although the Legion's number of partners in the universe is not as good as his Infinite Consortium, the Broken Star Ring is perhaps the most powerful local snake and must not be underestimated. At this time, Fording, who had been waiting for a long time, came up with a smile. "I'm a guardian of Black Star Fording. Welcome all the guests from the Infinite Consortium to come to the Black Star Army. Lord Sorgen, Black Star is waiting to meet you." Hearing this, Sorgen withdrew his gaze and looked at Fording. His breath suddenly paused, and a hint of stunning and confusion flashed in his eyes. He looked up and down. His tone was a little uncertain. "Are you a man or a woman?" "Maybe all." Fording smiled gently and added, "But it's mainly a man." "Oh, I understand." Sorokin coughed. "Please lead the way. I'm also looking forward to meeting Lord Blackstar." Everyone left the dock and headed to another reception room. Sorokin looked around all the way and observed the situation of the Blackstar Legion. Halfway through the way, he couldn't help but ask, "I heard that the Blackstar Legion has a magical undead army. This time I came here, I wanted to see it. Why didn't I see it all the way?" Fording smiled. "Oh, you came so badly. They happen to be none of them." "Oh, is that true?" Sorokin twitched. A month ago, not long after he arrived at the Broken Star Ring, news came from behind that all the undead recruited by the Consortium had disappeared. Sorokin thought it was an isolated case, but he did not expect that the undead on the Black Star Army also disappeared. Sure enough, no matter how far apart, there is a connection between these undead people. Sorokin has been observing the players, but he has no way of knowing the disappearance of the players at all. At this time, he can only admit his unluckiness. The idea of contacting the undead on this trip was obviously unsuccessful, and it was really not the time to come. When he arrived at the reception room, Sorgen sat and waited for a while, and the door was opened again. It was Han Xiao who rushed over. Seeing this, Sorgen immediately stood up to meet him. Although he was a Super A-level with a strong aura, as a Consortium merchant, he had no airs to treat his peers and took the initiative to extend his hand. "Hello, I am Sorokin, the head of the Infinite Consortium. I am very honored to meet with the legendary master who captured the strange god." Sorokin curled a faint smile on his lips and nodded to greet him. "This is also my honor. Please sit down." Han Xiao shook hands with him, without showing any abnormality. The two of them sat down, And Sorgen smiled and said in a sincere tone, "Although I am far away in the sea of stars, I often hear the deeds of black stars. I was thinking a long time ago when we could cooperate. Now, there is a business opportunity, so I came with sincerity. I hope that our first contact today is a good start for the future cooperation between the two parties." "I hope so too." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, smiling. "First contact? You guys, if I hadn't known you well, I would have thought you were so sincere on the surface. In my previous life, there was not much information about Sorokin. In the eyes of players, this is a super A level with a low sense of presence and no outstanding record." During this period, Han Xiao also asked his friends in the super A level circle and found that Sorgen had never competed with super A level. The circle said that his personal combat power was not very good. Super A level seemed to be just an identity that was convenient for commercial negotiations. After compiling various statements, Sorokin seems to be a freak who is separated from the Super A-level evaluation system. Compared with the Super A-level itself, his businessman attributes are stronger. However, people who can become Super A-level people have experienced all kinds of difficulties and obstacles. Without a strong mentality, it is impossible to have Super A-level power. Han Xiao thinks that Sorgen may not be as mediocre as he appears to be, and there may be many mysteries in him. Because the information is limited, it is best to understand the other person's personality through personal contact. Han Xiao's thoughts changed slightly. It's better to find a way to poke him out of the battle information. Thinking of Sorgen's information, Han Xiao's face was normal, and then Sorgen asked, with an interesting tone, "I wonder how you are going to cooperate?" Shining World is a rare business opportunity. I heard that the Red Empire will divide the territory of allies to participate in the development of land. After the new star domain is opened in the future, the Shining World will be included in the circulation system of the entire universe. At that time, countless interstellar citizens will pour in, and this star domain will usher in explosive development. The Empire allies who have these territories are the biggest winners. So we hope to invest vigorously in the Black Star Army and build the territory in advance with you." As he said, Sorgen smiled faintly. "Our unlimited consortium invests in the entire universe and will not miss any business opportunities. I believe that Your Excellency Black Star also knows our financial resources and helps us to build the territory twice the result with half the effort. Yes, the market value of Infinite Consortium is indeed amazing. I won't doubt your strength." Han Xiao nodded. Many subsidiaries of Infinite Consortium have been listed in the interstellar stock markets in different regions early on, with transparent and public market value. You can tell by checking that the number will make uninformed people wonder whether INL is an extremely cheap currency. Resources are often gathered in the hands of a few people. In the interstellar era, the gap between the rich and the poor is as big as the difference between the wild beasts on the surface and the civilized citizens of the cosmic level. The development of the Shining World territory by the Empire's allies is inevitably supported by various consortiums. It is also a means of sharing costs and commercial cooperation. The Red Empire itself also acquiesced to sign contracts with the consortium and build them together. It sounds like there is nothing wrong with it. It is indeed a normal interest demand for the consortium. But Sorgen, this guy, Han Xiao's face did not change, but he was muttering in his heart. Seeing that Han Xiao did not show his attitude, Sorgen narrowed his eyes and continued. "The Black Star Legion is now huge in business and occupies the Broken Star Ring. In terms of financial resources, it is no longer inferior to the large consortium on the front line. Because of its deep background, wide network, and imperial support, it has a very stable status. If the Black Star Legion goes public and issues credit coupons, it will definitely attract countless interstellar citizens to invest, and it will not be a problem to increase its market value by dozens of times." "What do you mean?" Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Sorgen smiled. "It just so happens that our Infinite Consortium is experienced in this area. If the Black Star Legion has ideas, we are happy to help the Black Star Legion publicly recruit." "Let's talk about this later." Han Xiao interrupted Sorgen. "This thing is the authentic leak cutting, But at present there are pros and cons, and he does not have this idea for the time being. Upon hearing this, Sorokin also stopped this topic at the right time and asked, "So what does Your Excellency Blackstar think about the cooperation requirements I put forward?" Han Xiao thought for a while and asked in a deep voice, "It's not just me who could develop a shining world. Logically speaking, after the territory assigned by each company is determined, those consortiums will move and choose high-quality territory cooperation. Now that all the allies have not yet chosen territory, are you so sure to bet on me?" "Aha. I also have some connections in the Red Empire and have received some insider information. Even if you don't have this relationship, based on your contributions to the Lighthouse Star Battle and the Fall of the Gods, as well as your strategic evolutionary blocks, you will know that the territory given to you by the Empire is definitely the best. Since that's the case, why should I hesitate?" Sorokin smiled. This statement was not fake. If there was no interest dispute behind it, and he was asked to choose an imperial ally to invest, he would also choose the Black Star Legion. With Han Xiao's record and importance, everyone knows that the Black Star Legion will definitely get the largest piece of fat. It's just a pity. Is this true? Han Xiao looked at Sorjin deeply. This guy is sincere, full of sincerity, and his words are in line with his interests. He seems to really want to cooperate with me. But because Sorjin once intervened in the attempts exposed by Gular's civil war, Han Xiao never let go of his guard against him. He hesitated for a while and asked, "If I promise to cooperate with you, are you going to sign a contract with me now?" "That's not." Sorjin shook his head and laughed. "I'm just here to reach a preliminary intention. After the territory is determined, the specific details of the contract can be improved. Of course, the main reason why I came here in person is that you designated me to attend the Black Star Party. This kind of big business does require me to discuss in person, and on the other hand, I also admire the deeds of Your Excellency Haystar." Jing said good words of flattery, and it looked like a super A-level style. Han Xiao said intimately. At this time, Han Xiao thought and said, "Since that's the case, I have no objection. Then I wish us a happy cooperation." Sorjin smiled. Han Xiao did not laugh and changed the subject and said slowly, "By the way, I heard that the Infinite Consortium has many super A-level shareholders as shareholders, some of which are ancient people, such as the mechanical country Madison, and an Empire's super A-level allies are also your shareholders." "That's right. Infinite Consortium uses the position of shareholders to exchange resources and protection." "That's right." "Yes. Well, if you want to cooperate with me, your verbal promises are still unstable. Shining world development is still long in the future. If I become a shareholder of the Infinite Consortium, I will naturally cooperate with the Infinite Consortium in full. I ask myself if the name of Black Star is still a bit of a stance in the universe. Lord Sorjin, I don't know if I am qualified to get a shareholder position with my level and these chips." Through the Gular Civil War, he knew that the Infinite Consortium had an attempt to steal vegetables. If he could enter the Infinite Consortium, he still didn't know who would pry whose corner. Sorjin looked embarrassed. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and his tone sank deliberately. "Oh, do you think I'm not qualified?" "Of course not." Sorjin shook his head, but he sneered in his heart. "I'm afraid you are really not qualified. The first time I met me, I wanted a plan to be a shareholder of the Infinite Consortium. I had a big appetite. It seems that the record of Lighthouse Star and the Alien God made Black Star crazy and arrogant." Sorjin said intimately. Thinking of this in my heart, Sorjin looked helpless on his face. Of course Haixing is qualified, but the consortium is so large that the shareholder position is not what I want. Even if I want, other shareholders may not be willing. Moreover, the 3 cosmic civilizations, each with only one shareholder, and there is one in the Empire. You understand what I mean. "Oh, so that's it." Han Xiao nodded. There were checks and balances between the 3 major civilizations, and they were really invisible everywhere. This reason is useful, and it seems difficult to test something verbally. In this case, I won't talk about these serious matters for the time being. No matter what, I'm very happy to see another super A-level person today. Han Xiao stared at Sorjin. Are you interested in following the custom of super A-level person and competing with me? No, I'm not good at fighting. Sorgen waved his hand and smiled. Haha, come on, a super A-level person says he is not good at fighting. You are perfunctory. Although I'm super A-level person, I don't like to use martial arts. I haven't fought with anyone for a long time, and my combat skills have been abandoned. Besides, the record of Your Highness Black Star spreads throughout the universe. I don't think I'm not an opponent, and there is no need to compete. After that, Sorgen stood up and smiled. If I guess correctly, you'll meet other guests later. I'm just here, and I'm just here today. I'll visit you tomorrow, and I'll talk to you later. What do you think? Okay. Han Xiao had a nod when he heard this. He came from far away and couldn't force Sorgen to stay. Sorokin smiled, exchanged communicator numbers, and left the reception room. After he left, Han Xiao frowned. This guy doesn't get in. If he doesn't agree to the competition, I have to think of other ways. Sorokin is also a big shot in the side. When he comes to discuss cooperation, he can't go up and fight him directly. The other party's attitude is not clear, so it's not good to make enemies rashly. However, although Luo Jin seemed very sincere, Han Xiao always felt that the other party did not really want to cooperate with him. After recalling the communication just now, Han Xiao found it difficult to see through Sorgen's personality, as if he was wearing a mask throughout the whole process. I don't know what he was thinking. Han Xiao rubbed his temples and sighed helplessly. Dealing with such people is the most tiring. Meanwhile, the Broken Star Ring, the Warfield headquarters. This year's Overlord's Party and Black Star Party were held at the same time. The Broken Star Rings of civilizations will not lose sight of one thing. And they also sent envoys to attend the Overlord's Party following the habits of previous years. On the top of the palace in the Warfield, Heber stood in front of a huge hanging window. Outside the window was a black and gray surface fortress and the cosmic stars all over the sky. His eyes were staring at the residences of all the messengers. In previous years, these envoys would take advantage of the period before the tyrants' gathering to interact with each other and make friends. But now, these envoys have almost no movement. Most of them stay in their rooms, and the hall seems deserted, like a pool of stagnant water. Because the Black Star Gathering is more lively, and there are more forces involved, the various civilizations that broke the Star Ring regard the Black Star Gathering as the main stage of communication, and the Overlord's Gathering has become a secondary occasion. The things to be discussed can be finished on the Black Star, and there is no need to walk around here. Now, these civilizations attend the Gathering of Overlords, and they're more about going through the formalities to give face, and there is no longer the lively, grand occasion of the past. Black Star. Herbert's expression was tense, and his fist that was behind him was clenched tightly. At this moment, Chief Staff Officer Jod walked into the room, came behind Herbert, and whispered, "His Excellency, the messenger of the Infinite Consortium is here. She is waiting outside. Let her come in." Herbert didn't look back. After a while, Lawful walked into the room and looked at the tall back in front of the window. He felt a sense of oppression coming towards him at just one glance. She calmed down a little and whispered, "I've seen Mr. Domineer." She was not even in natural disaster level, and could not be as calm as her father Sorgen faced Han Xiao. "I heard that your Infinite Consortium wants to cooperate with me." Herbert turned around and glanced at Loafer. "That's right, it's about shining the world. As a consortium, you want to invest, right? You don't need to interview me for such a small matter. Go and find a cadre who is responsible for business cooperation." Herbert withdrew his gaze and lost interest. Lawful gritted his silver teeth and took out a letter. "His Excellency, Sorokin told me to bring you a letter." "Letter?" Heber frowned. In this era, there are convenient means of information transmission, such as quantum communication. Handwritten letters are more for the purpose of keeping confidentiality. Heber is a little confused. He has no friendship with Sorokin. What does it mean to bring me a letter? It can't be a love letter. Then Herbert turned around and looked at Lawful, and with strength, he grabbed the letter in his hand. He opened it and took a look. Suddenly his eyes shrank, his face became serious, and he carefully read the content of the letter. "So that's it." Heber pinched his hand, and the letter turned into powder and disappeared from fragments and atoms. He then looked at Xiao. You go out first. Xiao was stunned and had to take the leave first and take the door with him. There were only 2 people left in the room. A bright light flashed in Herbert's eyes, and a strong force surged out, filling the entire room, isolating external detection. And then he slowly spoke. Do you want me to deal with the Black Star Army? Yes. Loafer nodded. It's ridiculous. Herbert said coldly. Although I have a rift with Black Star, I am an ally of the Empire, so I can't do anything to him. You have found the wrong person. Loafer took a deep breath, recalling what Sorokin taught him, and spoke in a deep voice. Black Star has only risen for more than 20 years, and how many 20 years have you been operating in the Broken Star Ring? Black Star has come from behind, and its business is booming. Now its influence has surpassed you. Lord Domineer, are you willing? Herbert looked indifferent, but did not refute. As both an allies of the Empire, the Red Empire has always been partial to the Black Star Army, and has focused on supporting them. Have you ever wondered why? Herbert interrupted her, and said slowly, he has an evolutionary block, but I don't. It's that simple. That's right. Lofier's tone rose. This is the crux of the problem. So do you want me to help you take the evolutionary block? Herbert was indifferent, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. Of course not. We just want him to lose the evolutionary block. There is still a difference between the two. Oh, how do you say it? Snatching is almost impossible. Guanghui and Zuling will not act rashly. As an ally of the Empire, you have to watch over the Black Star Legion and will never sit idly by our behavior. So what we hope is to let Black Star take the initiative to hand over the evolutionary block. Herbert almost wanted to laugh. Leave the evolutionary block to outsiders? Do you think Black Star is crazy or stupid? Humph! I understand that Black Star bastard, a pure interestist, and want him to take the initiative to give up the treasures of the universe unless your infinite consortium goes bankrupt tomorrow. No, I didn't say that. Loeffel paused. But what if Black Star handed over the object of the evolutionary block? Is the Red Empire? Herbert narrowed his eyes and had a little interest. Let me tell you in detail. I don't need to emphasize the value of the evolutionary block. Now this cosmic treasure coveted by countless forces on Black Star is very risky for the Empire. But the cosmic civilization will not force super A-level allies to hand over the universe treasure. So it acquiesced to the Black Star's ownership of the evolutionary block. But this does not mean that the Empire is at ease. Herbert nodded lightly. It's true, continue. Only by controlling the evolutionary block in the hands of the Empire can this risk be eliminated. Although the Lighthouse Star battle won, it also sounded a wake-up call to the Empire. Instead of believing in the combat power of the Black Star, it is better to avoid similar things happening again. The high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter of the Lightning Federation is always a threat. Think about it. It is so dangerous that it can gather a group of super A-level raids at the headquarters of the Black Star Legion at any time. If it can be done, it has been done long ago. Herbert was unmoved. Yes, considering all reasons, the Glorious Federation will not take risks rashly, so it took a roundabout way to put pressure on the Empire and the Black Star. But if all the means are ineffective, the possibility of adventure will become higher and higher. Herbert said without comment and said lightly, even if there are external threats, Ulan Riel attaches importance to the Black Star, and the Empire will not force him. The success rate of your plan can be ignored. I advise you to give up as soon as possible. Always give it a try. Loafer said slowly, Black Star is close to the head of the Empire faction and has received a lot of protection, but you also know that there are many factions in the Empire. Since the emergence of the evolutionary totem, the call for Black Star to hand over the evolutionary block has become louder and louder. Black Star refuses to settle in the Empire's mother star with the evolutionary block, which has also made more factions firm up their minds. Herbert frowned. You know a little more. Hearing this, Loeffel smiled mysteriously. Because I came not only on behalf of Guanghui and Zuling. Ha ha ha. Herbert suddenly burst into laughter, and his tone was playful. You have such a big appetite. You actually want to eat 3 families. No wonder I was wondering just now. If Black Star handed over the evolutionary block to the Empire, Guanghui and Zuling would not even have a last chance to take risks. So that's it. Loafer smiled and did not answer, and secretly sighed in his heart that Sorokin's courage. Sorokin agreed to the transaction between Guanghui and Zuling on the surface, and secretly contacted some factions of the Empire, changing the plan to suppress the Black Star Legion, saying that it was to prompt the Black Star to hand over the evolutionary blocks and conduct a second transaction behind the scenes, making the Infinite Consortium's intention to suppress the Black Star Legion in line with the interests of the three companies. It is not only to leave a way out, but also to maximize interests. Sorokin is not a guy who obeys orders calmly. He has his own interests. The Infinite Consortium has developed to its current scale and has long since made no money in war. The series of turmoil brought about by the Lighthouse Star Battle has caused the stock price and market of the Infinite Consortium to fluctuate and suffer considerable losses. In order to prevent such a situation from happening again, Sorokin would rather become a pacifist, completely cut off the possibility of the evolutionary bloc provoking war, make the two companies lose the possibility of taking risks, and resolve the conflict between the three major cosmic civilizations. The evolutionary bloc's fall into the hands of the Empire can eliminate the risk of cosmic turmoil. On the surface, they agreed to the glory and the vile spirit, but in fact they were the third party's position. Lothal paused and said in a deep voice, "When the Empire has the evolutionary bloc, the income of the evolutionary totem is captured by the Empire, and the Black Star is kicked out. In this way, the Empire will change from a collaborator to a beneficiary, enjoy all the benefits, and the possibility of opening up the right to purchase to the outside world will increase, so that the goal of light and empty spirit can be met. They don't want to take risks, and they completely eliminate this kind of thought, and may even breathe a sigh of relief." Sorokin, "Humph, this guy's a bit interesting." Herbert narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "After saying so much, the premise is that the Black Star handed over the evolutionary block. If not, these are all empty words. What do you plan to do?" Hearing this, Lothal was happy. Hebrew asked, which means he was moved. "It's very simple. I put internal and external pressure on Black Star at the same time, so that he can see that the benefits of handing over the evolutionary block are greater than keeping it. Tell me, the Battle of Lighthouse Star, Black Star achieved huge results, thus blocking the mouths of the factions that demanded handing over the evolutionary block, but the casualties of the Empire are also real. As long as the Empire's losses on the evolutionary totem issue continue to increase, Black Star will encounter more pressure from the Empire, and even the head of Ulan Riel cannot suppress them all. But this aspect is the work of glory and void spirit. I can't disclose it. What about external pressure? This is going to deal with the Black Star Legion itself, so we need your help. If I betray the Empire, then there is no talk." Lothal smiled. "Don't worry, this is definitely beneficial and harmless. Even if I don't target the Black Star Legion, the war field will be profitable and will not have any conflicts with the Empire. How to do it? It's very simple. Our unlimited consortium contributes capital, cooperates with the war field to expand its business, seize the market stolen by the Black Star Legion, suppress the Black Star Legion's business, and at the same time develops the Shining World territory together. We will use our influence in the Empire to gain a better territory for you. You are also an ally of the Empire. The two legitimate business competitions, and the Empire will not have any objections. The strength of the Infinite Consortium is also clear. With our investment, the war field will always be in a good position regardless of whether the plan is completed or not." Hearing this, Heber closed his eyes and pondered. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes again and replied indifferently, "Okay, I agree." Lothal felt relieved, and his tense nerves relaxed, and he chuckled. In this transaction, only Black Star lost, but for the sake of the peace of the universe, I can only feel wronged. Peace of the universe. Heber laughed in his heart, but there was no expression on his face, and he slowly said, "The Glorious Federation, the Void Spirit Sect, some factions of the Red Empire, plus my war field. Humph, Your Infinite Consortium has done a lot of action, and he created an anti-Black Star alliance. This is business, not a personal grudge. Lofel smiled indifferently. I hope he is more sensible. Anyway, he will not hand over the blocks in vain. The Empire will definitely give enough compensation. Heber secretly curled his lips. Although he didn't like Black Star, in his opinion, the chance of Black Star compromise was infinitely close to zero. The harsh man's ability to withstand pressure was terrible. Even if Lofel said it so much, he was still not optimistic about the Infinite Consortium's plan. But the warfield is not bad, and Herber is willing to cooperate with the Infinite Consortium to take the opportunity to develop himself. He is unwilling to sit idly by Han Xiao, to leave himself farther and farther away. The next day, the Black Star Army headquarters. There are a few days left before the formal gathering, and many guests are walking around each other and expanding their social circle, which is very lively. Han Xiao visited Sorokin early in the morning and invited him to visit the army headquarters. Sorokin happily agreed. While wandering around the headquarters and chatting, Han Xiao once again made a request for discussion, but Sorokin still declined. Han Xiao was a little helpless. They just don't fight and admit defeat directly without a strong mentality of not giving in. While Han Xiao was hesitating, Sorokin seemed to suddenly remember something. I heard that Aesop is here with you. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Do you know that terrible, old guy? When he was an ancient man before, I met him a few times and invited him to join the Infinite Consortium, but unfortunately he refused. Sorokin shook his head. The old man Aesop is really a socialite. There are big people who know him wherever he goes. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. By the way, I still seem to hear that Emmys and you are in a lover relationship. Han Xiao was stunned. Where did you hear this? Many places are spreading, and I heard it by chance. Sorokin sighed. The combination between super A levels is too rare. I don't remember who it was on the previous couple. The head of the dignified Infinite Consortium actually has the leisure to pay attention to this gossip news. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly. It is as the leader of the consortium that you need to pay attention to any news, and business opportunities are often hidden in it. Sorokin smiled. Han Xiao's eyes rolled and suddenly remembered something. If I remember correctly, you seem to be the successor of the Infinite Consortium, not the founder. Yes, there is very little information about you in the universe. I'm a little curious about your experience before becoming a Super A level. Mr. Black Star cares so much about my childhood? Sorokin smiled. In the eyes of many Super A level people, life before being promoted to Super A level people is no different from childhood. Just curious. Han Xiao waved his hand. That's all the past. It's nothing more than training and fighting. There's nothing to mention. Sorokin smiled and shook his head and suddenly asked, I don't know what ambitions Mr. Black Star has. Ambition? Does the peace of the universe count? Han Xiao joked. Such a coincidence, so do I. Sorokin beat him up. While chatting, Han Xiao secretly entered the field of vision of the quantum network and contacted Aesop, and soon hacked Aesop's communicator. An old face suddenly appeared in the field of vision of quantum networks, obviously startled. Black Star? I'm watching the show. What did you do if you blacked my communicator? Old man, if you have something to ask you, do you know Sorokin? Aesop was stunned and asked in confusion. I know you. Why did you mention him? He is next to me. I'm very curious about him. What kind of person was he when you met him before? Hearing this, Aesop pondered for a while and said, Sorokin, 'tis a cunning guy. You will never know what words he said are true. You'd better be cautious when dealing with him. Then how's his combat power? I don't know. It's better than me anyway. Aesop spread his hands. Are you nonsense? Han Xiao was speechless. Okay, don't bother me. Hurry up and restore my communicator to normal. I want to continue watching the show. After disconnecting the communication, Han Xiao withdrew from the quantum network vision, turned his head and forgot Sorokin's glance, made up his mind, and threw it directly. His fist speed was as fast as his speed. Sorokin reacted quickly and raised his arm to block the punch. Zong. There's not much force on the fist, but it also made a muffled sound, and a ring of air shock waves fluctuated. His Excellency Blackstar, what do you mean? Sorokin narrowed his eyes. You said you were abandoning the battle, but I still don't believe it. Try your reaction. Han Xiao smiled, not hiding it. Sorokin frowned, then smiled and shook his head. As a super A level, I still have this reaction. If you're a martial artist, I can't stop this punch. Lord Haixing, don't scare me anymore. I'm really not your opponent. Okay, I'm reckless, sorry. Han Xiao withdrew his hand casually and pretended not to care. Seeing this, Sorokin let out a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that Han Xiao would offend him and would take action even if he offended him. He thought he was forcibly trying to compete with him. However, Haixing stopped with just one blow. It surprised him so easily. After thinking about it, Sorokin felt relieved. Blackstar once killed his subordinates in seconds. He was very decisive in his eyes. Although it was unexpected, it was in line with the image of Han Xiao in his heart. However, he didn't know that the combat information triggered by this strike was enough for Han Xiao to see his old background. Han Xiao quietly opened the panel, glanced at the battle prompt, and his eyes suddenly condensed. As expected, I was not wrong. This pussy is indeed not simple. The level is a question mark. When I was at level 280, Madison was a question mark. I am now at level 300. Sorokin is also a question mark. This guy's combat power is also at the peak of Super A level. He has been hiding for so long, making all Super A level think he is very weak. What exactly does he want to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger? Han Xiao's thoughts flew, and his eyes immediately narrowed. In the battle information, Sorokin's level is a question mark. Like Madison before, what is exposed is only a small part of his abilities. Sorokin's strength can be seen from the leopard. Sorokin is a psychic. Almost all the abilities displayed are related to the mind. Intensifying the invasion, reading, manipulation, and other aspects of mind in many ways, Han Xiao also saw several special skills and expertise. Soul Immortal. When the health value is cleared, your soul can survive from its broken body. In this case, you become an energy body and soul life. Obtain a new life groove and will not decay. It has physical immunity and extremely high negative resistance, can penetrate most obstacles, and can be stored in the brain domain of other living bodies. Only energy and spiritual attacks can cause harm to you. Powerful spiritual energy blesses your soul with immortality. Even if you lose your body, as long as the soul is immortal, you will still survive. Reshaping of the flesh. If your body is destroyed, you can consume spiritual energy to reshape it. The current blood volume of the reshaped body is 30%. The flesh is the carrier of a soul and is also a barrier. Multidimensional energy absorption. You can absorb free multidimensional energy to replenish your energy. Soul Power Foundation. Special expertise. Your soul can also provide and store power like physical cells. Eternal life. Your spiritual resistance is slightly enhanced. Crazy Master Sorokin. Exclusive expertise. Your spiritual power strength plus 75%. Your intelligence and mysterious attributes plus 20%. And all mental skills effect levels plus 4. This effect can break through the upper level limit. What a powerful ability. Han Xiao was in a bit severe mood. Soul Immortal and reshaping of the flesh can be regarded as magical skills for those with spiritual abilities. Ordinary spiritual abilities still die without their bodies. No matter how bad they are, their souls will continue to decline. However, Sorokin's soul become the life of its own and does not need a carrier. This may be a change brought about by the sublimation of the race. Based on these two abilities and the expertise of eternal life, Han Xiao had some guesses. Could it be Sorokin actually lived with a different identity for a long time? No wonder he has so little information. If this is the case, his age is likely to be greater than I imagined. Han Xiao was secretly alert and looked at him. If it weren't for the battle information, it would be hard for him to guess that Sorokin had such a secret based on his low-key and conceited style alone. This guy is very strong, but he puts himself in a very low position. He doesn't care about giving in and likes to flatter others, so he is easily underestimated by others. Although he has lived for a long time, he is completely different from a guy like Madison with a strong aura. Olding compares. Han Xiao muttered in his heart. Sorajin, who was standing beside him, naturally didn't know what he had leaked, nor did he know what Han Xiao was thinking. The test just now made him a little unhappy and didn't say anything for a while. The two walked silently for a few minutes. Sorajin's eyes suddenly changed. He received good news from Lofiel. He smiled on his face. After thinking about it, he spoke again. Hello, Black Star. I wonder if you have the intention to publicly sell the evolutionist totem. Han Xiao came to his senses and raised his eyebrows. I don't care, it mainly depends on the Empire's meaning. Alas, if the evolutionary totem can be sold to all civilizations, the market value of the Black Star Army after its listing will be stable at an extremely high level. The profit of this monopoly business is too great, but unfortunately we cannot cooperate. Sorajin's expression was a little regretful. Han Xiao smiled and didn't answer, but his heart moved, and he always felt that Sorajin's words mean something else. After visiting the headquarters for a while, the two separated. Han Xiao watched Sorajin back to his room, looked at him in place for a few seconds before turning around and walking away and returned to his office. After thinking for a while in the office, Han Xiao contacted Zaiwia and ordered in a deep voice, check out the movements of the Infinite Consortium after entering the Broken Star Ring. I understand. A few days later, the Black Star Party was held as scheduled, and all the guests gathered in the banquet hall, and the scene was very lively. Han Xiao delivered a simple speech, summarizing the results of last year's cooperation, and announced the beginning of the banquet amid applause. The major civilization envoys and representatives of many cooperative organizations were present, all of whom were partners of the Black Star Army, covering many businesses. A few years ago, Han Xiao decided on the Pan-Star Domain Interest Consortium. Now that it has been developing for several years, the prototype has become more and more perfect. These collaborators have shared various business channels with the Legion to give the Legion its current industrial scale. This plan is one of the future cornerstones of the Legion's development, and he attaches great importance to it. Han Xiao was surrounded by a group of people and chatting enthusiastically. Zaiwia stood beside Han Xiao and dealt with it freely. Laughs came from time to time. These representatives were very proud of their face, and the atmosphere was harmonious. In another corner of the banquet hall, there were some people around Sorokin. The Infinite Consortium was the richest person present. It was extremely difficult to see Sorokin. Many people took this opportunity to come over to make friends. Sorokin held the wine glass and responded to the chatter while smiling, observing all the guests, watching the grand occasion of the Black Star Party. His eyes were inexplicably and playful. At the same time, his sense of possession descended into the realm of war, possessed by a follower next to Lofier. The Overlords and the Black Star Party were held at the same time, but it was much deserted than the Black Star Legion. Only a few people were whispering, and most of them were concentrating on drinking and food. Although Herbert had no expression on his face, he obviously felt much better when he looked at this scene. Lofiel walked in the banquet with the drinks on his back. Suddenly, he saw the entourage not far away wink at her. He immediately understood that it was Sorokin, so he quietly came to the side with the entourage. "What's the matter?" Lofer whispered. "You stay in a war field and be responsible for the work of the consortium here. At that time, the resources of the consortium here will be mobilized by you." Sorokin nodded. "Okay." A look of surprise flashed in Lofel's eyes. There was also competition between Solo Gold's children. Such an important task was given to him, which represented his father's attention. Restraining his inner excitement, Lofer asked in a low voice, "What is the specific action plan? Are there any issues that need special attention?" "I will hand over the detailed plan to you in a while. To suppress the business of the Black Star Legion, we must first start with his partners." Sorajin smiled faintly. "I can see that Black Star deliberately creates a huge network of interest for its forces. So the first thing we have to do is to cut the net he has formed, break it into pieces, and destroy the situation where Black Star has worked hard for more than 10 years. I don't need to teach you how to do it. I understand. Loafer nodded. When the resources allocated by the consortium are in place, you can start to act. The gathering of this session ended successfully, and the guests each gained something. On the next day, Sorokin said goodbye and left. At the dock of the Legion headquarters, Han Xiao watched the fleet of the Infinite Consortium turn into streams of light and disappear into the depths of the starry sky. His brows were tightly frowned, and a touch of solemnity appeared on his face. I'm leaving now. I can't figure out what he means. Although he saw through Sorokin's hidden strength and made himself more alert, he still knew nothing about Sorokin's ideas. Han Xiao always had a premonition that Sorokin might be planning something behind his back. If the Black Star Legion encountered something abnormal recently, it must have been Sorokin's work. And according to the test, the other party's goal is 80% related to the evolutionary totem. Make trouble, Han Xiao breathed out. He knew early in the morning that the problem of the evolutionary totem would not pass so easily. If he did not meet the requirements of the outside world, he would be in peace for a day. The Empire withstood most of the pressure, and the Black Star Legion is probably coming. In this case, it's better to stay in the Empire for a while, just leave some apostle weapons and mechanical bodies at the Legion headquarters. Han Xiao made up his mind that he was quite afraid of the teleportation ability of the Glorious Federation. Stepping. At this time, footsteps of a person approaching came from behind, and Han Xiao knew it was Hela without looking back. Han Xiao, I have something to discuss with you. What's the matter? Han Xiao put away his distracting thoughts and turned around to look at Hela's cold and delicate face. I'm leaving for a while. Please take care of Aurora. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Where are you going? Follow Teacher Emmers to go to another star field to practice, and you may not be your guard officer for the time being. Hela said softly. Han Xiao was surprised. Emmys went too? Yes. It was the teacher who invited me to join him. He stared at Hela for a while, and Hela also looked at each other indifferently for a while before Han Xiao smiled. Okay, this is a good thing. I allow it. I will take care of Aurora. Thank you. Hela nodded. There's no need to say thank you between you and me. Han Xiao walked forward, pressed Hela's shoulder, and said in a deep voice, I hope you'll be super A-level when you come back. You really have confidence in me. Hela rarely smiled, hesitated for a moment, clenched his fist, and gently hit Han Xiao's chest. Take good care of yourself. Don't worry, I'll let Ford temporarily serve as the commander of the guards. He is also very reliable, so you can go with confidence. It has no effect on me. Hey, don't leave. You haven't finished speaking yet. Seeing Hela leave with a bad expression, Han Xiao grabbed his forehead and put away his expression. It's better to let Hela go out to experience it. There are only a few opportunities to do it around her. Adding some experience will help her stimulate her potential and become a super A-level. But I didn't expect Emmys to go out to experience it. I heard that after losing to her hands 2 years ago, Emmys focused on her cultivation. Now she's no longer home. It seems that she really wants to work hard. With Emmers by his side, Hela's personal safety is guaranteed, but Han Xiao still decided to equip their spaceship with some mechanical troops and mechanical shells as insurance. They worked hard, and I couldn't be idle either. Han Xiao entered the field of quantum network and asked Philip, how was the collection of strength training methods? Master, I have selected the options with higher value for you. Please check it. A list appeared in front of me, all of which are high-quality strength training methods that can be bought in various interstellar markets, from different ethnic groups, civilizations, and superpower groups, with various names. With just a glance, Han Xiao made a decision. Bore all for me.